to comprehend. Then, does that mean that I'm going to go back to my original body soon? He whispered, not really knowing how to feel about it. If he did become Jun Hao once again, he had no clue what kind of life he would live. The White Tiger Gang had now dissolved, and everything he knew and lived for had changed. Moreover, he also didn't know what would happen to his body. Will he just be forgotten like he didn't exist at all? Unfortunately, I cannot fulfill all of my promises. Sometimes, there are aspects of life that are beyond our control and way beyond the logic of being. The fact that I'm speaking with a system is already way beyond the logic of being, Jun muttered. Anyway, I have fulfilled my promises with you. However, this will come to you in ways you don't expect, sometimes, in ways that are not literal. You're speaking in poetry again, Jun said. Just go straight to the point. Now, where's the fun in that? I want to tell you this. Everything is connected to everything else. One objective may lead to another. I know that, Jun said. I'm just failing to see how this could answer all of my questions. You will understand in due time. However, for now, I have something for you. Possibly your last mission. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. My last mission? He exclaimed. Why? Where are you going? Congratulations. Fu quickly changed the topic once again. You have a special mission. 3 strikes had now been achieved. Now you must find the origin. The origin will lead you to the answers to the questions that are boggling your mind. Decipher them wisely. The system trusts in the host. Once the mission has been fulfilled, the host will be granted a choice. One that would show you the fullest potential of the system. If failed, then a new system will be granted. One without sentience. Previous stats will be reset afterward. Deadline, 60 days. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. He didn't expect to be granted such a long deadline. In fact, it was the longest deadline that Fu had ever given him, which made Jun think that this mission was the quintessential mission of his system, one that he had to fulfill at all costs. However, this was also the vaguest mission that Fu had ever given out. Find the origin? You have to tell me more, Jun said in frustration. Find the origin of what? The White Tiger Gang? Dinosaurs? Azure? Or the universe? You must have more instructions, he exclaimed. This is not a farewell. This is merely a see you later. Fu, answer me, Jun said, his mind already in shambles. Find the origin. Find the origin. Find the origin. Only then will we be able to meet again. Fu, don't do this to me. You're being too serious, Jun sighed. Fu. However, even then, Fu did not respond. Instead, his system went back to its previous interior, almost as if they never had such a conversation. Almost like everything was back to normal. However, Jun knew that it wasn't. Then, a glaringly obvious timer was placed on the upper right corner of his system. Deadline, 59 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. Jun counted the days until the deadline. Then, he froze when he realized something. 59 days from now would be the end of June. Or maybe, it would be the end of June. Number 664. Chapter 664. A month, a name, a beauty under the rain. Fuck this pimple, Jun muttered as he placed a pimple patch over it. It was a good thing that Casper bought him the invisible once, so it wasn't really noticeable. Today was going to be the airing of the 3rd episode of Rising Stars, but Jun wouldn't be able to watch it since he had a brand shoot with Akira and Jisung, the Naked Bears, as their fans like to call them. Jun wasn't sure where their nickname started, but it seemed like he was being compared to the white polar bear a lot. At first, he thought he was a cat, but now he was a bear? Are you 3 ready? Jay asked as he entered their dorm. I'm ready, Akira exclaimed, going out of his room with a brown jumper. Jisung also came out of his room around the same time, wearing a black and white striped shirt. Meanwhile, Jun decided to keep it simple and settled with a plain white shirt. Jay paused for a while and scrutinized their appearances. You guys actually dressed up as your characters. That's great, he happily exclaimed. Jun looked at their outfits and realized that Jay was right. I'm going to get dressed, he deadpanned. No can do, Jay said, holding Jun's collar. We're going to be late. I love that we're matching, Jisung giddily said. You're really like the panda bear, Jay said, feeling fond of the boys. Then, he turned around and held onto his chest. Is this what being a father feels like? Maybe I should have children. What are you doing? Jun deadpanned. Jay cleared his throat and gestured for them to follow him to the van, acting as if nothing even happened. The 3 of them went to the van, where Jay started blasting their songs. Akira clicked his tongue. Do you have to play our songs even in the car? I'm a genuine fan of you guys, Jay exclaimed. Sometimes, I even get excited when I go to the dorms. The three of them looked at each other with weirded-out expressions. Goodness, you haven't changed since then, Akira said. With that, Jay happily sang to Eve's song as he drove to the photoshoot site. However, as he drove, he suddenly remembered something. With that, he slammed the brakes, startling the members. Right, he exclaimed. Akira placed his hand over his chest. A warning would have been nice. Jeebus. You should be careful, Jisung said. How many times have you done that already? You're really lucky that there aren't any cars around us when you do that, Jun said. I told you that we could get into an accident. But you guys never did, Jay sheepishly said. Who knows? This might your saving grace in the near future. Anyway, Jay said, acting like he didn't do anything. Wrong. I have something inside the compartment for you, Jun. Jun frowned as he opened the compartment. Meanwhile, Jay went back to driving. Then, his eyebrows raised in surprise when he saw a familiar item inside. That was given to me by the laundry lady when I had your bag cleaned. I forgot that I left it there. She told me to discard it since it could be an explosive hazard. Jun picked up the phone, his old phone before Min-jun gave him a decent one. Now, he had some money to buy the latest model, but he found himself comfortable using Min-jun's phone. That's ancient, Akira said from the back seat. You can even store it in a museum at this point. You should be careful with it, bro, Jisung said. It might blow up any time. Jun inspected the phone and saw that the battery had caused the exterior plastic casing to bulge. It did look like a hazard, so it was understandable that the laundry lady wanted to discard it. Jun tried his luck and turned on the phone. He chuckled in amusement when he saw that it actually turned on. It's working, Jun said. Don't use it, Akira deadpanned. Jun shrugged and glanced at the navigation. He saw that they still had around 10 minutes before they arrived at the photoshoot site. So, he decided to explore his phone further. It already got hot, even when it was turned on for barely a minute. But something caught Jun's attention that made him unable to stop using it. He went through his notes and saw the poem he had seen a while ago. I shouldn't have seen what I did. Jun inferred that it had something to do with the death of Jun Hao. Then, he saw other locked notes in his archive, ones that he couldn't open and had forgotten up until this day. However, now that he knew more about Choi Joon-ho, he was able to figure out the passwords and open the notes. Mom's birthday. Jun quickly inputted the numbers. Flowers, a white polo, her favorite cheap cookies from the local mart, he muttered. It appeared like a normal grocery list, but Jun guessed that it must be the items that Jun-ho planned to buy for his mother's funeral. My dearest friend. Jun smirked and inputted the words Haruto. Don't lose yourself. You've already buried your past. You're okay. He said those words in a small voice, but it seemed like Jay had heard him. Ah, he exclaimed. You're so sweet. I can't believe you're saying words of affirmation to me so early in the morning. Jun merely shook his head and clicked the last note on his phone, which seemed to be the most mysterious of all. BC. Jun hummed. He wondered what it could be. The password's hint was definitely the vaguest out of all. A month and a name. A beauty under the rain, he whispered. He sighed as he racked up his brain with what the riddle could mean. Why did Choi Joon-ho have to be so philosophical, too? Jun clicked his tongue and read the hint once more. A month. A name. He didn't think much and just started inputting months. December. Incorrect. Password. Only 4 more tries before the note locks. He tilted his head to the side since it actually had a limit. How did this phone even have such a feature when it was so ancient? November. Incorrect password. Only 3 more tries before the note locks. October. Incorrect password. 1 more try before the note locks. Jun sighed in frustration. His strategy was actually to guess all the months of the year. However, that was impossible since he only had 2 tries left. And then, he froze when he realized something. His name was a month. With that, he quickly typed on his phone. June. Number 665. Chapter 665 BC. It couldn't be, right? Jun-ho couldn't have foreseen the future, did he? Or was he planning to use the name Jun as a stage name since then? Incorrect password. Only 1 more try before the note locks. Fuck, Jun exclaimed, startling his members inside the car. If it wasn't June, then what the heck could it be? Feeling frustrated, he haphazardly typed in May, which was the month before June. Who cares if the note doesn't open? All the other notes seemed to be unimportant. Jun was prepared to give up when he suddenly saw a white screen with black scribbles staring back at him. He paused for a moment, trying to comprehend what just happened. Then, he realized that he actually figured it out. The password was May all along. He didn't ponder upon the meaning of the password since his curiosity was at its peak. What did BC mean, and why did Choi Joon-ho set up such a difficult password for it? BC, a beauty in the ring, gave me something I didn't know I needed. But it brought immense pain. That I had it seated, buried underground, where the sun doesn't shine, where life took love, where flowers bloom, where it was engulfed in flames. And in flames, it did engulf. Jun saw something at the bottom, almost like an address. However, before he could even read a single letter, the phone was engulfed in flames, literally. A loud bang was heard inside the car just as Jay parked it. Then, the three of them looked at Jun and saw the exploded phone right on his lap. Jay screamed like a little girl as he quickly swatted the phone from Jun's lap and onto the car floor. "It's going to explode," he dramatically exclaimed. Jun sighed and ran his hand through his face. However, at that moment, he felt an adhesive material. He looked at his hand and saw the pimple patch, which had accumulated some pus, in his hand. Jun clicked his tongue and quickly wrapped it in a napkin before placing it in the van's trash bin. Meanwhile, Jay and Jisung were still out of it. "I told you not to use it anymore," Akira said. "Throw it outside. Who knows? It might make the car explode into flames." "Oh, please no," Jay said. "This car costs more than my salary for about 5 more years." Jun shook his head. "No, have someone fix it for me," he said, tossing the exploded phone toward Jay's way, making him squeal once more. "Or, at least, have the memory card saved." "What for?" Jay groaned as he looked at the phone like it was a bomb. "Just do as I say." With that, Jun got out of the car. However, he once again underestimated his popularity as fans flocked toward him as soon as he got out. "Jun! It's Jun! It's Jun! Wah! He's so handsome. Take his picture, quickly." The fans started screaming his name and other incomprehensible things. Then, Jun suddenly felt dizzy with all the lights flashing in broad daylight. He felt other people touch his body, and he felt defenseless at that point. Fortunately, the guards finally arrived, and they held on to Jun to support him and lead him inside. Jay and the others quickly followed, also being mobbed by an array of people. However, Jun had it worse since he was the first one out of the car. As soon as they made their way inside, Jisung patted his back. "Are you all right?" he asked. "You should have waited for us." Jun sighed. "Yeah, I wasn't thinking at that moment. I'm still not used to it. We used to be able to go out of the car without trouble back then. I've already told you. Things have changed now." Jay sighed. "Don't go out of the car on your own accord now, okay?" Jun nodded before following Jay to the makeup room. There, Jun had some time to think about what he had read on the former Junho's phone. He quickly brought out his phone from his pocket and typed what he had remembered. "Where the sun doesn't shine. Where life took love. Where flowers bloom. Where it was engulfed in flames," he muttered. The makeup artist, who was also a closeted Eve fan, froze as Jun said those words. "A new song?" she muttered, a small smile playing on her lips. Then, she proceeded to do his makeup with the brand that Eve was going to represent. It was a special edition lip tint that involved the characters in Naked Bears. The shades were inspired by the bears and their personalities, while their packaging also showed the bears themselves. Since Jun was going to represent the polar bear, he would be wearing a muted pink, with hues of blue that represented the icebergs. "Oh, you have a pimple here," she said. "Somehow, you still look cute with it." Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Then, he bowed in acknowledgement since he didn't think a pimple could ever be called cute. However, he didn't really have much energy to ponder upon it since the note was still boggling his mind. Beside him were Akira and Jisung, who were also getting their makeup done. "Hey, guys," Jun said, capturing their attention. "Yup. Yeah, bro." He sighed and decided to ask them the question. "What do you guys think BC means?" Akira chuckled loudly. "Oh goodness. You don't know that? You're supposed to be smarter than me, aren't you?" "It's the new channel in Britain," he deadpanned. Jun frowned in confusion. Meanwhile, Jisung scoffed. "That's BBC. BBC." Akira muttered. "Doesn't that stand for something else?" "Big Black. I know what it is," Jisung exclaimed, cutting Akira off. "Isn't that what we are right now?" We have so many things that we're like bees zooming around. That's busy, Akira exclaimed. I think he's talking about an acronym. I am, Jun said, trying to extend his patience as he continued to listen to their nonsense talk. Oh, then it's British Columbia, Jisung said. I don't think it's a place, Jun said. Akira chuckled, already feeling competitive. He wanted to be the first one to say it. I know it now. It's before church. I heard BC a lot in the Vatican. Oh, and in history. Jun was about to rake his fingers through his hair in frustration, but the makeup artist stopped him ahead of time. That's before Christ. Goodness, why did I even bother asking you to? Bird cage. Boot camp. Ooh, book club. My mom is a part of one. What about bonsai cultivar? Akira smirked. You know that, but you don't even know before Christ. Buttercream. Briefcase. Jun started tuning them out at one point, regretting even bringing up the topic. However, with Jisung's utterance, it finally made sense. The briefcase. Number 666. Chapter 666. Don't forget. I think I got the answer, Jun said, finally halting their conversation. Jisung stuck out his tongue at Akira in victory, while Akira held himself back from pulling Jisung's hair. As the two of them engaged in a silent fight, Jun also stayed silent. BC meant briefcase. Jun was sure of it, even though there wasn't a genuine confirmation from Choi Joon-ho. Well, he was dead now. So, unless Jun was to die, then he had no choice but to believe that the poem was related to the briefcase. Moreover, there weren't any plausible reasons. The poem must provide clues as to where the briefcase was. Where the sun doesn't shine. Where life took love. Where flowers bloom. Where it was engulfed in flames. Jun thought hard about what the statements could mean, but he couldn't think of anything right off the top of his head. A place where the sun doesn't shine? That would be London. Where life took love? Definitely Paris. Where flowers bloom? Anywhere in the world. Where it was engulfed in flames. Their kitchen. All of the clues were seemingly unrelated to each other, which made Jun have a harder time deciphering what it could really mean. Before he could think too hard about it, though, they were called by one of the staff members to go to the shooting space. Jun was still a bit absent-minded as he walked to the set, so he failed to see who was going to be their photographer. Oh, darling. Before Jun could react, he felt a kiss on his cheek, making his eyes go wide in surprise. Pablo, Jun exclaimed. Surprise. Surprise. I'm back again. Did you miss me? He asked, fluttering his eyelashes like he had magnesium deficiency. Jun sighed. Whatever helps you sleep at night. You're the one who makes me sleep at night, Pablo said. Now that I've seen your face, I'd be having a damn good sleep tonight again. Jun shook his head in amusement. Is Jenny with you? Jun asked, looking around. Yes, she's getting coffee for everyone, Pablo said. So, let's not talk about that woman and get to work. Chop, chop. I want the best for the boys today. Jun couldn't help but smile as Pablo directed everything in their shoot. Somehow, he was grateful that it was him once again. They had worked with plenty of brands in the past months, and they've always been treated well when Pablo was the photographer. Yes, my darlings. That's great. Pose for me again. He clicked his camera, working his magic as the three members of Eve modeled the special limited edition lip tint. Good, good. Now, why don't Akira and Jisung put their lips close to each other? What? The two of them exclaimed. I'll be willing to do it if it was Jun, Jisung smiled. Me too, Akira chimed, but Jun quickly stood and shook his head. I'm kidding, Pablo exclaimed. However, deep inside, he also wanted to see it. Just put your heads closer to each other. Make it look like you guys are the real bears, he instructed. The members nodded and followed his instructions well. Because of this, they were able to finish the shoot faster than usual, so the members had no choice but to wait for Jay to come and pick them up after the shoot. Akira and Jisung were playing games in the corner of the room when Pablo entered through the door with a mountain of snacks in his hands. I brought this for you, my darlings. Ah, gee, you absolute idiot. I don't have any mana. Why would you? Set up that play? Akira asked. Don't blame me for your lack of skills. You should have bought the mana boots sooner, Jisung deadpanned. You're saying that, but you have 0 kills, Akira said. I'm a tank, idiot, Jisung said, his good boy personality going down the drain. And tell that to your 5 deaths. The two of them continued trash-talking each other, almost as if they were competing in 2 separate teams. Oh, Pablo said as he listened to their conversation. Well, they're quite chummy. Jun chuckled in amusement. You can place those here, he said, clearing the table. These idiots will clear these snacks in a while, but right now, they're caught up in their own world. Let me thank you on their behalf, Jun said. It's all right, Pablo said. I came here especially for you. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. What for? Don't act like I don't always look for you. Pablo chuckled. You already know that you're my favorite idol of all time, even when you were still a trainee. Yeah. Jun smiled, looking down at his lap. You were one of the many people who helped me in the past. As much as I find you annoying, I realized that your presence was actually a great help, Jun said. I probably wouldn't have been able to debut if it weren't for you. Pablo chuckled once more. You're giving me way too much credit. You would have been able to debut even if it weren't for me. Jun thought back on those times before shaking his head. Now that Fu was gone, and some of his skills were missing, there was a void in his heart. One that couldn't be filled even though his sister was already in his midst. I don't know, Jun shrugged. Probably not. Pablo sighed as he observed Jun's face. He had known him for an entire year, yet somehow, this was the only time he had seen Jun make such an expression. He almost looked defeated. Pablo pursed his lips and brought something out from behind his back, one he kept all throughout their conversation. Jun frowned as Pablo placed the red packet on his lap. What's this? He asked. Oh, shush, Pablo said. I know that you love that stuff. Jun felt his heart skip a beat when he finally recognized the packaging. Bembin gummies? How long has it been? It's been a while, he muttered. I think I forgot about the taste of it now. Pablo nodded, understanding Jun's sentiment. Yeah, Pablo said. Sometimes, we forget the taste of something, especially when we haven't consumed it in a while. Maybe it just slipped our minds, or maybe we got caught in the whirl of life, and we just happened to not have any time to even think about it. However, it's still there. Pablo smiled, looking into Jun's eyes. The origin. Jun's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Origin? What? Origin? Did you just say origin? Yeah, Pablo confirmed. Your origin. Jun couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Fu. Number 667. Chapter 667. Cute little gummies making their return. Jun's heart raced inside his chest. Fu had asked him to find his origin, and now, Pablo was mentioning it to him. Was Pablo Fu all along? Fu too. Pablo exclaimed with a confused expression. Why are you suddenly cursing me out? I was just telling you to not forget where you came from, where your origin lies, Pablo added. Jun's frown deepened as he observed Pablo's eyes. It seemed like he was genuinely confused when he called him Fu. Moreover, Pablo, although having a similar personality to Fu, was definitely a different person now that Jun thought about it. Fu loved to make him suffer. Pablo suffers because of Jun, just because he likes him so much. Jun scratched the back of his head. He might have gotten the wrong idea, right? He said, going back to the topic. My origin. Yes, Pablo said. I know that your group had gotten big, and rightfully so. I could never pass an alley without seeing your face. And it feels like only yesterday when you were begging me to take your profile shots in my studio. Now, it seems like you're unreachable. However, even then, I hope you don't forget your origin. I could see that you're tired, Pablo acknowledged. It's human nature. Everybody gets tired at one point. Then, you start questioning why you even started this in the first place. However, the answer is within your heart, buried, Pablo continued. Jun understood Pablo's words. However, he felt like he couldn't really apply it to himself. Then, he let out a bitter chuckle. I don't even know where I started. He was just forced to become an idol in the beginning. He didn't have an ounce of passion. He didn't even want to become an idol back then. Sometimes, it made him wonder if he truly deserved the spot he was in. It doesn't matter where, Pablo said, breaking his thoughts. It's a matter of how, why, and who were the people you were doing it for, and the people who helped you reach it, he said. Like I said, it's hard to look down at the ground when you're already high up in the clouds, but the skies will clear once the storm subsides. You might be facing a storm right now, Pablo said. Jun didn't say anything since the photographer was right. Jun was honestly just ignoring it, his dizzy spells, feeling like rest wasn't truly rest anymore, even hating getting mobbed by his fans. However, his love for being an idol still hasn't disappeared. Maybe it has diminished, or maybe Pablo was right. He just needed to go back to the beginning. Although, he still has no clue how he was going to do that. It wouldn't be easy, Pablo continued. You might continue walking a flowery path, or this might be the bumpiest ride just yet. However, I want you to know that I'm always here for you, still waiting for that nude photo shoot. With Pablo's joke, Jun burst into chuckles. However, what he didn't know was Pablo wasn't joking at all. He was dead serious about that nude photo shoot. However, seeing Jun laugh like a little kid, Pablo decided that it would be a topic for another day. Anyway, he said, bringing out more packets from his bag. Here, I stacked up for you. These always seem to be sold out after more and more people discovered that you like them. So, I fought some little girls and brought all of the packets of gummies in the store. Jun looked at the 7 packs of gummies in surprise. These are so many. Why give me 7 of these? Jun couldn't help but ask. Pablo shrugged. I don't know. I just bought everything in the store. Besides, he continued, I think it's a good number. Jun shrugged and looked at the cute gummy on the front of the packaging. I better go then, Pablo said. We still have a shoot with the Rising Stars ladies later. Jun nodded and waved goodbye. Thanks, Pablo. Pablo quickly gave Jun a hug before leaving the room. As he left, Jun tore open one of the packets and popped the red gummy into his mouth. As soon as the sweet cola flavor hit his tongue, he couldn't help but smile. Just as I remembered, he whispered. I think she's telling the truth, Linji said as he placed some files on the table. Lahu stopped sipping his tea and placed his cigarette on the ashtray as he went through the papers that Linji had brought in. May, Lahu muttered as he looked at the girl's supposed birth certificate. Then, he also looked at her application for Rising Stars, seeing that she wrote she didn't have any siblings. I thought it was weird that she kept denying her brother when I spoke to her that night, but she might not be acting. Look, Linji said. These are all photos from May's parents' account. Lahu went through the photos and found that May had indeed been living with them for the past year. These are all recent, though, Lahu said. Where are the photos from her childhood? Linji clicked his tongue. That's something I find strange, too. Right now, I don't think she's lying about not knowing where the briefcase is. But then again, I could be wrong. If she's really Jun Hao's sister, then she must have some tricks up her sleeves. Lahu hummed, tapping his fingers on the table. Moreover, I can't seem to get close to her while she's filming for Rising Stars. For some reason, Azure's security had become tighter this time around. Actually, it's only May that I can't get close to. It seems like someone's protecting her. Lahu clicked his tongue as he slammed the papers on the table, surprising Linji. It doesn't matter, Lahu said. Back off from her for now. What? Linji asked, his eyes wide with surprise. How are we going to get the briefcase then? I've gotten some crucial information, Lahu said with a smirk. Fortunately, a certain makeup artist was in dire need of money, and much to her satisfaction, I have some lying around. Did you do something? Linji asked in confusion. Let's just say that I had her record their conversation during their shoot today. Linji's eyes widened even more. What did they say? Did you get some dirt on them? Lahu shook his head, causing Linji to sigh in disappointment. It was just some nonsense talk. However, I couldn't miss one of their topics, a briefcase. Linji turned to him, while Laohu's smirk widened further. It seems like you're right. Jun must have the briefcase. Number 668. Chapter 668, Elimination, Realization. It's been a whole week since Jun's conversation with Pablo, and he has been trying to find his origin ever since. However, no matter how hard he tried, he never seemed to get close to the answer. What was his origin? If he took up the literal and anatomical meaning, then his origin would be the time his parents decided to have sex without protection. But Jun doubted that was the answer. If it was the origin of his dream, then it would stem from the moment when he first realized that he actually enjoyed singing and making other people happy. However, then again, Jun didn't know how exactly the answer would lead him to the success of his mission. So, here he was, still searching his mind for an answer as his deadline continued to tick away. Deadline: 51 days, 17 hours. At one point, Jun even thought that he could just forget about his origin, to let his mission flow with the wind, and to take a new system without any sentience. After all, Fu was an annoying motherfucker. However, his pride wouldn't let him. He couldn't stand still and watch his system fade away like it wasn't the one who brought him here in the first place. So he must know his origin. He still didn't know how, but some way, somehow, he'd be able to find it. Before all of that, though, Jun still had to host the very first elimination of the 5th season of Rising Stars. He waited as the girls finished with their self-intros before he entered the stage, dressed in an all-white suit that made the girls and the audience imagine that he was their husband. "This is a proposal for me. I'm waiting for him to come home. Jun, please go home soon. Our babies are waiting for you." "Good evening to everyone," Jun said in a serious tone. "Time has flown by quite fast. One day, you were all singing your audition piece, and now, here we are, at your very first elimination." Jun looked around and saw the nervous faces of the girls. He caught a glimpse of May, which wasn't very hard to do since she stood out from the rest of the girls, before subtly sighing. He wanted her to be eliminated so she could save herself from the idol industry, but he knew that it was nearly impossible for that to happen. In a span of a week, May skyrocketed in popularity. However, that also meant that she was currently the biggest punching bag in the show. She received hate left and right despite it not being her fault. This was what Jun was trying to protect her from. However, he felt that she was already in too deep. "We have a special mentor here tonight to accompany me for the announcements tonight," Jun said. Then, the doors opened, revealing a tall and handsome figure. Jun couldn't help but shake his head as the guy walked over to where he was. It was times like this that Jun thought he was actually quite cool and handsome. The girls immediately squealed as the guy took his place next to Jun. "Good evening to everyone," Casper said. "I'm here to support Jun today. Thank you all for inviting me to the show." "OMG, Juniper is sailing. I knew it. They love each other so much. Did you see the way their hands brushed against each other? Oh, and they made eye contact, too. Girl, of course, they need to make eye contact. They're hosting a show together. People just can't accept that Juniper is real and they're in love. I feel like this weird shipping agenda only applies to K-pop artists. What would happen if you suddenly ship Western artists? I'll try doing that now. I'll start with Drake and Kanye. We won't make you wait any longer. We will now announce the trainees who made it from the 41st to the 49th spot," Jun professionally said despite the shipping agenda that was happening in the comments. However, aside from that, another topic arose from the stream. "Wait, does Jun have a pimple? Oh my gosh, you're right. It's very subtle, but there's a small bump of redness on the tip of his nose. EW, he has a pimple? Wasn't he known as the poreless idol? He should take better care of himself. Yeah, he looks like a hobo next to Casper with his pimple. Dang, people are really brutal. Pimples are normal. I hope everybody understands that." Fortunately, Jun wasn't able to read the comments at that moment. With that, Casper and Jun announced the surviving trainees back and forth, incorporating Miho's strategies of making the participants and the audience wait in utter nervousness. Before they knew it, they were now down to the top 25 ranks. Jun pursed his lips as he looked at the unopened envelope, one that contained those at the higher ranks. He knew that May's rank would be high since she placed within the top 10 during the preliminary voting. However, Jun didn't want her to get past that. In his mind, she didn't deserve to get such a rank. Moreover, it was going to be another avenue of hate if she was to be placed on the debut team. Before we get into the top 25 ranks, Casper started off. Let's first watch this clip. It was a challenge for the girls to raise funds for children who are starving in war areas. People can donate as much as they can to the live streams. Then, the person with the highest profit will be granted a special advantage on the next mission. Please watch the clips they have posted on YouWatch, as the profit will all go to this cause, Casper said. Jun raised his eyebrows, unaware that something as such had happened. However, he wasn't really surprised. They, too, had the live streaming mission during their season. The video clip played, so Casper and Jun sat for a moment to watch with the rest of the girls. Contrary to the past season, the girls settled with an intimate live stream that didn't require them to scavenge for any items. Instead, they were going to talk about their lives while the staff randomly handed them some stuff that they had to incorporate in their stories. Heemin, ever as poised, was handed some rat poison. With that, she proceeded to share the value of each life on Earth. Think twice before you place this in your homes, she seriously said. Then, ask yourself, what if the little rat was a father and had a family to go home to? Heemin is such a sweetheart. I knew I picked right when I chose her as my favorite. Meanwhile, Jun shook his head in amusement. It was obvious that the girl was only saying those words to elevate her reputation further. However, he couldn't really blame her. She was a smart trainee, and she knew how to use it to her advantage. Then, June paid more attention when May was shown on the screen. Out of 100 trainees, she was given a cut, which once again spoke of her popularity. "I guess I'm here because I want to make a lot of people happy," she said, starting off with why she wanted to join Rising Stars in the first place. "And I just feel close to this place, like it is the gateway to completing myself and finding something that is lost within me," she continued. Just then, she was handed a single umbrella, so she scrutinized it with a small frown. June smirked as he leaned back against his seat. "I bet she's going to say that she loves the rain," thought. However, with her next utterance, June was left speechless. "I really, really hate the rain." Number 669. Chapter 669. Rainy Days. Rainy days. Despite their preferences clashing most of the times, Mei Ling and Jun Hao both loved rainy days. How the air was colder and more humid. How the grass smelled unusually fresh as the first few drops of rain descended from the heavens. How you have an excuse to be lazy because the surroundings are wet. How life sounded more peaceful because the internal noise was drowned out by the pelts of the rain. Except for soggy shoes and acid rain, the two of them liked the season a lot. However, it seemed like May had changed her preference, confusing June. "Why is that?" May read a question from the chat, placing her hand under her chin. "I don't know if I could say this, but I don't really mind sharing it," she said. June's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Did something happen to make May hate the rain so much? "I had an accident in the rain," she revealed, making him frown even deeper. "An accident? What? Why did our precious baby get into an accident?" "It's not that serious," May quickly said. May watched the scene from her seat and shook her head. She was already regretting oversharing to the camera. "I was just involved in a minor car accident," she continued. "A car ran into me, and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with my parents." June clicked his tongue. So, it seemed that her lost memories actually had a physiological reason. At that moment, it seemed like the producer from behind the camera continued asking her questions. "I honestly forgot what I was doing in the rain at that moment," she continued. "But, I just remember running, and running, and running, away from someone or to someone. I don't really know." She sighed and shook her head. "But that doesn't matter, does it? It didn't really take a toll on me that much. I just have this scar on my leg that strangely resembles a number, but aside from that, all is well." With that, her scene transitioned to the other ladies, yet June still couldn't stop thinking about her answer. As far as he knew, she had lost her memories on the same day that he died. So, does that mean that May wasn't in their home like she told him she was during that day? The layers just kept unraveling and unraveling. Yet June couldn't pinpoint what the importance of each layer was. The clip finally ended, yet June was still a bit dazed. "It's time," Casper said, snapping him out of his thoughts. June looked up at Casper and stood before taking the microphone once more. "Now, let's head to the 15th to 25th spots," Casper announced. "We are getting closer and closer to the top 5. Once again, Casper and June took turns announcing the trainees who had survived. By the 10th spot, June was hoping for May's name to be called. In the 10th, Casper started off. "We have Era." The cute girl sprung from her seat, excited to have risen in the ranks, despite their loss in Team Kill mission. Meanwhile, May frowned since she had the 10th spot last time. "When am I going to get called?" she muttered, already feeling uneasy. June looked at the next trainee on the list. "In 9th, we have Sejong," he said, and the talented trainee went up the stage to give her mini speech. "Just 3 more spots until the top 5, Casper said, building the tension in the room. The girls became even more nervous. However, June was even more nervous. "Gosh," June muttered. "There's no way she has dropped, so she could only go higher." Casper announced the trainees in 8th place, and it seemed like June's nightmare was coming true. By the time Casper announced the 6th-ranked trainee, June felt like his sister was once again going to be martyred online. "In 6th place is Mina," Casper exclaimed, making the girls turn to each other in surprise, gasps filling the entire place. "What the heck? Mina's in 6th place? She deserves the 2nd place, at least. She's been training for more than 5 years. Why does she have such a low rank? Is 6th a low rank? I think it's pretty decent. She deserves way higher. It's not even in the debut spots. Goodness, I can see the people who still haven't been called, and I hate it already. Don't tell me. That girl is going to place higher than Mina? That girl deserves the 50th spot, to be honest. She doesn't even deserve to enter the top 50. Thank you all for voting for me, Mina said, with a smile. However, even with a smile, she appeared to be quite disappointed. Jun pursed his lips as he empathized with how she felt. However, even with a smile, she appeared to be quite disappointed. Jun pursed his lips as he empathized with how she was the trainee with the longest training time out of all of them, yet she didn't make it into the top 5 despite people rooting for her. It just seemed like a lot of people liked her, but not a lot of people took the time to vote for her. I'll work even harder so I can be a part of the debut team. She ended her speech with a sad smile, heading over to her chair. She doesn't need to work harder. That's right. She should be able to debut with how talented she is. If anyone needs to work harder, then it's her. I swear, if she makes it into the top 5, I'm going to commit arson in Azure's building. You guys are so cruel. Why don't you vote for your fave instead of throwing hate at other trainees? Jun, despite his racing heart, opened the next envelope that contained the top 5 trainees. We will now be announcing the trainees who made it into the debuting ranks, he started off. Then, his breath got caught in the back of his throat when he saw who was the first on the list. He clicked his tongue and subtly shook his head. Hi. It was higher than what Jun had achieved during the first eliminations. In 5th place, we have none other than May, Jun announced. The studio turned silent, with only some claps of courtesy from some girls. However, it was evident that they didn't think May deserved such a high rank. The people in the comments, too, started spamming the chat, which made it unable to be deciphered by a normal human's eye. May pursed her lips and went up the stage despite the hostility in the room. Jun stared at her and found that she didn't have any particular expression on her face. He frowned since she couldn't read her at that time. Then, May took the microphone before saying her words, one that Jun wasn't expecting at all. Hi. She started off, clearing her throat. Then, she proceeded to say one of the most ridiculous opening statements to a speech in the history of the show. I know I don't deserve this spot. Number 670. Chapter 670, A Self-Aware Queen. Oof. At least she's self-aware. Well, she is pretty real. I have to give her that. But it's literally not her fault that she has a high rank. Is it her problem that she's just too likable? Mina is likable too. However, you have to consider the factors surrounding her massive popularity. She's the peak definition of pretty privilege. Which isn't her fault once again. Sure it is. She must have gotten plastic surgery. You need plastic surgery. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. May looked dead serious, and Jun was quite afraid of what she was going to say. Please, reduce your bluntness, he said in his mind. You might wonder why I'm even in the top 5. However, don't worry. You're not alone, she continued. I'm asking myself that too. Casper couldn't help but chuckle, causing Jun to click his tongue. I'm not really good at dancing. I'm not good at singing. Rapping is something out of the question. So, why am I even here? She asked with a chuckle. There's just one answer, she said, looking straight into the camera. It's because of you guys. The more you talk about me, the more my name gets out there, she smiled. I'm grateful for all the attention, but frankly, I don't deserve it. There are plenty more girls here who deserve such attention because of their pure talent. So, I suggest you stop talking about me, she said. She's pulling that reverse psychology shit. She's a genius. Now, people are going to talk about her even more. I think she's playing with us. Somehow, this makes me want to talk about her more. Because I don't want to be the talk of the town with my looks, or even my personality. Although these are important aspects of me, she calmly said. Stop talking about me because of these. Then, when you're all silent, I'll come back and make you talk about my talents instead. She smiled at the camera, the room suddenly appearing brighter. Before that happens, I'll make sure to work hard. So you won't have any choice but to talk about my skills and talents instead. Mic drop? NGL. She is pretty cool. Scoff. I wonder when that would happen. She was mediocre during the team kill mission, at best. The only reason why her team won was because people set the bar too low for them. With that, she placed the microphone back on the stand and bowed at the audience before walking up to her seat, where the debut line started. The debuting line's chairs were different than that of the others. Instead of the usual transparent chair with the glittery pink number on the front and back, the debut line had cushioned chairs that appeared almost like a throne. However, the first place chair was definitely the most royal looking out of all of them. Casper and June stood, and the former nudged June's side as they walked back to the front. She has you beat in the speech department now, Casper teased. But don't worry, I still like you better, he assured. June shook his head and stood at the center with Casper to announce the last few trainees. Somehow, May's speech made him feel a bit at ease. It seemed like May wasn't too affected by all the attention that she was getting. However, that still doesn't take away the fact that June didn't want her to debut. The announcement of the other top 5 trainees was pretty expected, with Hee-min taking the top spot. And just like that, the first elimination had now ended. The girls went to their eliminated friends, shedding tears and saying their last goodbyes. Casper and June watched them from above, and it also made them reflect back on the times when their friends got eliminated. With that, the two of them left the girls to give them some time to gather their feelings. However, as expected, Azure was cruel. So, as soon as the cameras stopped filming, Yena announced that they were going to have an outdoor race at the open parking lot to determine the next teams and songs. The girls, still with their teary eyes, reluctantly left their friends to go outside the venue. Meanwhile, Casper and June went to their waiting room, where they got dressed and had their makeup removed. Casper was already done, and he was now waiting for June to finish getting his makeup removed. Then, he glanced outside the window before frowning. The girls are filming this late at night, he muttered. June chuckled. Azure's insane. They're going to work them to the bone. Their next live show is on Wednesday, so they're not giving them any time to rest. They need to churn out more content, too, since the show is already so popular. I know, Casper said. It's insane how we went through it, too. June closed his eyes and felt himself dozing off as the makeup artist removed his makeup for him. The feeling of something wiping your face was quite relaxing. However, Casper's next words led him to snap his eyes wide open. Huh, Casper muttered. I didn't expect it to rain today. June turned to Casper with furrowed eyebrows. It's raining, he asked. The forecast said it would be sunny all throughout. That's what I thought, too, Casper said. However, sometimes forecasts are wrong. It's raining quite strongly. Then, he chuckled in amusement. Look, the girls are all running away. June froze when he realized something. He stood from his chair despite his makeup only being half removed. June! The makeup artist exclaimed in shock, but he ignored her words and went to where Casper was standing and pushed him slightly so he could take a better look at what was happening outside. June's eyebrows raised in surprise when he saw a lone figure in the middle of the parking lot, already drenched in water. Although it was dark, June couldn't be mistaken. It was Mei Ling. Then, from afar, he saw a car speeding down the road, almost as if he was targeting to go to Azure's parking lot. He wasn't sure if it was just his delusion, but June knew that Mei's life was in danger as soon as she went to Korea. So, without any hesitation, he ran out of the room, ignoring the shouts from Casper. Shit, he whispered continuously. He felt his heart racing inside his chest as he thought of all the possibilities of what could happen. Fortunately, it didn't take him long before he reached where she was. As expected, it was Mei Ling, standing in the middle of the rain, appearing to be out of it. Mei Ling, number 671. Chapter 671, Their Past Connection. With the utterance of her real name, Mei turned to the culprit. There, she saw June standing in the middle of the rain, his clothes stuck to his skin and his hair nearly covering his eyes. However, even then, she couldn't find it within herself to move. June, on the other hand, knew that he had to run to where Mei Ling was and pull her under the shade. But at that moment, something compelled him to stay still. Voices. Suddenly, there were voices inside his head. Run away and hide it. We need to save him. June's mind raced with memories that weren't his. It was dark, cold, and rainy, like the moment he was currently in. However, it felt like he was in a different body. The scene now and the scene in his mind glitched, showing the present reality and what seemed to be a distant, forgotten memory. You need to take this, a woman said, her voice young and beautiful. You need this, right? I heard you talking to your friend and saying that you need it. So, take it before they take it away from my brother. With that, the girl handed something to him. He looked down at it, but didn't find anything, almost like the item vanished right before his eyes. Then, she started screaming once again. However, at that moment, her face became clear. A month. A name. A beauty under the rain. May, he muttered. Run now. They're coming. You need to make it quick. With that, the scene went back to reality, and June now realized that the beauty under the rain might have been May. And that maybe, just maybe, May had something to do with the past Jun Ho even before all of this happened. With June snapping out of his daze, he went over to where May was. The car was getting nearer and nearer to where they were, but it seemed like she had no plans of moving. With that, he ran even faster and dragged her away just as the car entered the parking lot. June ignored how cold May's body felt as he pulled her toward a secluded spot. Then, he faced her, appearing to be upset. "What are you doing?" he couldn't help but exclaim in a loud voice. May looked into the distance as her eyes watered up. June sighed as he raked his fingers through his wet hair, trying to calm down. "What are you doing?" June repeated in a calm voice. May finally looked at June, but her eyes showed that she was still afraid. "What are you doing?" May asked, her voice filled with disdain. "We don't even have anything to do with each other. So, why the hell have you been on my business ever since I entered the show? In fact, you've been on my business ever since. No matter where I went, you're always there. I wanted to become an idol because I wanted to make other people happy, but they keep comparing me to you. I don't care if we look alike. You're a different person, and so am I. Yes, I started this late, but who the hell cares? I'm the one suffering. I'm the one practicing. I'm the one working hard for my dreams. However, I'm still here, trying to figure out why I'm so broken. I can't even stand in the rain without thinking of someone that looked awfully like you," she ranted. June listened intently, trying to digest her words. "Maybe it was me," June finally said, holding on to the visions he saw just a while ago. "What?" May asked in exasperation. "I haven't been out of the country before. There's no way I've seen you if you haven't been where I'm from." "I've been to Shanghai," June muttered. "A year ago, before I even joined Rising Stars, I was there." "So," May snapped, "do you think we've met when there are so many people in Shanghai?" "I believe we met that day," June continued, searching his mind for the answer. "The day you had an accident." May closed her eyes as she felt a headache coming in. "The accident," she muttered. "Can you really tell me what happened that day?" June asked, stepping closer to her. May clicked her tongue. "I don't know, okay? I genuinely don't know. After the accident, everything became hazy in my memory. I don't know who my friends were. I don't know where I grew up. All I knew was that I was running and running until a car hit me. I thought it was the end of it all, but I woke up in the hospital with my parents waiting for me," she explained. "Gosh," she said, "why am I even sharing this with you? Come on, think," June said, ignoring her latter statements. "There must be a reason why you were running. Were you running away from something? Or perhaps someone?" "No," she shook her head. "Wait, I don't know. It felt like I was chasing after someone. However, the car accident happened after the chase had ended. Does that make sense? So maybe it was both?" June asked. "You were running to someone before running away from another?" May closed her eyes and concentrated, trying to remember that day. For some reason, all of her past memories never came back to her, except for this, the day of the accident. It was still pretty hazy in her mind, but with June's presence, she felt that it was showing more vividly in her dreams. "I was running," she said in a soft voice. "I was also holding on to something. I felt anxious, almost as if somebody's life was on the line if I didn't manage to give away what was in my hands. Then, I finally found him, the person who could help me. He walked swiftly, but I didn't give up. Despite the cold rain, I kept pushing through. Then, he finally stopped," she said, a small gasp escaping her lips as the scene before her finally turned clear. Her surroundings were more apparent. She was outside of what seemed to be a warehouse. However, the man before her was still unfamiliar, almost as if there was a shadow occluding his face. "Finally, I gave him something," she said, dictating the story that was painting itself in her mind. May gasped loudly as she opened her eyes, finally looking at June. "It's you," she exclaimed, pointing at him. June's breath got caught in the back of his throat. Somehow he already had a hunch. However, it surprised him nonetheless. It seemed like the story ran deeper, much, much deeper than he had imagined. This web that they were entangled with, it was almost impossible to think that all of it was random. It was like fate. "I gave you something," she continued. The two of them shared a thoughtful look before saying the next words simultaneously. "A briefcase." Number 672. Chapter 672. Stop dictating my life. "It really is you." May said, her mind in shambles after the huge revelation. Meanwhile, Jun pursed his lips, also in disbelief at the turn of events. So, you were the one who stole and gave away the briefcase. That's why I couldn't find it before I went to meet with Lao Hu. He muttered the last statement, making May unable to hear it. What do you mean by stole? I didn't steal anything. May defended herself. What do you even know? Jun asked. You don't remember anything, right? May scoffed. Why are you suddenly so hostile? I thought you were the one who wanted to know the truth. I don't get why you're blaming me for something I'm not even fully aware of. I didn't steal anything. I may not know my past self, but I know well enough that I won't do anything rash without a valid reason. If I did steal the briefcase, then it would be for the good. For the good of what? You just placed yourself in danger. If you have left it in the place that I left it, then I would have it by now. However, you have to give it to a stranger, and now I don't know where to find it, Jun said, voicing out the frustrations he had been bottling up for quite some time. May's frown deepened. Then, she shook her head in disbelief. Wait a minute. Why are you talking as if you know something about me and my life? I've never met you before, and even if I did, I'm sure that we didn't have that kind of deep connection. Jun sighed in frustration. Fuck, I don't know what to do anymore. You don't know what to do anymore. May exclaimed in frustration. If there's someone who doesn't know what to do between the two of us, then that's me. You're being so cryptic, and I feel like I'm being left in the dark. You keep acting like we're close when we're not. And last but not least, I have the feeling that you don't want me to debut at all. Jun was about to interrupt her, but May didn't let him. I really thought you would be different considering the treatment you got from Minter Gun during the past season, but you're doing the same thing. You're not saying it explicitly, but I can feel from your actions that you don't want me to be here. Jun sighed. It's not like that. I'm just trying to protect you. Protect me from what? From everything, Jun said. Just trust me. You don't want this. You've never wanted this. May nearly shouted, but she held herself back. What do you know what I want? I came to this foreign country to pursue my dreams, even if my parents disapprove of it. Nobody seems to believe that I am suitable for this dream, but I do. I believe in myself. Isn't that the most important thing? It's not that simple, Jun said. There are plenty of things in life that aren't one or even two-dimensional. You can't just want something and expect to get it. Sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't. But this particular dream will only put you in danger, Jun said. Trust me, he whispered. May was silent for a moment, her eyes cast to the ground before she gazed up at Jun with stern eyes. I don't want to, May said, causing Jun to sigh in frustration. Why can't you just listen? Jun asked. Why can't you listen? May threw back the question to Jun. Honestly, I don't even know why I have to explain myself to you, but I'm doing this because I want to be an idol. I don't care if it's dangerous. Anything in life is dangerous if you think about it, she said with a resolute voice. And why the hell do you keep on insisting your own wants on me? May asked. Like I said, we're not related. You're not my brother. I don't need you to protect me. Jun closed his eyes and cast his head to the ground. Somehow, he knew that May's words made sense. Why was he so concerned about her life when it was her life? Especially now that they weren't siblings anymore. However, Jun had this nagging feeling inside his mind. Why can't I protect her even in this life? He failed to protect her as Jun Hao. And now, he felt like he was failing to protect her as Jun Ho. He subjected himself to being part of a gang, which undoubtedly made May's life more dangerous. Even though he tried his best not to let her get involved, it was still inevitable in the end. Now, he was an idol, arguably much safer than being part of the gang. However, it was still harsh beyond words, and Jun wanted to protect May from the impending trouble that she was going to experience. Even now, she was already the punching bag of the show. What more if she actually got to debut? Moreover, Azure wasn't the best company in terms of caring for their idols. If you're not going to say anything else, then I'm going, May said. I appreciate you coming after me in the rain, but I hope our relationship ends here. I don't want you convincing me that I shouldn't pursue my dreams. I also don't want you talking about this briefcase, because frankly, I don't have a clue anymore, she continued, about to walk away. Jun sighed in frustration before speaking. Just answer this question then, Jun said, causing May to stop. Just this question, Jun repeated, not bothering to look at her. Why did you really become an idol, he asked. May pursed her lips. I already answered the question. You're not telling the entire truth, Jun said, already aware of her tone. Then, she looked away and played with her cold fingers. I was telling the truth, she muttered. I woke up, and suddenly, I felt like I had to go to Korea and find something. Anything that would fill the void in my heart. However, I didn't know what that was, so I decided to explore my passions. Then, that's when I came across K-pop and fell in love with it. I knew right away that it wasn't just the simple emotion of enjoying content and music. It was much more than that. I wanted to become a part of it. So, I worked hard for an entire year so I could go. Here, she smiled, remembering her struggles of working part-time and convincing her parents to let her do what she wanted. As expected, almost everyone was against what I was pursuing. May continued. Why are you even doing all of this? Life's already comfortable, so why won't you stay? She chuckled and shook her head as she answered the question she uttered. No matter how comfortable I am, I just know that I won't be fully happy. There would always be a what if inside of my mind. What if I pursued my real dreams instead? I didn't want to have any regrets, so I came here as soon as I was scouted by Azure. However, even now, I can't really answer your question, she smiled. Simply because there is no answer. So now, I'm deflecting the question to you, May said, turning around so she could look Jun in the eyes. Why did you really become an idol? She asked. Jun didn't answer the question since he didn't know how to respond. Then, May smirked. The answer in your heart. I bet it's similar to mine. Number 673. Chapter 673, his last day as Jian. May really wanted to become an idol. That thought played over and over inside Jun's mind as he lay in his bed awake. His alarm had already gone off, but he decided to stay in bed, although it was quite against his principles. Jun loved being early. However, somehow, he didn't feel like getting up early at that moment. Instead, he stared up at the ceiling as yesterday's conversation replayed in his mind. Maybe it was also because of his aching body and runny nose. But Jun attributed his lack of motivation to his mind. There were too many things going on inside of his head. It seems like she really wants to be an idol, Jun said, remembering how May looked yesterday night. I've always supported her since then, he continued. There were times when I was against her wishes, but somehow, I still caved in. Is this what they call a brother complex? Just then, the door opened, revealing Jay, who was already in his full get-up. He was wearing an alligator-patterned suit this time, and his hair was styled into neat spikes. When he saw that Jun was still in bed, he stopped in his tracks and looked at him with raised eyebrows. You're still not ready? Jay asked. Jun groaned and closed his eyes as Jay opened the windows. I got up extra early today because it's your last shoot for Untouched Souls. Jay said. Is it? Jun asked, already losing track of his schedules. Yeah, Jay said. You have to shoot the most integral scene for your character. Jun clicked his tongue and sat up on the bed. Jay frowned as he observed his appearance. You look a bit pale, he remarked. Then, he walked over to where Jun was and placed his hand over his forehead. Jay's eyes widened when he felt Jun's temperature. Whoa, you're hot, Jay said, causing Jun to nod. Thanks. I get that a lot, he said, his eyes half shut. Yeah, you are hot, Jay chuckled. But not like that. You're hot as in hot, like warm. Oh, Jun said before checking his temperature. I guess I am. I didn't even notice. What did you do yesterday? Did you go frolicking under the rain? Jun clicked his tongue. I guess so. Jay sighed and shook his head in disappointment. You should have been more careful. Jun merely shrugged, causing Jay to pursue his lips as he came up with a possible solution. Then he pursed his lips. Do you want me to tell Director Jam that you're running a fever? If this was any other shooting day, then Jun would have agreed. However, the scene they were going to film today was undoubtedly the most important scene for Jun's character. Moreover, it would be the last scene he would film before his role was finally done, so he decided to just go. It's all right, Jun said, standing from the bed to take a shower. Are you sure? Jay asked, sounding concerned. I'm sure they could still reschedule it since you have a valid reason. And even if you didn't have a valid reason, Director Jam will still permit you to do so. Jun once again shook his head. Yeah, it's all right. Maybe the shower will help me feel better. The shower, in fact, didn't make Jun feel any better. It actually made him feel sicker than he already was. As they arrived at the filming site, Jay had to tap Jun to awaken him. His eyes were droopy, and his skin and lips were paler than usual. I can make a U-turn to go to the hospital, you know? It's quite near here, Jae said. Jun waved him off. It's fine. I've been through worse. With that, he got out of the car to go to their filming site. He was greeted with cheers and farewells as he made his way to the makeup room, where the hair and makeup artist was already waiting for him. Jun, she exclaimed. Goodness, you should have come earlier. The other actors are already getting dressed. Sorry. Jun smiled with droopy eyes. I don't need much makeup, do I? You actually do. The makeup artist sighed as she placed some pins on his hair. You're going to act very sick today, so I need to make you look less vibrant than usual. That would be a pretty hard task since you always seem so handsome and vibrant. However, as the makeup artist observed his face, she realized that she might not do a lot after all. Did you put something on your face before coming here? She directly support the authors on web novel. Asked. Nope, Jun said with closed eyes. Did you put something on your face before coming here? She asked. Oh, the makeup artist said as she started with the process. I guess your face is cooperating with us today. You really don't need much makeup for your role. The makeup artist held up to her word since it only took Jun a couple of minutes before he was finished. All she had to do was lazily tie his hair and dress him in a simple white robe. With that, he went out to where they were going to film the scene. Jun was the only person they were waiting for, so they sighed in relief when they finally saw him grace the scene. There's the main character of the night, Hannah said as Jun weakly walked towards them. Dang, Taehyun said as soon as he saw him. The makeup artist did a good job on you. You look really sickly. Jun smiled. Well, I do need to get into character, right? Yeah, Taehyun chuckled. The scene hasn't even started, yet I already pity you. The other actors nodded in agreement. Director Jam was also satisfied with Jun's look and get-up, so he quickly decided to start the shoot. Good morning, guys, he greeted. We're on to the last hurdles of the filming, and today, we're going to be filming the climax. This will be Jun's last day with us as Jin, so let's all do our best for today, he exclaimed, making the actors and the crew all cheer for Jun. Jun smiled and bowed at them despite his aching body. After Lin Ji was kicked out of the set, it seemed like their filming went more smoothly and was more peaceful, which led Jun to appreciate the production even more. Although it had caused him stress and tiredness, Jun felt that he was still going to miss the filming, especially with the talented actors and the kind staff members. Thank you, everyone, Jun said. Let's all aim for one take today. He said those as words of encouragement. However, it was also for his own sake. He felt that they needed to finish it in one take if he wanted to rest as soon as possible. All right, Director Jam said. Let's not be too sad that Jun is going to leave. Taehyun chuckled as he nudged Hannah's shoulder. It seems like he's the most disappointed, he whispered, causing the latter to chuckle. In 3, 2, 1. Action. Number 674. Chapter 674. He's fully in character. The scene they were about to film was the one added by Risa and Director Jam at the last minute. Almost everyone was on the set, from actors to staff alike, wanting to witness this particular scene. Moreover, Risa wanted to see if Jun could pull off the scene that she had written, knowing that he had been improving tremendously throughout their filming process. The scene was an integral part of Jun's character and also the game changer of the entire movie. If, at first, Jun's character was going to die a miserable death in the middle of the movie, then Risa completely changed the character. Jin was still going to die. However, she wrote the scene to make the audience regret hating him in the first place. He will become the key person to help Seon, the main character, to unite all of the emotions together and finally bring peace to their land. As Director Jam called to start the filming, everybody on the set turned quiet. The actors snapped into their characters in an instant, making those watching from the sides amazed by their professionalism. They were situated on top of a cliff where the ruins of a city lie. The war had taken its toll on a small city in the country, taking the lives of many innocent civilians. Seon, the leader of the Ivory Pack, was saddened because he couldn't do anything about the situation. However, he believed that the world isn't a lost cause. He might not have stopped the murder of this city, but he shall put an end to it once and for all. The air became heavy as Yan, with the leader of the Crimson Pack in his grasp, stood poised for power. His half-brother Jin, though visibly weakened, stood faithfully by his side, a shadow of his former self. Across from them, the leaders of the other factions, bound by both loyalty and love, stood in defiance. Yayan laughs manically as he stared at the two lovers. It should have been him who was right by Mika's side. However, Cian had to take that away too. His laugh sent chills to those watching from the side, and all of them believed that replacing Lin Ji with another actor became another saving grace of the movie. Yayan believed that if he couldn't experience love or a complete family, then nobody else in this world should. Everything should be fair. Nobody gets left behind. Once I consume Red's soul, hatred will be the only thing that will reign in the world, he loudly exclaimed with mocking laughter. His words dripped with venom as he taunted them with the promise of a future devoid of any warmth, consumed only by the flames of hatred. Cian, feeling the weight of his lover's gaze upon him, finally looked at Mika. The camera focused on Hannah's stare, capturing the silent plea that urged Cian toward a desperate choice. She didn't have to say anything for the viewers to understand what she was saying. Mika knew that to survive in this merciless game of power, they must embrace the darkness that threatened to consume them all. No, Cian whispered as he shook his head. You need to, Mika whispered back. The only way you can beat him is if you consume my soul before he does with Red. That's the only way we can save the world, Mika said. Cian pursed his lips. Indeed, this action might save the world, but he will lose his world instead. Mika, we can't do this. You have to stay with me, We have to do this together. We will, Mika said, holding onto his hand. We'll continue to do it together. Just not in the way you've imagined. However, even when I'm not physically around, my soul will continue to be with you. Cian was about to say something more when Yayan's laughter reached a new peak. I knew it, he chuckled. You wouldn't be able to do it. You don't have the guts, he spat. Do you think you have the right to rule this world when you're so weak with love? See, you made your love a weakness, while I made my love a strength. Now, you'd have no choice but to see me rule the world that you had high hopes for. With that, Yayan chanted a spell to consume the soul of Red, who was struggling in his hold. If, back then, Red could beat Yayan, then he felt that Yayan was now too strong to defeat. Yayan continued to chant, feeling the power in his body increasing. However, it seemed like he couldn't fully consume Red's soul despite his efforts. Mika and Cian did not move, afraid of what Yayan would do. Yet, at that moment, Cian felt that Yayan wasn't as strong as he painted him to be. What's this? Yayan whispered. He tried chanting the spell once more. However, he still couldn't consume his soul. He tried over and over again, yet to no avail. Yayan sighed in frustration, his hold on Red tightening as he felt Cian coming closer to him. Don't come closer, he exclaimed, making Cian halt his steps. How can this be, he muttered. He had spent the last few years mastering this technique. He had achieved this with the help of Jian's potions, lessons, and information from people across the world. How could it not work? Then, Yayan's eyes shifted, slowly turning to his half-brother. The camera focused on Jun, who weakly coughed while trying to maintain his composure. Director Jam shook his head in amazement. It was such a small action, yet so important to the scene. It was a foreshadowing of the fact that Jian had been betraying him by creating faulty potions and spells, which took a toll on his body in the long run. Why, you didn't, did you? Yayan asked with narrowed eyes. There was no way. His brother had always been there, always supporting him in everything he did. He never questioned anything. He was kind, unbelievably so. He followed every order. He was obedient. He was the last person in this world that could betray Yayan. However, at that moment, when the two of them shared eye contact, Yayan finally realized. Jian, he exclaimed, and the weak boy closed his eyes as he felt the world rock side to side. Jian became increasingly pale as he shook his head, trying to get rid of his dizziness. It's done, he muttered in a cold voice, very unlikely of his obedient persona. Everybody held their breaths as Jian opened his eyes and gazed into the camera. Beautiful, Director Jam muttered. Just beautiful. It's over, Yayan. He smiled, his pale lips forming into a smile. Number 675. Chapter 675, maybe he isn't acting after all. A shadow. Light cannot exist without a shadow. Yayan always thought he was the shadow. However, it seemed like there was another shadow in his midst, the one who was truly in the shadows. Jian, his half-brother, who had lived behind his spotlight since he could ever remember. You didn't. Yayan exclaimed with hatred. I did everything for you. No, Jian said, having another coughing fit. Goodness, Hannah thought. He's really keeping up with this sick persona. How could it be so believable? With Jun's passionate acting, almost everyone involved in the scene became more fired up. It spiraled even to the extra characters, which led director Jam to become even more satisfied. I was the one who did everything for you. Jin started off. I was never good at anything. He started off, already sounding defeated. I never excelled. I was never good enough. I was just not bad. However, you always told me that I was very malleable, and for a long time, I thought that was a good thing. It was the very first superlative I had ever heard. He chuckled, his eyes showing unshed tears. As watched the scene through the screen, she couldn't help but feel sad. She knew they were talking about fantastical powers and such, but it felt like Jun was speaking for the people out there who still didn't know what they wanted, who they were, what made them happy, and what their purpose in this world was. You're not bad. This is pretty good. A decent job. Those were the words I heard most of my life. So whenever you called me to be competent, I felt that I finally had something to contribute to the world. Oh, stop being a sob story, Jian, Yan exclaimed. I didn't say those words with meaning. Stop thinking too much and just stay by my side. Join forces with me so we can rule the world together. Jian chuckled, a lone tear escaping his eyes as he bit his lips. They were now cracked, bleeding as he continued to bite on them. I know, he said. I was just stupid. I believed everything I saw. I followed everything you said. I thought it was the truth, everything you showed me. I guess they're right when they say that sheep stay inside their box even if the fence isn't there. However, I now realize that the fence is invisible and that the shepherd is evil. Yan, for so long, I couldn't contribute anything to this world. However, now, I feel like I can. With that, Jin brought something out of his pocket, a dagger. Yan's eyes widened when he saw the dagger in his hands. It was the only dagger in this world that could kill Yan and his black magic. Then, Jin turned to Cian and Mika. Let the light reign over the shadows, he said, throwing the dagger toward their way. No, Yan exclaimed, ready to put up a fight. At that moment, he quickly snapped Red's neck, ready to consume his heart and become even stronger than he was. However, Cian had enough. Seeing his friend lay lifeless on the ground, Cian felt something snap within him. Now that he had the means to kill Jin, he felt a surge of strength go through his veins. Mika glanced at Cian and nodded, using her powers to help her lover win this fight. However, it wasn't without any struggle. Despite Jin's sabotage, Yan was still strong. So, the two of them struggled to fight against him in his current state. Yan brought out a dagger of his own, still a powerful one. Jin, on the other hand, tried to help Red. However, it was to no avail. He was too weak, clutching onto the ground, as he felt his actions taking a toll on him. Jay, who was watching from the side, clutched his hands together. My Jun is so good at acting, he muttered. He looks so pitiful. I don't hate his character at all now. I forgive you. And, however, noticed that something was off. She nudged Director Jam's shoulder. Isn't he acting quite well? She asked. Director Jam nodded, his gaze settling on Jun. Very much. I guess he meant it when he said we should end this with one take. He looks like he's really dying. And muttered, wondering just how good an actor Jun really was to be doing this so realistically. The three faction leaders continued to fight. Although there weren't any special effects added to the scene, it already looked epic. The staff could already imagine how good the scene would look once they actually added some special effects. Then, at that moment, Cian made a grave mistake, leading Yan to get a hold of the deadly dagger that Jin had curated. It was the type of dagger that could kill even the strongest in the lands, which included Cian. He pointed the dagger to Cian, a wide smirk appearing on his face. Cian narrowed his eyes as he tried to come up with a solution to the ongoing crisis. Meanwhile, Yan wanted to see Cian suffer before he finally killed him. So he redirected the sharp edge of the dagger to Mika instead, wanting to see Cian witness the death of his lover. Cian's eyes widened. The scene went fast, with Yan flying to Mika, ready to kill her with one blow. However, at that moment, just as the blade touched Mika's skin, Jin ran to where they were, allowing himself to take the hit of the dagger. Everybody's eyes widened in surprise, enamored by the scene. Yan, too, found himself shocked. Cian, on the other hand, didn't let himself be distracted from his objective. He grabbed the dagger from Jin's abdomen and finally stabbed Jin's heart, making him freeze on the spot. Then he fell to the ground, a look of betrayal painting across his face. Meanwhile, Mika caught Jin in her arms, covering the bloody wound on his abdomen. Directly support the authors on web novel. Oh goodness, Mika said, trying to save him. You can't die. You've done so much. Wound on his abdomen. Oh goodness, Mika said, trying to save him. You can't die. Jin chuckled despite the tiredness he felt in his body. His eyes were almost closed as the two lasting survivors looked at him with pity. Help is coming, Cian said. We'll get you back to the ivory pack and go to a healer right away. It doesn't matter, Jin said with a small smile, the blood from his face quickly draining, and looked around to see if anyone else had also found it weird that Jun was increasingly becoming more sick-looking. However, it seemed like all of them were captivated by the acting performance, feeling like they were watching it in the cinemas already. This dagger, it's foolproof. I made it, he proudly said. Yeah, Cian said. You did a great job. You saved us. Jin's eyebrows raised in surprise, and at that moment, he looked like a child who earned his first compliment. At that moment, everybody realized just how beautiful a soul Jin truly had. He wasn't evil. He was just born into it. With that, the staff members started praising Risa for a job well done on the script. I did a great job, Jin muttered, looking down at Mika's hand. Then, he slowly removed her hand away from the wound despite Mika's defiance. It's okay, he smiled, appearing pitiful. I did a great job, he smiled. I finally contributed something good to this world. With that, his eyes slowly closed, and his head lulled to the side, a lone tear escaping the side of his eyes. Hannah's sobs were heard in the studio as she cradled Jun's limp body. Everything hit them, the people they lost, and the things they've sacrificed. However, it was over. They had won. Meanwhile, Cian knelt by his lover and held back his tears, the camera unfocusing on them and showing the chaotic landscape. The set was silent as they took in the scene. Then, when the time felt right, Director Jam finally shouted, "Cut!" The actors stayed there for a while, still caught up in their feelings. Then, after a few seconds, they finally stood and thanked each other for a job well done. However, one person remained still. Jun. Hannah chuckled as she shook his body awake. You're really into your character now, huh? She asked, sounding sad that his character had died. Jun. Taehyun said, ready to shower the idol with compliments. However, he remained unmoving. Director Jam laughed loudly. Goodness, he's fully committed to this. Jun, he exclaimed. Time to wake up, bud. However, even then, his eyes were still closed. That was when Hannah realized that something was wrong. Then, she looked up at everyone with wide eyes. I don't think he's acting anymore. Number 676. Chapter 676, Collapsible Jun. Shit, Jun muttered, as he woke up in a familiar room. However, he wasn't the only person in the room. In fact, there were multiple people there. Hannah, Taehyun, Jae, and Director Jam. They were drinking coffee from the nearby table, talking to each other with worried expressions. How come I didn't notice? Hannah muttered. Well, to be fair, I thought he was acting his heart out, Taehyun chuckled. Jun frowned in confusion as he sat up on the bed. Surprisingly, he didn't feel any dizziness. Instead, he felt well-rested, like he was a new person. He's awake, Taehyun exclaimed when he saw the movement from the corner of his eyes. They quickly placed down their cups of coffee and went over to where Jun was. Is the shoot over? Jun asked, his voice deep since he had just woken up. Jae shook his head in disappointment and gently nudged his head. Really? That's the first thing that you ask? Jun nonchalantly shrugged. Well, it was my last day of filming. It's only normal that I ask if I was able to accomplish my work before I collapsed. So, did we get a good enough take at least? Director Jam sighed before nodding. It was perfect. We don't have to retake anything. Jun smiled in satisfaction. That's nice. No, it's not nice, Hannah countered. How can you say that when you're lying on a hospital bed? Jun noticed that he was hooked to an four-line. I'm just tired, Jun said. For weeks now, Jae said, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Actually, months, Jun smiled. Correcting him. Hannah shook her head. Well, I could only imagine. How many projects have you done? After Rising Stars, you had to quickly prepare for your debut. Then, you joined King of Kings not long after. Not only that, but you also went to Disguise Surprise Singer and Quiz God. Weren't you in that web drama too? Now, after preparing for your comeback, you're participating in Rising Stars once again while filming for Untouched Souls and various projects. Dang, Taehyun said. How long have you been working again? Has it been years? 11 months, Jun said, making the actor's eyes widen in surprise. Dang, Taehyun repeated, his voice louder this time. Why didn't you visit the hospital to get checked out? Hannah asked in concern. Jun turned to Jay. I already had a checkup scheduled. Right, Jay? Jay nodded. Yeah, he'll have it in about a month. A month? Hannah asked with wide eyes. Jay scratched the back of his head. It's his only free day? That's how packed his schedule is. I even have to cancel a schedule and move it tomorrow night for this to happen. Hannah shook her head. Azure's overworking him. The other boys, too, Jay said. But more especially Jun. He just can't catch a break. Then, I guess it's a good thing that he collapsed, Director Jam said in a worried tone. Now, he can get checked by a doctor. Jay nodded in agreement. I'll stay with him to wait for what the doctor will say. Currently, they think he's fatigued and somewhat dehydrated. However, I think Dr. O still wants to run some other tests. Hannah nodded. Yeah, you should get everything checked out now that you have the chance. Jun nonchalantly nodded. He really felt that everything was fine, aside from his dizzy spells and getting the least required amount of sleep for a human being. He felt strangely okay. You guys better go, Jun said. You still have to film some other scenes tomorrow, right? Hannah nodded, but she was still reluctant to leave Jun all alone. Are you sure? Director Jam dramatically asked, even holding onto Jun's arm. We can delay the filming a bit. Jun shook his head. I'm all right. Jay's here to take care of me. Jay nodded in agreement. I'll update you about his status. The three of them, despite wanting to stay, eventually agreed since it was getting pretty late. Tell me everything, okay? Hannah exclaimed as she went out of the door. Jun chuckled in amusement. Yeah, he called out as the three of them left. Then, Jay was about to give him an earful about taking care of himself better when his phone suddenly rang, signaling a phone call. He looked at the caller ID and saw that Casper was calling him. The guys must be worried, he muttered. Then, he turned to Jun. I'll take this real quick. I bet the boys are wondering what happened. Jun nodded, feeling like he was saved. Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. With that, Jay walked to the door. However, before he left, he turned around and narrowed his eyes at Jun. Don't try anything funny now, okay? Stay here in this room and wait for me to come back. Dr. O told us to wait for him after he conducts his rounds. Yeah, Jun nonchalantly said, opening his phone and acting like a behaved little student. I'll be right here. You better, Jay said, finally leaving the room so he could talk to the panicked boys that he left at home. Meanwhile, Jun shook his head, as if he was going to listen to Jay. He was in the hospital where Grandma was staying. Of course, he has to visit her. With that, he turned off his phone, carefully removed the cannula from his vein, and placed a Band-Aid over the opening. That's better, he muttered, already feeling familiar with the room he was in. It was one of the deluxe rooms, courtesy of Dr. O, and only a few people got to stay at the deluxe rooms because of its expenses, one of which was Grandma. After putting on his clothes, he skipped down the hallways until he arrived at a familiar door. Then he knocked. Come in, Grandma said, her voice weaker than Jun had anticipated, causing him to frown. Nonetheless, he was excited to see her after a while, so he enthusiastically opened the door. Much to his surprise, she wasn't the only one there. There was a nurse and a medical technologist inside, drawing some blood from her. On the seat next to the bed was Min Jun, who appeared to be playing a game on his phone. Jun, Grandma exclaimed, causing the adolescent to lift his head and look at the guy with wide eyes. You're here? Min Jun asked, placing down his game and walking over to the older guy to give him a bro hug. Jun nodded. I was in the area, so I decided to visit. Well, sit down. They're just taking some of my blood so they could run some tests. I'm on my 4th round of chemo already, and they want to see how I'm responding, she smiled. However, despite her smile, Jun could see that she was in a lot of pain. Moreover, her hair was thinner than before, with some bald patches here and there. Nonetheless, Jun was grateful that she managed to keep her weight despite the harsh treatment. Jun waited patiently until the 2 health workers were done. They're all done. Now, we'll leave you to talk with your grandsons. Number 677. Chapter 677. Everybody gets buzz cut. As soon as the two health workers were out of sight, June went over to where Grandma was to give her a tight hug. It had only been a few weeks, but it felt like June hadn't seen her in forever. "Grandma," he muttered into their hug. Despite her clothes smelling strangely of hospital disinfectant, June could still feel the warmth and hominess of her scent. "Oh, my grandson," she smiled. "How I've missed you." June broke away from their hug and looked at her with bright eyes. "Are you feeling okay?" he softly asked. "Well, I'll be honest and say that I'm pretty tired and bored, but seeing you now has gotten me all fired up," she happily said. June chuckled in amusement. "Well, I'll be sure to visit more often then. I've already finished filming Untouched Souls, so I'll have more free time now." "That's great," she exclaimed. "When is the movie going to be aired?" "I think at the end of the year," he responded. "Let's watch it together then," Grandma said. "Hey, no fair," Minjun said, joining them by sitting on the bed. "I want to watch too." "It's not suitable for children," June teased. Minjun clicked his tongue and stood, showing off his height. "I'm all grown now. I'll probably catch up to your height in 2 or 3 more years." June shook his head. "Let's see about that." Now that he was back to eating Benben gummies, June was sure that Minjun wouldn't surpass him. However, from the looks of it, the kid would grow to be more than 180 centimeters in the future. However, he was smaller than June now, so he wanted to enjoy the moment for a little longer. Meanwhile, Grandma continued to observe June, noting that he had lost weight and his eyes looked a bit more tired than before. So, she went ahead and touched his hand. However, she frowned when she saw that he had a band-aid over it. June was surprised by her sudden touch, so he gently recoiled his hand. "Are you all right?" Grandma asked with a concerned frown. "Why do you have a band-aid over your hand?" "Well, you know," June chuckled. "I run through different sets, movies, variety shows, Eve's content. It's hard to know where I get these little scrapes." Grandma shook her head. "You should be more careful, son. And what's with you losing weight? Are they not feeding you well in Azure? And your dark circles? I gave you that eye cream to get rid of them, right? However, it seems like they're back. That means that you're not getting enough sleep." June pursed his lips since Grandma hit the nail on the head. "I've been seeing you all over TV, and you seem to be the busiest idol these days. Can't you tone it down? You're already working too hard." June scratched the back of his head as Grandma continued to scold him in a loving manner. He knew that refuting her wouldn't be a wise choice, so he decided to divert the topic instead. "You shouldn't be too worried about me," he chuckled. "I'm not the one confined in the hospital right now." Well, he technically was, but Grandma didn't have to find out about that, right? "Shouldn't I be asking you about that instead?" June asked. "How have you been?" Grandma clicked her tongue. "Silly child. I'm fine, of course. I've been getting the expensive treatment that my daughter is paying for. How can I not be fine? Moreover, I get to see my grandsons every now and then. Life is good. I do wish that I could go back home so I could play mahjong with my friends every now and then." June chuckled in amusement. "I'll make sure to bring you to play when you're all better. You can wait until that moment, right?" "Well, of course," Grandma said. "I can't wait for the day that I take back my title as the reigning champion." The two boys chuckled in amusement. But in all seriousness, Minjun suddenly chimed, making June focus on him. "Grandma's been pretty down lately. She won't tell me the reason why, no matter how much I pester her, but maybe she'll say it now that you're here," Minjun said in a sad tone. June frowned in confusion as he turned to Grandma, who was now looking down at her lap. "Grandma," he asked, "can you tell us what is making you upset?" She shook her head. "It's nothing," she smiled. However, it didn't reach her eyes. "It's not that deep. You can tell us anything," June said, holding onto her hand. "We'll take you seriously." Grandma let out a deep breath. "It's just that I miss my old self," she softly said. "You know, I never thought it would come to this day. I'm old. I know that cancer can't be healed in a mere drugstore. However, for some reason, I just can't stop thinking about how life was like before, when I didn't have to worry about seeing another tomorrow." "Grandma," Minjun said, tears brimming in his eyes. "Don't say that." Grandma shook her head. "Of course, my grandson. I'm strong enough to live for more tomorrows. However, it does feel pretty far. I don't feel the improvement in my body. I feel useless sometimes. I feel helpless," she muttered. "Moreover," she said, "I miss my little gray curls. I know I shouldn't care about my appearance since I'm already this old. But hey, Those curls made me feel beautiful. Jun tightened his hold on her hand. Of course, you can feel upset. However, I want to say that you still look pretty even without your curls, he smiled, trying to be strong for her. Really? She asked with raised eyebrows. Somehow, hearing a compliment from such a handsome lad like Jun boosted their confidence. Yes, Jun nodded. Right, Minjun. Minjun, too, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Hair is just hair. If you want, the two of us can shave our heads, Jun said. Minjun raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, sensing Grandma's stare, he slowly nodded with hesitation. Why, yeah, he stammered. I can do that, I guess. I can do it, Jun said without any reluctance. He could do anything for his grandma. Do you want us to have matching bald heads? He asked with an amused smile. Grandma felt flattered by all their words, feeling 100 times better already. Then, she gently hit his shoulder. Don't do that. I'm sure you'll still be handsome with a buzzed head, but your fans will think that you're prematurely enlisting in the military, she teased, causing Jun to chuckle. And you, she said, turning to the younger guy. I know you wouldn't be able to do that. You're trying to impress that girl. You know, was it? Minjun's eyes widened, and he quickly covered Grandma's mouth. Then, the three of them burst into chuckles, feeling warmth embrace them. However, from outside the room, a dark figure loomed, a small smile appearing on his face. So, you do have a family, he muttered. Number 678. Chapter 678 finally. Vacation. Is Jun all right? Did he get injured again? I told you. You should have brought him to the hospital. Yeah. He wakes up later these days, and that's strange. Should we go there? Is it the same hospital? Casper, stop getting ready. Let's wait for what Jay would say. Jay sighed as he listened to their nonstop chatter. He's fine. I think, Jay muttered. He seems better than before after sleeping and getting rehydrated. A collective sigh was heard through the phone. Are you coming home soon? Jisung asked. I don't know, too. Jay honestly responded. We're still waiting for Dr. O's recommendation. However, I've moved his schedule tonight for tomorrow, so we also can't stay here for long. Casper clicked his tongue. He should get enough rest. He hasn't been getting any rest for the past month, he said. I know, Jay sighed. We'll see what the doctor says. For now, I have to go back to the room. You know Jun, he has a hot ass. Damn right he does. Akira spicily exclaimed. Jay hummed. Yeah, he can't sit still. He always has to move around and look for trouble. Akira chuckled. We weren't talking about the same thing, but I guess that works too. What? Before Jay could clarify what Akira had said, the call had already ended. Jay shook his head as he placed his phone inside his pocket. Then, he walked back to Jun's room. However, he halted his tracks when he noticed that the door was open. He felt his heart stop, and his mind went haywire with a thousand imaginations. What if he went out on his own for an adventure? What if he realized that he was sick of the idle life and jumped out the window so he could finally start anew? What if someone broke in and murdered him? Jay shook his head to get rid of such thoughts and ran inside the room. As he went inside, his heart raced faster when he saw that his bed was empty. Moreover, his four was still hooked on the pole, whereas Jun was nowhere in sight. His mind went to the scenarios he imagined earlier. Then, the door opened behind him, and he hoped for it to be Jun. However, it was actually Dr. O, making Jay feel even more distressed than he already was. Dr. O frowned when he saw the empty bed and the detached four. Where's Jun? I don't know, Jay exclaimed. I went out for a moment so I could talk to the other members of Eve, and when I came back, he wasn't here anymore. Dr. O's frown deepened while Jay continued panicking. Fortunately, before Jay could go into a severe panic state, the door opened once more, revealing Jun with a wide smile on his face. Jay exclaimed as soon as he saw him. What the heck? Where have you been? Jun was surprised at his outburst. I just went to visit Grandma, he nonchalantly said. You removed your four. I thought you were murdered, or worse, ran away. Jay exclaimed. Jun scratched the back of his head. Being murdered sounds worse than running away, in my opinion. Jay shook his head. Well, are you all right at least? Way to make me worried. I feel like I'm aging at a rapid pace because of you. I'm fine, Jun said. I don't even need an 4. Jay turned to Dr. O for some help, but the doctor merely shook his head. He was aware of Jun's resistant health and lizard-like wound healing, so he let him be. Sit down, Jun, Dr. O said. Jun followed Dr. O's instructions and waited for his medical advice. Well, based on your physical exam from my resident, it seems like you were dehydrated. I'm assuming you're not getting enough sleep, too. Moreover, you seem to be running a cold and a low-grade fever. Jun nodded, already aware of it. After arguing with May in the rain, he immediately felt awful. So, I'm assuming you're going to give me some medicine? Jun asked. Well, yes, Dro. Oh said. However, I want to take this time to gather more specimen from you. You do remember our deal, right? Dr. O giddily asked. Jay looked at the two of them with wide eyes. Deal? What deal? Am I aware of this deal? Jun sighed before shaking his head. Don't worry about it. Of course, I should worry about it. Are you guys sharing needles now? And what is this specimen I'm hearing about? Jun clicked his tongue and turned to Dr. O. Ignore him. Let's do it while I'm here. Dr. O smiled, the corners of his lips almost ripping with how happy he was. Great, he exclaimed. I'll have my best medical technologists collect your specimens. It will only take a little bit of time, but the analysis itself would take about a week or more than that to finish. We would get a comprehensive panel that is only available in Germany, and it will also show any of your underlying conditions. Jay listened intently to their conversation before nodding in agreement. He actually thought it was a good idea. I guess that's good, Jun said. Yeah, Dr. O smiled. I will call you once the results come back so we can discuss it. I'm busy, Jun said. Dr. O chuckled. Make time for me. I can meet with you even if it's late in the evening. Jun shrugged. That's fine with me, I guess. All right. I've already paged my medical technologists. You can wait for them here. Then, can I go home after this one? Jun asked. Dr. O nodded. Yes, you can. You can grab the prescription from the nurse's station and you can leave. I'll take care of the bill. Jay gave him 2 thumbs up. You're the best, Dr. O. I know I am. Dr. O said. Oh, another thing, Dr. O continued. I nearly forgot to tell you. I'm allowing you to leave the hospital because you have a non-urgent case, and your illness could be managed at home. However, I'm still recommending you to rest at home. You have lost weight compared to the last time you visited. Your body is also showing signs of exhaustion. The body doesn't lie. You should rest. Yeah, rest, Jun said. I'll be sure to sleep as soon as I get home. I'm not talking about just that, Dr. O said. My medical advice is to rest. For a day? Jay asked. I guess I can work with that. It'll be tough, but I can do it for June. However, Dr. O remained serious. Not a day, he said. An entire week. Number 679. Chapter 679, That's Too Good to Be True. Jay and June were silent as they rode the van back home. June had his medicine tucked under his armpit while the gifts he received from Grandma were on his lap. A week. Dr. O recommended for June to take an entire week off. June hadn't been on a break for so long that a week off already felt like an eternity. He could just imagine all the sleep that he could get. However, glancing at Jay, who seemed to be even more troubled, June shook his head. There was no way. A week's break was too good to be true. You don't have to follow what the doctor said, June said, breaking the silence in the car. It's just a recommendation. It's not a mantra, he continued. Jay sighed once again before shaking his head. I know, he muttered. I'm just thinking of your schedule for the next week. June hummed. Well, I have to film for Rising Stars. I have to practice for our showcase. We also have to prepare some content for our You Watch. Oh, didn't we have to perform in that morning show too? I guess I also have that photo shoot with a candy brand, he muttered. And I almost forgot. I have to attend someone's party tomorrow, right? Jay clicked his tongue. Now that June had laid out his entire schedule for the week, he felt that it was really too much. Jay felt a bit useless since he wasn't the one who accepted the different events. Instead, he was just responsible for joining June in attending them and making sure he went to every single one. Gosh, that's a lot, Jay said. How can you do all of that when you're fatigued? June shrugged. It's something that you have to live with, I guess. I'm used to it now, he continued. You don't have to, though, Jay muttered. Dr. O told me that your condition will only get worse if you overwork yourself. He also warned me that you need to cut back on your schedules after this break. You know that's not possible, June said. The company keeps accepting and giving me work. I know, Jay muttered, feeling a bit hopeless. However, as he glanced at June, who didn't appear as vibrant as he did a few months ago, he felt something shift in his heart. You'll take the rest, he suddenly said, causing Jun to turn to him with raised eyebrows. A day's rest? Jun clarified. No. Jae shook his head. A week's worth of rest. Jun was taken aback. And how are you going to do that? Jae pursed his lips before shaking his head. That I do not know. However, leave it up to me, okay? You've been working hard for the entire year, and I need you to rest. The company can issue out a statement that you're not feeling well. They can definitely afford to make you rest with all the profit you've contributed to the company. That nasty-ass CEO Ong should stop exploiting his artists like this, he angrily said. You guys don't even get paid enough for this shit. Jun was surprised at Jae's outburst. Well, it seems like you're prepared to rebel against the CEO, he remarked. Jae sighed in frustration. It's just sickening, honestly, how you're being treated. I know that other companies aren't any better than Azure, but gosh, I can't help but think that they're the worst out of the big companies. Jun nodded. You got that right. Anyway, Jae said, trying to lighten the atmosphere. You should take the week off. They'll probably still have you practice and stuff. But I won't let you go to any of the official schedules. Your body needs to recover. Jun smiled, feeling a sense of relief. That's fine with me, he said, suddenly feeling at peace. With that, as he felt the lull of the car, he found himself falling asleep. However, even with his tiredness consuming his body, he felt that something was strange. During times like this, his pesky little system would pop up and give him a mission at the most inconvenient time. Yet, it was quiet. Almost too quiet. Then, it occurred to him. A week's break was definitely too good to be true. He might not have any official schedules for the entire week, but he still had to accomplish his mission. The first step? Finding the briefcase. He has a family, Lin Ji excitedly said, slamming the door to Lao Hu's office open. Lao Hu frowned in confusion. I believe his parents are dead, he said. I did a background check on his past and found that they got involved in a car accident. They did, Lin Ji said, remembering the scandal that Jun had during Rising Stars. For so long, I felt that Jun didn't have a weakness, Lin Ji smirked. I know that he cares deeply about his members, but we can't do anything about them since they're too exposed to the public. If we do something to harm them, then the people would investigate it to their wits' end. However, Lin Ji said, smiling even wider as he placed the printed photos of Jun, Min-jun, and his sick grandma in the hospital. It seems like we've finally found his weakness. Lao Hu's eyebrows raised in surprise as he picked up the photo. I see, he muttered. This kid, I feel like I've seen him before. The little kid and the old woman visited Jun when we were in Rising Stars. However, the other trainees said that they were just his neighbors, so I didn't think too much about it. Lao Hu hummed as he tried to analyze the situation. Lin Ji smirked as he continued his statement. I also have some information that you're not going to believe. That guy's father. He's the one who owned the third-party voting company when I was in Rising Stars. That's why he was able to change the tides at the last minute, Lao Hu said, finally piecing the puzzle together. Exactly, Lin Ji said. That's good then, Lao Hu said, mirroring Lin Ji's smirk. We can get our revenge by killing two birds with one stone. Lin Ji nodded enthusiastically as Lao Hu ripped the photo in half, carelessly discarding the old woman's photo to the ground. Then, he placed the other half of the photo, which was Min-jun, in the middle of the photo. This young man, he smirked. Let's see how important he really is to Jun. Number 680. Chapter 680 Sleeping Beauty. Jun's still sleeping, Jisung said. Should I go wake him up? Jisung was about to go to Jun's room when he suddenly felt a big and strong presence behind him. Jisung gulped as he turned around, seeing Casper with a murderous gaze. Don't wake him up. Jisung pursed his lips and sat back down on his chair. Yeah, wasn't even planning on it, he awkwardly chuckled. It's been a while since he hasn't gotten a good rest, Casper continued. Let him rest. Akira scratched the back of his head. But didn't Mr. Ong tell him that he should still join our practices? The showcase is a month away. They will even announce it later to the public. Jun can catch up quickly, Sehun said. Let's leave him for now. It's the first day of his vacation. Yeah, Jae-young nodded in agreement. I still can't believe that Mr. Ong agreed to it. Well, Jae had already preempted everyone on his naval account that Jun wasn't feeling well. In the end, our fans created a hashtag that trended in the country. I saw. Hashtag let Jun rest this June, right? Akira asked, chuckling to himself. Our fans are really special. They can even come up with such creative hashtags. Zeth nodded. Well, it seems like it worked. Azure had no choice, so they issued a statement that June wouldn't be able to join any official schedules for the week. Let's not make him practice, too, Casper said. Cats need a lot of rest. Run, despite being weirded out by his teammate, nodded in agreement. Let's go then. We still have a lot of preparations to make. With that, the 7 members left to go to their practice room, leaving June all alone in his slumber. However, June's slumber wasn't peaceful at all. Even though it was his first official rest day, he couldn't shake away his responsibilities outside of being an idol. In the end, he had no choice but to sit on his bed and stare into oblivion. What am I going to do now? He muttered. Just then, he remembered an important aspect that he had overlooked. His gaze hardened as he stared at his phone, looking at the camera footage that he got from the hospital. Before he left the hospital after collapsing, he decided to hack into the CCTV camera right outside Grandma's room since he felt that someone was watching them during that time. Then, when he saw a familiar dark figure looming over the shadows, he realized that his family's safety was at risk. With that, he dialed Haruto's number, knowing that his friend had quite a lot of connections. His butler, Marcus, was already enough testament to that. June, Haruto exclaimed. It's been a while. You didn't contact me after our last conversation. June smirked. Apologies. I was busy. I saw, Haruto said. Well, you've always been a workaholic, so there's no surprise about that. June chuckled in amusement. I'm on a short break now, though, so I might be able to meet up with you. Oh, really? That's great, Haruto said. Do you have some time tomorrow? I do, June said. Would you like to meet up then? I also have some things I want to ask you, especially about the briefcase. Sure, Haruto said. We can go to my restaurant. June's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Well, it seemed like his friend was much richer than he had anticipated. He may not have become an idol, but he might actually be richer than most idols. Just send the address, June said. Yeah, sure. For now, though, I have a favor to ask you, June continued. Go ahead, Haruto said. Where did you get your butler, Marcus? He asked. Oh, Marcus. Haruto asked. Do you want a butler of your own? I can arrange that for you. However, you can't get Marcus. Anyone but Marcus. June shook his head. Don't worry. I don't need a butler. However, I do need a guard, June said. A guard, Haruto muttered. I guess that works. Marcus is also my personal bodyguard, and he has a lot of trusted people in the industry. How many do you need? I'm assuming you need a lot since you're hella famous now. No, not for me, June said. For my brother. Haruto's eyes widened in surprise. You have a brother now? Non-biological, June responded. I see, Haruto said. Yeah, I can do that for you. I can even pay for the guards myself. Just send me the details. I'll have them ready by tonight. June smiled. Thanks, Haruto. Anytime, Haruto happily said. See you tomorrow. June hummed before ending the call. Then, he decided to preempt Minjun with what he was planning. June, bought you bodyguards. Take care of them. Little bro. Yay. I've always wanted more. June frowned as he read Minjun's text. However, he let it go since Minjun was just weird like that. With that, he decided to get up from bed and do something productive while he tried to figure out where the briefcase would be. He still had the clues saved on his phone, but it clearly wasn't enough to bring him to the exact place. He was hoping that meeting up with Haruto would let him gain a little bit of insight. Just then, his phone went off, and he saw that a lot of people had texted him after the announcement of his hiatus. Hannah, that's right. You should rest. Jay, I did it. I had the company arrange a statement for you. Please give me a pat on the butt. Jia, I know it's been a while, but I hope you're doing okay. Rest up. We'll wait for you no matter how long. June smiled as he read through the texts, although Jay's text weirded him out a bit. With that, he decided to do some household chores and clean their dorm. However, he got bored in the middle of it. He realized that he had been working so hard for the last couple of months that he had forgotten what rest felt like. June thought he was going to enjoy this vacation to the fullest, yet here he was, a million thoughts running inside his head. This won't do, June muttered, standing from the couch before putting on his black cap and black mask. It seemed like he was transported back in time, when he was beginning to get recognized by the public. Somehow, it brought a smile to his face. He had really come such a long way compared to before. Then, he paused, feeling genuine happiness bloom inside his heart. He hummed. Maybe this is also tracing my origin. With that thought in mind, he locked their dorm before heading out. He didn't have a plan, nor did he know where he would go. However, he wanted to explore the city. He wanted to see how far he had come. Number 681. Chapter 681 Fulfillment. Jun walked around the city, finding himself absent-mindedly traversing through the streets. From a distance, he could hear the sound of a familiar tune playing, so he let his feet take him to the source of the sound. His eyebrows raised in surprise when he saw a small store with a pink ice cream logo. It was somewhat familiar, but Jun couldn't quite pinpoint where he had seen it. Just then, his stomach grumbled, so he decided to buy some ice cream while he was on it. Ice cream for breakfast it is, Jun said with a small smile. Welcome, a friendly man exclaimed. What can we get for you today? La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream. Jun's ears rang in recognition as the song continued to play. This was the song that inspired him during Rising Stars, the ice cream song that he couldn't get out of his head. Jun looked around the place and felt his heart squeeze. It was a small space, but it was clean and decorated nicely. Jun couldn't believe it. The small beat-up track that he had brought ice cream from had actually transformed into a store like this? Sir, the friendly middle-aged man asked. Are you okay? Jun snapped out of his thoughts and finally went up to the counter. He looked around to see if the little girl who forced him to buy their ice cream back then was there. However, she wasn't, a small frown forming on Jun's face. You zoned out a bit there, sir, the man chuckled. Yeah, Jun said, making his voice deeper than usual. Just a tough day, I guess. The middle-aged man smiled. We've all been there, he said. However, here's one thing I can tell you. It gets better. Sometimes, it feels like it doesn't. It feels like you're stuck in a maze with no way out. However, you just find an opening when you least expect it. He smiled, trying to comfort Jun. I hope you find your opening soon. Me too, Jun said. For now, do you want anything? I'm sure our ice cream can help make you feel better. Ticklish tummy tornado. Funky monkey business Sunday. Ridiculous Rumpelstiltskin ripple. Hootin' hooligan hootenanny. Jun smiled when he saw that the names still hadn't changed. It still pained him to say them out loud, but somehow, he also felt quite happy that they didn't change it. I'll have the befuddled bubblegum bonanza blast, Jun said. Ooh, nice choice, the man exclaimed. You brought the same thing as Jun when he first came to our shop. Jun raised his eyebrows when he heard his name. It was a surprise that the man still remembered him after all these months. He hadn't even debuted back then and wasn't even at the top of the rankings. You're surprised, right? The man asked. He really did come here. Then, he pointed to a photo on the wall. It was only then that Jun realized that his photo was on the wall, similar to that of a saint in a religious household. That looks like an altar, Jun chuckled. It's almost as if he died. The man chuckled. Well, the shop did become famous after Jun posted it on his naval account. Actually, we weren't even a shop back then. It was just a small beat-up truck that I had painted myself. Those were some of the darkest times of my life. However, after Jun posted his review of our ice cream, we suddenly started getting more customers, much more than I had expected. So, the business began to expand. During his era in Rising Stars, so many people came and ordered the same ice cream as you did. So, it became our best seller. Then, when he debuted, the shop became even more famous, he smiled. And lately, their group had been doing so well. Everybody's talking about them, and Jun's almost on every billboard in the city. It seems like Jun is still stringing me along to his success since our customers increased even more after that. In the end, manning the truck on the street had become too overwhelming, so I opened up this shop just this month. Jun listened to his story intently. Did Jun really help you that much? He asked, finding it strange to be referring to himself in the third person. However, Jun also wanted to hear how the owner truly felt. As much as Jun tried to deny it, he did feel more detached from reality and his fans the more that they became popular. He knew that it was inevitable. Groups that become bigger than they expected would lose touch with their original intention. Jun saw it happen over and over again. He did, the man said, causing Jun's breath to get caught in the back of his throat. The man was smiling so genuinely that Jun didn't have a choice but to believe in him. He helped us much more than he had realized. I know that we were just another daily encounter for him. Probably something insignificant. However, he's one of the reasons why my life has changed for the better. I don't even get why some people are painting him out to be a bad guy when he's clearly not. Sometimes, I wish that I could approach him and tell him how hard he's worked to get to where he is. Moreover, I want to thank him for being such a great help to my family. He brought some of the light back into my life, and I know that without him, I wouldn't be experiencing all of this. Somehow, their conversation had Jun all choked up. However, he held back his emotions and swallowed the lump in his throat. Well, here you go, the man said, giving him the pink ice cream. It's on the house. Jun took the ice cream and shook his head. No, I should pay for it, he said, reaching into his pocket. The man shook his head. Just take it, young man. Think of it as an act of kindness from a stranger. The kindness I've received from Jun, I'm passing it on to you. Jun smiled and looked down at the ground. I'm sure Jun would be glad once he finds out about it, he said, causing the man to smile. I know, the man smiled. He is a good guy, after all. Jun pursed his lips and nodded before turning around and tasting the pink ice cream. A smile automatically made its way to his lips as the sweet and refreshing taste of bubblegum invaded his taste buds. Just then, the door opened, and a little girl in her school uniform came running inside. Dad, she exclaimed. Lila. Jun halted when he heard the familiar name. That was the little girl that persuaded him back then? She was finally going to school? You should be in school by now, he scolded. I know, she giggled. But I wanted to give you a kiss before I go. Jun's smile widened as he took another bite from his ice cream. Then, he finally went out of the shop, his heart filled with a strange emotion. Fulfillment. Number 682. Chapter 682, Minjun's Little Date. Come on, just take it. Minjun clicked his tongue as he gave Yuna a singular tulip. Yuna rolled her eyes as she continued fixing her hair. I don't like flowers, she said. I also don't like teddy bears. If you were to give me something, then it should have been food or cream bread. Anything that isn't merely for decoration like that, she said with one eyebrow raised. Minjun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair, wondering why he even liked the girl in the first place. She was obnoxious, blunt, and liked Jun a little way too much. However, even then, he couldn't help but be charmed by her. Minjun definitely had an inclination of liking things that were hard to achieve. He even brought her an expensive piece of tulip that came all the way from Amsterdam. Well, the allowance that his parents sent him was more than enough, but still, he could have used it to buy more game skins. And now, she was actually refusing it? It's from Jun, Minjun muttered reluctantly, causing Yuna to gasp loudly. Then, she took the tulip from his hands, looking at it as if it were the greatest treasure in the world. A tulip from Jun? I will treasure this all my life, she happily exclaimed. Minjun clicked his tongue and clenched his fists under the table. I have a hunch that you're only friends with me because of Jun, Minjun grumbled. Well, it looks like you're a smart one, Yuna smiled. That's most definitely the reason. He's not even that handsome, Minjun exclaimed, so Yuna looked at him with raised eyebrows. Minjun pursed his lips. Even he, himself, didn't believe his words. Jun was hella handsome. He's short, Minjun said. Yuna narrowed her eyes at him. You're shorter than him. Only by a few inches now. I'm going to be taller than him in the next couple of years or so, Minjun defended. Yuna shrugged. It doesn't matter. He's still taller than me anyway. Minjun sighed in frustration. He's too old for you. Yuna smiled. Leo D. Capricorn only dates people below 25. I think age is the least of my worries. Minjun shook his head. Until when was he going to be stuck in this unrequited love? Anyways, Yuna said, sighing dreamily as she sniffed the scentless tulip. Are you going to visit your grandma today? Nope, Minjun said. My mom's friends are going out for their anniversary date out of the country, so I'll be home alone. I need to feed their dog while they're away. Oof, lucky, Yuna said. I wish my parents would go away for a couple of days. Minjun shook his head in amusement. Let's just go? I'll walk you home. Yuna smirked as she stood from her seat. Alrighty, treat me to some ice cream while we're on the way. Minjun complained, but would most definitely buy her some ice cream later. The two middle schoolers made their way down the street, enjoying the feeling of the afternoon breeze. The people looked toward their way, finding the youngsters sweet as they tasted each other's ice cream. A middle schooler's love life is even better than yours. Shut up. Your wife left you. She didn't leave me. I asked her to leave. Yet you cry every night to the sound of her voice. Chill. The kid is going to notice. Minjun halted when he felt that they were being followed. Yuna turned to him with raised eyebrows. Is there something wrong? She asked. Minjun narrowed his eyes in suspicion before slowly turning around. The sun was already setting, so there were fewer people on the streets. As he turned around, he didn't find anyone weird, just a couple of students their age and some people walking their dogs. Minjun clicked his tongue. Nothing. I just thought I heard someone talking about us. Yuna smirked and flipped her hair. Oh, they must be saying how pretty I am to be with someone like you. Minjun shook his head in amusement. Let's just go. The two of them continued walking to Yuna's apartment. Meanwhile, two dark figures were behind a dirty bush, muttering profanities at each other. That was close, you idiot. I told you to be quiet, Steve exclaimed as he slapped the back of his partner's head. You were the one who brought up my wife. Stan snapped. Anyway, he didn't even see us. We should continue following him. We're getting paid a high amount for something as simple as following a kid. Steve clicked his tongue. Technically, we aren't just following him. We're going to threaten that little kid, maybe even rough him up a little bit. Stan scratched the back of his head. Don't you think that's weird? Steve sighed. It would be weirder if we don't fulfill the task. We're literally going against a middle schooler. Stan pursed his lips. I guess you're right. Now let's go, Steve said. We're losing them. The two suspicious people continued following the two teens, and Minjun couldn't help but feel that there was something strange happening as they arrived in front of Yuna's apartment. Take care, I guess, Yuna said as she made her way inside. Thanks for the ice cream. You're going to pay me back, Minjun exclaimed, teasing the pretty girl. Yuna rolled her eyes. Whatever. Tell Jun I said hi. Minjun shook his head and waved his hand before finally walking away. Finally, Stan sighed. I was wondering when we're going to have the opportunity to strike. Steve held him back. There are a lot of people here. Let's wait for him to go home. Stan clicked his tongue, but nonetheless nodded in agreement. Minjun made his way to his mom's friend's house, where he was currently staying in because of Grandma's situation. However, when he saw the arcade down the road, he decided to play for a little while. Stan looked at Steve with a frustrated and impatient look. He's going to play? I want to finish this as soon as possible. Steve clicked his tongue. Be patient. $5,000 is on the line here. With the mention of money, Stan kept quiet and hid in the shadows, watching Minjun play to his heart's extent. They waited for minutes, until it turned to an hour. Before they knew it, the skies were already getting dark. Then, finally, after a while, Minjun came out with a teddy bear that he planned on giving to Yuna. Meanwhile, Stan and Steve sighed in relief as they continued with their journey. However, they didn't even get too far when Minjun stopped again. Goodness, what is it now? Stan whispered in frustration. Don't tell me. He's planning to go there, Stan said. That's the restaurant my wife wanted me to take her to. But everything's over $500. Minjun looked at the luxury restaurant and found himself craving for their lobster and caviar dish. He brought out his thick wallet and saw that he had plenty of money left. I should eat it tonight, he whispered before going inside, causing the two stooges to look at each other in surprise. Just how loaded was this kid? Number 683. Chapter 683. Stan and Steve. Minjun hummed happily as he went out of the restaurant. Did he just spend around $700 for a single meal? Yes, he did. Were the servers surprised about how a middle schooler went to their restaurant still in his school uniform for some casual takeout? Yes, they were. And by the end of it all, they were ready to call him young master. And lastly, did the two stooges realize that they had stumbled upon gold? Definitely. This kid is loaded, Stan whispered, his eyes bright. You're right, Steve said, feeling even giddier than before. They had the chance to earn more than $5,000 for this task. That thought strengthened as they arrived at the kid's neighborhood. Almost all of the houses appeared to be on Hollywood Street. Are you sure we're in Korea right now? Stan exclaimed, looking around the neighborhood. Then, when they arrived at their house, he realized that the kid might be the richest kid in the entire city. In front of them was a two-story house with a fountain in front. Cars were laid out beyond the gate, all coming from European brand names. Goodness, I want one of those, Stan happily said. Do you think we can steal one for tonight? Focus on the objective first, Steve said. Threaten him. Leave him a bit scarred. And give him this letter right here, he said, bringing out the messily written note that Lin Ji had given them. Got it, Stan said. And after that, we can do anything we want, Steve smirked. Their guard is useless, Stan chuckled as they were able to bypass the gate and the sleepy guard that manned it. I told you, Steve said. Rich people don't take their security well enough. Now, our only problem is how we're going to break inside the house, Steve muttered. I think it's going to be fairly easy, Stan said. His parents are out of town, on a trip to Paris for their anniversary. Well, it seems like you're not as useless, Steve smirked. Let's go to the back. Meanwhile, Jun heated up his lobster in the microwave while looking at the CCTV footage on his iPad. He clicked his tongue and shook his head in amusement, a small smirk playing on his lips. I knew it, he said. So, there was somebody following me. They even went to the back after seeing the camera in the front. He chuckled, sitting on his swivel chair and spinning around like the true boss baby that he was. They don't know that there's cameras all around the place. The dog barked as Min-jun chuckled in an evil manner. He turned to the cute little Maltese, his eyes softening as he picked him up onto his lap. Don't worry, Malt, Min-jun said. We don't even have to do anything, not even a single thing. Stan sighed in frustration as he couldn't seem to find the opening of the door. What kind of door is this? He muttered. It doesn't even have a knob or anything like that. Steve, too, sighed in frustration. These modern houses, I tell you. Should we just break it down? Stan asked. Steve shook his head. No, that'll alert the neighbors and the guard in front. Then, what are we going to do? Stan asked. It must have some kind of mechanism, Steve said, looking at the door and noticing there was a button right at the peephole. There, Steve exclaimed. I think we should press on it. Ooh, Stan said. Fancy. I want to try. I've always loved pressing buttons. Clearly, Steve said, making way for his stupid partner to open the door. Stan looked at the button before pressing it excitedly. Nothing's happening, Stan said after a while. They waited and waited until something finally happened. Just then, a laser beam came out of the little button, seemingly scanning Stan's face. What the heck is this? Steve incredulously asked. He continued looking at the laser before he finally realized what it could be. Facial recognition? Just as he said those words, something came out of the peephole, a toxic scent engulfing the two of them. Stan stepped back quickly, but the substance still managed to touch his right eye. Meanwhile, Steve's shoulder was caught, and he instantly felt a burning sensation. Ah! Stan screamed loudly, alerting the guards that were circling around the place. Steve also couldn't hold himself back as he clutched his shoulder. What the fuck? He exclaimed, suddenly feeling the breeze burn his skin. Then, as he looked at his hand, he saw it reddening. Directly support the authors on web novel. Acid, he muttered. Just then, he heard footsteps coming their way. So Steve's then, as he looked at his hand, he saw it reddening. Acid, he muttered. Eyes widened in alert as he held onto Stan's arm. However, his partner was in too much agony to be thinking straight. Bastard. Come on, let's go. Steve. My eyes. Stan said in excruciating pain. Min-jun, who couldn't even hear the commotion from the outside, continued stroking Malt's fur as he watched the scene on his iPad. I knew that suggesting the facial recognition thing was a good choice. Now, we don't have to worry about the intruders. Just then, he heard frantic footsteps coming over his way. Young master, a couple of guards exclaimed, sighing in relief when they saw that Min-jun was still inside, a plate of lobster in front of him. Are you okay? I'm hella fine, Min-jun exclaimed with a thumbs up. Just catch those guys for me. They nodded obediently before running to where Stan and Steve were. Steve, feeling like they were going to get caught, held onto the back of Stan's sweater and started dragging him away from the house. Stan, let's go, he exclaimed in a panicked state, turning around and seeing a number of guards tailing them. Stan, finally feeling his eye pain subside, picked up his pace. However, he felt that there was still something strange. Steve, he said, I can't see out of my right eye. Do you want to be completely blind? Steve exclaimed. Pick up your pace. They're catching up to us. Stan sighed in frustration as he followed after Steve, asking himself what they got themselves into. Fortunately, with their tiny competence, they were able to lose the guards in a dark alleyway, and they were finally given an opportunity to catch their breaths. Steve, I think my right eye is completely blind. Shut up, Stan said. Be thankful that we made it out of there alive. Just then, they felt like they weren't alone and that the dark alleyway became darker than usual. Steve raised his head and saw three unfamiliar men standing before them. His breath got caught in the back of his throat as he met their murderous gazes. Are you sure about that? Number 684. Chapter 684, Unrecognizable Heroes. Young master, are you really all right? The guards asked after the chase with the two intruders. Did you manage to catch them? Minjun asked. The main guard looked down at the ground. No, young master. They went through a dark alleyway, and we lost them. Minjun clicked his tongue before shaking his head, making the guards feel nervous. Maybe I should ask my mom to hire other guards, he muttered. Oh well, he said, looking up at them in his usual jolly attitude. You can proceed with what you're doing. But, young master, we failed to see their faces because they were wearing masks. I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to catch them. Minjun waved them off. It's all right, he sighed. Just go. I have something important to do. With that, he went back to typing on his tablet. People just tried to rob him, but life must go on. Eve's first mini-concert at Seoul Atrium, a milestone event. Eve, the sensational boy group that has taken the music world by storm, is set to hold its first ever mini-concert at the Seoul Atrium. This highly anticipated event will take place on June 12th, offering fans an unforgettable experience in a venue that holds up to 8,000 people. After skyrocketing to fame with their hit singles and amazing performances, Eve is ready to connect with their fans on a deeper level. Tickets for this one-day event will be available at naval.com/tickets starting tomorrow evening. Given Eve's immense popularity, tickets are expected to sell out quickly, so fans are encouraged to act fast to secure their spot. Don't miss this chance to witness Eve's first mini-concert and be part of an event that's sure to be talked about for years to come. There, Minjun muttered. Jun should definitely pay me for making his group even more famous. Fans quickly flocked to Minjun's post, showing their excitement and disappointment alike. What is Azure even thinking of putting Eve in Seoul Atrium? Right? They should have placed them in the stadium instead. How am I going to get tickets now? It's their very first mini-concert. I can't believe so many people are tuning in. Girl, this post even has over 100,000 engagements. I'm going to guess that the ticketing will be a bloodbath. Azure's so shitty. They're underestimating Eve's popularity. Agreed. They're the biggest boy group in the country for a reason. Make them perform in a bigger venue. And it's only for one day? Oh, Azure is going to rot in hell. Are you sure you've hired competent people? Lahu asked as they waited for updates from Stan and Steve. I did, Linji said. Those two are the most highly rated in the black market. Lahu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You told me to trust you on this, so I did. But why is it taking them so long to give us an update? They should have finished the task by now. We've given them the whole of yesterday already. Linji clicked his tongue in frustration as he stared at his phone. Where are they? He muttered. Just then, like the deities had heard his wishes, someone called Linji. He looked at Lahu with a smug expression. Just because it's delayed doesn't mean that they aren't competent. I did a great job choosing them. Lahu sighed and waited for Linji to answer the call. Linji quickly pressed the answer button and placed it on the loudspeaker. Did you do it? Linji excitedly asked. We're at the hospital, Stan said very cautiously as if he was afraid of getting scolded. Hospital? Linji asked. Seoul Hospital, he vaguely answered before ending the call. Lahu looked at Linji with raised eyebrows. I don't think they were able to do it, Lahu said. You should have let me handle it. Linji clicked his tongue before grabbing the car keys on the table. I'll handle it, Linji said, not wanting to be seen as incompetent. You should continue gathering evidence against Jun. I'll handle finding out where the briefcase is. I don't know if I could trust your skills, Lahu said with a small smirk, causing Linji's face to harden. I can do it, Linji said with resolution. I'll prove it to you. With that, Linji left their loft to go to Seoul Hospital. He made sure to cover himself really well to make sure that nobody would recognize him. Then, he walked briskly to the room that Steve had identified through text. Linji entered the room and halted when he saw the current state that they were in. What the heck, he muttered as he looked at their injured bodies. There were contusions, bruises, and cuts all over their skin. Stan even had an eye patch on and a cast on his neck. Meanwhile, Steve's arm was in a sling while his legs were filled with multiple abrasions. Linji couldn't believe his eyes. He only sent them to threaten Minjun, injure him a bit, and have him deliver a letter to Jun that coerced him into telling them where the briefcase was. However, why does it seem like they were mauled by a bear instead? Linji, Stan said as soon as he saw him. What the fuck happened? Lin Ji exclaimed in anger. Stan and Steve looked down at the ground. Lin Ji sighed in frustration, so Steve quickly got to talking. We did as you said, Steve said. We followed the kid to his home and was about to enter his house. However, their door had some kind of mechanism that led it to spray acid on us, Steve said. Lin Ji frowned. That's fucking ridiculous. Are you in Home Alone or something? Why would their door have acid? Right, Home Alone. Stan exclaimed in recognition. That's what I've been thinking about all night long. It really did feel like we were in that movie. Lin Ji pursed his lips and raked his fingers through his hair. So, are you saying that you weren't able to do it? He asked. We couldn't, Steve said. There was no plausible way. I don't know what kind of industry his parents work in, but they seem to be very rich. Their bodyguards tailed us in no time. Lin Ji massaged his temples in frustration. He knew that Minjun was rich based on his dad's job, but it still didn't make sense how. Stan and Steve were so beaten up like this. Fortunately, we were able to run away before they caught us, Steve continued. We would have been caught by the police if we didn't manage to lose them. Lin Ji clicked his tongue. Then, why do you guys look like that? Don't tell me you got frustrated and started beating each other instead? I thought you were more competent than that. No, Stan said, shaking his head. We thought that the kid only had bodyguards around his house. However, 3 strange men suddenly appeared. They were very strong, by the way. We didn't even stand the chance. Lin Ji's frown deepened in confusion. And who are those people? Stan and Steve turned to look at each other. We don't know. Number 685. Chapter 685. A kind, old woman. You don't know? Lin Ji asked in disbelief. How the heck don't you know? Are you saying that they attacked you right then and there without a reason? Stan scratched the back of his head. However, he forgot for a second that both his arms were injured, so he exclaimed in agony before he responded. It did seem like that, Stan muttered. They literally came out of nowhere. As far as I know, they weren't part of the group that was guarding the kid's house. Steve nodded in agreement. Those 3, they seem more skilled than an average guard. Almost as if they were hitmen, he said, shivering with the thought of getting killed. Lin Ji sighed in frustration. That doesn't matter. You still should have finished your objectives instead of getting caught up with a bunch of skilled strangers. I don't think they're mere strangers. They told us something related to the kid before we left, Steve said. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. Which is? Stan and Steve shivered as they recalled the words of the largest guy that beat them up. Don't you try and do anything to the little kid from now on. Stan started off. You're lucky that we're letting you go. However, the next time that we see you, we'll make sure that you won't see the light of day, Steve continued. Tell that to the people who ordered you to do this, too. Lin Ji's frown deepened. How do they know that this has been planned? Look, we're more lost than you, Steve said. We were lucky that we didn't die in their hands. However, we could have really died back there. I can't even see out of my right eye, Stan muttered. Lin Ji shook his head in disbelief. He wanted to scream at their incompetence. Now, it was going to show that he was incompetent, too. He held back his anger and settled on throwing a vase to the wall instead, which made the 2 stooges startled. They looked at the covered guy with wide eyes before Steve spoke. We apologize, Steve said. We couldn't do it. This must be the toughest task that we've encountered in our entire careers. How difficult could it fucking be? Lin Ji spat. You're going against an 8th grader. Steve clicked his tongue. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm not exaggerating. Whoever this kid's parents are, they must be a great deal. It seems like the kid isn't a normal one, too. They have more connections than you would expect. Lin Ji shook his head, having talked enough with them. He walked to the door, feeling frustrated about the situation. Whatever, Lin Ji said. If you can't do it, then I'll do it myself. Watch yourself, Steve said, causing Lin Ji to halt in the doorway. It seems like you're battling against bigger opponents this time. Lin Ji chuckled in amusement, shaking his head at Steve's statement. He wasn't aware that Lao Hu was by his side. Sure, he sarcastically said. Just know that you wouldn't get paid for any of this. Stan shook his head despite his neck brace. It's all right. I just hope you don't contact us anymore about this. Steve nodded in agreement. Even if you pay us $10,000, we won't agree to it. Lin Ji shook his head as he opened the door and slammed it close. Why the fuck did I even hire those guys? He muttered angrily as he walked away from their room. It felt like he was blinded by anger, so he didn't notice that he had already bumped into someone. Watch where you're going, Lin Ji angrily exclaimed. The old woman, who was being accompanied by a nurse, stumbled but was fortunately caught by her nurse. Lin Ji glared at her, still in a bad mood, but he raised his eyebrows in surprise when he recognized the old woman before him. It was the same old woman that Jun had visited the other day. Oh, goodness, the old woman said. The sun is out, and the day feels great. But why is a handsome young man in such a bad mood? Lin Ji's frown lightened after the old woman complimented him. Well, we do have our bad days, so I quite understand, Grandma said. However, you seem healthy enough to be living your life well. Don't take out your anger on feeble old women like me. Lin Ji, feeling something tug at his heart, bowed at the old woman. I'm sorry, he apologized. You're right, I was just having an awful day. Grandma smiled up at him and brought something out from her bag, a small orange. Here, she said, walking up to him and placing the round fruit on his palm before enclosing it with her own hands. Have this treat. I can't have fresh fruits and vegetables, but people keep bringing me some whenever they visit. Why don't you take one so it doesn't rot? Lin Ji looked at the orange and pursed his lips. This was his favorite fruit of all time. There's a smile, Grandma said. Lin Ji straightened his posture and let himself be expressionless. You can't even see my face, Lin Ji muttered. But I can see your eyes, handsome young man, Grandma complimented. A smile suits you much better than a frown. Lin Ji pursed his lips, not allowing himself to smile. Why was this old woman so kind and sweet? Almost all of the women in his life did nothing but shun him out of their lives. So what's gotten you in such a bad mood? Do you want to talk about it? She asked. Why are you so curious? Lin Ji asked. We haven't even met before. Grandma shrugged. Well, I don't have anything to do. I'm stuck here until I finish my treatment for my disease. So, Grandma has plenty of time to talk. Even with a stranger? Lin Ji asked. Much more to a stranger, she happily said, coughing at the end when she felt her throat drying up. The nurse quickly gave her some water, to which she nodded in gratitude. Did you know? She continued despite her dry throat. Opening up to a stranger is sometimes better than talking with people whom you know. Because there's less judgment, she smiled. You also don't have to worry about them talking about your problem with other people. Lin Ji's breath got caught in the back of his throat just as he thought of a brilliant idea. I guess I have some time, he finally said, causing Grandma to smile. Well, then, let's go to my room, she said in a friendly tone. I have some snacks ready for you there. Lin Ji nodded and went after her, watching her figure from a short distance. Then, a small smile appeared on his lips. If those two stooges couldn't do anything, then Lin Ji would just take matters into his own hands. Number 686. Chapter 686. Haruto's Restaurant. Jun arrived at the restaurant that Haruto owned, feeling wary about somebody recognizing him. However, as he arrived, he saw that the restaurant was completely empty. Jun frowned in confusion. Was his business not doing well? Jun, Haruto, exclaimed from the bar, so Jun quickly greeted him with a small wave. Haruto wheeled himself to the table that his workers had prepared and gestured for Jun to sit in front of him. Jun pursed his lips as he looked around the restaurant. You can take off your mask, Haruto said. I closed the entire restaurant for this particular meeting. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. You shouldn't have. You could have just vacated it for 2 hours, Jun said. Haruto shook his head. Anything for my dearest friend. Moreover, the business is doing very well. It needs a break so that the other competition can thrive. Jun chuckled in amusement. It seemed like Haruto was really doing much better than he had expected. Marcus, you could leave, Haruto sternly said, so his butler quickly followed. Marcus didn't leave the restaurant, but he situated himself in the kitchen, providing the two best friends to talk privately. Haruki wanted to come with me so he could see you, but I told him no, Haruto chuckled. It seems like my twin brother misses you. Jun shook his head. We'll meet in a work schedule soon, he said. Well, he'll be glad to hear it, Haruto said. Just then, an array of dishes was wheeled over to where they were, ranging from plump seafood to expensive-looking beef. Jun shook his head. You really shouldn't have prepared so much. I know, Haruto smiled. But it's been a long while since we've met personally. You're a very busy person, so I'm assuming that it's going to be a while until we meet again. Jun nodded. This week might be the longest break that I'll have for the rest of the year. Haruto hummed in acknowledgement. Well, did you come here to talk about what happened yesterday night? Oh, but you set the date before yesterday night even happened, Haruto muttered as soon as he realized it. Jun frowned in confusion. Yesterday night? He asked. Haruto's eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, are you not aware of what happened? He asked. Jun shook his head. I guess Minjun didn't tell you, huh? Jun's frown deepened. Did something happen to Minjun? Yes, Haruto responded. Well, technically, no. He didn't get hurt or anything like that. However, two individuals who have been notorious blackmailers in the black market attempted to break into the house he was staying in. However, the kid must have done something to lure them away. What? Jun muttered. Why didn't he tell me about this? I'm assuming he doesn't want to worry you, Haruto said. You already appear to be in distress. However, you do not need to worry. Marcus' friends came to finish the job. They left them very injured so that they wouldn't be able to do any tedious tasks for a year, at most. Despite Haruto's assurance, Jun's frown remained. He was worried about Minjun's safety. Well, do you know why they decided to break into Minjun's temporary home? Jun asked. There isn't a definitive explanation, Haruto answered. They didn't give anything away, but I'm assuming it's an inside job. There must be people behind what they are doing. Jun pursed his lips. He already had a clue on who it might be, and it set his heart ablaze. He couldn't believe that Lin Ji and Lao Hu would stoop this low, but then again, they were the lowest scum on earth. So, Jun shouldn't be too surprised. Do you want me to look into it? Haruto asked. Jun nodded. Yes, please. I already have a hunch about who it is, but I need your help suppressing them. Haruto frowned in confusion. How come you already know these people? Jun sighed as he looked into Haruto's eyes. It's actually why I came to see you today, he answered. Haruto nodded and gestured for him to go on. The briefcase, Jun said, causing Haruto's expression to harden. You're still on about this? Haruto sighed, removing his glasses so he could massage his temples. Yes, Jun said. I believe it contains something important. I know that, Haruto answered. Why would CEO Kim Young-do of Phoenix even send out desperate trainees to China just to retrieve it if it wasn't important? I also believe that I have it. Jun continued, causing his eyes to widen. Jun looked at him with narrowed eyes. I thought you already knew that I had it. Haruto let out a deep breath. I had a hunch, he said. However, I never really knew if you were serious or not. Or, have you been hiding it all along? Jun shook his head. No. Wait, yes. I mean, I don't know. Huh? Haruto asked. In confusion, Jun sighed and gathered his thoughts before speaking once again. That night, when we watched that man die, I believe I already had the briefcase. Haruto looked at him in disbelief. How? He stammered. Someone gave it to me, Jun continued. It was to save the man's life. Someone didn't want it to fall into the hands of someone evil. So, she decided to give it to me, one who wasn't desperate for its contents. Haruto paused for a while, trying to piece the puzzle together. So, what you're saying is, you accompanied me to China back then so you could supposedly ensure my safety. No, Jun shook his head. I was trying to stop you. I had a bad feeling that they weren't going to fulfill their promises even if you did retrieve the briefcase. Yeah, that, Haruto said. You weren't planning on taking it at all. However, someone came up to you and gave you the briefcase, he continued. Jun nodded as he listened to Haruto narrate the story. You hid it before meeting me in the warehouse, but then we encountered the murder of a man. Jun nodded once again. You didn't tell anyone about the briefcase's whereabouts, and you took it back to Korea and hid it from the higher-ups. Yes, Jun said. You got it exactly right. Haruto gasped and looked at him with wide eyes. So, what you're saying is that you're the only person who knows where the briefcase is? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Jun said, suddenly feeling the weight on his shoulders. The people who are trying to harm Minjun are also trying to get a hold of the briefcase, Jun said. So, they're doing everything they can to accomplish that. How do they even know that you were the one who hid it? Haruto asked, confused. It's a long story, Jun said. However, what's important is that I retrieve it, find out what's inside, and use that information to my advantage. Well, you're the only one who can answer that, Haruto said. Where is the briefcase? He asked. Jun bit his lips before he responded. I don't know. Number 687. Chapter 687 Ticketing Day. You don't know? Haruto asked with wide eyes. How come you don't know when you were the one who hit it? Jun sighed as he leaned against the chair. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I believe I had forgotten where I hit it, Jun said, scratching the back of his head. I've been searching my mind for days, but nothing comes to mind. Haruto shook his head. Well, it was a traumatic past, so you might have unconsciously blocked that information. Jun nodded, thankful that Haruto didn't pry further. That's why I came here, Jun said. I believe you're the only person I could trust regarding this matter. Perhaps. Do you have any idea where I could find the briefcase? Jun asked. Haruto pursed his lips before sighing. I'm sorry, but I also don't have a clue. I believe I tried asking you multiple times about its whereabouts, but you never divulged any information. You were afraid I was going to dig it up and bring it to the higher-ups. In the end, the two of us parted ways before I could find out about anything, Haruto said. Jun raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. You should have told me back then, Haruto said, teasing Jun to lighten up the atmosphere. I know, Jun muttered, blaming Jun Ho for being such a secretive man. Nah, I'm kidding, Haruto said. I think it's for the best that you didn't tell me. I felt like I would have really dug up where you hid the briefcase if you had told me. Really? Jun asked. Haruto nodded without any hesitation. I was far too desperate to debut back then. Moreover, I also became more ambitious after hearing what the briefcase really contained. Jun's back straightened, and he leaned his elbows on the table as he looked at Haruto with semi-wide eyes. You know about its contents? Haruto clicked his tongue. Well, I don't know the exact contents, Paresi. However, I overheard CEO Kim Young-do and his assistant talking one time, and I believe they were talking about the briefcase. What did they say about it? Jun asked, intrigued. Haruto paused for a moment, trying to recall their words. I don't remember exactly, he said. It was the key to dominating the entertainment industry. They said, the capacity to destroy everyone or something like that. Jun frowned as he deciphered Haruto's words. What could that mean? Jun muttered. Haruto shrugged. I also don't know. However, I was blinded by the word dominate. So I wanted to take it from you back then. I guess that was the start of my dominating kink, he happily said. Jun ignored Haruto's comment, even wanting to forget about it since he was too focused on what Haruto had shared about the contents of the briefcase. So, whatever it is that's inside the briefcase, it must be very important, Haruto concluded. That's also the reason why a lot of people are after it. However, you are the closest to finding it, Haruto said. You just have to dig deeper into your mind so you can find it. That's the problem. Jun sighed in frustration. I don't even know where to start. Haruto clicked his tongue as he thought of plausible solutions. Well, you didn't go to a lot of places after the incident. I, too, became a dormant and isolated person, hence leading to my fall, he said, gesturing to his legs with an amused smile. You still went to the company to practice, then went back to your dorms, visited your original home from time to time, and also ate at your favorite snack bar. So, you weren't strange nor suspicious during those times, which makes it harder for us to know where the briefcase is. Jun groaned in frustration, throwing his head back as the clue he had found in his old phone echoed in his mind. Again, I believe that this is a question that only you can answer, Haruto remarked. I suggest you start from the beginning, where you first originated. Jun froze as he said those familiar words. Once again, origin. Why was everybody talking about his origin all of a sudden? Don't tell me. Are you perhaps Fu, he thought? Or, you could also smack your head on the concrete so your blocked memories can come back, he innocently suggested, causing Jun to shake his head. Never mind. 5 minutes, guys. Jia exclaimed as she stretched her arms and cracked her knuckles. Bora sighed as she looked around the computer shop. I can't believe that so many people are planning to go to Eve's show, she muttered. Sumin pursed her lips before slumping in her chair. Our chances are honestly getting slimmer and slimmer. More people are coming in to get their tickets, she exclaimed. Well, I don't really trust our internet connection, so I suggested coming here with you guys, Nari said. Let's hope that we'll be able to get tickets, Wei nervously said. There's only around 8,000 tickets for grabs, so it's going to be a bloodbath. Tonight was the ticketing for Eve's mini-concert, and as expected, people from around the world wanted to be a part of the important milestone. Computer shops in Korea were filled to the brim as fans wanted to secure a ticket for themselves. Gamers, who usually play after class, had no choice but to wait for the multitude of fans to secure their tickets before they were able to grab a seat. 3 minutes, Jia excitedly said, already preparing her hands to click on the link for the ticketing. Meanwhile, in an apartment in Seoul, a pretty woman was situated between the thighs of a handsome man. "Stop it," Mimi exclaimed, pushing Nico away as he tried to kiss her neck. Nico sighed as he looked at her phone over his shoulders. "What are you even doing? You've been staring at your phone all day," he muttered. Mimi clicked his tongue. "I wouldn't have given you a chance if I knew you were going to be this clingy." "Hey," Nico exclaimed, offended. "I thought you liked my clingy side." Mimi rolled her eyes. "It's whatever. I do like it. However, not for this situation. I really need you to give me some space." "There's only 2 minutes left," she anxiously exclaimed. "What exactly are you doing?" Nico asked with a frown. Mimi turned to her boyfriend with a wide smile. "I'm going to participate in the ticketing for Eve's mini-concert, of course." Nico's eyes immediately narrowed. Even now, he had to compete for his girlfriend's attention because of Eve? "Why don't you just come to Boy Mystic's last concert instead?" "I already have a ticket for that," she smiled. "You've reserved one for me, right?" "Besides," Mimi said, "this concert will happen after your disbandment." Nico clicked his tongue. "Still, should you be so passionate about this ticketing?" Mimi didn't bother responding anymore as she focused her gaze on her phone and refreshed it over and over again. "Babe." "Shoo," Mimi sternly said. "The ticketing has started." Number 688. Chapter 688. The Daily Stress of a Fangirl. "It's open." The computer shop was engulfed in chaos as numerous Astras tried to secure their tickets for Eve's one-day mini-concert. Most of them wanted to curse Azure out loud, wondering why Eve was given such a small venue in proportion to the popularity that they had, but they stayed quiet in case the divine beings of the world heard them and decided to punish them for having unholy mouths. Bora, on the other hand, didn't care about such divine beings. "They should have made them perform in Jamsil Stadium instead," she exclaimed. "Those Humpty-Dumpty-looking bastards don't know what they're doing." Jia turned to Bora with raised eyebrows. "Jamsil Stadium has a 70,000-person capacity, and this is a mini-concert," she deadpanned. "And so?" Bora asked. "Then, we wouldn't have to fight so much for the tickets. Who cares if it's a 70,000-capacity venue? Eve could probably sell it out with the amount of fans they have in Korea, all alone. Even grimy little kids want to go to their concert." She gestured to the little girls behind them, being accompanied by their mothers. The mothers turned to Bora with raised eyebrows, but the blunt girl didn't seem to care. As a result, Jia bowed her head and apologized on her behalf. Then, she shook her head. "You're right," Jia said. "I can't believe we're here instead of preparing for our graduation." Bora clicked her tongue. "It's going to start in 10 seconds. Jia put her game face on as she faced the computer, her hand hovering above the mouse. 3, 2, 1, she muttered. Before clicking the link, the screen loaded, with the lines seemingly going at a turtle's pace. "Come on," she said in frustration as it took her a full minute before she arrived at the site. Just then, the site finally loaded, her eyes brightening as a new pop-up appeared. However, her smile quickly dropped when she saw what was written on the pop-up. "You are now in the queue to enter the site. Number of people before you, 134,567. Estimated time of arrival, 72 hours. She sat there for a second, wondering where it all went wrong. Jia always managed to get good tickets to see Eve, from their performances in Rising Stars to their music shows. However, it seemed like she had used all her luck for those events, leaving none for their very first mini-concert. "It's over," she whispered. Then, she turned to her friends, who seemed to be in a similar state to her. "What's your queue number?" she asked, hope still filling her heart. 90,000, Bora absent-mindedly said. 180,000, Nari muttered. 75,000, Sumin sighed dejectedly. "It's over," they said in unison. Then, they heard victorious screams from behind them, causing them to turn around. "Yay, we got front seats," the little girl, not older than 6th grade, exclaimed. "What the fuck? How could these kids who haven't even gone through puberty get tickets?" Bora exclaimed, causing their mothers to glare at them once again. However, this time, Jia didn't bother to apologize. Those tickets should have gone to them. Instead, meanwhile, in the luxurious apartment in Seoul, Mimi managed to convince Nico to help her secure tickets for the mini-concert. Come on, she pleaded. Aren't you friends with him? Nico's eyes narrowed when he remembered that June was the reason why all of his members saw his schlong out in the open. No way, he said, almost disgusted. I don't like that guy. But you like me, right? She asked, blinking her eyes up at her boyfriend. Nico pursed his lips. It was unfair. She knew he was a sucker for that look. After looking at her for a while, Nico finally sighed. Fine, he exclaimed. What do I need to do? Just click on the link that I sent you. Then, once it loads, we'll get to see our queuing number. Nico sighed in frustration as he clicked on the link. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for a while since it loaded right away. Oh, shucks, Mimi muttered disappointedly. I have 120,000 as my queue number. I just don't have any luck with this. She was dejected that she couldn't see Eve. However, Mimi was also amazed to see that over 100,000 people actually attempted to get tickets for their mini-concert. It wasn't even a real concert just yet. I thought you said there would be a queue number, Nico said. Mimi frowned as she looked at her boyfriend. There is, she said. Why? Is yours still not loading? Well, it happens sometimes. The site crashes when too many people are attempting to get into the site. Nico turned his phone toward her, causing Mimi to turn silent. She looked at the site with wide eyes. What the heck? You got in. Nico clicked his tongue since he couldn't believe he had actually helped Mimi purchase the tickets to the concert that he didn't want her to attend. He was hoping that he would get a queue number above 100,000 so he could pretend it was a shame that he didn't manage to help her. However, Eve just couldn't leave him alone, could they? Yay, I'm going to see June. Mimi happily exclaimed. Yet, seeing his girlfriend rejoice like she just won the lottery made Nico smile, too. You're going with me, Mimi said as she finally checked out the tickets. Nico smiled in amusement. I guess I am. Meanwhile, someone from Itaewon didn't have the same luck as Nico. 205,000. Choi Pablo exclaimed in anger. What is this shit? Why are there so many people ahead of me? Jenny turned to him in surprise. Dang, my cousin's that popular? Pablo sighed in frustration. Maybe I shouldn't have posted that photo shoot with June when he was still a trainee. Maybe then, I would have gate-kept him until now. Jenny shook her head as she also arrived at the site. It was already late at night, but she still didn't go home because her boss practically forced her to help him with the ticketing. It wasn't technically a part of her job description, but Pablo looked so pitiful that she decided to help. I'm 20,000 on the line, Jenny said, causing Pablo's eyes to widen in pleasant surprise. But there are only 8,000 tickets up for grabs, she said, making him slump once again. So, you're telling me that I won't be able to watch their concert? He exclaimed, falling to the ground in despair. Jenny scratched the back of her head as she looked at her boss. Do you want me to ask June for free tickets? Pablo looked at her with desperate eyes. Can you do that? Jenny pursed her lips since she wasn't sure. Let me try, she said, quickly texting June and anticipating his reply. Jenny, hey, can you give me 2 tickets for your mini concert? Fortunately, June replied quite fast. Rich cousin, no? You'll sell it. Jenny clicked her tongue in frustration. How come her cousin knew her so well? She then turned to Pablo and shook her head. I'm sorry, bud. It looks like you'll pass on this one. Choi Pablo lost a part of himself that night. Number 689. Chapter 689. Fun amidst the chaos. Eve proves their selling power. Tickets sold out in 1.4 seconds. Is Eve now the biggest boy group in South Korea? From taking over the charts to dominating venues, Eve's sensation had surpassed the Korean market. Videos of people from foreign lands become viral as they attempt to grab tickets for the group's first mini-concert. Azure's mismanagement of Eve? Do they really think that Eve doesn't deserve a bigger venue? It's crazy. Almost everyone is talking about Eve these days. Yes, yet their management is so lazy. They should have brought out more content this time around. I agree. However, I think the boys also need to rest. I believe the company should still invest more in its marketing in order to sustain this popularity. They aren't doing anything about Eve's haters, too. They said they would take legal action against their haters, but they haven't done shit. What do we expect from shitty Azure? Honestly, Eve is just lazy. They could be bigger than they are now if they put out more content. June is the laziest of them all. How could he take a break while his career is at its peak? We shouldn't give them a platform like this. Carrot Exhibit A. Eve works so hard, though. The problem is their company's management. I think they should learn how to prioritize each member so there would be a balance in their schedules. Moreover, their previous comebacks had always been rushed. Nonetheless, all of them are quality tracks because they are made by Eve. Guys, we've sold out the concert in 1.4 seconds, Jae-young said, still in disbelief after reading the articles. He also saw a lot of hate circulating online, but he decided not to bring it up because he didn't want to ruin the mood. After Eve became more well-known, it was inevitable that they would have more haters, too. At some point, the boys had gotten used to them. However, it also didn't mean that it wasn't disheartening to read such comments. How? Akira loudly exclaimed, standing from the ground. That's not even a full breath. 1.4 seconds is barely an inhale. I know, right? Jae-young exclaimed. I can't believe it. Zeth smirked as he looked at a trending article. It says here that over 250,000 people attempted to get tickets. Are we really that big now? I bet more than half of that is Jun's fans, Si-hoon chuckled. Yeah, Rin said, looking down at his lap. It would be nice to celebrate this milestone with Jun, he muttered. Meanwhile, Jun, who had taken out the extra food from Haruto's restaurant, heard their conversation and finally decided to open the door. As the door opened, the boys all turned to Eve with wide eyes. Jun, Jisung happily exclaimed, running over to where he was. You're here. I didn't want to completely miss out on practice, Jun said, a small smile appearing on his lips when he saw how happy his teammates were to see him. But you're on a break, Jae-young said. Shouldn't you be resting? It's fine, Jun shrugged. I can still practice with you guys. It wouldn't be too tedious. Here, he said, giving them the paper bags of food. You guys should take a break. You've been practicing since morning, right? Akira was already chewing on a piece of bread before Jun could even finish his sentence. Actually, we have decided to call it a night, Jae-young said, also grabbing some of the food before his members completely devoured it like piranhas. However, seeing that so many people have been fighting over our tickets motivated us to practice even more, he continued. Akira lifted his head and looked at their leader with wide eyes. We did? I thought. We were going home. Rin slapped the back of his head. Yeah, we're practicing our intro once again after this. Maybe you would like to join us, Jun. Jun shrugged and sat alongside them. Sure, he said, knowing that his teammates were working hard to give Astras their best performance. With that, they ate happily, feeling the weight of their popularity against their shoulders. Guys, Jisung suddenly said, should we do a live? It's been a while since our fans saw all of us together. Jae-young pursed his lips. Shouldn't we inform the company before we have a live? Akira groaned, his mouth filled with food. Why is it that they have to know our every move? It's not like we're going to strip or defame someone in the live. We'll just speak with our fans. Yeah, I miss talking to them too, Zeth said. Come on, Jae-young. Let's do a live. It's just going to be a quick one. Jae-young bit his lip and weighed out the consequences. Jun looked at their leader and shook his head. It was times like this that Jun was thankful that he didn't end up being their leader. He could only imagine the amount of stress that Jae-young had to be in. He has to maintain a neutral standpoint while trying to please both the members and the company. It was a very hard role to fulfill, so Jun admired him even more because of it. Jae-young, please, Jisung said with big, puppy eyes. Si-hoon nudged his shoulder. It'll only be for a few minutes. We're going to practice again afterward. Jae-young clicked, his tongue before finally speaking. Are you guys going to behave? He asked. Of course, Jisung sweetly said, already feeling excited. Behave is my middle name, Zeth smirked. I was always the most well-behaved in class, Rin boasted. Shut up. You weren't, Akira said. Don't worry about me. I've always been behaved. Jae-young raked his fingers through his hair. All right, he sighed, not thinking about the consequences this time around. It was a happy moment, so he also wanted to share their milestone with the fans. Yay, Jisung exclaimed, not even having to be told twice before he turned on the live. Hey guys, he said to the camera. The members of Eve positioned themselves within the frame, squeezing themselves together to be able to be seen. Ow, someone's stepping on my little toe, Casper said. My head is being squished. Rin exclaimed. Oh no, Akira dramatically said. Now, your small brain is going to become even smaller. Rin began to wrestle Akira, making their current position to become a mess. Guys, stop fighting, Si-hoon said, trying to control the situation. Ouch, someone kicked my balls, Zeth said, holding onto his precious jewels. Jun watched them calmly. already used to the chaos after living with them for months. Meanwhile, Jae-young felt like his gray hair was starting to grow. "Oh gosh," he muttered. "I regret agreeing to this already." Number 690. Chapter 690. Please grant Eve some media training. Oh goodness. It's already chaotic. I missed them. I missed my family. How long has it been since we've seen them all together in a casual setting like this? It's been a while. I miss Eve's lives, sad face. It's quite rare these days since the boys are so busy now. Sometimes, I wish we could go back to the old times, to the simpler times. Justice for Zeth's balls. When are they going to start talking to us? Watching them makes me want to have friends. Yeah, it's not enough to be an Astra. I need to be a part of Eve. Jae-young sighed and spoke loudly to break the silence. Shoot to the top. Hi guys, we're Eve. Somehow, the greeting snapped the members to their proper selves, almost as if they were on autopilot. Jun shook his head at the ridiculous situation. He couldn't believe he was with such a crazy bunch. However, even though he didn't say it out loud, he loved the crazy bunch and probably couldn't live without them anymore. Jae-young sighed in relief as Jun took the phone from Jisung's hand and propped it onto the table so they would all be seen without squishing each other. Omo, this view of Jun is so nice. He's filming from below, but he's still so handsome. It's been a while since we've seen Jun. I can't, sad face. It's only been 2 days. Justice for us who look awful from that angle. What if I look awful from every angle? Pray for a good new life. Why didn't I think of that? Jisung asked as they were now all shown on the screen. Clearly, Jun's the only one with a functioning brain, Casper proudly said. Casper's simping for Jun again. Junper is sailing. Please make babies with each other. Anyway, we came on here while we were practicing, Jae-young said. We're working really hard for the mini concert, so please look forward to it. See, we're practicing this late into the night because we love you, Akira exclaimed, pointing at the windows that showed the dark skies. Sehun shook his head. Don't be fooled, guys. He wants to go home right away after this one. Akira's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head at the camera to defend himself. I didn't manage to get tickets. Please, why is the venue so small? I almost lost a lung fighting for those tickets. Luckily, I got one at the very last row, straight face. At least you were able to buy one. It seems like a lot of people weren't able to get any tickets, Akira said. We should have chosen a bigger venue, huh? Yes, 100%. Well, unluckily for you and me, we don't really decide that. Our company arranges it, Akira continued. Rin hit his side. Can we say that? He whispered. Akira merely shrugged. I knew it. Fuck Azure, really. Seeing that so many fans were upset, Jun decided to bring up the topic. Maybe we should ask Azure about adding another date, he suggested. Would you guys like that? Jun asked. Let's have Jae-young speak with the higher-ups, should we? He teased. Jae-young's eyes widened in surprise. Then he gestured for Jun to cut it off. They weren't supposed to. Pressure the company to do anything. Please, please. Jun, I'm already holding on to your words. Please make it happen, Azure. Maybe we should make another hashtag. Jae-young let out a soft sigh as the comments became chaotic. With that, he decided to do some damage control. Well, he chuckled nervously. Do you guys want to ask us some questions? We're not going to be here for long, so we'll take this time to answer your queries. Jun, when are you coming back to Rising Stars? Until when are you taking a break, Jun? Will Jun write another song for the album? The people are curious when you're going to come back, Jun, Zeth said, scrolling through the plethora of comments that only mentioned Jun. In a week, Jun said. I'm just resting for a bit, guys. I'll be back soon. Don't pressure him too much, guys, Casper said. He needs a lot of rest. Jun, I want you to come back. Jun, please dye your hair again. What are the members' first impressions of Jun? Jun, noticing that the comments were only talking about him, frowned. You can ask the other guys questions, you know, he asked, sounding a bit annoyed. Oh no, is he mad? There are too many people in the live right now. Almost all of them are Jun's solo fans. Jun, leave the group and go solo. They're hindering you. That's true. If you didn't do Eve's projects, then you would have more time for your solo schedules. What the heck? Akira couldn't help but exclaim as the comment section became increasingly toxic. Jisung muttered, also feeling like he couldn't say anything about the situation. Jae-young clicked his tongue and wondered if they should abruptly end their lives. However, before that could happen, the door opened, revealing a very unexpected person. Mr. Ong, Akira muttered. With that, Jun acted fast and turned off the live, leaving plenty of the fans confused. Fans flocked to Naval as soon as the live was finished. What the heck just happened? Mr. Ong? Isn't that the CEO of Azure Entertainment? Oh goodness. Did the boys get into trouble? I don't know what to feel. It seems like I should laugh, but not at the same time. Bring Azure down. So, you guys were here, Mr. Ong said. The boys' eyes widened in surprise since there was something very strange about the CEO. Then it hit them. Akira stood with a loud gasp, pointing at their CEO. You don't have your chair, he exclaimed. Mr. Ong remained stoic as the boys looked at him with wide eyes. Oh, you're actually really short, Akira said, not being able to stop himself. Jae-young quickly slapped his hand over Akira's mouth and led him to sit back down. Shut up, Jae-young said, feeling his heart beat faster in his chest. Mr. Ong stayed silent for a while before speaking in a menacing tone. My office. Now. Number 691. Chapter 691. You are the main character. The boys were all silent as they waited for Mr. Ong to speak. He was still standing, although it wasn't too obvious since he was around the same height as Casper, even though Casper was sitting. Nonetheless, he was still intimidating despite his small presence. Mr. Ong tapped his pen on the table before slamming it down. You had a live without our permission? He asked in a calm tone. Too calmly if you asked the members of Eve. The members all turned to Jae-young, who cleared his throat and responded for the team. It was just for a short while, sir, he answered. We wanted to celebrate our new achievements with our fans. That didn't seem like a celebration to me, Mr. Ong said. It almost seems like you were bashing the company. They now turned to Akira, who shook his head with wide eyes. It isn't anything like that, he chuckled awkwardly. There were just a lot of fans who didn't get a ticket, so we're not satisfied with the concert venue, Jun bluntly said, causing his members to turn to him with wide eyes. Jun, Jae-young nervously muttered while pinching his thigh. However, Jun remained nonchalant, even casually leaning against his chair with crossed arms. We're practicing very hard for the mini-concert, and we want a lot of fans to be able to see it, Jun continued. The venue you've picked for us is even smaller than that of other newly debuted groups, he deadpanned. I'm not boasting or anything like that, but Eve's popularity had skyrocketed at an immense pace in the last few months. The other members nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment with Jun. I don't know what's going on inside the headquarters, but I believe this is a disrespect to our hard work, Jun continued, wanting to let all of his emotions out. Aren't all of you hungry for money? If so, then you would have booked us a bigger place. Or maybe you're planning on saving money by booking a smaller venue yet pricing the concert tickets unreasonably high, he asked with raised eyebrows. Oh damn, Akira muttered. That's a burn. Rin turned to him with a frown. However, his eyes quickly widened when Mr. Ong heavily sat on his swivel chair, making a loud sound. Mr. Ong gazed at Jun's eyes, not wanting to back down. Managing a group requires a lot of hard work and resources. Mr. Ong started off. Girls' Evolution had disbanded years ago. Boy Mystic is going to have their final concert this week. We're the only ones left in Azure. Basically, we're your last money makers until the time the girls in the 5th season of Rising Stars debuts. So, why are you struggling so much? Jun asked. The members all turned silent, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Jun didn't know where he gathered his courage, but all he knew was that he was sick of the situation they were in. He was happy being an idol, but it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Mr. Ong sighed, realizing that he couldn't win against Jun. With that, he decided to change the topic. I can forgive you for that, Liv, Mr. Ong said. Jun sighed in frustration since Mr. Ong wasn't answering any of his queries. Aside from the kicking of balls thing from Zeth, I believe you guys are safe, he continued. I actually went to your practice room for another reason. He smiled, acting as if he wasn't just mad at the boys mere seconds ago. What is it, sir? Jae-young asked, still trying to be polite. Just then, he turned on the television behind him, making the members turn their attention toward it. I know that all of you are working hard for the concert, he started off. But I want you to know that the company is also working hard, he said, emphasizing the point and looking at Jun for a second. Jun continued to frown as Mr. Ong navigated the television. So, I asked our in-house producers to make you a song regarding your journey to the top, he said. It will be a gift to the fans, and will be the final song you will sing in the mini-concert. Jun pursed his lips. It actually seemed like a good idea. That still didn't take away the fact that he despised Mr. Ong, though. The lyrics will be shown on screen, Mr. Ong continued. And along with that, the member who will sing it will also appear. The members nodded in understanding, appearing to be excited for their new song. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Mr. Ong played the video. The room was engulfed in a nostalgic tune, similar to the theme song during their season of Rising Stars. Jun smirked as he relaxed in his seat. As expected, Azure was good at composing such stuff. He could already imagine their fans bawling their eyes out to such a nostalgic tune. When I closed my eyes, I could see my dream. So far it seems. Yet, I'm already standing in the spotlight, under the bright lights. When it seemed like I couldn't reach too far, I aimed for the moon. Then, I landed on the stars. So late, yet so soon. Jun focused on the lyrics, finding them vague yet touching at the same time. It was the kind of song that allowed many interpretations. However, its vagueness also contributed to its emotional at the same time. It was the kind of song that allowed many interpretations. Factor. Jun was so focused on the lyrics that he didn't find anything strange in the past two stanzas. However, as soon as the chorus hit, he realized that something was wrong, very wrong. With strangers turned to family, I found my life's meaning. And even when darkness comes eventually, I don't find myself leaving. It couldn't be, he muttered. Jun continued to watch the video, wanting to prove his assumptions wrong. However, as the song continued to play, he realized that he was right. What is this? He couldn't help but say out loud. What? Mr. Ong asked, surprised that he had interrupted their listening party. It's a good song. I even had Ren write some of the lyrics. Jun turned to Ren, who was now looking down at his lap and fiddling with his fingers. So, that was why the song sounded so touching. Something's very wrong, Jun deadpanned. This song, I have way too many lines. Mr. Ong raised his eyebrows. In surprise. Usually, idol members would want to have as many lines as possible. Was Jun actually complaining that he was getting the majority of the lines? And so, Mr. Ong asked in disbelief. It's only normal, he continued. You are the main character of Eve, after all. Number 692. Chapter 692, the most popular member. Jun was aware of such a phenomenon. In a group, there would always be a main character. However, some groups have it worse than others. Most of the time, the most good-looking member garnered the most attention, which, in turn, opened up more opportunities for them. In such groups, the main character was given the most lines, the most center parts, and the most schedules, leading them to miss quite a lot of group activities. Sometimes, they were even more well-known in their solo content. Therefore, when they were back in their teams, quite a lot of people would be surprised that they, in fact, belonged to a team. Jun was confident that Eve was not going to be one of the groups where one member considerably outshone the others. They were all too talented for that to happen. None of them lagged behind in talents, and although they had different visuals, they can all still be considered as a main visual. However, the circumstances were forcing Jun to become the main character of Eve. Guys, don't believe what he said, Jun said as Jay drove them back to their dorms. Jay turned to them with raised eyebrows, already aware of the weird atmosphere as soon as the members of Eve came in. They were quiet as they entered the car, when, in fact, they were never quiet. Are you guys all right? Jay asked with a worried tone. None of them answered him, making him feel frustrated. He was about to pry more when Jae-young spoke. I have a bad feeling about it, he honestly said. I feel like they're going to punish us for the live we did. You guys did a live? Jay asked. However, they continued to ignore him. I think it's all right, Akira said. The company's just acting strange with the concert venue and all. The song is also weird. Almost half of the song would be sang by Jun. What? Jay exclaimed. They already revealed the song to you? I thought they would wait until tomorrow. Zeth shook his head. Rin wrote most of the song, too. It's only obvious, though. Sehun sighed, feeling a bit upset that he only got around 4 seconds of the song. Not only that, but 2 seconds of that was an ad-lib. Jun is the main character of Eve, he muttered. The car turned silent once again, making Jay even more frustrated. You are all the main characters of Eve, Jay said. We are all the main characters of Eve, Jun said right after him. Jay clicked his tongue. Do you guys even hear me? Jisung scratched the back of his head. That's not true. he said, causing Jun to sigh in frustration. He couldn't really blame his members. Moreover, Jisung said it with such innocence that Jun couldn't bring himself to feel bitter about it. They genuinely thought that he was the main character of their team when he didn't want to be. Zeth nodded in agreement. He has the most schedules. Jun turned to him with wide eyes. Even Zeth, who believed that he was the most popular, most handsome, and most desirable man on earth, also agreed with their sentiment. He also has the most fans, Rin continued. Jaeyoung hummed. His follower count is even more than that of our official account. Jun pursed his lips as he recalled his 10 million naval followers. He is the main character, Casper concluded, making Jun slump in his seat. Guys, I'm really not, he defended himself. I don't want you thinking like that. I could probably leave the team, and you would still function well. No one will leave the team, Jay said. Don't worry. I will speak with the company about this. No, we won't, Jisung said. It's impossible. It's the other way around. You can stay in Eve, and it will still be successful. That's not the case, Jay exclaimed, but the car was engulfed in silence once again. Look, Jun said. I think all of this is happening because the company started giving me the most schedules. I know that I'm the center of Eve, but sometimes it's just excessive. So I'm sorry. It's not your fault, though, Sehun said. You're just meant to be a star. Some people are born with it, some people are not. It's how it goes, Sehun muttered. Jun knew that Sehun didn't mean any harm with his statement, but Jun couldn't help but feel bad about it. He hated seeing his teammates lose confidence because of this. Jun was about to argue with them once more when the car came to an abrupt stop, causing the members to jolt forward. Jaeyoung, who was in the front seat, groaned in pain as the seatbelt dug into his ribs. Akira and Jisung even toppled over, hitting their heads on the seats right in front of them. Meanwhile, the other members felt like they had been whiplashed by how abrupt the stop was. Jay, what the heck? Akira exclaimed as he knelt on the car floor before settling back in his seat. He felt quite dizzy from the impact, so he closed his eyes as he continued ranting. I told you to stop doing that. Jisung also closed his eyes as he felt his world spinning. That was the most intense stop you've done. I know you've done this plenty of times, but I still can't get used to it. It's because we weren't paying attention to him, Zeth said, chuckling as he turned to the side and looked at the dark skies. The sky was devoid of any stars today, so it seemed darker than usual. Jun shook his head. I told you, Jay. You shouldn't do that anymore. What if we die at one point? Guys, Jay said, his eyes focused on the front. I know you have been ignoring me these past few minutes, but listen now. The members all turned silent. I think I might have just saved our lives, he said. What? Ren asked in a confused tone, finally looking at the front. Then, he instantly froze when he saw what was in front of them. The other members also started snapping out of their shock. Jun's eyebrows furrowed when he finally saw why Jay had come to an abrupt stop. Wait, he muttered. In front of them was a black van similar to theirs. It had tinted black windows, adding to its mysterious aura. However, what was the most noticeable was that they were very close to their van, only a few centimeters away. Then, when it felt like it couldn't get any worse, the doors opened, causing the members to freeze. 6 people wearing all black outfits and holding bats came out of the van, slowly approaching them. Number 693. Chapter 693 in this mafia ordeal. Oh shit, Jay muttered, preparing to start the van so they could escape the scene. However, before that could happen, 2 of them had already situated themselves behind their van, making them unable to leave. Jisung couldn't help but shake in fear, so Ruin held on to him like a nurturing mother. What's happening? He whispered. I don't know, Rin said in an equally scared voice. Are we in some kind of mafia shit? Akira asked quietly, earning him a slap on the back of the head from Jaeyoung. Sorry, Akira muttered. I forgot that we're in a serious mood. Jay squeaked as one of the men tapped the window with the bat. Open up, the man shouted. However, Jay remained unmoving, not knowing what to do. Jun, on the other hand, tried to assess the situation. The car that almost collided with them. The clothed men holding bats. This seemed like the usual blackmailing scheme. He had done this before. Open up, the man repeated, getting impatient. What am I going to do? Jay frantically asked. I don't know, Seth exclaimed. I've never been in such a situation before, Jaeyoung muttered, almost on the brink of tears. Open it. Jun calmly said, making the members turn to him with wide eyes. What? Si-hoon exclaimed. Are you crazy? Rin chimed. What if they do something to us? Jun pursed his lips. If they wanted to kill us, then they would have done so already, Jun said. The fact that they're doing this means that they only want two things, a robbery or some kind of threat. A warning, perhaps, he muttered. A warning? Casper asked. For what? Jun already had a hunch on who it was. However, he didn't want to string his embers along his issues. The fact that they were being threatened at the moment already made him feel guilty. They wouldn't let us leave until we give them what they want, Jun said. So, open the window. Jay shakily placed his hand over the electric button. However, before he could even press it, a loud breaking sound was heard. Their eyes widened when they saw that the window right next to Jun was now broken. Jisung gasped in surprise, and although he was fearful, he pulled Jun to his side to protect him. Jun subtly shook his head. How sweet was Jisung to be thinking of Jun even up to this point. The other members were still frozen, so Jun took the time to gently pry Jisung's arms away from his body to face the perpetrators. The perpetrators, dressed in the usual black bonnet and mask, looked at Jun with narrowed eyes. Their boss told them that he was quite the nonchalant man, but the fact that he wasn't even fazed with their raid made them believe that Jun was a different breed. Give us what we want, one of them said. Money? Jun asked with raised eyebrows, still appearing calm. The other members feared for their lives, yet Jun was handling it with such composure that they felt shivers run down their spines. It was times like this that they were reminded of how scary Jun could be. No. Another chimed, amusement heard in his voice. You know what we want, he said. The case. Jun pursed his lips. So he was right. It had finally started. First, they tried to attack Min-jun, and now they were targeting his members. I don't have it, Jun deadpanned, telling the truth. You have a week, the person before him said. Bring it to him, or else he will extract it from you. Don't tell anyone about this, or they will also suffer. With that, they went back to their black van and sped away, leaving Jay and the members of Eve with a traumatic experience. The car was engulfed in silence for a few moments before Jay finally broke it. What was that? He asked before starting the car and speeding to their dorm. He was scared out of his wits, but his desire to protect the members of Eve outweighed his fears. None of them spoke on the way there, almost as if they were still traumatized about what had happened. However, as soon as they got to the parking lot, the members seemed to snap out of their daze. What the heck just happened? Seth exclaimed. Were we just robbed? But they didn't even take our money. That would have been better. Why did they threaten Jun instead? Jisung asked. Si-hoon turned to Eve with a small frown. What was that? He asked. Jun sighed before raking his fingers through his hair. He knew that he could protect himself. Min-jun, too, would be protected by the amount of guards that his mom and Haruto had provided him. However, his members were a different case. They were under the public's eyes, which meant that they were more vulnerable to both physical and mental attacks. With that, Jun shook his head. We're all tired, he said. Let's go up, Jisung, he said, holding the younger guy's shoulders. I'll make you your favorite hot chocolate. The members were now back in their dorm, already in their respective rooms after the traumatic experience. Jun, on the other hand, remained on the couch, the television playing an ambient sound. He sipped on the extra hot chocolate that he had made for Jisung. However, he couldn't really taste it with the amount of thoughts running inside his head. He wasn't paying attention to the show. Instead, he gazed at the distance, trying to make sense of what had happened that day. It seemed like an entire week had passed. But it had only been a day. He learned clues from Haruto. He reached a new milestone with his teammates. They were presented with a new song. However, that led his members to believe that he was the main character of the group. And to top it all off, they were threatened on their way back. Jun had all the reasons to believe that it was orchestrated by Laohu and Lin Ji. It seemed like they were getting more desperate for the briefcase. However, after hearing what it could contain from Haruto, Jun didn't want to give it away. For some reason, he felt like the briefcase would have all the answers to his questions. So, he needed to find it as soon as possible. However, before he could start brainstorming once again about where the briefcase would be, Jisung arrived at the couch. Jisung looked at Jun with wide and red eyes, almost as if he had just stopped crying. Bro, he called. Do you want to talk? Number 694. Chapter 694 Brothers for Life. Why did you cry? Jun asked, ruffling the younger guy's hair. Jisung pursed his lips and looked away from Jun. Even though they were only a few months apart, Jisung found Jun to be a wiser older brother. Well, of course, Jun's mental age was far greater than Jisung's. However, as they've come a long way, Jun also found that Jisung was a good friend. I didn't cry though, he muttered. Come on, Jun said. I've known you for a long time. You're a bigger crybaby than Jaeyo. Jisung sniffed and shook his head. That's not true. He looks like he got stung by a bee after each of his crying sessions. Jun smiled in amusement. He does cry more intensely. However, you cry more than him, bro. The line made Jisung smile. It's been a while since you called me that. What, bro? Jun asked. Jisung hummed. Feels nostalgic, honestly. I kind of miss it, those times on Rising Stars. Jun looked at him with raised eyebrows. I don't, he deadpanned. Coming up with new performances was quite stressful. Jun chuckled. But it was still fun, right? Jisung asked. It makes me miss when our problems were like that. Jun looked down at his lap. That was the time when he didn't want to be an idol just yet. However, it did feel like he was facing smaller enemies back then. Who knew, right? Jisung asked, chuckling to himself. I thought that when I debuted, that would be it. All of my problems will be solved. All the questions in my mind will be answered. All of my desires will finally be fulfilled, he continued. However, it isn't anything like that. Debuting isn't the end of it all. We have so many problems to face now. However, I guess it's fine since I have you guys by my side. Jun nodded to himself. At some point, he also wanted to share his problems with the members. However, knowing the possibility of them getting hurt because of him made him hold back his words. He cared about them too much to be stringing them along to his problems. What happened a while ago was really scary, you know? Jisung asked. That was the first time I felt like my life was really on the line. Jisung's statement solidified it further. However, you know what made me more upset? Jisung asked. Jun turned to him with raised eyebrows. How you must have felt when we were calling you the main character of the team, he said. I should have been more concerned about the guys dressed in black who were seemingly about to attack us. However, I couldn't take your expression away from my mind. You looked very sad, Jisung said. I thought you were going to be happy that we called you the most famous one in Eve. However, you seemed very upset. That's because I don't want to be that kind of person, Jun said, looking up at the ceiling. We're a team, he continued. Sehun looked quite disappointed. Run, too, seemed pretty upset. I mean, it's justified. I, too, would be quite upset if I didn't get enough credit for the song I wrote. I saw that, too, Jisung said, looking down at his lap. But it's not your fault, someone said from behind him. Jun raised his eyebrows and saw Akira hovering above them. Jun narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Since when were you here? Akira smiled and jumped over the couch to sit next to Jun. He even laid his head down on his lap and peered up at Jun. In another circumstance, Jun would have pushed him away. However, seeing how happy he was lying on his lap, he let Akira be. Jun was close to all members of Eve, but Akira and Jisung were the very first. People he became close with, which made him even feel more comfortable. It's not your fault that you're being called the main character, Akira continued. I hope you don't feel so bad about it. That's the point, though. I don't want this kind of attention, Jun continued. I want it for the entire team, not just for me. We want that, too, Akira muttered. But what can we do? The company is giving you the most schedules and opportunities. I think it's a double-edged sword, though. You're the most tired out of all of us because of it, Akira chuckled. Jun and Jisung chuckled alongside him. The other members appreciate you a lot. Although it would be normal to be a little bit upset about the situation, I believe that the other members still love you. I know that, Jun muttered. I never want you guys to feel like you are anything less than you are. Give them some time, Jisung said. I sometimes think about it, too. What if you leave the group? Would I have more screen time? But then, I felt like we wouldn't be Eve without you. Sorry, Jun said, looking up at the ceiling. Akira clicked his tongue and pinched his side. I told you to stop apologizing. It's not your fault. It's the company's, Akira said. Jisung nodded in agreement. The only way we'll be able to solve this is if we leave Azure. The thought made Akira and Jisung laugh. They still had around 2 years left in their contract, and breaking it would entail a lot of money and mess, so it was pretty much impossible. However, Jun remained silent, causing Akira to sit up straight. He looked at Jun with narrowed eyes. You're not thinking about it, right? Jun pursed his lips and didn't say anything, causing Akira to feel even more nervous. Goodness, Akira muttered. I really can't predict what you're thinking about sometimes. When you stay silent like this, I can't help but think you're serious, he continued. Well, it would be difficult, Jun said. But it's not impossible. You're right when you said that leaving Azure would solve a lot of our problems. But it would also create a bunch of new ones, Jisung reasoned out. Who would even take us in if we break off the contract? I know that we've made a decent amount of money, but it wouldn't be enough to counter against Azure. Last but not least, we wouldn't even be able to keep our name. Jun sighed and relaxed back in his seat. You're right, he muttered. Let's just hope that Mr. Ong gets into an accident and is replaced by a new and kinder CEO. Bro, Jisung said, feeling that his comment was unhinged. I pray for that every night, Akira said. Just then, a familiar theme song was heard through the television, causing the three of them to focus their attention to the front. Oh right, there's going to be a special episode for Rising Stars today, Akira said, fixing his position. I almost forgot since we were so caught up with everything. Jun hummed. You know what that means. Jisung exclaimed. Let's watch it all together. Number 695. Chapter 695, Just Give Up. Special episode? Jun asked, unaware of the fact. It was just announced yesterday, Jisung said. You probably didn't catch it since you were resting really well. What's the special episode going to be about, though? Jun asked. I think they're going to have some sort of field day, like that one we had, Akira answered. Oh, Jun said, remembering those times. He won those unusable phone accessories. Let's watch it, I guess, he muttered, curious as to what they were going to show. Just as Akira said, they were going to have their field day. Jun's eyes immediately went to Mei, who appeared to be teamed up with the most talented people in the show. He shook his head as the camera panned towards their team multiple times. It was obvious that they were going to have the most screen time and would probably perform last in the next episode. Those 5 are together? That's amazing. I see one imposter in that group. Jimin and Mina are in one team. That's a recipe for success. Not if someone makes it into a recipe for disaster. Jun sighed since it appeared like Mei was still receiving a lot of hate. He wasn't able to join them this week for the filming, but there was something different about her. She was awfully quiet, although she was known to only speak whenever it was needed. Nonetheless, Jun still found her disposition quite strange. My ideal type is here again, Akira dreamily sighed, causing Jun to glare at him. Do you want me to remove your teeth one by one? Jun asked. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. Well, that's brutal. Jun shook his head. Don't talk about her like that. Akira narrowed his eyes at Jun in suspicion. You know, I really think there's something going on between the two of you. From the very beginning, you didn't like it when we talked about her, Akira said. Don't tell me. You're really dating this trainee? Jun couldn't help himself. He slapped the back of Akira's head so hard that he lost his sense of speech for a second. What the heck? Jisung asked, also surprised. Look, I don't know what's going on inside your head, but it's not that, Jun said, already cringing at the thought of being with his sister. He wasn't a delusional anime protagonist, even if he looked like one. Akira massaged the back of his head. Geez, I get it. You didn't have to slap me so hard. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Just don't talk about her that way. She's like a sister to me. Akira turned to him. I see, he said. I nearly forgot that you're not capable of displaying romantic feelings. All of the women that have been linked to you had all been sister-zoned. Rest in peace to all of them. Jun sighed. She's really a sister to me, he emphasized. Akira raised his hands in surrender. I get it, dude, he chuckled. You don't have to do a triple kill on her now. Jun shook his head and gave up on explaining himself. I won't talk about her like that anymore, Akira said, making Jun sigh in relief. However, he continued, can we talk about how much spark she lost in her eyes? Jun's posture straightened as he directed his gaze to the screen. He already had a feeling about it, but the fact that another person had pointed it out made it even feel more real. Right? Jisung asked. It's only been around a month, too. Didn't you go through this phase, Jun? I did, Jun admitted, remembering the time when he was unreasonably kicked out of the skateboard team. But it's strange, Jisung continued. I felt like she was the type of person to be really passionate about this. Mei had shown her passion since the very beginning. It's quite disheartening to see her so sad. Is Mei okay? She's not participating in any games. Well, maybe she's bad at that, too. Don't ruin the group, May. You've already ruined a lot of this for us. I can't believe she's going to work with such talented people. It's a good thing, though. People are finally going to open their eyes and see that May shouldn't be on the show. Fuck, I feel bad for her, man. She looks so lost. The three of them continued to watch the show, appearing entertained by all the drama that Azure had included. Then, after field day, which determined the song they were going to perform and the order in which they would perform, some clips of their practice were shown on screen. Different scenarios were portrayed, but most people couldn't wait for Jimin's team to appear. I wonder what their practice is going to be like, Jisung said, now on his third glass of hot chocolate. Akira said. It would be interesting to see if May could keep up with them. Jun watched the show silently, already feeling that it wasn't going to go well. Finally, after what seemed like forever, Jimin's team was shown. They were going to be performing Into a New Reality by Good Game. They were a girl group from Esper Entertainment and undoubtedly one of the most iconic ones of all time. The song was their debut song, and Jimin picked it because it required a lot of skill and talent. Let's start, shall we? Mina asked as their leader. Jimin and the rest nodded, already marking the movements. It was a well-loved song, so lots of trainees knew or were at least familiar with its lyrics and choreography. However, May, having the least training time among them, wasn't too familiar with the movements. As a result, she looked much more unskilled compared to the rest of them. Jun clenched his fists on his lap as the editors capitalized on her mistakes. Cindy, he muttered before shaking his head. However, he also knew that they were just doing their job. Azure's editing style has always been as such, and people eat it up every time. Nonetheless, Jun found it upsetting to see so much hate for his sister when she was trying so hard. He knew that he wanted her to be eliminated, so she could go back to her safe space. However, he didn't want it to end like this. Just go back to your home country. She's so embarrassing. I can't believe she made it into the top 5. Mina's so stable. May could never do that. What the heck is this shit show? Guys, this is their first day practicing. She's not familiar with the song. So how do you expect that she's going to be great right away? Excuses. Jun clicked his tongue as the scene continued on. I think I know why she looks so down now, Akira said. Then, just as he uttered those words, another scene flashed, causing Jun to raise his eyebrows in surprise. It was May in a familiar room, the white room that was meant for pouring out all of your feelings. Then, some sad ambient music was heard, setting the tone. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Number 696. Chapter 696 Home. Jun froze as soon as Lena said those words. He even felt his heart stop as he looked into her hopeless eyes. He hadn't seen her like that before. Not even when she couldn't join their high school field trip. Not even when she got scammed by a K-pop album seller. Not even when their parents died. Although, she was a bit too young to comprehend what was truly happening back then. Jun could guess that she was also devastated when he died, but he didn't live long enough to see it. Nonetheless, this was the most dejected that Jun had ever seen Mei Ling. Poor girl, Akira said. She must feel so pressured. I know that I'm less skilled than everybody else, she sighed. I also said that I want to prove myself to all of you and show my improved skills, she continued, still looking down at her lap. But why is it so hard, she asked. I'm trying my best. Mei chuckled, although her voice was devoid of any happiness. Or at least I think I'm trying my best. However, it just feels like my best isn't good enough. Are you guys happy now? This beautiful girl is breaking down because of all the pressure she is feeling. She set herself up. She told everyone she would improve. It's been 1 week. Do you think she's Jun or something? Jun improved so fast, though. Why can't she do it? Jun looked down at his lap as the comment section were bombarded with Mei being compared with him. He felt guilt consume his heart. The main reason why he improved so fast was because he had Fu. However, his sister was being unjustly compared to him. I feel like nobody's supporting me in this dream, she continued, making Jun lift his head. There were tears brimming in her eyes, making Jun feel even guiltier than he already was. I came here out of my own accord because I want to be an idol, but it seems like a lot of people are against me going for my dream. Even those who don't know much about me, she muttered. Jun pursed his lips since he knew that he was one of those people. He only wanted what was best for her sister, but as he thought back on those times, he realized that he must have hurt his feelings. However, I don't want to complain any further, May continued, wiping her eyes with the back of her hands. Then, she looked into the camera. I went into this show knowing that it wouldn't be easy, she said with resolution. So, for now, I will just focus on myself and go back to where I came from, to my origin. With that, the clip ended, yet May's words continued to echo in his mind. Origin, he muttered. There was that word again. He didn't realize how much that word was thrown around up until he received his latest mission from Fu. She's right. Jisung sighed, running his fingers through his hair. When everything gets tough, you just have to go back to your roots. Ask yourself, how did you get here? Where did you come from? Where does your home lie? He continued. You've also reminded us that plenty of times before, right, Jun? He asked, nudging Jun's shoulder. Jun looked at Jisung, his mind still racing with 1,000 thoughts. How he got here, where he came from, where his home lies. Just then, Jun's head started hurting, causing him to hold onto his temples. Jisung and Akira noticed this and quickly went to his aid. Bro, Jisung said in a concerned tone. Are you alright? Oh goodness, Akira panicked. Is this because you practiced with us? You should have really stayed at home and kept on resting. Jun shook his head and opened his eyes, finally finding the answer to the question that had been lingering in his mind. I got it, Jun muttered, causing the two to look at each other in confusion. What? Jisung asked. Jun retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened his notes app, where the poem entitled BC was hidden. A beauty in the rain. It had already been established that May was the beauty under the rain. Her name also sounded like May, which strengthened the point even more. Gave me something I didn't know I needed. She gave Choi Joon-ho the briefcase in fear of it landing in the hands of the wrong people. But it brought immense pain. It brought immense pain since he witnessed the death of Jun Hao. Aside from that, he also saw Haruto slowly losing himself and his dream, even going as far as trying to take his life by jumping off of a building. That I had it seated, buried underground. Jun interpreted this literally. The briefcase must be buried underground, away from prying eyes and evil hands, where the sun doesn't shine. The sun didn't shine in his original home that much. It was a pretty rainy province except for the summer, and it had been called as the wet city ever since, where life took love, where his parents died, the people that Choi Joon-ho truly loved, where flowers bloom. Their graves were embellished with flowers scattered around the area to honor the beauty of their lives, where it was engulfed in flames. Their house had been burned down by unknown people, so everything he knew and loved had turned to ashes. It was an ingenious clue, one that only Choi Joon-ho would know about. Fortunately for Jun, although he wasn't Choi Joon-ho himself, there would always be a part of him that Jun would understand. So, he was able to decipher the clue and possibly the location of the briefcase. Finally, Jun muttered with a small smile. He was finally going to find the answers to his questions. Jun, Jisung said, snapping him back to reality. You shouldn't come with us to practice tomorrow. Yeah, Akira agreed. You should rest. Jun couldn't shake the smile off of his face as he sat back down on the couch. Yeah, rest, he muttered. Akira and Jisung turned to each other, finding Jun's tone suspicious. Are you alright? Jisung asked. Jun nodded. Of course, he said. I'm going to rest tomorrow. Jun just won't tell them where he would rest. It would be in his hometown, Gangwon Province. Number 697. Chapter 697 The Challenge That Keeps on Giving. 117 Gosungun, Gangwon Province, South Korea. The first time he went to this place was to visit his parents' graves. Minjun came along with him during that time, so it was only natural that Minjun came along with him this time, too. Of course, their trusty bodyguards came, too. They weren't going to risk getting harmed while they were on a short vacation. Why did you drag me out here? Minjun whined, peeling some oranges and eating them in one whole piece. Jun clicked his tongue. You practically begged me to take you here when you were younger. Minjun stuck his tongue out at him. I was immature. Back then, I was also an entire foot shorter than my current height. It's been a year, Jun deadpanned. And so? Minjun asked. Boys tend to grow quickly. Jun shook his head in amusement. I could still remember that day. You were a very cute devil. Minjun clicked his tongue. Don't call me that anymore. I'm already in 8th grade. Jun sighed in nostalgia. Oh, how time had passed. Now, you have a bigger ego than Zeth. Minjun scoffed. Don't compare me to him. I'm much more handsome. Jun smirked. Point proven. After a few more minutes, the two finally arrived at a familiar scenery. What are we doing here again? Minjun asked as they got out of the van. I'm looking for something, Jun vaguely answered. Minjun clicked his tongue. Don't tell me that you're finding yourself here. I ain't about to hear such cheesy stuff from you. Jun smiled and nudged the boy's shoulder. What if I told you that I'm doing just that? Minjun cringed. Get away from me, boomer. Jun shook his head in amusement. Kids, he muttered. Just then, he heard a familiar voice calling them over. Jun lifted his head and saw Grandma Bok-soon, the grandma who had taken them in when they had gone here for the first time. Jun Hao, she called his real name. Over here. The bodyguards stayed behind, seemingly having their own place to stay in. Haruto's connections was just great like that. Jun placed his bag over his shoulder and called Minjun over. Let's go, he said. Minjun, being the shy 8th grader that he was, hesitantly followed after him. Omo, the old woman exclaimed as soon as she saw the two of them. The two of you had gotten even more handsome. How is that possible? You're really an idol now, she said while looking at Jun. And you, she said, turning to Minjun, who still appeared shy. Are you the little boy that came with Jun last year? You've grown so well. You're very handsome, too. Minjun pursed his lips, trying to hide his smile. However, it still peeked through his supposedly nonchalant personality. Are you planning on becoming an idol? She asked. Minjun frantically shook his head. As much as he enjoyed being called handsome, he could never commit to being an idol. It was way too much pressure and work. Oh, that's all right, Bok-soon said. Why don't you go to my house and place down your stuff? You said that you're going to stay for a night, right? Jun nodded. If that isn't too much. Of course not, Bok-soon said. Even though you only contacted me last night, you can stay here for a couple more days if you'd like. Jun shook his head. A night would be enough. Bok-soon smiled. All right then, let's go to my humble home. Minjun and Jun went to Grandma Bok-soon's house to unload their stuff and settle down. They were given some refreshments as they arrived, which made them feel very welcomed. However, Jun felt like he couldn't waste any time, so as soon as he finished his drink, he stood on the floor. Grandma Bok-soon looked up at him. Are you going now? Jun nodded. I want to visit my parents' graves. Bok-soon said. They're always the first ones you want to see whenever you come here. Make sure to wear a hat since the weather's pretty hot today. Jun nodded and took the hat from Grandma Bok-soon. Do you have another one for the kid? He asked. Of course, she smiled. Here, little one. Minjun pursed his lips, obviously not happy with how he was being called. Nonetheless, he wore the hat that Grandma Bok-soon had provided. The two were about to leave when Jun remembered something. Perhaps, do you have a shovel? A shovel? Minjun asked. What the heck are you going to do with a shovel? Just keep quiet, Jun said. I'll stay here. You stay there and wait for me. Minjun clicked his tongue and sat on a log. Look, if you're going to dig up your parents' bodies, then count me out. I don't want to see any dead people today, he said. Jun sighed as he looked at the flat ground, looking for a starting point. Don't worry. That's not my goal, too, Jun muttered. He looked around the area, wondering where he would be able to find a briefcase. This is going to be tough, Jun said, already having a hunch that finding the briefcase would be a harder task than he had expected. How long are you going to stand there? Minjun asked. Do you want me to start digging for you? Stay quiet, kid, Jun said, causing Minjun to shake his head. Then, Minjun stood, grabbing the shovel from Jun's hand and pressing it onto the ground. As soon as he did that, a metal sound was heard, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. Minjun stepped back while Jun quickly took the shovel to dig even deeper. As he hit the ground once more, he felt the item underground. Well, that was actually easier than he had thought. Minjun actually had a lot of luck. Jun couldn't relate. He continued digging until he created a small hole. There, he saw what seemed to be black steel material buried under the ground. Jun knelt down and quickly grabbed the case before sitting on the log that Minjun had previously sat on. The young teen went to where he was and poked the steel briefcase. What's that? He asked. Jun smirked as he shook the briefcase. There was no doubt. It was the same briefcase that he had stolen from another gang a year ago. The very briefcase that caused all of this chaos in the first place. A treasure, Jun responded, getting ready to open the briefcase. He pressed the buttons. Finally, he muttered. However, the buttons couldn't be pressed. They were rock hard. Jun frowned and flipped the briefcase so that the buttons were facing him. Then it hit him. The answers weren't in his hands just yet. What's the passcode? Minjun asked. Number 698. Chapter 698. Buzzhead, Pinky, and Curly. Bring the hammer, Jun said, coaxing Minjun to help him open the dreaded briefcase. He thought he would finally get the answers to his questions, but there was another challenge that came his way. A 6-digit code was needed for the briefcase to be opened. Minjun clicked his tongue as he gave him the hammer. Why are you so surprised that there's a code, though? He asked. It's a briefcase. Of course, it's going to have a passcode. Jun shook his head as he held the hammer in his hands. I forgot, all right, Jun asked. And it's not like I knew the passcode right at the beginning. Minjun frowned. What do you mean? He asked. Isn't it yours? Jun shrugged, finally hitting the briefcase with good strength. He didn't want to exert too much effort since something might break inside. However, whoever made the briefcase must have put their everything into it. The material didn't even budge. Hey, answer me, Minjun said. This briefcase is yours, right? Technically, Jun vaguely answered. Step back, Jun said, preparing himself to hit the briefcase harder. Minjun sighed and stepped back, covering his ears for what was about to happen. Jun hit it with all of his might. However, the material didn't budge once again. What the heck? He exclaimed before repeatedly hitting the case. Stop it, Minjun screamed. Jun, feeling breathless, let go of the hammer and collapsed on the ground. People are going to think that we're doing some kind of crime in here, he complained. Jun shook his head. What the heck is that briefcase made out of? Probably Zeth's face, Minjun said, leaning down to knock on the hard material. This seems very foolproof, almost like the ones that safes are made out of. You should just make it explode, he continued, and risk losing the content inside. Jun asked. No thanks. I just need to keep on trying. With that, he stood once more and started hitting it once again, feeling like this was the toughest opponent he had faced in his entire life. Just then, Grandma Boksoon came out of her house with a confused look. What are you two boys even doing here? She asked, looking frightened when she saw Jun holding a hammer with a determined expression. Jun sighed and let go of the hammer. Just trying to open this. Grandma Boksoon frowned and inspected the briefcase. Oh, honey, this is a safe briefcase. It's made out of unbreakable material. It's even waterproof and fireproof. Where did you find something like this? It must have been expensive, she said. Jun pursed his lips. Well, do you know how I can open it? Through the passcode, of course, she chimed. Or make it explode. Although, that would probably compromise the contents inside since it looks so compact. Jun sighed in defeat and once again collapsed on the ground. So, what I'm hearing is, I need to find the passcode, he asked. Yes, she exclaimed. That's the only way. Jun shook his head, not minding that the dirt was staining his clothes. Of course, he should have known that it wouldn't be as easy as it seemed. Fu would never give him such a simple task. Well, get up now. I've made lunch. You didn't get to eat the last time you visited, so I made a feast. Jun sighed and stood once again, feeling a little bit comforted by the thought of home-cooked food. All right, he said, grabbing the briefcase and going inside along with Minjun. He cleaned the briefcase and placed it in his luggage. He would think about the passcode later on. For now, he felt more secure since the briefcase was already in his hands. Jun could already hear the utensils clanging from the kitchen, so he quickly washed his hands and went outside. His stomach grumbled as soon as the delicious scent of food wafted through his nostrils. He followed the source of the scent, but stopped when he saw that Minjun and Grandma Boksoon weren't alone. Old ladies, he muttered, feeling a sense of fear run through his body. Of course, Jun was still aware of his popularity among old ladies. In a survey done for older ladies, he was the most popular idol. He was definitely honored, but a small part of him was also scared. The last time he casually encountered old ladies, he was chased down the road while they were on their scooters. Omo! The curly-haired grandma exclaimed, letting go of the plate and running to where Jun was. It's really Jun Ho. How come you're so handsome now? She excitedly asked. Jun chuckled awkwardly. Skincare, I guess. Another old woman stood, now in a buzz cut. I watched all of Rising Stars because of you. I almost couldn't believe it when Boksoon said she knew you, but you're really here. Jun scratched the back of his head. I guess I am, he muttered. Can you sing and dance for us? Another old woman, who was dressed in all pink, clutched her hands in front of her chest. Jun pursed his lips and turned to Minjun for help. However, The young teen's cheeks were currently being assaulted by two other old women. However, despite that, he had an evil look on his face, almost as if he was happy that June was being tortured alongside him. "Come on, honey. Don't be shy," Buzzhead said, also pinching his cheeks. "Omo, your cheeks are so smooth, like a baby's butt. No wonder your fans adore you so much. Sing Oasis." "Oh, wait, no? Luster. My grandkids love that song," Pinky smiled. "Make space for him," Curly exclaimed. The three grandmas stepped back and clapped their hands while waiting for June to perform. Minjun's smirk widened when he saw how awkward June looked. June shook his head. He couldn't believe he was going to do this for free. However, he couldn't really deny the grandma's request since they looked genuinely interested in him. With that, he closed his eyes and got rid of any shame in his body. "'Cause I'm tongue-tied and I'm surprised. Every single time I look into your eyes. You know, you're the one that I want for life. In my heart, right here, right now." Number 699. Chapter 699, I'm an idol. What a good boy you are. Now, you might think that these words would be directed to Minjun, or maybe a dog who did a simple trick. However, that wasn't the case. Those words were directed to June. He was eating the vegetables that Grandma Boksoon had prepared, his cheeks filled like a hamster's. So cute. So cute. June felt like he was transported back to his infant era. No, he wasn't even treated like this when he was a baby. He had always been mature. "Is the food good, Jun Hao?" Grandma Boksoon asked. June nodded. "Yeah," he smiled. "It's been a while since I've eaten like this." The grandmas all frowned. "What? How come?" June pursed his lips. "Well, it just gets busy being an idol, I guess. Most of the time, I eat outside. When I'm back in the dorms, we also get takeout. Then, when I'm too tired, I just sleep instead of eating." Their frowns deepened. "What kind of schedule is that? You should eat like this every day? How would you get your nutrition then?" "It's the same for all of us, though," June said. "That's not true," Minjun said. "Jay cooks for the boys at the dorms sometimes. You're out most of the time, so you eat outside food." The grandmas started scolding him. "Tell your company to give you a more relaxed schedule. Are you going to work until you die? What if you get an illness and suddenly can't work?" June smiled, trying to calm them all down. "I'm fine, grandmas," he assured. "I'm on vacation right now, so I'm getting a lot of rest." Yes, Grandma Boksoon said. "You'll stay the night, so I'm going to prepare a good dinner for both of you again." The three grandmas who stayed after lunch nodded. In agreement. "Oh," Pinky Grandma exclaimed. "I almost forgot. Don't we have a small celebration later?" "Yes," Buzzhead's grandma said. "Some local artists are going to perform. There's also going to be a lot of food from the people in the area. Why don't you go home?" June hesitated to answer. I don't know. I can't really go out to public events without the company knowing." "Oh, who cares about them?" Grandma Boksoon exclaimed. "The people here, especially the old ones, practically live in the 80s. We don't record everything on our phones. Instead, we enjoy the moment." "Don't worry," Curly Grandma said. "We'll make sure that you won't get mobbed. Although, I bet there would be a lot of grandmas pinching your cheeks." June froze after she said those words. Oh no. His cheeks were already sore from all of their pinching. He didn't know if he could endure another round of that. "Let's just go," Minjun said. "I want to see some pretty girls my age. And finally, forget Yuna, who keeps rejecting my feelings," he muttered. June pursed his lips before nodding. "All right, we'll go." When the grandmas told June to be prepared to be a cheek-pinching attraction, he knew that they were telling the truth. However, he didn't think that it would be to this extent. Almost every person in the town had already pinched his cheeks. It seemed like people came to the festival just for his cheeks. "So soft and cute," another grandma exclaimed. "It's so nice seeing a handsome young man in our small festival. Make sure to enjoy it, all right?" June awkwardly smiled despite his aching cheeks. Just then, he felt someone tug at his arm. He looked behind him and saw a small grandma looking at him with bright eyes. "You're June, right? This is my granddaughter, Sammy. Say hi," she exclaimed, pulling a girl that was around his age closer to the two of them. Sammy smiled at June shyly, to which June just awkwardly waved back. "Dang it, Linda. My daughter came first. You should give June to her, because she's nearing 40 already," another grandma exclaimed, pulling an older woman who was looking at June seductively. June felt a shiver run down his spine. All right, he didn't sign up for this. That somehow created a domino effect as more and more grandmas tried to introduce their daughters and granddaughters to the handsome idol. Fortunately, after a few more minutes of torture, Grandma Bok soon broke the crowd. All right. That's enough. None of you have a chance with Jun Hao. You should have flirted with him before he went to the city to become an idol, she said. Now, he's prettier than all of you, she chimed. So go away. He's here to enjoy the festival. None of you pester him from now on. Sighs of disappointment were heard all around. However, they seemed to be compliant with Grandma Boksoon's words as they dispersed after that. Jun sighed in relief as he was finally able to sit. Grandma Boksoon gave him some food and a drink. Thanks, he muttered, placing them on his lap. Then, he looked around and realized that he didn't have the little devil around him. Where's Minjun? He frantically asked. Don't worry, Grandma Boksoon smiled. He's being fed over there, she pointed. Jun looked toward where Grandma Boksoon was pointing and shook his head in amusement when he saw Minjun surrounded by old ladies who appeared like they missed their grandsons. It seemed like his quest to find a pretty girl in the province went down the drain. I hope you feel comfortable, Grandma Boksoon said. Jun smiled and nodded. Aside from my sore cheeks, I'm quite all right. The people here are nice. They are, Boksoon smiled. They may be a little overbearing at first, but that's only because they want to welcome you warmly. However, they know when to set their limits. They won't bother you now that I've told them about it. Jun smiled at her gratefully, before turning to the performer on stage. Jun wasn't familiar with him, but he seemed to have a good voice. He sang in a very old-fashioned way despite looking young. Just then, Buzzhead Grandma frantically went over to where the two of them were. What? Grandma Boksoon asked, sensing her panic. There's a problem, Buzzhead Grandma exclaimed. The idol group that originally promised to perform here couldn't come because of another schedule. Huh? Boksoon asked with furrowed eyebrows. But, weren't they paid already? Buzzhead Grandma clicked her tongue. Not yet, she muttered. But, what are we going to do now? The people are expecting a performance. Jun pursed his lips, wondering if it was appropriate to present himself. However, thinking that he wanted to go back to his origin and probably come to love performing even more, he raised his hand and pointed to himself. Well, I'm an idol. Number 700. Chapter 700 Little Bird. Are you really doing this? Grandma Boksoon asked as she helped Jun with his hair. The townspeople were excited about the idol group gracing their village. Jun knew that they were going to be disappointed if they didn't perform, so he took the initiative to perform for them. It had been a while since he performed in front of a live audience, so he kind of missed it, too. However, thinking that he would be performing in front of a normal crowd and not in front of his fans was quite nerve-wracking. Jun smiled as he looked at himself in the small mirror. Who's going to perform if I don't? He asked. Grandma Boksoon chuckled. Will this be okay with Azure? Jun turned to her with a smirk. I thought you didn't like Azure? He asked. That's true, she chuckled. But I care about you a lot. I don't want you to be scolded. Jun shrugged. It's okay. I've already broken a lot of rules anyway. This doesn't even count as a violation in my book, Grandma Boksoon chimed. You're right, Jun said, now fixing his collar. Grandma Boksoon looked at me fondly. You've really grown up to be such a fine gentleman. Jun smiled, feeling reassured. There, I'm done, he said, preparing himself for the performance. Perfect, Grandma Boksoon exclaimed. The only problem is that your roots are growing in. How about you try a different hairstyle next time? Jun looked at his hair and found that it had grown quite a lot already. With that, he nodded in agreement. Sure, he said. I'll bring it up with the company. But, for now, he continued, finally facing her. Let's get this show on the road. Thank you for that wonderful performance, Melon. Buzzhead Grandma exclaimed, pertaining to the last performer before Jun. It was a young girl from the next town who aspired to become an idol, and she made everyone love her with such a short performance. As she went backstage, she was met by none other than Jun, which made her freeze on the spot. She believed that the town must have been very rich for them to invite someone like Jun from Eve. Our last performer of the night is someone you've already seen, Buzzhead Grandma introduced. The townspeople turned to each other in confusion. But we thought it was going to be the idol group. Where is the idol group? I want some young blood in here. Buzzhead Grandma smirked as she stepped to the left. Let us welcome Jun from Eve. The introduction immediately shut them up, and they burst into cheers. It's Jun. He's going to perform. What is he going to perform? I'm so excited. We're getting this for free when Eve's tickets retail for more than $1,000 right now. Jun went up the stage, a professional smile gracing his lips. He didn't introduce himself and just let the music play. The people were expecting him to sing one of his group's songs. However, contrary to their beliefs, he was actually going to sing a trot song. They immediately became more excited. A handsome young man singing such an old yet exciting song? Signed them right up. Jun let out a deep breath, not wanting to show his nervousness. With that, he brought the wired microphone to his lips and started singing. In the wide blue sky, a bird flew high. Dreams in his wings, he kissed the sky. With the utterance of the first lines, the crowd was immediately stood. It was a genre that they didn't expect from Jun, but somehow, he still made it work. It seemed like his voice was just made for every genre. He walked back and forth on the stage, acting out the gestures of the simple lyrics. Sunshine on his feathers, bright and warm. He danced with the clouds, free from harm. Jun could still remember where he first heard the song. It was on his dad's old radio, and it played while he was helping him with house repairs. It was the type of song that you would think to be a nursery rhyme. When he was younger, he thought it was just about a bird flying high. However, now that he had grown, he realized that the meaning was much deeper than it seemed. Sometimes, the simpler the words, the more open they were for interpretation. Oh, little bird, with wings so wide, fly through the heavens, on the winds you ride. When dark clouds come and you descend, remember, little bird, this is not the end. The crowd started dancing along to the song. Jun made up some simple movements that they could follow, which they clumsily did. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the crowd enjoy his performance. Amidst all of this, Sammy, the granddaughter that her grandma wanted to introduce to Jun, watched the performance with red cheeks. And in her hand was her old phone, filming the entire scene and going live on her personal account. She only had 3 viewers, and all her commenters were trolls who clearly lacked attention from their mothers, but she didn't care. She enjoyed the performance very much. The wind turned cold, and the night drew near. But somehow, it brought the little bird here. Wings clipped, he fell to the ground. In the still of the night, without a sound. Jun's eyes brightened as he went down to the crowd, dancing with the old ladies as they joyously laughed. In the quiet earth, where he now rests, a new life grows from his messy nest. New wings sprout from sorrow's deep. In every ending are the dreams he keep. At that moment, it seemed like everything slowed down. The people around him emanated such a joyous vibe that he couldn't help but feel happy. So, this was why people loved to perform. Because others also loved watching. Oh, little bird, with wings so wide, fly through the heavens, on the winds you ride. When dark clouds come and you descend, remember, little bird, this is not the end. As the final lines approached, he quickly went up the stage and settled down. He stood under the lights, making him appear like the shining little bird in the song. The sky remains, stars softly glow. In each goodbye, new hellos grow. Oh, little bird, your spirit flies beyond the clouds, where no one dies. Volume 8, Number 701. Chapter 701. Happy once again. Well, you look happy, Minjun said, going out of the house and sitting on the patio next to Jun. Jun smiled as he looked up at the night sky. It was filled with stars, contrary to that of the city. The skies were clear, and the winds were fresh. Jun felt that he wanted to stay here, but he also knew that he couldn't leave his current life. Of course, Jun said. Minjun smiled and looked down at his lap. I'm glad then, Minjun said. You seemed pretty down these days. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. I was, he asked. However, as he thought back on the past weeks, he realized that he truly was. It felt like he was just existing, or merely complying with his schedules. Because his entire day was so packed with schedules, he didn't even have any time to reflect on what he truly felt. I guess I was, Jun muttered. But you look very happy right now, Minjun said. Almost like you found your origin. Jun lifted his head and sighed in frustration. You're like the third person who had told me that word, he grumbled. What's with my origin? Minjun shrugged. I don't know. It's a pretty common word. Yet I still don't know what the real definition of it truly is, he said, staring into the night sky. This place was his origin, so this was where he found the briefcase. However, now, he had to find a passcode. Did that have something to do with his origin once again? I also don't know, big bro, Minjun said. Life isn't as simple as it seems. I've come to realize that as I grow older. Jun clicked his tongue. You're in 8th grade, he deadpanned. Minjun smirked. I've been told that my mental capacity is larger than my peers. Well, I can't argue with that, Jun chuckled. Anyway, he continued, now lying on the floor. We're going back tomorrow. Always be careful in the city, all right? Minjun smirked and laid down next to him. I'm assuming you heard what happened. Jun hummed. You should have told me about what had happened, you know. And what? Minjun asked. Give you another thing to stress about? I know that you already have a lot on your plate. Still, Jun sighed. I thought we were going to share everything to each other from now on. You already hired me bodyguards anyway, Minjun shrugged. My mother also bought more bodyguards after I told her what happened. Bought? Jun frowned. Oh, hired, Minjun chuckled. You get what I mean. Jun shook his head in amusement. You know, I'm still confused as to what your mom truly does. It seems like you guys are too rich for your own good. Minjun hummed. Well, I honestly don't know. My dad has multiple businesses, so that's already enough to get us by. More than enough. However, my mom's richer. She has a lot more connections, he continued. I could see that, Jun said, recalling Lena Park helping him with his past situation with Lin Ji. Must be nice, he muttered. Minjun shrugged. I would rather have a complete family. However, I have everything I could ever want in concrete terms. Honestly, it would be unfair if I had both. So, I guess I've just come to live with it. Jun chuckled, finding himself closing his eyes despite the cold hardwood against his back. Hey, Minjun said, also sounding groggy. Am I the only one who feels sleepy? Jun took a while to respond. No, he quietly said. Minjun hummed, also closing his eyes. With that, the two brothers fell asleep on the hard floor under the stars. Sammy woke up with a wide smile. She could still remember Jun's performance last night, and it was enough to get her by for an entire year, maybe even 2. However, her smile dropped when she saw that she had many notifications. What's this? She muttered. She opened her phone and saw that her naval page was being bombarded. She had over 1,000 notifications. She quickly clicked on her notifications and saw plenty of comments on her recent live. Sammy clicked her tongue. Her trolls didn't increase, did they? However, when she clicked on the live, she saw plenty of likes and hearts. Ooh, what's this? She excitedly exclaimed. The live had over 100,000 views and 50,000 likes. Aside from that, big accounts also shared it, garnering even more views on their pages. With that, she shot up from her bed and ran to their living room. Grandma, I'm famous. Meanwhile, Grandma Boksuk was confused as to why the bed she had prepared was empty. She clicked her tongue and placed her hands on her hips. Now, where are those two? She muttered. Did they go home early? Then, she shook her head. They should have told me, so I could have prepared breakfast earlier. With that, she went outside to sweep her backyard. However, she was surprised when she saw 2 bodies lying on her patio. Omo, she exclaimed. What are you two doing here? The sound made Minjun and Jun wake up, looking at Grandma Boksun's surprised expression. Oh, good morning, Jun said, yawning and stretching his body. However, he stopped when he felt an ache go through his body. Minjun also woke up next to him, groggily blinking away his sleepy state. Ah, that was a good rest, Minjun said, appearing to be in good condition. Jun looked at him and shook his head. Goodness, he muttered. I already have signs of aging. Grandma Boksun clicked her tongue and helped them get up. I thought you guys left already, she said. Jun shook his head. Someone's going to pick us up a bit later. She smiled and shook her head. All right, go to the dining room now. I've already prepared breakfast. With the mention of food, the 2 young men went to the dining area and quickly dug in. The hot soup and chewy noodles stimulated their appetites, and they found themselves having seconds. Grandma Boksun watched them lovingly. You seem happy, she chimed. Is it because you saw your viral video? Jun froze after Grandma Boksun said those words. Viral video, he asked. Oh, you haven't seen it yet, she asked. It's on Naval. Sammy, the granddaughter of the grandma next to our house, did a live yesterday. Jun quickly opened his phone and saw the video on top of his featured page. He opened it and saw that it had already passed 500,000 views and was still steadily increasing. The comments were also filled with new people and fans alike. Who is this fine young man? No one. He's a staff member. I didn't know Jun could sing trot so well. He's really a well-rounded performer. I still feel bitter that they get to witness June this close, though. True. I paid $2,000 for my tickets to go see Eve. Girl, you got scammed. It's worth it. June shook his head at the ridiculous comments. However, he couldn't shake the smile off his face when he realized that they were mostly positive. He had been receiving so many hate comments and death threats for the past weeks, so having so many good comments eased his heart a bit. However, his smile quickly dropped when he saw a text from their CEO. Mr. Ong, come back. Right this instant. Number 702. Chapter 702. Don't you know that I'm a savage? June wasn't threatened. Not in the slightest. Mr. Ong was too cute to be intimidating. Moreover, after his trip to Gangwon, he decided that he should demand better terms from their company. So, instead of rushing to go to the company, June took his time. Minjun scratched the back of his head as June got out of the car. Are you sure this is okay? The younger boy asked. June nodded. Don't worry about it, he said. Besides, I'm trending for all the right reasons right now. Minjun smirked and shook his head. Cocky, he said. Bye, little guy. June said, waving his hand. Keep in touch and always stay safe. Minjun held out an okay sign. Take care of yourself, too. With that, June went inside the Azure building, the smile quickly fading from his face. He saw people looking toward his way as he made his way to Mr. Ong's office. However, he didn't pay them any attention. With that, June barged into Mr. Ong's office, causing the CEO to jump in shock. Mr. Ong placed his hand over his chest and turned to June with a profound glare. Meanwhile, June sat on the couch and waited for Mr. Ong to start speaking. He knew that he wasn't being respected by the company, so he decided to give back the same energy. June realized that he had become so kind ever since he became an idol, and the main reason was because he cared a lot for the people surrounding him. However, he realized that if he wanted to give his members better treatment and provide an easier time to their fans, then he needed to go back to his roots. Mr. Ong clicked his tongue as June sipped on his bottle of water. Where have you been? He calmly asked. I'm on a break, June said. That means that I have the privilege to rest in my hometown. You performed at a festival, Mr. Ong exclaimed. Free of charge at that. Fortunately, the footage didn't reveal anything suspicious. Otherwise, we will be facing major losses. It's actually going viral for all the right reasons, June countered with a small smirk. It seems to me that you're just a little bit upset that I performed for free, he remarked. Mr. Ong pursed his lips. Azure cares about your well-being. If you truly cared about my well-being, then you would stop giving me so many schedules and give my other members opportunities to shine on their own. June deadpanned, finally revealing what had been on his mind since the moment their group started blowing up. Mr. Ong frowned before chuckling loudly. It sounds to me that you're ungrateful for all the opportunities that the company has provided you, he said. I opened those opportunities, June smirked. You only accepted them for me. Mr. Ong's face progressively got redder as their conversation continued. The CEO observed June's cocky face and frowned. He wasn't like this in the beginning. He had always been stubborn, even dating back to the time that he joined Rising Stars. However, it seemed like he had gotten more stubborn this time around. Someone hard to control. Mr. Ong's frown deepened. He didn't like it in the slightest. The best artists were the artists that he could control. He had done so for Girls' Evolution and Boy Mystic. He wasn't afraid to do so for Eve once again. He had been successful thus far, but June was proving himself to be a nasty candidate. Mr. Ong smirked. I see, he said. Now that you've gotten big, you're rebelling against the company. I'm not going to rebel if I believe you're doing a good job, June remarked. Mr. Ong let out a deep breath. He was slowly losing patience. How come June's words felt so sharp? The CEO shook his head. Whatever it is that you want, just tell me. We can make things work as long as they're reasonable. June leaned against the couch and smirked. This was what he was waiting for. First, June said, I need you to add another date for our mini concert. Mr. Ong clicked his tongue. The company has already thought about that. We know that the demand is high, so we're planning on getting a second date in the same venue. June shook his head. Find a bigger venue, one that can hold up to at least 11,000 people. Mr. Ong frowned. That's a whole dome. June nodded. Lower the prices, too. The CEO shook his head in disbelief. Why don't you sit on my chair too, huh? He exclaimed. Gladly, June said. But I don't want to stunt my growth like you. Mr. Ong's mouth went agape. Out of every topic in the entire world, his height was the most sensitive one. He couldn't let anyone just speak on his height. Taking advantage of Mr. Ong's shock, Jun continued to demand better terms. Reduce my brand deals, too. It wouldn't look too good if I endorsed everything. It lessens my credibility, he said. Instead, focus on brands that are actually great. Then, give it to my members first instead of me. I'm sure most of the brands would like them, too. Mr. Ong couldn't even speak since he was still stuck on the height comment. At that moment, he realized that Jun was far too brave. Jun, he said, cutting the idol short. I didn't ask you to come here to demand, he continued. If you want to keep your position as an idol, then continue following what the company wants. Even after the threatening comment, Jun's expression didn't change. Instead, his smirk got even wider, feeling more confident. And what? Jun asked. You'll risk losing your cash cow. Mr. Ong froze. The reason why you're increasing the ticket prizes and giving me most of the brand deals is because of money, right? Jun asked. You're aware of my value. Mr. Ong couldn't respond since he knew that Jun was right. As of the moment, Jun was their most prized possession, the one who brought most of their money in. I know you can't afford to lose me, Jun smiled. So, think about what I've said. With that, Jun stood from the couch and walked to the exit. Even then, Mr. Ong couldn't speak or move. Instead, his fists merely clenched, feeling frustration consume him. If you don't comply, then I might just do something to ruin the company's reputation even more. As he said those final words, Jun gently closed the door and walked away from the office. However, he didn't miss the frustrated scream that came from Mr. Ong. He continued walking away with a wide smile. What a good day to be alive. Number 703. Chapter 703 Demand, and You Shall Receive. Eve has a new concert date, Bora exclaimed, causing the group of friends to turn silent. Jia quickly retrieved her phone and saw that Azure had, indeed, posted a new concert date for Eve. It's 2 weeks after the first date, and it's not in the same venue, she muttered. Bora smiled. It's in a bigger venue. The tickets are cheaper, too. Jia's heart beat faster in her chest, feeling a new sense of determination. When is the ticketing? Jia excitedly asked. Tomorrow night, Bora said. Jia smirked, cracking her knuckles with a determined gaze. Meanwhile, her other friends also started strategizing how they were going to book their tickets. Let's go, Jia said, downing her coffee and standing from her chair. Bora frowned in confusion. Where are we going? She asked. To the electronics store. Jia exclaimed. I shall buy a LAN connection. Her friends looked at her like she had gone crazy. However, they were nearly as crazy as she was, so they supported Jia in her decision. Bora shoved the last donut into her mouth before raising her fist into the air. We wouldn't let those little girls rise above us anymore. They added a new concert date? Jisung asked just as he had woken up. His hair was still disheveled, and his expression showed his disbelief. Casper busted out of his room, also appearing perplexed. And it's in a bigger venue? He asked. Akira, too, went out of his room. What is going on with Azure? Meanwhile, Jun was already sitting on the dining table, drinking some barley tea while reading the morning news on his phone. There was also breakfast prepared on the table, which woke the other members up with its delicious aroma. The members were perplexed as soon as they saw him. For the past weeks, it was rare to see Jun during breakfast because he either had work early or was too tired to get up so early. However, it seemed like he was finally back to his usual routine. Good morning, bro, Jisung exclaimed, nearly bolting to the table to eat the breakfast that Jun had prepared. You're up early today, he said. Well, I have a scheduled filming for Rising Stars later. So, I decided to visit Grandma before my schedule. Casper's eyebrows raised in surprise, sitting right next to Jun. However, Akira shoved him away and led him to sit in front of Jun instead. Your break is already over? Akira asked. Jun hummed. It's already been a week. Casper clicked his tongue. Well, that was too fast. Jun shrugged. I don't mind it. I've gotten better, and I don't even have those dizzy spells anymore. His trip back to his hometown reminded him why he loved performing so much. Well, as long as you're happy, Casper said. Jun nodded. Yes, he said. I'm definitely happier now. Jisung slung an arm around his shoulder. I'm glad that you are, he said. I missed your smile. Jun shook his head in amusement. Anyway, Akira chimed, his cheeks filled with kimchi fried rice. Have you heard? Azure decided to give us a new concert date, he excitedly said. Jun smirked. Yeah, I saw. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Jisung said. It's like they're being held hostage with a gun. Why are they suddenly acting according to our wants? Jun shrugged. I talked to Mr. Ong. Some utensils dropped to their plates, and his members turned to him with wide eyes. You went to talk to Mr. Ong? Seth exclaimed. All by yourself? Jun nonchalantly nodded. Yeah. I asked him to add another concert date in a bigger venue. I knew that they would comply with it somehow. I just didn't think they would release a statement so soon. Jae-young couldn't believe his ears. He had tried hard to convince the CEO to provide their group another concert date, but he only turned him down. Granted, Jae-young asked for the favor nicely, too nicely, even. What did you say, he asked. Just some things here and there, Jun said. I think the best way to get our company to do something is if we threaten them a little bit. They were silent for a moment before Akira stood and saluted Jun. Ada. Boy, you're my idol, he said. Meanwhile, Casper placed his hand under his chin. Maybe I should do that too, he muttered. Jae-young shook his head in amusement. I can't believe that worked, he said. Thanks, though. It was able to bring swift improvements. Jun shrugged. I just have to do what I got to do for the team, you know. Akira said, turning to him with pouty lips. You love us. Jun clicked his tongue and shoved his face away. I don't want to see that, Jun grumbled. Thanks, Jun, Rin said, smiling softly at him. Yeah, thanks, Si-hoon said, sounding sincere. It was the first time they had talked after what happened with Mr. Ong, so Jun couldn't help but smile since he felt that their relationship had eased a little bit. You did a good job, Jae-young said, patting his back as he brought the dishes to the sink. However, be careful, all right? As much as I want to have good conditions for our group, I also want us to have a smooth career. At the end of the day, they're still our bosses, so we should talk to them as respectfully as we can. Jun nodded in agreement, although that would be impossible for him to do. At times like this, it became more prominent why Jae-young was the leader of their team. Anyway, Jun said, standing from the table. I'm done. I need to go visit Grandma now. All right, see you later, bro. Jisung exclaimed. Make sure not to overexert yourself again, okay? Jun nodded. See you later. With that, Jun made his way to the hospital for a quick visit. He wore his usual disguise, one that couldn't be recognized anymore, maybe only by Jia. The nurses welcomed him warmly as he entered the elevator. However, just as the doors were about to close, a person snuck their arm in. The doors opened, revealing one of the people that Jun resented the most. Jun's gaze instantly hardened as Lin Ji came in with a small smirk playing on his lips. Long time no see, Jun. Number 704. Chapter 704 Getting Better. The two of them rode the elevator in silence. Jun didn't want to say anything to him, even wanting to forget his existence. However, Lin Ji had different plans. Did you like my little surprise for you? He asked, turning to Jun with a wide smile. Jun kept his gaze at the front and crossed his arms in front of his chest. If you wanted to threaten me, then you should have hired better people instead. They couldn't even break a window properly. Lin Ji continued smirking. It seems like your members were frightened, though. Jun shook his head. Not even a little boy would be frightened by your antics. Oh, wait. Jun exclaimed in a fake, excited tone. That's already been proven. How embarrassing it is that your people lost against an 8th grader. Lin Ji's smirk fell, feeling anger bubbling inside him. I know you have the briefcase, Lin Ji said, getting straight to the point. What briefcase? Jun tilted his head to the side, feigning innocence. Lin Ji's jaw clenched. I know you have it. There's no other person who could have it. So, I suggest you bring it to me at the given deadline. Or else, there will be repercussions, Lin Ji warned. With that, the elevator doors opened on the 6th floor. Lin Ji stood straight and exited the elevator. However, he placed both hands on the sides of the door to keep it open. Now, if you excuse me, I need to visit my psychiatrist, he said, going back to smirking. With that, he moved away from the elevator, allowing it to close. Jun shook his head before leaning against the elevator walls. Goodness, Jun muttered. When the heck is he going to disappear for good? The elevator rose to the highest floor, so Jun shook away his thoughts of Lin Ji and smiled widely as he walked to Grandma's room. He knocked and waited for a few seconds before going inside. Jun paused for a moment when he saw Grandma's current state. Her head was now smooth, devoid of her curly hair. It seemed like she had gotten paler and thinner than before, too. which was concerning since she was already pale and thin the last time he saw her. "How long has it been?" he muttered, a small frown forming on his face. However, when he heard Grandma shifting in her bed, he quickly put on a smile. "June?" she asked, blinking her eyes awake. Her voice had gotten huskier, too, most likely an adverse effect of the chemotherapy. "Grandma," June said, walking over to her and hugging her tightly. He pursed his lips when he felt how cold her body was. "Are you okay?" June asked, concern heard in his voice. Grandma gently broke their hug before hitting his shoulder. "Don't sound so pitiful," she said. "I'm fine. I'm still alive, aren't I?" June shook his head in amusement. "Of course, you're still alive. I just want to know how you're feeling." "Good. Of course," she smiled despite her aching body. "Have you been eating well?" June asked. "Or sleeping well? Are they taking care of you well here? Do you need more nurses to care for you? What kind of meals have you been eating?" Grandma chuckled as she placed her cold hands over June's. One by one, she said with a little bit of struggle, "I'm fine. I'm resting really well, although my appetite isn't as great as before. The food here at the hospital just isn't that good." June chuckled along with her. "And no," she smiled, "I don't need anything else. My daughter provides me with everything that I need. Besides, don't let my looks fool you. Dr. O just visited me and informed me of my latest laboratory results." June felt his heart drop. "What did he say?" Grandma continued smiling. "Don't look too dreadful. Go get it in the drawers." June opened the drawers, his eyes quickly scanning the results. Then, he sighed in relief when he saw that none of them were drastically out of the normal values. "See," she exclaimed. "I'm much better now. My hemoglobin and hematocrit are still a little bit low, which is indicative of anemia. My white blood cell count is also a bit high, which means that I have an ongoing infection. However, aside from that, I'm responding quite well to my treatment." June placed the paper back in the drawers and ran to the bed, giving Grandma another warm hug. The old woman chuckled fondly, patting June's back. "Were you worried?" she softly asked. "Of course," June said. "I care about you a lot." "Well, you don't have to worry at all. Grandma is recovering well. Don't worry about me too much, she said, holding on to June's cheeks and caressing them. Her hands were cold, but the gesture felt very warm. "To make you feel better, I've also made some new friends," she smiled. June raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. "You have?" he asked. She nodded. "I go to the garden with my nurse every morning to get some sunlight, so I became friends with the gardener. My nurse and I have also become closer. The sick old man in the room next to ours also became my friend. Although, we only talk from a 6-foot distance because we don't want to make each other sicker than we already are. And last but not the least, I have a young patient who visits me from time to time. He has a lot of worries in life, so he comes to me for advice." "Oh," June said. "Well, isn't it too tiring for you?" "Of course not," Grandma chimed. "I actually look forward to it. I love listening to other people's problems." "What's his name?" June asked. Grandma placed her hand under her chin. "Zin," she said. "The young guy's name is Zin. He's very nice." June couldn't help but smile since Grandma looked so happy. "Well, just tell me if you run into any trouble with them." Grandma shook her head. "I'm a good judge of character, you know." June also shook his head. "That's not true. You're too kind for your own good." Just then, he heard his alarm go off, reminding him that he had to go back to Azure to film for Rising Stars. "I'm assuming you have to go?" Grandma asked. June nodded with a disappointed sigh. "Yeah, I do." "Well, off you go. It's your first work schedule after a while, right?" "Yeah," June said, finally standing up from her bed. "I'll see you soon, Grandma." "Will do," she exclaimed. "The next time you see me, I'll be up and running." June's smile widened. "I'll hold on to that promise." The old woman fondly nodded and waved goodbye as June left the room. She felt overwhelmingly tired after their interaction, so she laid back down on the bed. However, the doors suddenly opened, causing Grandma to raise her head. She was expecting it to be June, probably having forgotten something. However, she was surprised when she saw Dr. O instead. He was breathless and sweaty, almost as if he was in a complete rush. "June is here?" he asked without any prior greeting. Grandma nodded in confusion. "Well, he was here. He just left." Dr. O's face twisted into a grimace. "Oh no," he muttered. With that, he bolted out of Grandma's room, leaving the old woman very confused. Number 705. Chapter 705, Losing My Brain. Cells. Jun arrived at the set of Rising Stars, and he was immediately bombarded with questions as soon as he appeared. Gun held onto his shoulders and shook him like a cola bottle. "Are you okay? Does anything hurt?" "I heard you collapsed," he exclaimed. Ji-hyun covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Jun. "Oh, stop it," Jun said. However, it was too late. She was already sobbing, with Amira coming to her aid. Lee-sik also looked quite concerned, almost like a father gazing at his long-lost son. "You should take care of yourself better. I know you have a lot of work, but there's a limit to how much you can take," he said. Jun nodded. "I know that now. However, I'm much better," he said, stepping back to create some distance between him and Gun. "I just had the flu, and I was advised to take a rest. Now, I've recuperated for the entire week and am fit to go back to work." The mentors sighed in relief. "Still, you shouldn't overexert yourself too much," Gun said, to which Jun nodded in compliance. "Anyway, enough talking about me," Jun said. "What happened while I was gone?" "Well, they've already performed," Ji-hyun said, her voice still shaky from her crying session. "Didn't you watch the episode?" Jun shook his head. "I wasn't able to watch it. I only watched the special episode." "Well, that's good. The special episode pretty much predicted who was going to win anyway," she said. "So, I'm assuming that Jimin's team won?" Jun asked. "Yup," Gun said. "Although, it was a shame what happened with their team." "Why? What happened?" Jun asked. He wasn't able to keep up with the past episode because he was too busy trying to decode the briefcase's passcode. He had tried several 6-digit combinations, but it seemed impossible to guess. "May crumbled down," Gun said. "The poor girl must be under a lot of pressure. I can see the sparks slowly draining from her eyes." "Yeah, it's unfortunate," Lee-sik chimed. "She's one of the most hardworking trainees in the show. It's a bit frustrating to see that she isn't improving as fast as the others, but she's just starting out. It almost seems like Azure knew she was going to be a hot topic because of her looks, charisma, and passion, so she was brought into the show despite her being unprepared." Lee-sik couldn't have summed it up better. "Well, how did the performance go?" Jun asked, sounding a bit anxious. "It went fine, of course," Amira said. "The girls still held up well. That's the reason why they won in the first place. However, you could definitely tell that May has a lot going on inside her mind. For that reason, she didn't stand out at all. It just felt like she was there," she continued. "That's also the main reason why she ended up in last place," she continued. Jun pursed his lips. He honestly didn't know how to feel. This was what he wanted in the first place, but why wasn't he happy at all? "Anyway, you're going to announce the new mission today," Gun said. "It's going to be a tough one since we're announcing the mission even before their elimination," Amira chimed. "Wait, what?" Jun asked. "You heard that right," Ji-hyun said. "Azure is back with their cruel antics once again. There are still 50 girls in the competition at the moment. However, this Friday, only 25 of them will remain. However, we're already announcing the mission and dividing them into 5 teams. Then, after the elimination, the girls have to figure out among themselves how they're going to continue the performance." "Something like this happened before," Jun muttered. "Yeah, I still remember," Gun said. "You were kicked out of your team, weren't you?" Jun nodded, remembering one of his darkest times in the competition. "Well, we'll head to our respective waiting rooms while you announce the mission," Ji-hyun said. Jun nodded and read the script that the staff had provided for him before he went and announced the mission. The shoot was finally done, and Jun noticed that May was indeed worse than before. She looked even worse compared to the special episode, which meant that there must be a lot going on inside her mind. Jun wanted to approach her a while back, but she stayed with her team the whole time. Unlike her past groups, which were filled with powerhouses, May was grouped with a bunch of nobodies this time around. They were the trainees ranked from 40th to 50th, so the atmosphere in their team wasn't the best when Jun observed them. It seemed like all of the hope was drained from their bodies. Nonetheless, Jun knew that May was strong, and if she truly wanted to become an idol, then she would be able to overcome it. However, Jun was ready to intervene when it got too much. He was still her big brother, after all. At the moment, however, Jun still had another problem to solve, the passcode of the briefcase. He was now outside of his room, not minding that Akira and Jisung watched him as he tried to figure it out. He had a notebook on his lap and a pen resting on his ear. Jun inputted another code and sighed in frustration when it didn't open once again. "What are you doing again?" Jisung asked. Akira slapped the back of Jisung's head. He's trying to figure out the passcode, of course. Jisung clicked his tongue as he massaged his head. I swear, I'm losing brain cells because of your hits. There isn't a lot to lose anyway. Akira smiled. Jisung shook his head. I know what he's doing, he deadpanned. I just don't get why he has a notebook and is writing all these numbers. Jun pursed his lips before explaining what he was doing. He continued to try different codes while speaking. This has a 6-digit code, Jun started off. First, you guys should understand the possible combinations that can be generated. Each digit can range from 0 to 9, providing 10 possible choices for each position in the sequence. Since the digits can repeat and the passcode can start with 0, we are dealing with a situation where each of the 6 positions in the passcode has 10 possible options. To determine the total number of unique passcodes, we use the concept of permutations. Mutations, what? Jisung whispered. I think it was per masturbation. I'm not sure. Just listen, Akira whispered back. Specifically, because each of the 6 digits is chosen independently from others, I've calculated the total number of combinations, which is 10, to the power of the number of positions, which is 6. Therefore, he said, sighing deeply as another password was crossed out from his list, there are a million possible 6-digit passcodes. Jisung chuckled emptily as he stared into the distance. I think I just lost my remaining brain cells. Number 706. Chapter 706 Glow in the Dark. You know, sometimes I wonder if we're created by the same higher being, Akira said. How come you get the good looks, the good talents, and a good mind, too? Don't sell yourself short, Akira, Jisung said. Although he's right. What did your parents feed you while growing up? Nails, Jun responded, causing the two to turn to each other in confusion. Then, Jun clicked his tongue. Anyway, I'll be here for a little longer, so you guys might as well get some sleep. Jisung shook his head, wanting to support Jun until the end. You said earlier that this has a million possible combinations, Jisung said. How many have you tried so far? Jun flipped through his notebook and sighed in frustration. 354, he answered. Akira whistled. Well, that's a lot, but you still have a lot more to go. Jun sighed. Would he be able to do it until the end of the month? Wait, Akira said, sensing Jun's determination. Don't tell me that you're going to try a million combinations just to open the briefcase. That's the plan, Jun muttered, not really having a better idea. Wait, Akira repeated, placing his hand over Jun's. I thought you were smarter than this. I bet you'd die before you even open that damn thing. There are a million possibilities, but that doesn't mean I will only be able to open it on the millionth try, Jun reasoned. What if my 500th combination is the real one? Jun asked. Or maybe even this one, he said, his heart filled with hope. However, as he attempted another combination, he was once again disappointed that it didn't open. Well, considering your luck, it might just be the millionth try, Akira chuckled. Jun said, placing his hand under his chin and stroking it. So, you're telling me that I should work my way backward? No, Akira and Jisung said at the same time. The universe has it out for you. No matter what order you take, you'll still probably end up guessing a million times before you open this damn thing, Jisung said. Jun clicked his tongue. What do you suggest I do then? I feel like I've tried everything. Akira shrugged. Well, I don't know. I just don't think that trying a million codes is a good idea at all. Jisung sighed, also feeling lost. What is even in this briefcase that's making you go insane? He asked. Jun pursed his lips and looked at the scratched briefcase. Everything, he said. I believe it could contain everything. Jisung hummed. Then, it must be something very important. Jun nodded. You could say so. Well, if I die and ever plan on leaving something important in such a briefcase, I wouldn't randomly select the numbers, Jisung said. What do you mean? Akira asked. It seems like the item inside the briefcase is quite important, so I would want the combination to be something valuable to me, too. So, instead of looking at others, I'd look at the owner of the briefcase, Jisung continued. I'd look into their life and what was important to them. What do numbers have to do with it, though? Akira asked. For a moment, Jisung's words made sense. However, Akira's question snapped Jun back to reality. Jun didn't even know who really owned the briefcase. Akira sighed and stood from the floor. Well, now that I think about it, a million combinations might actually be the best idea. Jun groaned in frustration. Well, I'm tired. Our concert is the day after tomorrow, so I need some beauty sleep, he said. Jisung sighed and also stood. I guess my suggestion didn't make sense, Anyway, I'll also go to sleep. We have a long day tomorrow with the rehearsals and all. Aren't you going to sleep yet, bro? Jisung asked. You need more sleep then. The rest of us. Jun nodded. Just a few more minutes, he said. I'll go to bed right after, I promise. All right, Akira shrugged. Make sure to sleep before midnight, okay? Jun nodded, waving at them before turning his attention to the briefcase. All right, the 387th combination, he muttered. However, before he could input it, the lights suddenly shut off, engulfing the room in darkness. What the heck, he muttered. A power outage at this moment. He waited for a few moments for the power to come back on, but to no avail. Jun clicked his tongue. Azure doesn't even have an efficient generator? Maybe this is a sign from the universe telling me to go to sleep. With that, Jun stood from the couch to walk to his room amidst the complete darkness. However, just as he stood, he found something strange about the briefcase. There seemed to be something glowing from the metal material. Jun frowned and sat back down on the couch, squinting his eyes to see what was glowing. Then, he froze when he realized what it was. It's glow in the dark, he muttered. It seemed like there were really clues in the briefcase that he failed to see. With that, he brought the briefcase closer to his face to see the symbol. However, they were actually letters. Mjepk. What the heck does this mean, he muttered. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned on the flashlight. Then, he wrote down the letters in his notebook, assigning the letters with a corresponding value based on their order in the alphabet. Is it this? He muttered, feeling hopeful. Was it as easy as this? However, it didn't open once again, making Jun sigh in disappointment. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. With that, he closed his flashlight, trying to look for something else. Jun wasn't hopeful. So, when he saw another set of letters on the other side of the briefcase, he was once again surprised. Compared to the letters from the beginning, this particular one was actually a coherent word. Jun squinted since it was more faded than the past letters. Why, he muttered. Oh, you. Jun frowned in confusion. Then, the lights came back on. At that moment, the letters disappeared. However, with his surroundings lit up, Jun could now see his reflection on the metal material of the briefcase. Me. Number 707. Chapter 707, Eve's Mini-Concert. Right now, we are here outside of Seoul Atrium, the venue for Eve's first mini-concert, a reporter said from outside of the venue. Fans wearing the group's color, which was pink, surrounded him, wanting a chance to appear on television. They waved shyly at the camera while the reporter continued to speak. Fans came early to support their favorite group. Eve, one of the fastest rising stars of the generation, garnered attention with their amazing live performances, refreshing songs that dominate the charts, and the lovable members, he continued. In the ticketing period, there were nearly 3.5 million attempts to enter the site reported by Naval Tickets, which once again proves their prowess in the domestic and international markets. With the demand, tickets had been resold for more than $2,000. With this, Eve has added a new date on Seoul Dome on June 30th, which also sold out in less than a minute. This has been Kang Hanul, back to you. With that, the camera turned off, and the fans dispersed to go to the different booths. It was a happy time. However, 5 individuals seemed to be engulfed in a dark mood as they sat on one of the benches. A little girl approached them. Free June bracelets? She asked in a sweet voice. However, Bora wasn't in the mood to interact with little girls. No one wants those ugly bracelets, she deadpanned, causing the little girl to cry and run back to her mother. Bora, Sumin said, warning her friend to behave. What? Bora asked. Do you think it's fair that 12-year-olds are dominating the venue right now? They won't even remember this memory in the future. They can't even scream well. The venue will be filled with shrill squeals because of these little girls. Jia pursed her lips. I wanted that June bracelet, though, she muttered. Wei placed her hand over Jia's. Don't worry. I'll make you one. Why did we have to come here, though? Nari asked. We're already miserable as it is since we didn't get any tickets. Jia clicked her tongue and crossed her arms in front of her chest. We need to support Eve even from far away, she exclaimed. Do you think they need our support? Bora asked. Look at the number of people here. The venue's capacity is 8,000, but there are at least 20,000 people walking around. Jia shook her head. Our presence is different than theirs. I don't really get you, Boris said, facing her friend. You have Jun's number. If you want, you could even catch his solo performance. Maybe even on your lap. Jia's eyes widened in surprise. What the heck did you just say? Boris shrugged. I just know that if I had Jun's number, then I would put it to good use. Jia sighed and shook her head. I told you. I'm just a fan, Jia said with a small smile. I'm happy with my role in Jun's life. Her friends simultaneously shook their heads. For someone so insane, you're the kindest fangirl ever, Boris said. Anyway, I don't need a solo performance from Jun, Jia said, her smile widening. We're going to be watching them at the end of the month anyway. Her friends smiled, happy to know that they had secured front-row tickets for Eve's concert at the 30th. Meanwhile, there was quite a chaos inside the concert venue. Stylists and makeup artists ran around, trying to look for missing articles of clothing. Producers and filmographers shouted at each other, trying to get their messages across. Meanwhile, the members of Eve sat in the very middle of the chaos, not knowing what to do. Is it really like this? Jisung asked, wide-eyed. The group turned to Akira and Jaeyoung, and they silently shook their heads. Don't. Look at us, Jaeyoung said. We never had a concert like this. The concert we had was much more organized. Rin clicked his tongue. Well, the preparations had been a mess until now. It's great that they gave us a new concert date at a bigger venue, but I feel like they're casting this concert date aside already. Zeth sighed before nodding in agreement. It's good that we're able to prepare well, though, Zeth said. We'll just have to blow them away with our skills. It doesn't have to be always like that, though, Jun said just as his makeup had finished. He faced his members, and Jisung and Casper immediately started praising him. I like the cat eye, Casper said. Whoa, looks so good, bro. Jisung exclaimed. What do you mean by that? Akira asked. Could we ask them to do something about this? Jun shook his head. It's too late for us to ask something from them for this particular concert date, he responded. My apologies. I should have added this in my requests. However, don't worry. Let's blow them away with our skills today despite Azure's lack of effort. Then, at the end of the month, we'll have a better set and a more organized structure, he said, his voice filled with promise. One of the staff members turned to Eve and shook her head. Well, it seemed like the group wasn't too afraid of their CEO. Meanwhile, Jisung bounced his legs just as he heard the sound of the crowd shouting. There's only 15 minutes left, he said. I could already hear them. Rin walked over to where he was and patted his back. I want to comfort you, but I'm nervous, too, he said. Don't be too nervous, Zeth said, awkwardly chuckling. We've performed for our fans plenty of times before. You're saying that, but you're shaking like a dried leaf, Akira teased. However, he didn't look too good either. Jaeyoung pursed his lips before letting out a deep breath to get rid of his nervousness. It's normal to be nervous, he started off. This is, in fact, our very first concert, if we could even call it as such. However, we know how much effort we have placed into this. We have also prepared so much, so let's not waste it by being too nervous. Instead, let's embrace our nervousness and channel that to perform even better than practice. The boys started nodding in agreement. Jun's heart also started beating faster inside his chest. He couldn't deny that he also felt quite nervous. So, with that, let's get this show on. Eve, 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 Eve. Jaeyoung's speech came to an abrupt halt when they heard a bone-chilling chant from the audience. Eve, a staff member said, already gesturing for them to come out of the makeup room. It's time. Please take your positions under the stage and prepare for the performance in 5 minutes. Number 708. Chapter 708. The Grand Opening. The arena was cloaked in darkness. The crowd held their breaths as they couldn't see anything in front of them. There was only one thing running inside their minds. The show was about to start. For most people, this was the first time they were going to watch Eve's live performance. They had drastically risen in popularity in the past month, and they hadn't performed live ever since. So, the anticipation was even greater this time around. Meanwhile, the people outside the venue and those in their respective homes who weren't fortunate enough to secure a ticket watched the live stream on their gadgets. To all the people inside right now, how does it feel to be God's favorite? Goodness, I'm not even there, and my heart is palpitating. The silence extended for a couple more moments. Then, without a warning, a loud, bounding sound choked through the space. It reverberated through the walls and into the very bones of those present. Haze began to seep from the edges of the stage, swirling around and sending goosebumps down their spines. Those at the back couldn't quite see it, but due to the silence of the venue, they could somewhat hear its sound. From the darkness, the outlines of the members of Eve started to form. They stood in perfect stillness, their silhouettes sharp against the backdrop of mist and shadow. The audience erupted into cheers, but the members remained motionless, with their features still hidden from view. "Shut the hell up, everyone." "Goodness," the screams. "It sounds like it's all little girls. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the little girls. Seriously, one cheer is enough. They should stay quiet so we can watch the boys." Better. Fortunately, people started quieting down after a while. However, that was the calm before the storm, the moment before the explosion of light and sound that would bring the night to life. One by one, the lights flickered on. The first revealed was Zeth, his strong jawline and intense gaze instantly recognizable. However, staining his face was a bunch of red marks and cuts, almost like he just got into a fight. "Oh my gosh, what happened? Let me fight them for you, baby." Zeth may forgive, but I don't. Oh goodness. K-pop fans are truly the most delusional people in the entire world. It's their concept. Well, you must be fun at parties. The next illuminated was Run, followed by Akira, whose smiles and sparkling eyes drew roars of approval. As the other two members were revealed, it became apparent that all of them had cuts and bruises on their faces. It made the people wonder what song they were going to perform. Do they have a song to be doing all of this? Yeah, I wonder that I don't think they have tried a rebellious concept yet. OMG, is it a new song? I highly doubt it. I'm so excited though. Then came Casper, tall and composed. For a moment, the Astras forgot about his crazy, borderline weird personality and focused on his magnificent visuals. Following him were Jisung and Si-hoon, whose charisma and charm seemed to light up the entire stage on their own. After that was Jae-young, the reliable leader, whose hair was now dyed red. That once again elicited a louder cheer from the audience. The last one was their center, Jun, who had garnered the most cheers out of all of his members. Omo, what's this? Why are the screams asymmetrical? If I was there, I would have screamed my heart out for all of the members of Eve. Eve deserves better fans. There was another apparent thing on Jun's face. Aside from his manly beauty, a part of his left eyebrow was partially shaved, making him look like a real bad boy. When the makeup artist first suggested covering a part of his eyebrows with foundation, Jun thought that shaving them for real would be even better. The makeup artist was against it since the company hadn't agreed to a semi-permanent change, but Jun took it upon himself to shave a part of his eyebrows himself. The makeup artist was shocked, and so were the other members, but they couldn't deny that he suited it very well. It also felt familiar to Jun since he had a similar look in his previous life. However, it was due to a permanent scar. A small frown formed on Jun's face as he heard the discrepancy in the volume of the cheers. However, the very action made the audience cheer even louder. It was already expected since he had the most solo stands in the audience, but it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Somehow, he wanted to tell the audience to give them the same treatment. However, he knew that it would only ruin their performance. So, with that, he just decided to show them how great of a group Eve truly was, each and every one of them. Each member of Eve stood revealed, their handsomeness undeniable. Is it possible to have a group filled with so many visuals? When people ask why Eve is so popular, just show them this screenshot. Then, catch them off guard and show them their talents, too. They're all God's favorites. As the final light clicked on, bathing the stage in brilliance, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The members of Eve, now fully visible, stood poised and ready. The camera finally zoomed out, showing the audience their entire getup. At that moment, the screams became even louder, especially those at the front, making those at the back confused. The people watching on their phones didn't know why the crowd was going crazy. What the heck is happening? Ja asked. I can't see anything. I swear. The cameraman needs to get fired, Boris said, clicking her tongue. And what's with the lights? It's weirdly dim. Jia's friends huddled over the screen of her tablet, and when the camera zoomed in closer, they finally realized the reason behind their screams. The time has come, Jia said, looking up at the sky with her fist inside her mouth. They're wearing crop tops. Number 709. Chapter 709. Sunshine, Stars Shine. I knew it. Bora exclaimed. Those little girls really shouldn't be allowed to watch the show. Eve's happy trails are out in the open. They're going crazy. Their moms are probably the same age as us, Sumin pointed out. Wei chuckled in amusement. Don't exaggerate now. Meanwhile, Jia shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe they get to see their abdomens in person before me. What the heck is this? No, my babies. Cover up, please. This is my view every night. I'll be patiently waiting for you at home, June. Don't show them everything, my love. Here we go again. As the lights continued to dance around the stage, the atmosphere in the arena grew even more exciting. The melody of Sunshine, Stars Shine had just begun, a smooth and tantalizing R&B track that came from their latest album, Starlight. The song hadn't been performed live just yet. So many people were looking forward to it. However, most of them were confused since they couldn't really correlate the song to the bad boy concept that Eve was currently employing. The deep, resonant bass paired with synths created a soundscape that promised an unforgettable performance. Then, cutting through the layered instrumental like a sharp knife, came June's voice. Soft yet powerful, his siren-like tones enveloped the entire venue, sending shivers down the audience's spine. In the shadows, whispers call my name. Through the darkness, I've played their game. Broken dreams and shattered nights. But in silence, I'll find my light. His vocal runs were effortless, each note flowing into the next without any effort. June felt proud of himself. Despite Fu being inactive for weeks already, he still managed to maintain his skills. Although he still acknowledged that he wouldn't get to where he was without his system. The crowd was enchanted. Their cheers momentarily halted as June's voice faded. The other members of Eve joined in with their rich harmonies, adding depth to the song. Each member brought something unique to the mix, and their improved teamwork became more evident in this particular performance. It was proof of the countless hours they had spent perfecting their craft together. When the world tries to bring me down, I'll rise above, won't touch the ground. Like the stars in the night sky. Reach me now, but you'll only ever get to try. The choreography was equally mesmerizing. As the song reached its first chorus, the members of Eve paired together, making the crowd scream. Omo, what are these pairings? It's a crime that I'm not there to witness the performance. Guys, shut up. June and Casper are paired together. Whoever made these pairings, I hope you're happy in all aspects. Rin and Akira, the ever-bickering duo, were paired up. Zeth and Jisung, their two main dancers, were also together on the side of the stage. Sihoon and Jaeyoung, the oldies of the group, danced in the very middle. To their side were Casper and June, undoubtedly the most popular pairing in the entire group. As Casper and June stepped forward, the crowd was immediately sent into a frenzy. Their movements were sharp and precise. However, this was no ordinary dance routine. The choreography had an intensity that bordered on combat, their movements reminiscent of a well-choreographed fight scene. They circled each other, their expressions fierce and determined. Once again, the audience wondered if Sunshine, Stars Shine was a song that had such a message. However, as June rapped the next verse, they realized that Eve took their title as concept masters to a new level since they interpreted it in such a creative way. Let the stars shine through the darkest skies. We'll be the light that never dies. Rising up from the ashes gray, with astras from the galaxy coming our way. The crowd went crazy as their fandom name was mentioned. Eve actually took the time to change the lyrics so that they could include their beloved fans. The song, deceptively titled Sunshine, Stars Shine, was a song that talked about rising above adversity. The lyrics spoke of their journey to the top and their determination to shine brightly even when surrounded by darkness. It was a message that resonated deeply with the fans, many of whom had followed Eve through their own ups and downs. The performance, however, was a new side of Eve. It seemed more mature and intense. Their outfits reinforced this image: ripped jeans, distressed leather jackets, crop tops, and artfully applied makeup that gave the impression of cuts and bruises. They looked like complete troublemakers, and the fans were eating it right up. As the performance neared its climax, the energy in the arena became unmatchable. The music increased in volume, while the lights erratically flashed. The members poured their hearts into every note and every movement. And although they were doing such an intense choreography, their vocals never missed. What the heck? They've all improved so much. I agree. They're different now. Sometimes, fame gets into people's heads and makes them complacent in their performances, but not Eve. I'm so proud to be with them since day one. I'm jealous. I wish I was there at the very beginning. I only became a fan this month. I can't believe my boys have made it this far. I was convinced they were going to be an underrated team until their contract ended. Eve won't let that happen. Their company might suck, but people will find their raw talents through and through. They deserve every praise in the world. The members of Eve now stood in a straight line, unmoving but with heavy breaths. Then, Rin and Akira sang the first two lines of the outro in harmony, and Jun joined them at the very last line. So let the stars shine, let them guide us home. In the night, we're never alone. In our hearts, the fire's bright. We'll shine forever through the darkest night. With a final, powerful chord, the stage was plunged into darkness once more. The sudden contrast was jarring, but the spotlight remained, casting its beam on the 8 members of Eve. They stood still, their figures against the black backdrop, embodying the very essence of the song's message. Eve were the stars shining in the darkness. Number 710. Chapter 710, Forever With You. Congratulations, everyone, Jae-young said with a wide smile as they arrived backstage. The team clapped loudly, showing their support for the team. Great job, Eve. I'm so proud of you boys. All of your hard work paid off. The members of Eve smiled as they heard compliments from the concert team. As much as they hated the upper management team, the people who worked with them more closely seemed to love them a lot. Most of them had been there since the beginning, and they truly wanted the best for Eve. It was evident in how they prepared for the concert despite the lack of time and resources. The members of Eve, all sweaty and tired, went to their makeup room, feeling a sense of nostalgia hit them. The concert had just ended a few moments ago, yet most of them had already missed it. There were a lot of regrettable moments, especially with the favoritism of the audience in the beginning. The line distribution during the last song was also very strange, and if Jun could change something about the entire experience, then it would be these two. However, even then, he couldn't shake away his happiness. It was his first time performing on such a large stage with only Astras watching. Is it normal to feel this empty? Jisung asked, staring at the ceiling. The post-concert depression has already hit you, huh? Akira said, chuckling. Same, he said, suddenly turning serious. Now, I'm thinking about the meaning of life. Jae-young shook his head and patted both of their shoulders. This is just the beginning, he said with a small smile. I know you guys already missed the stage, but we're going to have plenty more chances to perform as a team, he continued. In the span of 3 years, Rin chimed. Well, around 2 years now. The atmosphere dampened as soon as Rin said those words. Somehow, they realized that everything they had would be temporary. Don't say that, man, Zeth said, feeling a pang in his chest. We just finished a happy event. No need to think about the near future, he continued. Rin sighed and nodded. You're right. I guess I'm just feeling emotional. I've had many of my firsts with you, he said. Akira asked. What kind of firsts? Sehun shook his head. Way to ruin the moment, Akira. Akira shrugged. Well, I haven't had those firsts yet. So I'm curious. Rin clicked his tongue. It's not that, you green-minded idiot. I'm just talking about this. Our first performance. Our first song. Our first concert. One day, we'll be looking back at this and realize what we had was so special, he smiled. It doesn't have to be like that, right? Jisung asked, looking at his members with wide eyes. They can renew our contract like Boy Mystic. You're right, Jun said, comforting their youngest member since he seemed to be on the verge of tears. It doesn't have to be like that, he smiled. We don't have to settle with what's only given to us. Jisung smiled. Widely. Then, we could stay forever as Eve. Honestly, I don't care if we become the biggest boy group in the world. I don't even care if we're not in a well-known company. I just want all of us to be together, performing and making music together. This has always been my dream since I was a kid, and to think that we're here makes it feel so surreal. I truly love what I'm doing, he ended. Me too, Casper said, a wide smile on his face. I know that I don't show it as much, but I really love performing, especially if it's with you guys. With Jisung's and Casper's statements, the atmosphere in the room became lighter. At that moment, They weren't Eve, the top K-pop group of their generation. Instead, they were Eve, the boys who loved performing with each other and were fortunate enough to have other people love them. After the concert ended, Jun felt like he saw the world in a completely different light. He realized that this was what he wanted to do, to perform in front of everyone and make them feel the emotions of the song he was performing. Acting, modeling, and others were also fun, but being an idol had become his lifelong dream. However, he had encountered another problem. He decided to monitor Grandma's surveillance camera once again to get to know her so-called new friends. Her nurse and her next-door neighbor were pretty much harmless, but this Zin guy was truly suspicious. When he saw a hooded guy coming in at the weirdest times, Jun knew that he was right to be suspicious. There was no doubt, this was Lin Ji. Jun shook his head in disbelief, throwing his head back. "I see," Jun said. "You're involving everyone, huh?" Then he smirked. "But I'm always one step ahead of you." With that, he decided to contact Dr. O. It didn't even take 2 rings before Dr. O answered the call. "Jun," Dr. O exclaimed. "Oh, thank goodness. I've been trying to contact you for the past few days." "I've been busy," Jun said. "We just ended our concert." "I saw," Dr. O said, sounding nervous. "You guys did a good job. Honestly, you killed it. But there's something important. Do me a favor," Jun said before Dr. O could even finish his statement. Dr. O sighed in frustration. "Jun, you should really come here to my office as soon as possible." Jun clicked his tongue. "Can't you send it by text?" "No," Dr. O said. "I can't. I need to tell you in person." Jun frowned, sensing the seriousness in his voice. Then, "Does it concern Grandma, Minjun, or any of my members?" Jun asked. "What?" Dr. O asked, confused. "No, it's not that, but it's really important." Jun clicked his tongue. "Do this for me first, then. Ban Lin Ji from coming inside Grandma's room." "Lin Ji?" Dr. O asked. "Why is Lin Ji visiting Grandma?" "He has a reason, a very sinister one," Jun said. "So, I need someone from the hospital to ban him from visiting Grandma from now on. I'll also hire bodyguards, but I just want the health workers to be informed." Dr. O clicked his tongue. "I got it. I'll make sure he doesn't visit anymore." Jun sighed in relief. "Good. I'll come visit soon." "Wait, just listen." With that, Jun ended the call, a deep frown still on his face. He was glad that he was able to catch Lin Ji before the situation escalated further. If he had caught it later, then he wouldn't have forgiven himself if something happened to Grandma. Number 711. Chapter 711, The 5-Point Drop. The venue was filled with nervousness as the girls gathered once more for the second elimination of the 5th season of Rising Stars. The studio already felt empty because there were only 50 girls left. However, knowing that they were going to be halved once again felt like a cruel punishment. Era sat next to May and nudged her shoulder. "Are you all right?" she asked, looking concerned for her friend. May looked at Era and noted her bright aura. Well, of course, she would be in a good mood. She was paired with the killing team, otherwise known as the powerhouses of the show. Meanwhile, May looked like the light had left her eyes. Nonetheless, Era still found her very pretty. "Were you able to sleep?" Era asked. May pursed her lips and nodded in silence. However, Era knew that her friend probably didn't get any sleep at all. Era sighed in frustration. "You must be having a hard time. However, don't bottle it up, okay? Talk to other people about what you feel." Once again, May nodded in response, causing Era to become even more frustrated. Just then, the girls erupted into nervous squeals as Jun arrived at the stage. No matter how many times they had seen him, it seemed like they were still starstruck because of his unmatchable beauty. Moreover, most of the girls watched Eve's mini-concert through their phones, which made them admire Jun even more. Even though he was the least trained trainee and came from an independent company, he had improved so much all throughout the show until he became a top idol. "Good evening, everyone," Jun started off. "First, I would like to say thank you for waiting for me for such a long time. It was only a week," he chuckled, "but I needed that time to recover physically. For the people concerned, do not worry too much. I'm much better now and am fit to go back to work," he said as he was instructed to by Yena and Yejin. "Now, enough about me," he said. "Today, we shall get straight to the rankings. Last week's benefits had been added to the winners' votes, so the ranking is reflective of their collective points," Jun said. "We have 50 girls with us tonight, but only 25 will remain by the end of this episode. The stakes are high because the ladies have started practicing for their third mission. Thus, those who are eliminated won't get the chance to perform what they've practiced hard for. The girls, especially those at the lower ranks, slumped their shoulders in defeat. They were already seated according to their current teams, and May's team had the darkest atmosphere. May appeared like she was out of it. Meanwhile, her teammates looked like they had already accepted their defeat. Azure is cruel as usual. Are we seeing May's team right now? I wouldn't mind if they all get kicked out. Don't you think it would be funny if they were all eliminated except for May? No, that's not funny at all. For this week, we have another special guest, Jun said, turning his gaze to the back. Please welcome Mimi from Girls Evolution, another successful idol who came from Rising Stars. Mimi came out from the back, and she was immediately greeted with gasps and squeals. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. I loved her during the first season. Don't they look cute together? Nico, who was watching from Mimi's apartment, stood from his seat with clenched fists when he heard that trainee's comment. Oh, I sure hope she gets eliminated, he muttered under his breath. Going back to the elimination. Thank you for having me here, Mimi said. I've been here in almost every season, and I can't miss the opportunity to become the special host with Jun. Jun smiled at her, and she felt her cheeks redden. Oh goodness. Jun still had such an effect on her. However, she shook her head since she was now ever loyal to her boyfriend, Nico. Let's finally start, Jun said, taking out the cue card for the first 10 trainees to be announced. Starting off with the 24th place, he continued, staying silent for a few seconds to add to the suspense. We have Salmon. The previously 30th ranked trainee sighed in relief as her name was called, feeling like a thorn had just been removed from her throat. Mimi and Jun took turns announcing the members, and as they got to the 11th spot, the girls at the bottom ranks had already lost hope. May glanced at her teammates' rankings and pursed her lips. 43, 47, 49, 50. With only 11 spots left, it seemed like an almost impossible feat. Unless they had Jun's genes, it was most definitely out of the question. For the 11th spot, we have Yeri. Mimi exclaimed, making May's members slump further in their seats, some of them even chuckling in acceptance. Yes, Yeri is at the 11th spot. She deserves it so much. I'm telling you guys, Yeri is the dark horse of this season. She's silently hardworking, and she's always stable. This was proven during her performance in the first round, but she was overshadowed by May and Mina. She honestly deserves a higher spot. It sucks that other people who aren't ready to debut yet, may get into the top 5. May is hardworking though. I'm sick of people saying that she isn't working hard when she puts in double the amount of effort to improve herself. May simp. The world is so cruel and unforgiving. Yeri stood from her seat with a wide smile. It wasn't as high as she had wanted, but she was already happy to be included within the top 25. She had a little speech before going over to her seat. Meanwhile, Jun opened the next envelope for the top 10 trainees. He glanced at the bottom of the list and froze since he saw something very unexpected. His throat felt dry, and it took him a while to snap back to reality. The audience, however, took that as a deliberate action to increase the suspense even more. Come on, Jun. I love you, but please just tell us the top 10. These are the people who are most likely going to debut. There are only around 3 or 4 weeks left. I'm so excited. Jun pursed his lips and finally lifted his head, bringing the microphone close to his lips. In the 10th spot is May. Number 712. Chapter 712. Focus on your wife. The most unexpected twist of the night is May being in 10th place. I don't know, man. I think she deserves to be in the 10th place. It's where she belongs. I think this might be better. Skill-wise, she shouldn't even be in the top 10. I just know that she's very sad. It looks like she's numb. She didn't even have any reaction when her name was called. Jun couldn't take his eyes away from May even after the cameras stopped rolling. As expected, Jimin had retained her number 1 spot, and Mina managed to get into the top 5. Meanwhile, Era took May's previous spot, while May had gone down by 5 ranks. It was a shocking fact since most of them had already instilled in their minds that May was going to be in the top 5. However, May appeared like she didn't care about her rank at all. Instead, she felt completely lost. Because her teammates were now gone, and she was all alone in her team. To add fuel to the fire, Yeno went up the stage for a new, cruel announcement. Tomorrow morning, please get up at 5 a.m. and go to your respective practice rooms. You shall now group up for your final teams for the next mission. Teams who have extra teammates, please choose who shall leave. Then, those kicked out shall pick a team they want to join. The faster you are kicked out, the faster you can pick a new team. With that, she went down the stage, making Mimi shake her head in disbelief. They're still cruel, huh? She asked. But they do know how to make a good show. I'll give them that. Jun also shook his head. They're not letting the girls grieve. Mimi clicked her tongue. But then, I guess, this seems much kinder compared to the reality of becoming an idol. I'm sure you feel it too, Jun pursed his lips and nodded. Mimi sighed before continuing her rant. People think that being an idol just involves singing, dancing, and acting pretty. However, it's much more complex than that. We have to be literally perfect, she chuckled. We can't make the same mistakes that all people do just because we're idols. We can't have a single pimple or body hair, but those who criticize us can. It's ironic, isn't it? She said in a bitter tone. A part of me is thankful that Girls' Evolution didn't grow as big as the other K-pop groups in our generation. The bigger you are, the bigger the burden. I've seen plenty of big stars lose themselves in the industry, and I don't want that to happen to me. Then, Mimi glanced at Jun, who seemed to be deep in thought. I don't want you to lose yourself, too. Jun turned to Mimi and tilted his head to the side. What do you mean by that? Jun asked. Mimi shrugged. I don't know. Just, don't lose yourself. It's an easy advice, but I bet it'd be hard to do. Don't forget how you started, your origin. Jun sighed, already sick of hearing that particular word. What was the use of the word when he didn't even know the real meaning of it? Are you Fu? Jun bluntly asked, causing Mimi to raise her eyebrows in surprise. Fu? She asked, sounding confused. Who's that? A cartoon character or something? Jun smirked in amusement before shaking his head. Never mind, Jun said. You should head home, he continued, changing the topic. I bet Nico is waiting for you already. Jun was on his way to the parking lot when he received another call from Dr. O. He sighed and answered it. Dr. O didn't even greet him when he answered the phone. Please, 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 just come to where I am, Dr. O said. Jun sighed in frustration. What now? I just visited the hospital recently. I know, Dr. O said, but you have to hear this. Just tell me over the phone, Jun insisted. I can't, Dr. O exclaimed. Jun shook his head. Well, did you at least do the favor I asked you to? Yes, Dr. O exclaimed. He tried to come here earlier, but those guards you hired stopped him. The nurses also know not to let him in now. Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Good. You did a good job. Just please, come here to the restaurant where my wife and I are having dinner. I'll send you the address, then we can talk. I promise. Jun ended the call before Dr. O could finish his statement. There was no way he was going to interrupt Dr. O's date with his wife. It seemed like the woman wasn't too fond of him already because Dr. O always came running to his aid. However, Dr. O was stubborn, so he called Jun once again. Jun, come on. My wife said it's okay. Have fun with your wife. Plan for another child or something. Jun quickly said before ending the call once more. He shook his head and continued his way to the parking lot. However, his phone rang once more, making him sigh in frustration. Make your wife happy, Jun exclaimed, ready to turn off the call once again. However, another voice spoke, causing Jun's eyebrows to furrow. Finally, Jun let out a small sigh. Lao-hu, Jun said, out of instinct, causing Lao-hu to stay silent for a couple of seconds. Jun's eyebrows raised in panic since he realized that he shouldn't have known his name. Not in this life. How do you know my name? He asked, sounding suspicious. Jun pursed his lips and quickly came up with an excuse. You should really teach Lin Ji how to keep his mouth shut, Jun said. He's not a good lackey. Lao-hu chuckled in amusement. I see, he said. Well, he's always been a little bit incompetent. I can't get rid of him, though. Jun frowned. Even back then, Lin Ji had been mediocre in his tasks. He had quite a lot of charisma, but he definitely wasn't as efficient as Jun Hao. However, he was highly praised within their gang. He was also promoted quickly by Lao-hu. Meanwhile, Jun Hao was the most hardworking and undoubtedly had the most success in his missions. However, he was given the bare minimum for a considerable amount of years. What do you want? Jun asked, going back to business. I know that Lin Ji's threats hadn't worked on you, he said. He was upset once again this morning for a reason I don't know. Jun smirked. It must be because he wasn't allowed to go inside Grandma's room. Moreover, those guards you hired for that little kid are quite efficient. It's disappointing that we weren't even able to leave a traumatic mark, he continued. Get straight to the fucking point, Jun snapped. Oh, Lao said, chuckling. Such dirty words coming from a pretty idol. Well, I also don't have much time, so I'll say this only once. Hand me the briefcase, he said, his voice deeper this time. I know that you have it. Once you hand it to me, the rightful owner, then we shall finally leave you alone. Jun smirked. He knew that Lao was spouting nonsense. With everything that had happened, Lin Ji would definitely not let this go. I know that Lin Ji's threats are not much of a threat to you. However, I'm different. I'm much more different. Number 713. Chapter 713, that's sick and twisted. I'm extending the deadline. You have until the end of the month to bring it to me. I'll text you the address. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Laohu's words echoed in the back of Jun's mind. His deadline was once again the end of June. It felt pretty symbolic at that point. With that, he entered Grandma's room as he had some time to visit her once again after his schedule had been reduced. Grandma, Jun happily exclaimed as he arrived at her room. However, his smile quickly fell when he saw Grandma's state. Somehow, she had gotten even skinnier and paler than before. Jun saw all her laboratory results, and it was, indeed, getting much better. However, it wasn't obvious in her current appearance. Jun, she said, having a coughing fit right after she said those words. How are you? It hasn't been that long since you last visited. Jun handed her a glass of water and allowed her to drink. Well, I missed my favorite grandma in the entire world. Jun smiled despite feeling concerned. Grandma shook her head in amusement. Now, you're making me feel really old. What do you mean? Jun asked. You aren't too old. You still have a lot of time in this world. Once you're 90, you can say that you're really old. Grandma smiled. Well, what brought you here today? As always, Jun said, sitting on her bed. I wanted to ask how you were doing and if you need anything else. Grandma paused before shaking her head. There's not much that I want in this hospital. I just want to recover quickly so I can go back to my daily routine, she smiled. However, there has been one thing going on lately, she muttered. That young man I told you about, Zin. He hasn't visited in the last couple of days. Sometimes, I feel like I hear him outside of my door, but he doesn't come in. It's strange, isn't it? Jun pursed his lips. It isn't strange, Grandma, he said. You have to keep in mind not to trust just anyone, okay? Jun softly said, holding onto her hands. Grandma frowned. But Zin is a nice young man. I can tell that he is quite troubled. It also feels like he has a lot of desires, some of which are quite unreasonable. But I see something behind his eyes, some kind of pain that is broken, young self must have gone through. Whenever he comes here, he talks about his brother and how he always feel incompetent. I try to reassure him that not everybody is the same and that he'll only free himself from pain if he stops comparing himself with others and being jealous of what others have. Jun shook his head. That sounded like Lin Ji, all right. However, Jun was confused. Lin Ji had a brother? He had never known of such information. Anyway, Jun said, shaking his head. Don't look for him anymore. He seems to be an evil character. Besides, he quickly chimed before Grandma could speak once more. I'll get jealous if you start doting on another young man my age. Aren't I enough, Grandma? Grandma shook her head and ruffled Jun's hair. Of course, no one would ever compare to you, Grandma smiled. I'm just wondering where that young man is. He'll be all right, Jun said. What's important is that you're doing all right. Of course I am, Grandma smiled. Just then, the door opened, revealing a very breathless and tired-looking Dr. O. Jun raised his eyebrows as he took in his disheveled appearance. It had been a while since they last saw each other, but it appeared like Dr. O had lost some weight. Moreover, the doctor always looked neat and kempt whenever they met. However, at that moment, he looked like a crazy scientist whose experiment just blew over right at his face. Dr. O, Grandma said in surprise. What are you doing here? Dr. O sighed in relief as soon as he saw that Jun was inside. Oh, thank goodness, Dr. O said. I've been looking for you for the entire week. Now, you're finally in my hands. Jun shook his head and stood from the bed. Is this about what you wanted to tell me? Dr. O nodded. Please, don't tell me you have a schedule after this one. Jun shook his head. My next schedule is tomorrow. Dr. O sighed in relief. Let's talk about it now then. Jun nodded, sitting once more on the bed and gesturing to the seat before him. Dr. O shook his head and held onto Jun's arm before dragging him out of the room. His eyes widened in surprise, and Grandma was also confused. Dr. O turned around and threw Grandma a wide smile. I'll bring him back later. Sure, sure, Grandma said despite feeling a little bit confused. Jun let himself get dragged to Dr. O's office, still wondering what he even wanted to talk about. As soon as they arrived, Dr. O sat on his seat, appearing more serious than ever. Jun, on the other hand, looked around his messy office. Well, Jun said in a humorous tone, it looks like you've been busy. Dr. O didn't find this amusing, though. Instead, he continued having a poker face, making Jun even more confused. Jun cleared his throat and settled in his seat, realizing that Dr. O must be dead serious if he was acting as such. What did you want to talk about? Jun asked, getting straight to the point. Dr. O pursed his lips before bringing out something from his drawers. It was a thin stack of papers. Jun looked down at it for a second and saw that his name was on top of it. What's this? Jun asked. Dr. O sighed. Your test results came back. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise, picking up the papers and reading through their contents. He almost forgot about it. Oh, the ones from Germany, he asked with a small smile. Yes, Dr. O responded. The comprehensive tests. Jun's smile quickly fell when he read the results. He wasn't an expert in medical terminologies, but he had a hunch when something was abnormal. Dr. O continued to explain his results, but Jun could only hear him faintly. As you can see there, you have some myelosuppression. That means that your body isn't protecting you quite well. If you see some of the imaging results, it appears like there is a starting autoimmune process, where even normal cells are engulfed by the protective cells. This is the reason why I couldn't tell you this over text. Tell it to me in simple terms. Jun deadpanned, the world finally becoming clear as he placed down the stack of papers. Dr. O sighed, appearing to be in distress. You're sick, Jun, he said. Very, very sick. Number 714. Chapter 714 Plot Twist of the Year. Jun's ears rang, and at that moment, he couldn't hear anything but the beating of his heart. The beating. He might not even hear it soon if Dr. O was right. What do you mean? Jun asked, still in disbelief. Dr. O sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. I also don't know, he said. Jun clicked his tongue. How could you not know? Dr. O shook his head. Based on these test results, you shouldn't even have enough energy to sit right now. In fact, you should take very special precautions, just like your grandma, if you want to continue living. However, you're here, appearing asymptomatic aside from those dizzy spells and headaches you occasionally have. Maybe you're really part lizard. It's amazing how healthy you look right now. Dr. O exclaimed. Jun sighed in frustration. Just tell me what I have, and what I can do to solve this problem. Dr. O pursed his lips. Well, we still need to undergo a few more tests if we want to know your specific disease. However, based on your blood tests and imaging results all alone, it is likely that you have a similar disease to your grandma. In fact, it's much worse. It looks like you're in the latter stages, Dr. O said. Jun looked up at the ceiling, not knowing what to feel. And, in terms of what we can do, it has been recommended by the German laboratory to go for palliative care. Palliative? Jun asked. Supportive, you mean? Does that mean I'm going to die? Dr. O looked down at his lap. Well, all people die at one point, right? Some just die earlier than others. Based on your CT scan, some tumors have also grown, which might explain some of the headaches you have gotten. However, these tumors are so fine, barely noticeable, that it would be hard to get them out without damaging the other areas, Dr. O continued. So, I can't have surgery too? Jun asked. Dr. O once again pursed his lips. We can always try. However, the outcome is not determined. There is a possibility that you'll get better, but there's also a possibility that you'll get worse, get stuck in a coma, or even die. It's all undecided until we try it ourselves. Jun let out a shaky breath, looking down at his pale hands. Death. It had never scared him much. In fact, if it weren't for Mei Ling, Jun wouldn't have minded death when he was in his past body. However, he now had met people he loved very dearly, a job he was passionate about, and millions of people who relied on him for strength. Now, death has become a scary concept. How many months? Jun asked, his voice losing strength. Dr. O pursed his lips, finding the situation weirdly emotional. He knew he should always stay neutral when talking to patients, but Dr. O felt that it was such a shame. "I don't know," he said. "A month," he continued. 3 months. Maybe, even by the end of June, based on the severity. But then again, we will never know, Dr. O concluded. June chuckled, staring off into the distance. Dr. O pursed his lips and looked down at his lap as June erupted into full-blown laughter. It was funny. In fact, June found the entire situation hilarious. "End of June, huh?" he muttered with a small smile. Dr. O reached out for his hand and squeezed it tight. "It doesn't have to be your end, June." June softly sighed. "But it could be," he said. "You said so already. Nothing is certain." Dr. O sighed in frustration, leaning against his seat. "The human body works in mysterious ways," he started off. "There might be a miracle." "Do miracles really exist?" June asked. Dr. O scratched the back of his head. "I've witnessed it plenty of times." "What will happen if I get any treatment?" June asked. Dr. O sighed. "Well, as I said, surgery is out of the options. It's too risky, and I'm afraid that you'd only get stuck in this hospital and continuously pay the bills. However, you don't have to worry about that. As the owner of this hospital, I'll make sure to treat you for free." June impatiently sighed. "Just get back to the point, please." "Chemotherapy is another option," Dr. O said. "However, that, too, would be risky since you already have a starting immune response. This means that your normal cells might deplete too much to the point that you'd become a vegetable. Or Jake Gyllenhaal in that movie where he was stuck in a bubble for most of his entire life." "Dr. O," June warned, causing the crazy doctor to chuckle. However, deep inside, this was his coping mechanism. Even if they weren't related, Dr. O had become closer to June. Finding him in such a situation was heartbreaking for the doctor. "Right?" he said, finally getting back to the point. "Radiation therapy might also work, but not without any risks. These are all the treatment modalities that we can try." "Do I have to stop working?" June asked. "That's a given," Dr. O said. "You have to take a long break, not the week-long one that you just had. In fact, you'd have to rest for much longer if the treatments do work." June sighed, feeling at a loss. He looked around the office and finally realized why Dr. O was in shambles. It seemed like he was finding the cure to June's sickness. At the end of the day, Dr. O continued, "It will be your decision. I will send you the list of treatment modalities and their pros and cons, and get back to me when you're ready. However, don't take too long. Time is your enemy here," he continued. "How am I even going to make a decision?" June muttered. "I know that it's very difficult," Dr. O said. "In fact, I wouldn't be able to make a decision if I was in your shoes, too. However, whatever you choose, I'll make sure to support you with full efforts. You don't have to worry about the treatment. That's my job. Just think about what you want and what will make you really happy," Dr. O said, feeling a lump in his throat when he saw June's defeated expression. The two of them sat in silence for a few more minutes, none of them daring to break it. Then, Dr. O cleared his throat and stood from his seat. "Do you want me to accompany you back to Grandma's room?" June shook his head and stood from his seat, still absent-minded. Because of this, he stumbled on his own feet, causing Dr. O's eyes to widen in surprise. Dr. O quickly went to his aid and held onto his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked in a concerned, almost pitiful tone, causing June to click his tongue. "I'm fine," he said firmly before standing on his own. "I'm fine," he repeated in a much calmer voice this time. "You don't have to see me out," June continued, walking over to the door. "June," Dr. O called, causing June to halt. However, he didn't turn around. "Take care of yourself, okay?" June pursed his lips. How could he take care of himself when he was literally dying? Got it. Number 715. Chapter 715, The Stages of Grief. June stared up at the ceiling, not being able to sleep. His body was tired, but his mind wasn't. It ran with 1,000 thoughts, circulating with one main topic, death. Who knew that his dizzy spells and headaches actually meant something? "What the heck?" June muttered, standing from his seat and walking to his full-length mirror. He looked at himself and found that he still looked fine, handsome as hell, even. "Is this the face of a dying man?" June asked. Then, he jumped around, banging his chest with his fists like a gorilla. "Nothing hurts," he continued. "Is it really true?" Denial. That was the first stage of grieving. Why the heck did I even get sick in the first place? I eat the best out of every member of Eve. I haven't even touched a stick of cigarette or vape ever since I transmigrated to this body, he exclaimed. Anger. Jun sighed in frustration. But then again, I've been overexerting myself these past few months. I don't even know how I was able to do it. Maybe this is the price I'm paying for not taking care of myself well. Bargaining. Jun plopped to the ground, his eyes blank. Goodness, I don't even want to do anything anymore. Depression. I should just die. Acceptance. Are you practicing for a new role? Jun shot up in surprise when he heard Jisung speak from behind him. How long have you been there? Jun asked with wide eyes. Since you started jumping around in circles while banging your chest. Did Jay offer you a new acting audition? Is it about a man who dies? Or maybe an ape invasion? He excitedly asked. That was very convincing, by the way. I almost believed that you would actually be dying, he continued. Jun pursed his lips. If only he knew. Anyway, I just came here to call you for lunch. I know you have a shoot with Rising Stars today, so I called you since you weren't going out of your room. What? Jun asked. It's noon already? Yep, Jisung said. So come on. Jay will come pick you up in a few. Jun nodded, standing from the ground and following after Jisung. He looked at the table and saw the scrumptious food. However, for some reason, he didn't have any appetite. Isn't this your favorite? Jisung asked. We ordered it just for you. Jun chuckled nervously before shoving the food inside his mouth. As expected, it didn't taste like anything because his mind was in shambles. So, after a few more bites, he stood from his chair. Akira frowned in confusion. Where are you going? He asked. To shower, Jun responded. I'll be heading out soon. With that, Jun went to shower. He turned it on, not even adjusting the temperature. He felt the cold water pelt against his skin, but then again, he couldn't feel anything. It was as if he became immune to it. After that, he got dressed and went to the parking lot, where Jay was already waiting. Let's go, Jay excitedly exclaimed. Yeah, Jun muttered, looking out of the window. His windows were tinted, so the world seemed dull, black and white, and lacking of life, just like him. Then, he finally arrived at the set of Rising Stars, so Jay left him all alone to gossip with the staff members. Jun went to where Yena and Yejin were and didn't realize that he had passed them already. Jun, Yena exclaimed. Over here, she chuckled. You look out of it. Jun pursed his lips. Sorry, I didn't sleep well. Nah, it's all right. We all have those days, Yejin said. Anyway, you're going to mentor the team that performs. We're all going to die. Jun raised his head at lightning speed. Then, he looked up at the ceiling for a moment. Really? Do you want to rub it in my face? Is that all right with you? Yena asked. No, Jun wanted to say. However, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Instead, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Great, Yejin exclaimed, clapping in excitement. You may go to practice room number 5. The other mentors have already started. Jun nodded once more and went to the team that he would mentor. He opened the door, already expecting to see one familiar face. May. Then, the others gasped once they saw Jun. Mentor Jun, Era exclaimed, taking a step back. Yeri, too, smiled shyly at the handsome idol. Meanwhile, Zonya, their last member, bowed deeply, as if she had just seen a deity. May, on the other hand, pursed her lips and slightly bowed her head. Jun observed her for a moment and noted that she looked better compared to the night of the eliminations. Good morning, girls, Jun said, picking up a chair and placing it in the middle of the practice room. Well, it looks like I'll be your mentor for this particular stage. Lucky us, Era said, already giggly like the bright girl she was. I bet they're all jealous of us. Jun chuckled in amusement. Sit down for a moment, he said, and the girls immediately followed, sitting before him with bright eyes. So, how have you prepared so far? Jun asked. Yeri pursed her lips before responding. We haven't done much. May was just teaching us the choreography of the song. We're the eliminated ones, so we haven't had much time to practice. I see, Jun said, placing his hand under his chin. Only May is the original member of this group, right? He asked. May nodded. Yeah, she said. All of us are new ones, the rejected ones. Era excitedly said. But it's not like I hate it, Era said. My last group had a very badass concept, and it doesn't suit my image. I suit cuter songs more. However, I wanted to join May for a mission, so I came here. I forgot that her team chose a very sad song, though. she said, scratching the back of her head. Yeah, Yeri said, agreeing with Era's sentiment. Even the title of the song is so blatantly sad. We're all going to die, she continued. It's so emo. May hummed. But isn't that your specialty? She asked, turning to June. The other girls also turned to June, realizing that June was, indeed, the master of emotional performances. However, there was a question that circulated in June's mind, one that he wanted to ask the group of girls. Hey, I have a question, he suddenly said, making the girls curious. June let out a deep breath before asking the question. If you were only given 3 months, maybe even a month to live, what would you do? Number 716. Chapter 716 Death. What is the essence of death? June knew that every person on this very earth thought about death. If you ask a child, death might be the separation from those they love. It's the loss of a warm hand they hold, a goldfish flushed down the toilet, a pet who just wouldn't die finally passing, a familiar voice, and a comforting presence that will be eventually forgotten. This absence is shallowly felt, for a child's mind is simple. What's gone is gone. For those who had the taste of the good life, death often brings an intense fear. It's the silent reminder of our fragility. People become obsessed with health, trying to eat right, exercise, and avoid the risk of death. We live with a constant worry, always aware that our time will end at any moment. The fear wasn't just about dying, but about the unknown that death represents. On the other hand, people who have slowly grown tired of life are thankful for death. It's an escape, something that would take them out of their misery, like a permanent, deep sleep. As June asked that question, the girls all turned silent. They weren't expecting such a hard-hitting question. Zonia cleared her throat and broke the silence. Well, first, I'd look for a cure, she said. And if the cure is just as deadly? June asked. Zonia scratched the back of her head, wondering why June was even asking them such a question in the first place. Why are you? May cut Zonia off before she could finish her question. I'd accept it, I guess, May said, leaning against the mirror and looking down at her hands. If it's inevitable, then what's the use of even fighting? She asked. It's like you have a deadline. So, might as well just get it over with. You can't do anything else. June let out a deep breath. That was exactly what he was thinking. It seemed like they were really siblings through and through. Hey, now, Yeri said, joining the conversation. It doesn't have to sound so depressing. You might have a deadline, but that doesn't mean that you just have to wait for it. I agree, Era exclaimed. If I were going to die by the end of the month, I'd probably have no fears. June raised his eyebrows in surprise. That was a refreshing take from the bubbly girl. Care to elaborate? June asked, curious about her reasoning. Well, if I'm going to die at the end of the month, then what more should I be afraid of? Getting arrested? Getting killed? Getting publicly scrutinized? None of those. I'm already going to die. They could kiss my ass in heaven or hell if they want to, she excitedly said. Era, May said, sounding amused. What? Era asked, chuckling. I'm just telling the truth. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yeri shook her head in amusement. I kind of agree, although I'm not that extreme. I guess I would just spend it with the people I love, do the things I have never done before, and take the risks that I've always been hesitant to take. Through that, I will see how beautiful my life has been and not how scary death truly is, she continued. Death doesn't have to be so sad. That was my point in the beginning, though, May chimed. Once you accept death, I believe you've also come to accept that it's not the dark and scary thing that most people perceive it as. Rather, it's a beautiful thing that signifies a new beginning, she ended. June felt like his eyes were being opened to a new reality. He was so focused on the linear definition of death that he failed to realize what it truly meant. Just then, Era gasped, pointing at June with bright eyes. Did you ask us that question so we could come to that conclusion? She asked. June smirked and nodded in agreement. It wasn't the truth, but it seemed like the girls were amazed. I see, Yeri said, looking at June with admiration. Death doesn't have to be so sad. In that manner, our performance doesn't have to be sad, too, she said. The happiness of death, May asked, causing her teammates to nod excitedly in agreement. June smiled, feeling like a huge weight was removed from his shoulders. Death. The girls were right. Death didn't have to be so sad. With that, he started speaking about what he realized in his heart. Maybe, in the shadow of death, always lied the shining truth, he said, making the girls turn their complete attention to him. We spend our lives searching for meaning, often overlooking the simple fact that death gives life its value. Without the end, would we appreciate the journey as much? It's the knowledge that our finite existence makes every moment precious. This awareness compels us to live fully, love deeply, and find joy in every day. Death teaches us to live. It reminds us to savor each sunrise, to hold our loved ones close, and to chase our dreams with passion. In this way, life and death are intertwined. However, they are not opposites, rather partners. Death, then, is life's greatest teacher. It shows us that our time here is limited, but that's what makes it so precious. Life is a fleeting gift, and death is a gentle reminder to live it well. In this understanding, we find the true essence of both life and death, which is the beauty of our existence. He ended his speech with a deep breath. The girls were silent for a moment before Era clapped loudly, even getting up on her feet to give Jun a standing ovation. Jun snapped out of her reverie and looked at the group of girls with warm cheeks. He hadn't realized that he had been ranting. "Did I say too much?" Jun asked. "Nope," Era exclaimed. "You said the right things. Now, I'm even more enlightened. No wonder they call you the master of emotional performances." "Say," Era continued, narrowing her eyes at Jun, "did you have an emo phase of some sort?" Number 717. Chapter 717. Going back to black. 3 days. 3 days had passed since Jun found out he was potentially dying by the end of the month. He finally came to a decision. "Fuck it," he muttered, standing from his bed and getting ready for the day. He showered and grabbed a snack before taking the keys of the van from Jay's hidden stash. He thought he was slick for hiding it, but the members knew all along. Jun knew not to break the rules, but now that his time was quite limited, he decided that he wanted to do the things he had never done before. Moreover, he wanted to give his members and the people he loved a great gift, even if he wasn't there anymore. The gift of comfort and protection. With that, he decided to take one extra step to give Eve the best terms possible. He knew he had a lot to lose, but he was about to lose his life. Is there anything more he could lose aside from that? With that, Jun drove to a particular, familiar place. He stepped out of the car and sighed in relief when he didn't see anyone around. Well, to be fair, nobody sane would come to the place that Jun would. He opened the door and saw a familiar man inside. The man, appearing to be having coffee, didn't bother turning around. "The salon's not open yet," he said, taking another sip from his coffee. Jun clicked his tongue and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "I need a haircut." As Kumo heard the familiar voice, he quickly turned around. "Oh my!" Kumo exclaimed, placing his coffee on the dresser and standing from his seat. "You finally came back here," he continued, circling around Jun like a predator observing its prey. "It's been a while," Jun said. "It has," Kumo said. "You've gotten much more famous since the last time you came here. I told my other customers that you get your hair done here, but none of them believed me. I realized that I didn't take a photo with you every time you came here." Jun shook his head in amusement. "The more surprising thing is that you still get customers. And don't worry," Jun added, walking to the chair and sitting on it. "We can take a photo right after you give me a haircut." Kumo smirked. "I'll have you know that I'm fully booked for the day. However, since you came extra early, I can just push back my first appointment." Jun nodded in acknowledgement. "Thanks," he muttered. "I just want something simple, so it won't take too long." "All right," Kumo said, whipping out his apron and wearing it like a doctor wearing their lab gown. Then, he brought out his scissors and dramatically twirled them in his fingers. "What can I do for you? A dye job? A mohawk? Or a mullet? Those are quite trendy these days, right? There's also another one I want to try. Zigzag hair." Jun quickly shook his head, not even wanting to imagine what zigzag hair looked like. "I said something simple," Jun deadpanned. Kumo clicked his tongue and gestured for him to continue. "First of all, I want to dye my hair back to my original color," Jun said. "Ooh," Kumo exclaimed. "I could do that for you. Your roots are already growing in. Moreover, you will always be most suitable for your natural hair color. However, since you're so handsome, you'll look good in anything." "For the haircut?" Kumo asked. "Shave it off," Jun said with a straight face, causing Kumo to stay silent for a couple of moments. "Like military short?" Kumo asked. "Are you going to enlist early?" I thought Eve was doing quite well. Jun clicked his tongue, bringing out his phone and showing it to Kumo. Kumo raised his eyebrows in surprise. You can do this for me, right? Or is it too simple? Jun asked. Kumo smirked, suddenly feeling challenged. Of course, Kumo said. Leave it all to Kumo. As expected, Jun fell asleep as Kumo was doing his hair. He only woke up when Kumo tapped his shoulder. It's done, Kumo said. It's a masterpiece. Jun opened his eyes and blinked away his sleepiness. The first thing he saw was his reflection, making him halt. What do you think? Kumo asked. I did a good job, right? Jun smirked. I guess there's a reason why you're always fully booked. Kumo smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. With that, Jun stood from his seat and gave Kumo some cash. Kumo raised his hands in the air, not wanting to take the payment. I'll do this for free, Kumo said. Jun clicked his tongue, took his hand, and placed the money in his palms. Just take it, Jun said. I'm doing much better these days anyway, he smirked. Kumo shook his head in amusement. Well, you must be making a lot. Jun had definitely started earning a lot because of their popularity. However, in his opinion, it was still not what the group deserved. Azure took too much from them. Anyway, I'll get going, Jun said, waving his hands goodbye. Just in time, Kumo said. I believe my first customer is here. Jun said, waving once more before leaving the small salon. However, on his way out, another customer went in, a woman around Jun's age. They met eyes for a second, so Jun bowed before passing her. On the other hand, the woman paused, not being able to move from her spot. So handsome, she said, appearing starstruck. After a while, she snapped out of her daze, but the handsome man's face still didn't leave her mind. She sat on Kumo's chair with a mind that thought of nothing except for Jun's good looks. I asked, what do you want? Kumo asked, causing the customer to snap back to reality. Say, does an idol get his hair done here? She asked, not really answering Kumo's question. Kumo smiled. Well, of course. The customer who went before you was Jun from Eve. Jun from Eve, she exclaimed with wide eyes, about to fall from the chair. Yes, Kumo smiled. Do you want to see our photo? With that, Kumo whipped out his phone. However, he quickly halted when he realized something. Gosh darn it, he loudly exclaimed, making the customer surprised. I forgot to take a photo with him. Number 718. Chapter 718 Crying. Jun stared at himself in the rearview mirror just as he started the car. Then, a small smile arose from his lips. Handsome as hell, Jun said, even pointing at the mirror and giving himself a small wink. Then, when reality hit him, he felt like wanting to crawl into a hole and dying inside. However, he might just get buried in a hole not long from now. So Jun thought that having such cringy moments would be alright sometimes. Then, he finally stepped on the gas to go back to their dorm. He couldn't help but glance at himself in the mirror from time to time. The reason behind this was that he felt he looked quite familiar. The haircut he had at the moment was the haircut he had when he died as Jun Hao. It was his signature hairstyle, sharp dark hair that was on the shorter side. He finally arrived at the dorm, and he ignored how the guards tried to stop and interrogate him. With that, he went to their dorm. It was already late in the morning, so Jun was sure that his members would be awake. As he opened the door, he already heard their chaotic conversation. Jae-young, this tastes like ass. How do you even know what ass tastes like? Jun should have been here to cook for us. Where's Jun? Should I wake him up? I told you not to wake him up. He's a kitten who needs a lot of sleep. Jun shook his head in amusement. It was the type of noise that woke him up in the morning. But it was also the noise that he wouldn't trade for anything in the entire world. He placed his bag on the couch before heading to the dining room. The members had their backs turned from Jun. However, Casper, being the best Jun detector on the planet, turned to the side as soon as he felt Jun's presence. He was about to speak. However, his words got caught in the back of his throat as soon as he saw Jun. Jae-sung, noticing Casper's weird behavior, turned to where he was gazing at. Then, his eyes widened the same way as Casper's. Bro, he exclaimed. The other members finally turned to Jun, all staring at him with wide eyes. Jun pursed his lips, suddenly finding the attention quite burdensome. You got a haircut? Ren asked in surprise. Jun scratched the back of his head. Yeah, he muttered. Does it look okay? Okay. Akira exclaimed. You look hella fine, my man. Jun smirked before shaking his head, finally relaxing. Then, he walked to his designated spot and took a seat. I was worried for a second there, Jun said. I thought I looked bad. I don't think it's possible for you to look bad, Zeth grumbled. You can have zigzag hair, and you'd still look good. Jisung continued staring at him, wanting to applaud. You look very good in this hairstyle, he said. It's something I didn't imagine you to have, but it just looks very natural. I bet our fans are going to love this. Jae-young nodded in agreement. However, he couldn't help but ask a question. Did the company allow you to change your hair? Jun smirked before shaking his head, causing Jae-young to nod. It's all right, he said. They can't oppose it. You look really good. Jun nodded this time. I just realized that life is too short for us to dwell on such trivial things, Jun said, taking a sip from his water. Let's not take life so seriously. It's going to end anyway, so we might as well do the things that we've always wanted to do, he continued, causing the members to turn to him with raised eyebrows. Well, that was philosophical, Sehun said. It's not surprising, though, Jisung said. Bro has always been philosophical. I know that, Akira chuckled. However, that sounds like a dying man's last words. Jun stopped drinking. Then, he placed down the glass with a warm smile. Does it? Jun asked. Well, I'll be careful with my words from now on. After days of grueling hard work, it was now time for the girls to show everyone the performance they'd worked hard for. May, despite feeling down for the past few weeks, wanted to do better than anybody else. She thought she would get stuck in the dark place in her mind until the end of the show, but somehow, meeting her current teammates and having Jun mentor them made her feel excited to perform once again. With that, she smiled at herself in the mirror. Let's do this, she muttered before joining the other teams in the viewing room. Meanwhile, the audience was also excited about how the performances were going to pan out. The girls watched the scene from the monitor, watching as the doors opened and revealed their ever-handsome MC, Jun. However, their cheers weren't as loud as usual, and it was because of one reason. They were speechless because of his new appearance. Jia, who decided to watch the performances live, felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest as she continued staring at Jun. What the heck, she muttered. He's so handsome. I want his kids inside me. If I can't be with him, then please just take me out of my misery. He looks so good. Not a lot of people could pull this hairstyle off. Jun's face card never declines. You're so right. Most people would look like Humpty Dumpty with this hairstyle, but it just emphasizes his handsomeness even more. Meanwhile, the girls in the viewing room squealed as the camera focused on Jun. Era even held onto May's arms and squeezed it tight. I still can't believe we had such a handsome mentor guide us for our performance, she said. Say, she continued. The two of you seem pretty close based on my observations. Do you think you can set me up with him? She asked. However, May couldn't respond. As she stared at Jun in his new haircut, another man's face flashed in her mind, one that she wasn't familiar with. However, this man seemed to have an effect on her heart despite her not knowing him. Era broke away from May, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw how May currently looked. Hey, why are you crying? Number 719. Chapter 719, We're All Going to Die 1. May quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, feeling like she had encountered the strangest moment in her life. Why did the mere sight of Jun and his new haircut bring her to tears? Was it because Jun looked utterly handsome? Indeed, he looked very handsome, but May wasn't that shallow to cry over a man's beauty. Hey, are you all right? Era asked in concern, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. May nodded, fanning her eyes to stop the tears from flowing. I'm fine. Something just went inside my eye, she said as an excuse, even rubbing them to make a point. All right. Era sighed, stopping May from rubbing her eyes. We'll be performing soon. We don't want you to ruin your makeup. Right? May muttered, looking down at her hands. Era didn't look convinced that May was doing okay, but she let it go since May appeared like she didn't want to talk about it. May definitely didn't want to talk about it. She, herself, didn't know the reason behind her tears. All she knew was that she felt a sense of familiarity after seeing Jun in his new hairstyle. An older man. However, what was strange was that the familiar man was still unfamiliar to her. Ironic, right? First team, please go up the stage, one of the staff members said, causing May to snap back to reality. She glanced at her teammates and nodded. They were the first team to perform. It was her first time opening the show since she had always been grouped with the likes of Jimin and Mina. Therefore, she was extra nervous. Nonetheless, She knew that she did her best in their practices and rehearsals, so she didn't want to waste her team's hard work. With that, she took her spot on the stage, the audience exclaiming as the first set of idols stood in the dark. Who is it? Who's going to perform first? I'm so excited. The song choices were already revealed, and I'm looking forward to the unique songs, especially We're All Going to Die. That song is superior. Agreed. I wonder who joined May's team. It better be good trainees. Otherwise, she'll definitely get eliminated. Jun joined the other mentors, sitting behind the audience to watch the team's performance live. Amira turned to him with bright red cheeks, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun pursed her lips and clenched her fists, holding herself back from squishing Jun's handsome face. Meanwhile, Jun was focused on the stage, feeling breathless. For some reason, he was also nervous even though he wasn't actually performing. He had guided the girls for the past week, and he could tell that they've poured their everything into the stage. The stage lights were fully turned off, which made the audience silent. A soft golden glow gradually illuminated the 5 trainees, their faces framed by halos of light. The audience initially screamed when they saw the trainee in the center, May. Her face alone moved the audience. However, they were more shocked when they realized that the first stage of the night was We're All Going to Die, the team who struggled the most in the past episode. The audience gasped as the unexpected sight registered. The girls were dressed in bright yellow, flowy dresses, which was in contrast to their song's ominous title. The color choice seemed almost too cheerful, too bright for a performance of We're All Going to Die. Released in 2023, the song quickly rose to fame because of its beautiful harmony filled with piano, harp, and bells, which made it have a cheerful, almost Christmassy ballad vibe. However, what struck them the most was the painful lyrics, one that spoke openly about death. It was the kind of song that moved people without them even noticing it. Then, before they knew it, they had repeated the song over and over again. As the first notes of the piano paired with the delicate bells rang out, the studio filled with an ethereal, almost magical atmosphere. The people exclaimed, covering their mouths with their hands as they felt the tune tug at their heartstrings. It was a comforting tune, but it also felt weirdly sad. May stood at the front, her hands trembling slightly as she took a deep breath. Her eyes scanned the crowd before landing on a familiar face. Jun. He was sitting at the very middle of the mentor's table, his face devoid of any emotion. However, even then, May felt like he could hear his calm voice reminding her of his advice. The less you care about what other people think, the better you'll do. May closed her eyes, allowing his words to soothe her nerves. When she opened them again, she felt like she was ready. We're all going to die? But who decided that? Why make us live, when you'll take it away in the end? The first few words left her lips softly, tentatively. Her voice wavered but held steady, guided by the breathing techniques Jun had drilled into her during their practice sessions. We're all going to die? When did that happen? What was the use of the laughter and the cries? Did I just imagine? The notes were in tune, and with each passing sound, her confidence grew. Jun watched from his seat, a proud smile forming on his face. He had seen May struggle and had witnessed her fight to overcome her insecurities. Now, seeing her on the stage with her voice sounding more robust than before, he felt a surge of pride in his heart. She was doing it. She was really doing it. For long, he thought that becoming an idol wouldn't be suited for May. Jun wanted to protect her. However, how could he protect her from the thing she loved? It was obvious in her gaze that she wanted to become an idol, and Jun regretted even thinking of taking it away from her. So, with a small smile, he finally nodded. And along with that nod was a sigh of defeat. That's my sister, he whispered. She's grown up so well, even without me. Number 720. Chapter 720. We're all going to die too. Yeri stepped forward, her voice light and airy. It was enchanting to hear such weighty lyrics with the voice she was portraying. Now, I'm lying on the bed that I didn't want to get out of. That was in the past. Now, the bed is my permanent home, one that would last. Was it too hard to bring back the before? Was this all I've lived for? She spoke of regrets, of the moments one wished they could reclaim on their deathbed. As she moved gracefully across the stage, it appeared she was planting invisible seeds. White, little butterflies flew across the LED screen, adding to the gentleness of her gestures. The other girls followed her lead, their hands brushing the air as if tending to the seeds Yeri had sown. Their movements were fluid, less like a rehearsed dance and more like a natural progression of actions. It didn't feel like choreography. It was a story. Yeri's solo transitioned to the chorus, where all 5 girls joined their voices in beautiful harmony. Was this all I've lived for? I worked hard for days and nights. Yet, this was how it was going to end. In the bed, all alone, with no one to hold. With no one to turn to by myself. The light is getting closer, yet I don't want to go. Who knew that life would be this shallow? We're all going to die, that I know. But what is the use of the plants that grow, when I will leave it all behind? I will leave it all behind. The contrast between their cheerful delivery and the longing of the lyrics was striking. Each girl brought her own unique tone to the harmony, blending perfectly to create a sound that lifted the audience to a cold yet comforting place, almost like they were standing at the gates of heaven themselves. As the second stanza began, Era took center stage. She gracefully sat on the ground, her movements deliberate while the other girls encircled her. Their presence was like rays of sunlight nurturing a fragile seed. Era's voice carried the same blend of sorrow and reflection that characterized the song. Her eyes were closed as she sang to the fleeting nature of life, the question that lingered when time was running out. I've planted seeds. I've watered them. I've waited for the harvest, only to see everything taken away. The land, the sunlight, the water, all gone, leaving me in nothingness. The other girls moved around Era, their movements synchronized yet organic. Their yellow costumes shimmered under the stage lights, creating a surreal effect. The audience could see the metaphor of life and death, growth and decay, playing out before their eyes. The contrast between their bright costumes and the somber lyrics only served to deepen the impact, making the performance unforgettable. When the chorus came around again, the harmony was even more powerful. The voices of the 5 girls melded together with a sense of longing and inevitability. The audience could feel the intensity building and the emotions of the song reaching their peak. It was as if the girls were singing not just with their voices, but with their hearts and souls. Yet, in this death lies the essence of life. Would life hold meaning without death? The plant grew, it served its purpose. Its absence does not erase its worth. The light-hearted bridge followed, offering a brief rest from the emotional intensity of the performance. The girls' voices lightened, the music becoming more whimsical, yet still retaining that undercurrent of sadness. It was a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there can be light and hope. Now, I see the light. I'm ready to go. The light is the one I've been looking for my entire life. Now I understand. Would life hold any meaning without the certainty of goodbye? Mei sang the particular lyric while looking at Jun. Jun held his breath, feeling emotional. He rarely cried during performances. Heck, he only cried during their performance because he got something stuck in his eyes. However, it felt like Mei was singing those words to him. He was going to leave soon. The plant, it grew, it blossomed. In the sunshine and the rain. It served a silent purpose. Even as it faced the end, the bridge continued, its melody softer and more tender. On stage, it appeared as if the invisible seeds Yeri had planted earlier had finally flourished into a full-grown plant. A gentle wind effect swept across the stage, causing the flowy yellow dresses of the girls to sway. The audience was entranced by the sight, the delicate harmony of the girls' voices blending perfectly with the gentle movement of their dresses. The softer bridge allowed the girls to sing in unison once more. Jun had devised this strategy, knowing that while individually the girls might struggle with their vocal foundations, together they created a sound that sounded full. So why do we have to die? To give our lives a frame, to cherish every moment, and find meaning in the same. Life is not just in the living, but in knowing it will fade. It's the love we share, the memories, in the light and in the shade. As the last chorus approached, the music shifted, now imbued with a sense of hopefulness that contrasted with the song's somber themes. The instrumental layer became increasingly simple, almost minimalist, allowing the girls' harmonies to shine even more. They danced in circles, their movements light and joyful, smiles gracing their faces as if the protagonist's inevitable end wasn't tragic, but rather a natural, beautiful conclusion. The plant grew and served its purpose, in its beauty and its grace. And though it's gone, it leaves behind a truth we can embrace. This transformation from sorrow to acceptance resonated deeply with the audience. Despite the tears streaming down many faces, there were smiles too. The performance conveyed a profound truth. Life was beautiful precisely because it was finite. In the fleeting nature of our days, we find a precious truth. Life's value is in its passing, in every moment, in its proof. In this final breath, I whisper, as my soul begins to soar. Life's a journey to the light. And now I'm home. Once more. Number 721. Chapter 721 Initials. The lights dimmed completely, and the stage plunged into darkness. For a moment, the only sound in the studio was the soft rustle of anticipation. Then, the LED screen behind the stage flickered to life. Slowly, a hauntingly beautiful scene emerged. 5 gravestones, each surrounded by a bed of flowers. The audience watched in silence, the emotional weight of the performance still fresh in their minds. As the screen continued to change, faded letters began to appear above each gravestone. The letters were faint at first, barely discernible, but gradually they became clearer. YMZH. The audience murmured in confusion, the meaning of the letters unclear. Yams? Like sweet potatoes? Please don't ruin this experience for me. Jun, too, frowned in confusion. He had mentored the team for 2 whole days, but the girls failed to mention it to him. Therefore, the meaning was unclear to him. Fortunately, it seemed like Gun actually had a sharp mind as he let out a small gasp. It's their names, he said. The girls are standing below their own names. Jun, sitting at the back, felt a sudden ringing in his ears. He blinked, trying to clear his mind, and looked around. The glow-in-the-dark light sticks held by the audience members created a soft sea of light, like stars twinkling in the night sky. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to these initials. His eyes returned to the screen once again. Yams. It was an odd combination, but then realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. They were initials. The initials of the girls, Yeri, Era, May, Zonia, Huna. Jun's mind raced as he considered the glow-in-the-dark light sticks. What if they formed some kind of pattern or message, much like the initials on the screen? He turned his head, trying to see the bigger picture, trying to piece together this sudden revelation. Then, the briefcase flashed in his mind, the glow-in-the-dark letters suddenly making more sense. They appeared like nothing but jumbled letters. But what if they were initials? Jun's thoughts were interrupted as May's team went down the stage and was replaced by the second performer. The other teams took their turns on stage, each bringing their own strengths to their performances. Despite their efforts, none could quite capture the vibe that May's team had provided. The magic of "we're all going to die" still lingered in the air. However, Jimin and Mina's team brought the house down with their energetic and nearly flawless performance of Kaleidoscope. Their song was upbeat and catchy, and the audience responded with the loudest cheers of the night. Jun watched with a knowing smile. Although he felt that May's team did the best in terms of concept and performance, Jun couldn't deny that Jimin's and Mina's popularity were unrivaled. As the last performance ended, the staff escorted the audience out of the studio. Then, Yena provided the mentors with a copy of the results. Amira held the envelope in her hand, about to open it, when Lee Sik suddenly stopped her. Before all of that, I want us to guess, he smiled. It's Jun's team, Gun and Ji-hyun said at the same time. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he quickly bowed at the two of them. Ji-hyun, not being able to take his handsomeness, reached her hand and pinched his cheek, causing Jun's eyes to widen. Lee Sik clicked his tongue. Your opinions are invalid. The two of you are the greatest Jun simps. Amira scratched the back of her neck. I think the first performers also did the best. Although the other girls had undoubtedly did their best, I felt something in the first performance that I didn't quite feel from the others. Who knew that death was actually so beautiful? She asked. Not if it's for the people you love, though, Ji-hyun muttered. Imagine Jun dying. Thousands, millions of fans would be devastated. Jun shook his head in amusement. Will that really be the case? Of course, Gun exclaimed. I'd be the first one to cry and visit your funeral if ever that happens. However, you're not allowed to get sick. You're going to outlive us, he exclaimed, causing Jun's heart to have a dull ache. Ah, whatever, Lee Sik said. I made all that fuss, but I agree with you guys. They captured the essence of "we're all going to die" perfectly. I don't say that word so easily. especially since they made some technical mistakes. But from an emotional perspective, it was brilliant. You already know how it is, Bone chuckled. I also like the first performer, but I also already have a hunch on who won. The other mentors nodded, watching Amira open the envelope. June peered over her shoulders and saw the song that had won. Kaleidoscope. Ah, I knew it, Lee Six said. They did good too. Well, of course, Gun smirked. I mentored them. Although, they were already a talented bunch, so I don't have much to say. You just said you liked June's team the most, Ji-hyun chuckled. That's out of the question, Gun smirked. I like everything involving June. June was now back in their dorm. He still had to shoot for Rising Stars tomorrow for yet another announcement, but he was looking at the glow-in-the-dark letters of the briefcase instead. Mjepk. G, June muttered. What starts with the letter G? He stayed silent for a moment before his head tilted to the side. Grandma, he asked. Then he burst into chuckles, finding his conclusion ridiculous. However, as he tried to decipher the other letters, it seemed like it wasn't a joke after all. G for Grandma. June muted. M for Minjun, he continued. J? Do I even know a J? He asked. J? Nah. Then, his mind immediately strayed to a particular pretty girl who helped him at the most unexpected times. Jia, he smiled. E. I think that's for Eve. And P is definitely for Pablo, he continued. What about K? June muttered. Could it be Kyumo? June felt that such things were ridiculous, but as he turned the fourth number to the number 8, which was the number of members in Eve, the panel suddenly lit up, causing June to let go of the briefcase. It fell to the floor with a loud bang. Then, the door and lights immediately opened. Are you all right? Casper worriedly asked. June stayed silent and continued looking at the briefcase. Now that the lights were turned on, June could see his reflection clearly on the metal briefcase. You, he muttered. Is this briefcase intended to be mine? Number 722. Chapter 722, Your Favorite Number. Zhao woke up in the middle of the night because of her loud ringtone. It was June's parts in all of Eve's songs compiled in one 10-second clip. Imagine how chaotic that sounded. Nonetheless, Zhao loved it very much, just not at 3 in the morning. Her eyes squinted, and she looked like a dehydrated raccoon with her messy hair and dark under eyes. Who the heck? She muttered, not even bothering to look at the caller ID as she pressed the answer button and placed it next to her ear. Nobody called her during these times except for her friends anyway. This better be good, she warned. I swear. You better have something good to say, or you could say goodbye to your ability to stand. I'll curse you and the 3 generations after you, she continued. Well, that's a lot of generations, a deep yet soft voice suddenly said, causing Gia's eyebrows to raise in surprise. Well, that definitely wasn't one of her friends. She removed the phone from beside her ears and stared at the caller ID. Her eyes were still blurry from all the crusties, but as soon as she saw the name on the screen, everything became crystal clear. June, my boo bear, kitty witty, precious idol, must protect. June? She exclaimed in such a loud voice that her neighbors were probably able to hear her. June chuckled in amusement. Well, you sound awake now. Jia sat straight and fixed her hair even though June couldn't even see her. I just want to ask a question. June started off. I know it's not that important. I could have definitely delayed it until tomorrow morning, but I just couldn't help it. I hope you only curse me and not my next 3 generations, June said, causing Gia's eyes to widen in surprise. Oh no, Jia said. It's not anything like that. I was just joking. You know me and my jokes. I'm quite the joker, aren't I? She chuckled nervously. June chuckled along with her. Well, you're very amusing. Gia's cheeks reddened as she twisted like a caterpillar in her bed. Thanks, she muttered. What is it that you need? Can you give me a number? June said, making Jia confused. A number? A single one. Yeah, June said, scratching the back of his head. Just anything that comes to mind whenever you think of me. Oh, Jia said. 6, I guess. June smiled. Well, that was fast. What made you think of 6? It's what I've always associated with you, Jia reasoned out. June is the 6th month of the year. You joined Rising Stars around June, too. The first time I saw you was during the month of June, she continued. We also first met personally on the 6th, she muttered, making June unable to hear her. And not to mention, you're sexy, Jia said before she could stop himself. June's eyebrows raised in surprise. Oh, he said. Thanks, I guess. Jia's eyes widened once more. Wait, scrap that. Wait, no? It's not that you're not sexy. I'm just. I get it, Jun chuckled. Good night, Jia. Sleep well. With that, Jun turned off the call, leaving Jia in a dazed state. How could I sleep well after all of that? She whispered. Meanwhile, Jun quickly spun the lock to the number 6, a small smile arising from his face as soon as he saw that the panel turned green once more. Jun was once again in the hospital to visit Grandma and Minjun. He decided to call the little devil so that he'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. With that, he arrived at Grandma's room with a wide smile, feeling brand new despite his illness. Sometimes, he still felt in denial since he felt so healthy. However, he decided not to question his illness as it could hit him anytime soon. Why did you make me come here so early? Minjun muttered. Jun shook his head and bought out a shoebox to give to Minjun. Minjun clicked his tongue as he stared at the new shoes. I already have this. My mom bought it for me, he said, making Jun sigh. Fine, I'll exchange it for something else, he said, attempting to take it away from the younger boy. However, Minjun took it away and placed it under his chair. I really like it, though. It's quite comfortable. I might just like 2 pairs, he muttered. Jun shook his head in amusement, ruffling Minjun's hair. No matter how much you grow, you'll always feel like a 9-year-old to me, he teased. Minjun clicked his tongue and pushed Jun's hand away. Don't mess up the hair, man. Jun chuckled. However, he halted when he saw that Minjun was wearing a varsity jacket that had the same number that he had mentioned a while ago. 9. Minjun must be 9. With that, he turned his attention to Grandma, who appeared to be sleeping. Grandma, Jun softly said, making the old woman stir awake. Oh, Jun, she said in a hoarse and weak voice. You're here again? Jun hummed. I have something to ask you. Grandma nodded, her eyes closing once more. Go ahead and ask it, son. Let Grandma close her eyes since the light is hurting them. Jun hummed, getting straight to the point. What's your favorite number, Grandma? He asked. Minjun turned to Jun with raised eyebrows. You came here just for that? He asked. This could have been a text message or something. Jun clicked his tongue and glared at Minjun, who just stuck his tongue out at him. Grandma shook her head in amusement. The 2 of you are still so sibling-like, she said. These instances are the ones I will miss the most when I'm gone, she said, causing Jun and Minjun to turn to her with wide eyes. What are you saying? Minjun asked, his voice a bit shaky. Grandma smiled. I'm just saying, she said. Wouldn't you miss it too? Jun pursed his lips. I would, he muttered. Very much. Minjun turned to him in surprise. Why are you speaking in the same tone? Jun shrugged. Nothing, he said. I just like how we are right now. Grandma smiled. Me too, she said. And to answer your question, she continued, going back to the topic. I think it would be 1, she smiled. 1. Minjun smirked. As expected, you always like to place first during mahjong. Grandma chuckled. You're right about that. However, aside from that, I've always found 1 to be a pretty number. In fact, when I die, I want to die at the very first of the month. Jun's and Minjun's eyes widened. They were about to complain, but Grandma cut them off before they could. And last but not least, it's because the 2 of you are number 1 in my heart. Number 723. Chapter 723 Jang to the Moon. Give me a number. Jun deadpanned as Pablo picked up the call. There was silence in the other line before Pablo spoke in a flirty tone. Why don't you give me your number? Wink, wink. Jun massaged the bridge of his nose. Goodness, he muttered in frustration. Did you just say wink, wink out loud? And you already have my number. How would I be able to call you if that wasn't the case? Oh, right, Pablo chuckled. Why do you want a number, anyway? Is this your weird way of asking me out? Just give me a number, or I'll block you, Jun deadpanned. Pablo clicked his tongue. So cold and impatient as always. Fine, 7. Why? Jun couldn't help but ask. Well, I don't know, Pablo said. You were the one who asked me to give you a number. However, for some strange reason, I already had that number in my mind before you asked for it. Yeah, but what was the reason? Jun pried further. Pablo sighed. I gave you 7 packs of Benbon gummies, he said. However, the real reason is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute. You know, night after night, you'll be fuck. Jun ended the call before Pablo could even finish his statement. Then, He went to his briefcase and inputted the number 7 on the 5th slot. As expected, the light turned green, which meant that he already had 5 out of 6 digits of the passcode. He smiled and observed as there was only one left. I could just turn it to all the numbers until it turns green, he said, feeling like a genius. However, as he tried to turn the wheel, it didn't budge at all. What the heck, he muttered. He tried once more, but it was to no avail. It still couldn't be moved. With that, Jun clicked his tongue and decided to text Kyumo. Jun, give me a number. Kyumo, Jun. We forgot to take a picture together. Jun, give me a number. Kyumo, what's 4 plus 4? Jun, 8. Kyumo, 8. Exactly. Kyumo, now can we talk about that? Photo. Jun shook his head, not really understanding Kyumo's humor. Nonetheless, he decided to turn the wheel to the number 8. Surprisingly, the wheel turned, making him smile. This meant that Jun really had to get the number from an individual for it to work. However, his smile quickly dropped when he saw that the last panel remained red. Jun hummed. Is it not Kyumo? Jun. Just then, the door opened, revealing Jay in a fox-printed suit. Jun quickly placed the briefcase under his bed and stood. It's time, Jay said. You have a special announcement for the ladies. Yeah, let's go, Jun said, placing his backpack on. Then, he followed Jay to the van. The two of them drove to the set, and Jun couldn't help but ask Jay about his situation. As much as the guy was unserious, he also gave some good advice. Hey, Jun said. Yup, Jay asked, humming Eve's new special song under his breath. I have a question, he started off. Go ahead, Jay said, halting his hum. What would you do if someone from Eve died, he asked. Jay pressed on the brakes, causing Jun to jolt forward with wide eyes. He looked around and saw that there weren't any passing cars. He placed his hand over his heart. What the heck? You'd get me killed before I actually die from my... Jun corrected himself, clearing his throat. You'd make my statement a reality with what you just did. Jay, who appeared to be in distress, looked at Jun with teary eyes. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. Then, he awkwardly chuckled. It's just a hypothetical question, Jun exclaimed, suddenly feeling bad. It's not like one of us is going to die soon, he muttered. Jay pursed his lips and started driving once more, wiping the tears from his eyes with his sleeve. Then you shouldn't have asked that question at all, Jay said. It almost killed me just thinking about it. My heart aches knowing that I wouldn't be able to protect you. Guys, he continued. I know that you've been on the brink of death plenty of times, but you always manage to bounce back from it. Continue doing just that. The other members also have to stay healthy, he said in a firm voice. Yeah, Jun muttered. Are you going to miss us, though? Is that even a question? Jay asked. That's already a given. I love you guys. I think of you as my real family. In the event that one of you really dies, I won't be the same person that I am today, he continued. Jun sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. You don't have to feel guilty about it, though, Jun said. It's not your fault, if ever that happens. Jay clicked his tongue. Let's not talk about this anymore. You have a show to shoot. Kai pursed his lips as he stared at Azure's building. Yeah, he said. Let's go. The two of them arrived at the set, where the other mentors were already excitingly conversing among themselves. What's happening here? Jun asked. Jun, Gun exclaimed. Ji-hyun turned to him and was hit with his handsomeness. How come he looked more handsome every time she saw him? Amira, too, bowed at Jun with warm, red cheeks. Did you hear something from Yena and Yejin? Lee-sik asked, standing next to him. Jun frowned in confusion. Nope, he said. Not that I know of. Lee-sik sighed. Well, neither have we. They're not giving us a script, too. They just want us to go to the main hall along with the trainees. Huh? Jun asked, tilting his head to the side. That's new. We don't usually come together just for announcements. Right? Amira said. It's almost as if they have something in store for us, too. Just in time, Yena and Yejin went to where they were. Good. You're all here, Yena said. The trainees are already waiting in the room. Please join them for the announcement. Jun raised his hand with a small frown. Who's going to announce it, though? You guys didn't tell us anything. We have a special guest today. Don't worry, Yejin said, making Jun and the other mentors even more confused. Please head inside, she said, directing them despite their confusion. They entered the room and were met with excited greetings from the girls. Good day, mentors. Oh, this must be a special day. What are they all doing here? I still can't get over Jun's hair. The mentors took the stage and waited for further instructions. Just then, a commotion was heard from the back of the room, causing Jun to direct his gaze there. Then, his eyes widened, feeling like he was hit by a fast-paced truck. Jang-moon, he muttered. Number 724. Chapter 724, The Mentor Mission. Jun squinted his eyes to get a better look at the towering figure who slowly made his way toward them. Jun had pretty bad eyesight, but he couldn't be mistaken. His hair, his mischievous eyes, and the way he walked was still the same. The towering figure was definitely Jang-moon. He looked a bit different. He was a bit more kempt, and it seemed like he actually started taking care of his looks. However, amidst these changes, there was no doubt that it was still Jang-moon. As he got closer to the stage, Jun's hunch was proven right. Gun's and Ji-hyun's eyes widened in surprise as they saw him. "Omo," Ji-hyun said. "If it isn't one of the greatest troublemakers in the last season." Gun scratched the back of his head. It was once again one of the trainees that he didn't like too much during the show. However, rewatching it made Gun admire Jang-moon after his backstory was revealed. Jang-moon raised his hands in surrender as he arrived at the stage. "I've come to redeem myself," he said, standing next to Jun in the center. Jun, appearing baffled, continued to look at Jang-moon with absent eyes. The tall trainee, now turned self-made rapper, chuckled at Jun's reaction. "Well, you seem surprised to see me. Did our near-fights flash in your mind?" he said, making the trainees chuckle. Jun snapped out of his reverie and shook his head in amusement. "Bastard," he muttered. "What are you doing?" "Here. I was invited," Jang-moon said, covering the mic so the others wouldn't be able to hear. "And I also wanted to see you." Jun couldn't help but smile. It seemed like the people who contributed to his identity were slowly appearing in his life, once again, now that he was on the brink of death. "Anyway," Jang-moon said, clearing his throat before placing the microphone before his lips. "I assume that all of you are confused," he started off. "Why is such a tall, handsome, dashing young man doing in front of everybody today?" he asked, making Jun click his tongue. "Well, at least his personality was still unchanged. Fear not. I have a very special announcement for all of you," he continued. "However, before all of that, let me introduce myself. My name is Jang-moon, now otherwise known as Jang. I joined Rising Stars last year and became one of Jun's biggest headaches along with my good friend, Jay. Jay, who was gossiping with the other managers, sneezed 3 consecutive times as he drank some coffee, making some of the dark liquid come out of his nose. He clicked his tongue and wiped himself with a napkin despite the others' disgust. "Somebody's talking about me," he muttered with narrowed eyes. "I was so adamant about being a vocalist, so I gave Jun a very hard time during the first mission," he continued. "However, he made me rap, which made me resent him a little bit. However, who knew that it would be the greatest experience in my life? As much as I feared Jun, he was the person who made me realize my real dream, to become a rapper. Now, I'm making music on my own and am fortunate enough to get paid for it," he said. "However, it would be better if I were recruited by bigger companies so my music could have a bigger budget. I'm looking at all the big entertainment companies out there," he said, making the trainees chuckle even louder. Jun smirked. However, deep inside, he was pretty touched. "Anyway, enough about me," he said. "I have to tell you guys the special announcement. Take into mind that your mentors don't know about this, too. However, I have a hunch that Jun would be able to catch it later on," Jang-moon chuckled. He's always been like that. Jun couldn't help but chuckle since Jang-moon had told the truth. He, indeed, already had a hunch of what the mission was going to be. It became evident when he saw that the ladies were still grouped according to last week's performances. "Let's start things off with some very exciting news," Jang-moon exclaimed. "Rising Star Season 5 is down to 25 trainees, and all of you have drastically improved since the day of your auditions. As a way of thanking you for making the show a success, we won't have any eliminations this week." The room burst into chaos after Jang-moon's announcement. Really? Or am I dreaming? My prayers finally worked. What the heck is happening? Is Azure having a change of heart now? As if. I think they just want to make more money from us. However, Jang-moon continued. After this week's performances, we would head straight into the finale. This means that from 25 trainees, we will have the 5 members of Azure's new biggest girl group. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Now, he wasn't expecting that. He thought that Azure would stretch it out for another episode, but they must be really eager to have another girl group now that Boy Mystic had disbanded. Lee Sik raised his hand. What are we doing here then, he asked. Jang-moon smiled and turned his cue card. Well, I was just getting into that, sir, he said. If you would have waited a second, then you would know. Jun shook his head. Oh, Jang-moon and his blunt and stupid personality. This week's mission is not any ordinary one. Jang-moon started off. Our mentors are here with us for a reason. For the past stages, they had directed you in your performances, giving you instructions, and such. Sometimes, it makes you wonder, what if they were in our shoes? Jun smirked. It seemed like he had guessed the mission right. The other mentors, however, had just started catching up, and they were surprised, to say the least. For next week, your mentors will be your teammates. Jang-moon finally revealed, earning whispers among the crowd. The mentor mission is an opportunity for the trainees to perform with our very own mentors, not just on the sidelines, but along with them on the very stage. 5 teams, 5 mentors, 5 different performances. Here, we have the mentor mission. Number 725, Chapter 725, Fu's Hiatus. You already knew about that, didn't you? Jang-moon whispered by Jun's side. Jun smirked and nodded, making Jang-moon shake his head in amusement. Man, you're always so smart, he said. Jun clicked his tongue and gestured for him to continue his announcement. Although the two of them hadn't met personally in a while, there was no awkward air between the two. Just then, Jimin raised her hand, capturing Jang-moon's attention. Yes? Jang-moon asked. How are the teams going to be divided? Jang-moon smirked and waited for a few seconds before responding. You guys are already with your teams, he said, making the girls exclaim in surprise. For some, they were elated. However, most of them wanted to switch teams and have the opportunity to perform with the more famous trainees. Mei, on the other hand, glanced at her teammates and smiled. She actually didn't mind being with them. Out of everyone she teamed up with on the show, they were the ones she enjoyed performing with the most. Now, Jang-moon said, trying to calm down the ladies. I know that you have a lot of opinions about this, but it has already been decided. In fact, Jang-moon continued, your mentors have already been decided, too. Era felt her heart race inside her chest. She had a feeling that they were going to perform with Jun. The mentor that helped you for the last stage will be your teammate for the following mission, he continued. Yes, Era exclaimed loudly, capturing the attention of many others. The girls from the other teams turned to Mei's team with envious looks. Jimin pursed her lips since she was actually looking forward to performing with Jun after the mission had been announced. She was confident in their skills, but she also knew the power that Jun held. The team he was in had the highest chance of winning. The other mentors also turned to Jun with amused smiles. Well, I guess we're competing for second place, Lee Sik remarked, making the other mentors chuckle. Jun, on the other hand, shook his head. It still boils down to the performance, he said. Jang-moon cleared his throat into the microphone, grabbing their attention once again. However, it isn't going to be such an easy mission, he continued. In Rising Stars, we give high value to the concepts that you choose. With this, Rising Stars has provided 5 new songs just for you, he concluded. Oh, is this like the production mission? Mina asked. They're making our songs this time. Well, it was unfair during the last season, Jimin chimed. That Lin Ji guy got help from a real producer and passed it off as his. I think this is the best decision. We will be showing you the songs in a couple of moments. However, before all of that, the mentors will already choose the song after only seeing their initials. Jang-moon said. The mentors turned to each other in surprise. Just the initials? Not even the genre? Amira asked, feeling like there was a lot at stake. Yup, Jang-moon said. You guys give the girls such a hard time. So Azure decided to give you a difficult task, too. The girls chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, the mentors were still wondering how they were going to gauge the song's genre just by its initials. It was inevitable that they had strengths of their own, and it would be nice if they were able to perform a song within their competencies. Please direct your gazes to the back, Jang-moon said. The mentors walked to the side to allow the girls to see the 5 initials. Jun shook his head. There it was again, those damn initials. It reminded him that he still had to figure out who K truly was in order for him to finally solve the passcode. Just then, 5 initials were shown on the screen. Klitz. SL. Tets. Pubes. Ass. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. What the heck are these titles? He muttered, feeling like they were being pranked. He looked around to see everyone's reactions, but it seemed like he was the only one who found the situation strange. Am I the strange one? He whispered. These songs are within different genres. Jang-moon continued with a straight face. Jun shook his head. He had hopes that Jang-moon was going to find them strange, but it was to no avail. Let me ask the mentors what they would like to perform, he said, walking over to Lee Sik and handing him the microphone. Lee Sik chuckled nervously. Well, I sure hope that we don't get an idol song, he said. I know that my girls are all-rounders, but your old man isn't good at dancing at all. So, if we get a ballad of some sort, that would be really nice. Jun smirked in amusement. He was very much hoping to see Lee Sik busting out some moves. What about you, Amira? Jang-moon continued. Well, I want the complete opposite of what Senior Lee Sik had said. I want a full, girly, pop song that would take the audience on a refreshing ride, she answered. Minter Gun, Jang-moon said, now standing before him. Of course, I can't miss you. Gun chuckled. I think the answer is already pretty obvious. I want a dance-heavy song, one that would allow me to show my strengths and amplify the girls' skills, he said. Well said, Jang-moon chimed, now turning to Jun. Somehow, I don't want to ask Jun since everything he says turns out to be jinxed, he said. Jun clicked his tongue. Don't say that, he remarked, making the girls chuckle. They found him to be utterly adorable. I guess anything is fine, Jun said. Ooh, he's confident. Well, he has a reason to be confident. A collective exclamation was heard in the room, making Jun shake his head. Everything's fine except for one genre, he added, causing them to turn their attention to Jun once more. I don't want to perform an emotional song this time around, he said. Ah, Jang-moon said in understanding. Is that because the girls already performed it last week? Jun nodded. I also don't think that. Performance can be topped. So, we need something a little bit more different. I hear you, Jang-moon said. Because of this, are you down to pick first? Is that all right with everybody? Yeah, sure, Lee Sik said, already aware of Jun's bad reputation with luck. Jun looked around and clicked his tongue when he saw that they weren't threatened at all. Did they really think too low of his luck? Jun shook his head. Now that Fu was on hiatus, his luck would have improved, right? Right? Number 726. Chapter 726, an icon of bad luck. So, what is your decision? Jang-moon asked, pressuring Jun. Jun clicked his tongue and finally decided on one. He couldn't really say the other acronyms out loud without bursting into laughter, so he picked the most normal-looking one. SL, Jun said. Ooh, SL. Good choice, Jang-moon said before going over to Gun. And you, sir? Gun stroked his chin. I'll have to go with TTS. Jun pursed his lips. How could he keep such a straight face while saying that word? The same is true with Ji-hyun, who chose pubes. Then, Amira chose clits, making Jun fan himself. His face was red from holding in his laughter. He was usually a nonchalant person, but the names were too hilarious for him to stay serious. I'll choose ASS. I will always choose ASS. It's been in my mind since you revealed it, Lee Sik said in a serious tone, causing Jun to feel lightheaded. Oh goodness, he thought. Is it my disease? Or is this just hilarious? It seems like we have all of the song choices ready, Jang-moon exclaimed. Now, we will reveal them one by one in reverse order, he continued. Lee Sik's team held their hands in front of their chests, feeling like their hearts were going to explode at any given time. S, Jang-moon exclaimed. The letters were amplified on the screen before they separated and formed a song title. A Sad Sonata, Jang-moon read, making Jun's eyebrows furrow. Well, that sounds surprisingly normal, he muttered. Lee Sik couldn't help but smile as soon as he saw the title. Even though it was just a title, it seemed like it was already well fitted for his team. A Sad Sonata, otherwise known as ASS, was a heartfelt ballad driven by a melancholic piano melody. The song seemed to capture deep emotions, which was perfect for Lee Sik and his team to showcase their talent. The classical feel and rich harmonies gave it a timeless quality. The title said it all, it was a truly sad piece. The structure also allowed for plenty of improvisation, letting the musicians add their own touch. In short, it was perfect for Lee Sik. Well, it appears like Mentor Lee Sik is happy, Jang-moon chimed. Now, let's go to Mentor Amira's choice clits. A nostalgic R&B sound was heard in the hall, making the girls nod their heads to the beat. Then, the acronym came to life: City Lights in the Summer. Jun's frown deepened. Once again, the title was actually quite normal compared to its acronym, making him have a bad feeling about his choice. City Lights in the Summer had a groovy vibe that captured the essence of nightlife. However, it also carried an emotional depth. The track felt like a coming-of-age anthem, perfect for girl groups to perform. Its smooth rhythm and catchy melodies evoked warm summer nights in the city. "I can't quite pinpoint whether you like it or not," Jangmoon said, causing Amira to snap out of her reverie. Then, he gave Jangmoon a thumbs up. "I like it a lot, actually. I think it's different from what I'm used to, but it's a song we can pull off well." "That's the spirit," Jangmoon exclaimed. With that, let us head to our third song, Pubes. The intro of Pubes played, making some of the girls jump in surprise. "Please Unbreak Each Spell" was shown on the screen, and it was a dramatic pop song with a powerful, emotional punch. It featured plenty of opportunities for high notes, which was perfect for showcasing vocal range and intensity. The instrumentals felt like it was telling a story of two lovers trapped in an unbreakable spell, unable to escape each other. Ji Hyun's eyes sparkled as she could already feel herself creating a masterpiece with the song. Jun, too, couldn't help but think that the song was perfect for her. Aside from her powerful voice, she was also a well-known theater performer, so songs as such were right up her alley. "I couldn't have asked for a better song," she said, making Jangmoon smile. "I'm glad you like it," he said. "Now, let's head on to the next song, TTS. It was Gun's turn, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He wasn't vocally inclined, so he hoped that the song he chose was a groovy anthem instead. As the song played, he wasn't disappointed when he heard a vibrant jazz-pop melody with a groove reminiscent of Bruno Neptune. "Tell Everybody to Stop" appeared on the screen, causing his smile to widen even more. It had an upbeat tempo and catchy rhythm that was perfect for dancing. The beat urged everyone to stop what they were doing and dance their hearts out. The track captured the energetic, fun vibe of the Step Up movies, and it was ideal for getting people on their feet and moving. Gun couldn't look happier after the song preview ended. Then, Jangmoon walked over to Jun, placing one arm around his shoulder. Jun bit his lip and suddenly felt nervous. For some reason, the mentors ended up with the perfect songs for their strengths. That meant that Jun was also going to bag a good song, right? The others had already taken their perfect genres, anyway. "He seems the most nervous," Jangmoon chuckled, patting Jun's back. "Well, Jun didn't have the best luck with song choices since our season," he continued, making the girls chuckle, too. "However, it all worked out in the end anyway, so I don't even know what he's nervous about," Jangmoon chimed. "Please play the last song." Jun and the girls waited in anticipation for SL. The first few notes of a charming piano were heard, causing Jun to raise his eyebrows in surprise. It was cute. Now, he wasn't a foreigner to cute concepts since he could swallow his pride and actually embody cuteness. The song was already exuding so much sweetness, and Jun could already imagine the teasing he would get from his members. However, he didn't think it was too bad. It could actually be worse. However, as the acronym showed what it really meant, Jun realized that he had spoken too soon. Siblings love. "Oh, come on," he muttered. Number 727. Chapter 727, An Only Child Club. Oof, he still has pretty bad luck. How could he have a song with that kind of title? Are you guys thinking of what I'm thinking? Incest is not Wincest. Stop it. Well, there aren't any lyrics just yet, so they might still have a chance. Now, Jangmoon continued amidst the chaotic conversations. You might have noticed that the songs didn't have any lyrics just yet. Jun's frown deepened. That is because we are giving you the opportunity to write the lyrics of the songs. Aside from that, you also have the freedom to create your own choreographies as you see fit. However, he prefaced, you still have to take your concepts and song titles into mind. You must not stray away from the title, as this will entail immediate disqualification from the benefits. Jun pursed his lips and looked down at his shoes. The world was so ironic. How could he sing a song with the title Siblings Love with his literal sister from his past life? Speaking of the benefits, Jangmoon chimed. The winning team will have their song released on Durian. The girls were amazed at the first prize alone. Having their song available on a popular music streaming platform was surely going to boost their popularity. Aside from that, we also have the usual star benefits. The group with the most votes by the end of the performances will be granted 100,000 stars each. This will be added to their final score for the finale of the show. What the heck? That's so plenty. Is that fair? Why would they get a benefit for the finale? I think it's unfair. Jun's team is obviously going to win. His fans are going to vote for him in the end. True. I also wish that Jun was our mentor. Do you think we can exchange our mentors? Hearing such speculations from the girls made Jun frown. Somehow, he didn't like what they were insinuating. Jun didn't want to win just because he was popular. He wanted to win because his team had the greatest and most memorable performance instead. With that, Jangmoon said, "You shall now go to your respective practice rooms. Your mentors will follow you shortly for a brainstorming session." The girls, despite having some complaints, stood from the floor and went to their waiting rooms. Meanwhile, the mentors readied themselves to join their teams. Most of them already had concepts in mind, and they were all ready to show the audience what they were truly made of. Before heading to his team, Jun faced Jangmoon, who was all ready, looking at him with bright eyes. "It's been a while," Jun said, a small smile playing on his lips. "Right," Jangmoon exclaimed. "I think you grew taller." Jun pursed his lips to hide his widening grin. "Well, it seemed like those Benbon gummies were actually pretty effective. Let's talk later," Jangmoon continued. "You have to be with your team for now." Jun nodded. "Yeah, let's see each other later." Jangmoon hummed in agreement. "In the meantime, I'll go to Jay. I have a lot of catching up to do with that bastard." Jun chuckled, knowing that the two of them were still attached to the hip despite their busy schedules. With that, Jangmoon waved his hand goodbye. "We'll see you in your waiting room," he called out before leaving to go to where Jay was. Meanwhile, Jun sighed as he was faced with reality once more. He had to perform a song entitled Siblings Love with Mei and her teammates. Jun stood outside the practice room for a few seconds before finally entering. There, he saw that the team had already formed a circle. However, they were eerily silent, making Jun sigh guiltily. The team turned to Jun, their eyes pleading for help as he sat within the circle. "I'm sorry, guys," Jun started off. "I should have picked another song." Era shook her head. "You wouldn't have known. Besides," she continued, "the instrumental of the song is just to my liking. I'm still unsure of the concept since it's about being siblings, but I do love the feel of the song." "Same here," Yuri agreed. "This will be the first time I'm going to perfume such a cute song. I believe this is a great way to show some of my hidden charms." Zonya scratched the back of her head. "Would you be able to do it, mentor?" Era clicked her tongue and nudged Zonya's shoulder. "Why do you even bother asking that? Of course, he would be good at it. He's good at everything." Mei, on the other hand, was awfully quiet. Jun frowned since he thought she had gotten a lot better after their last performance. However, she seemed pretty out of it. With that, he tapped her shoulder. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked. Mei looked at Jun, suddenly having the urge to cry once again. Then, she looked away before shaking her head, trying to suppress her tears. "I'm fine," she said, subtly sniffing. "However, I also don't know how we can make such a cute song from a title called Siblings Love." Hyuna nodded. "Do you think it's possible?" They gave the others such generic titles. Meanwhile, ours is so specific. It revolves around the concept of family, too, which isn't really common in the K-pop scene. Jun pursed his lips. "Well, why don't we start off with sharing our ideas? What do you think a sibling's love means?" Jun asked. Hyuna awkwardly chuckled. "I don't have a sibling. I'm an only child," she smiled. Zonya shyly raised her hand. "I'm adopted, and my parents are infertile, so I really don't know what it's like to have a sibling." Yuri cleared her throat. "Well, this is awkward," she muttered. "My parents are divorced, and my brother lives with my dad in another city. We haven't seen each other since then, so I also consider myself as an only child." They all turned to Era, who aggressively shook her head. "All of my siblings are animals. My parents are quite old, so they never really thought of having another child." "Oh goodness," Yuri exclaimed. "What's with this weird coincidence?" "How about you, Mei?" she asked, feeling hopeful that Mei had a sibling. Mei's eyebrows furrowed. For some reason, she was compelled to say yes. However, objectively speaking, she didn't have a sibling. So, with that, she shook her head. "No," she said. "I'm an only child, too." Number 728. Chapter 728. What, janitor? "I'll leave this as an assignment for you guys," Jun said. Let's think about it overnight and come up with something tomorrow. For now, you can stay here or go to your room to rest. Thanks, Minter, the girls said, bowing at Jun as he left. Jun shook his head as soon as he closed the door, feeling at a loss. He knew exactly what having a sibling was like. However, he couldn't imagine incorporating it into the song that they were provided. With that, he walked to the waiting room where Jang Moon and Jay were conversing. So, I bought her a new, expensive watch and said, "Now, you have more time for me." Cool, right? Her face went all red after I said it. Jay proudly said with squared shoulders. Jang Moon sighed and massaged his nose bridge. Are you still seeing her now? Nope, Jay said, innocently shaking his head. Well, did you take the watch back? Why would I take it back? It's hers. I'm just waiting for her to call me back. Although, it seems like she changed her number. Maybe she got robbed or something. Jang Moon shook his head. You're hopeless. You'll really die alone at this point. As Jun shut the door, the two of them turned to where he was. Their eyes immediately brightened as soon as they saw him. Jun also couldn't help but smile. He decided to let go of his concerns at the moment and savor what was in front of him. This was a rare moment, seeing the two stupid boys together. It might be the last time he was going to see such a view, so he wanted to memorize every detail. Well, what are you doing just standing there? Jang Moon asked, chuckling. Come here and let's talk. Jun shook his head and joined the two of them on the couch. Jang Moon quickly jumped closer to him, acting like a clingy puppy. How have you been? He asked. Jun shrugged. It's been nice, I guess. Eve is doing well. Oh, I could definitely see that, Jang Moon said. Everywhere I go, I see you guys. Sometimes, it doesn't even feel like we haven't met in a long time because I see your guys' photos on the streets and on Naval all the time. Jun smirked. Well, what about you? You also seem to be doing well. Jang Moon sheepishly smiled. Things actually turned out all right, he answered. I thought I would continue my schooling, but I put out a rap song that I recorded in my basement, and the results weren't bad at all. My earnings are definitely not a lot, but it's enough to keep me going each day, he continued. Although, it would be nice if I had an agency who would help me with all of the process. If ever a spot opens in Azure, please do hire me, he said with hopeful eyes. Jay and Jun turned to each other with knowing looks. I think you should look into a new company, Jun advised, causing Jang Moon to chuckle. Well, if ever you open a new company, let me come with you, he concluded. Jay chuckled out loud. That's the dream, but it's honestly impossible. When I get there, I'll make sure to recruit you first. I'm holding on to that promise, Jang Moon said. The three of them were stuck in silence for a couple of minutes. However, it wasn't the awkward kind. In fact, it felt somewhat comforting. It seemed like they were back in their practice room, dazed as they waited for the next course of their plans. Now, they were in Jun's waiting room, each thriving in their respective careers. It's been such a crazy ride, hasn't it? Jang Moon asked, leaning against the couch. Tell me about it, Jay said. It seems like yesterday when we performed with latex costumes. I still dream about that sometimes, Jang Moon chimed. It was the performance that made me realize that rapping was fun. Jun chuckled. Wasn't I the reason behind that? You were, Jang Moon said. Honestly speaking, you were the reason why a lot of things happened during our season. I could see why you ended up in the first place. Jun tilted his head to the side. What do you mean by that? Jun always thought he only got to where he was because of Fu. Jang Moon and Jay turned to each other with wide smiles. Well, you were the only independent trainee on the show. You also sang that little meow meow song. Jay started off. Then, you moved from 5 stars to 0 stars, but ended up making us win because of your ridiculous animal concept. Jang Moon continued, chuckling as he remembered the days. Ooh, you also had those guys arrested. Jay exclaimed. It's been such a long time that I even forgot about their names. Then, you were stuck in that weird sponsoring issue that we mistakenly believed, Jang Moon chimed, scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment. Not to mention, you were also everyone's confidant in the show, Jay added. You comforted us when you needed comfort yourself. I rewatched the show one time, and I realized just how kind you are. I thought you were pretty cold all throughout the show, but most of your actions were actually really warm. Jang Moon smiled. But then, do you remember when you still had that old phone? It made weird sounds in the night, and sometimes it scared me with how hot it got. Jun chuckled. It's gone now. It literally exploded. Ah. Jay sighed, leaning against the couch. Those were the fun times. I wouldn't want to do it all over again, though, Jang-moon said, mirroring Jae's movements. It was fun, but it was also really stressful. Agreed, Jun said, looking up at the ceiling. It was a good thing I had you guys, he muttered softly. However, the stupid duo still managed to hear him. Ah, you actually love us, huh? Jae said, nudging his shoulder. Jun clicked his tongue. Believe what you want to believe. However, he added, I just want to say that I'm grateful to all of you. Thank you for all the memories. I will surely treasure them all. Jang-moon and Jae chuckled in amusement. Well, it sounds like you're saying goodbye. Jun didn't say anything and merely continued looking at the white ceiling. Wait, Jang-moon exclaimed. I have another hilarious story. Remember that live streaming mission we had? He asked, now sitting straight. Oh yeah, Jae exclaimed, laughing out loud while slapping his knees. That was hilarious. You thought the cleaning cart was part of the choices. Jun shook his head, also feeling amused. It's not my fault, Jun exclaimed. It was Mr. Klin who carelessly left his supplies in the room. Jun thought they were going to continue laughing. However, Jae and Jang-moon turned silent, causing Jun to become confused. He sat straight and looked at the two of them. Who? Jae asked, making Jun even more confused. Mr. Klin, Jun deadpanned. The bald janitor we have. Jang-moon and Jae turned to each other with raised eyebrows. What bald janitor? We didn't have a bald janitor. Number 729. Chapter 729. Mr. Clean? You're crazy. A loud ringing sound echoed in Jun's mind after Jang-moon said those words. The bald janitor, Jun insisted. He was the one who left his supplies in the main hall during the live streaming mission. Nah, it was always there in case of emergencies, Jae chimed. Jun shook his head. No, it was not. The janitor always made sure that everything was in place. He was the reason why I became viral in the first place. If it weren't for that live stream, most people wouldn't have been so intrigued. That, I do agree with. However, I still do not see what the janitor has to do with any of this. You were the one who thought of doing a toilet live stream in the first place, Jang-moon said. I know, Jun impatiently sighed. But I wouldn't have done it without him. He was also the one who helped me escape from a lot of trouble. He helped me gather evidence against the guys who tried to sabotage my reputation. He was also the one who taught me how to be cute and all. Dang, this janitor has a lot of roles in your life, Jae said. What's his name? I might be familiar with his name, but not his looks. Jun let out a deep breath before speaking. Mr. Klin. The two of them were silent for a while before they burst into full-blown laughter. Jun clicked his tongue and massaged his nose bridge. I knew the two of you would react like this, he sighed. Mr. Clean? Jae asked, his eyes filled with tears. You're messing with us, right? I'm not, Jun exclaimed. His name was really Mr. Klin. His last name is ING. Jang-moon and Jae turned to each other with wide eyes. Klin ING? Cleaning, Jang-moon muttered, piecing his name together before bursting into laughter once again. Goodness, he said, slapping his knees. I forgot how funny you were. Jun sighed and stood from the couch, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I'm being serious, he deadpanned, causing the two to stop talking. They looked at Jun's expression and realized that he was, indeed, being serious. Oh, Jang-moon said, clearing his throat and straightening his posture. I guess we're not joking. We aren't, Jun said, feeling frustrated. Why is it that you've never met him when he was everywhere? Was he in the finale? Jang-moon asked. No, Jun said. He got fired in the middle of the show because of some issues. Fired? Jae asked, perking up. Oh, you mean Mr. Ian? The semi-bald guy who got fired in the middle of the show for leaving a camera inside the cleaning room. Jun froze, unable to move. Then, he slowly craned his neck to the two of them. Mr. Ian? Jun asked. Ah, that guy, Jang-moon exclaimed. He was pretty weird, and I didn't see him a lot, but I remember him now. Maybe he was messing with you when he said that his name was Mr. Klin. Jun frowned before shaking his head. No, he muttered. It can't be. With that, he suddenly burst into a sprint. Jun! Jae exclaimed, in shock at what Jun had just done. Jang-moon, too, frowned in confusion. What the heck is happening? He asked. Jang-moon scratched the back of his head. I also don't know, but you should probably go after him. Ah, right, Jae said, standing from the couch and running after Jun. However, as he peeked his head outside, he couldn't catch a glimpse of the handsome idol. Meanwhile, Jun ran to the place where Mr. Klin used to hide all the time, the janitor's closet. He was breathless as he sprinted there. Then, he opened the door without any hesitation. He rummaged through the bins, drawers, and shelves, looking for something, anything that would point to the existence of Mr. Klin. Please, Jun muttered. Anything. Just anything. Just then, someone spoke from behind him, causing him to turn around. What are you doing here? He asked. The janitor's eyes widened when he saw who was in front of him. Oh, he muttered. It's you, Minter Jun. The janitor looked away, finding Jun too dazzling to look at. Even in the dark closet, he managed to look unexplainably handsome. Do you need something? The janitor asked. Jun pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. I remember you, Jun said, making the janitor surprised. Oh, he said. Have we met before? We have. You gave me the letter of the janitor who got fired. The janitor's eyes widened in recognition, and at that moment, a spark of hope lit up inside Jun's heart. So he wasn't crazy after all. I remember you now, the janitor smiled. I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't realize that it was you, Minter Jun. You have? Jun asked. Yes, the janitor nodded. You never got around to taking that letter, so I was wondering if you still needed it. Jun frowned once more. Did he just jump to conclusions? What do you mean? Jun asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The janitor hummed and went through a locked drawer. I believe I still have it here, he muttered. Ah, there it is. This one. I think this is the letter you were pertaining to. You left very quickly after taking a random piece of paper, so I was worried if you really got what you wanted. The frown didn't leave Jun's face as he grabbed the piece of paper from the janitor's hand. He stared at it for a few seconds, unopened. He definitely received a letter. He even read one, too. How could the janitor say that he had never received it? With a determined gaze, he finally opened the piece of paper, ready to unravel its contents. The janitor also peered over his shoulders, anticipating the grand reveal. As the paper was fully unfolded, two words stared right back at Jun. The janitor looked at the two words with raised eyebrows, covering his mouth to stifle the chuckle that threatened to come out from his lips. Fuck Azure? The janitor asked. Dang, Ian was really a crazy janitor. Ian, Jun muttered. What about Mr. Klin? Mr. Klin? The janitor asked with a frown. Who's that? I met the past janitors before I was hired, and there was never a Mr. Klin. Jun dropped the paper on the ground, feeling like he was being struck by lightning. However, he couldn't believe anything just yet. Mr. Klin was real, and there was one more person who could help him prove that. Number 730. Chapter 730, it's finally open. Jun. It's Jun. What is he doing here? Does he have some complaints about the show? Dang, he really is handsome. I thought they were just joking. You see him every day on the screen. How could you doubt his beauty? I thought y'all were just glazing. Besides, Cindy likes him a lot, I believe. Who knows if she puts filters on him? Really? Frame by frame. Jun arrived at the headquarters of Rising Stars, determined to meet only one person. He believed that she would finally determine whether Jun was going crazy or not. Cindy. With that, Jun bypassed all the employees and headed straight to Cindy's office. He didn't even bother knocking and just went inside, making the older woman jump in her seat. She was about to scold whoever interrupted her precious work, but halted when she saw it was Jun. Her eyebrows raised in surprise. Jun? What are you doing here? She asked. I need your help, Jun said, sitting on the chair in front of her. Cindy, sensing the urgency in his voice, decided to skip the questions. What is it? She asked. You keep the raw videos of the show in your computer, right? He asked. Cindy clicked her tongue and narrowed her eyes. Why do you want raw? Footage of the girls? She suspiciously asked. Jun sighed. Footage from the past season, he clarified. Oh, Cindy said, her gaze relaxing. Goodness, that is such a long time ago. I wasn't even the editor during those times. I know, Jun said. But do you still have it? Well, some are arguably lost. However, I think the past editor saved some of the footages right here, she said, clicking on a master file. Aha, she smiled. Some clips from the first episodes are here. Come closer so you could see. Jun stood and went next to her, scrolling through the thumbnails of the videos. He clicked on ones where he felt he could be seen, playing through them at a fast pace. He should be here, Jun muttered, waiting for Mr. Klin to turn up after the live streaming mission. However, much to his dismay, he didn't appear. Fortunately, he saw another clip. It was in the practice room. when he was practicing his cute acts and failing miserably. Mr. Klin was supposed to be there, guiding him to the right direction. However, the entire 15-minute clip was only of Jun practicing his cute acts in the mirror. Cindy couldn't help but chuckle. "You look like you're only speaking to yourself there," she pointed out. Jun leaned closer to take a more thorough look. The camera was only filming the back of his head, but in his blurry reflection in the mirror, it appeared like he was, indeed, talking to himself. Jun felt like something snapped in his brain. He was always alone whenever he met with Mr. Klin. Now, his trace couldn't be found anywhere. Not even his fellow trainees knew who he was. Jun stood straight, his ears ringing once more. "Did you see what you needed to see?" Cindy asked, yet Jun appeared like he couldn't hear her. Cindy frowned and was about to ask him once more when the door opened. "There you are," Jay exclaimed, breathless since he ran around the building to find Jun. "Why did you come here?" he asked. Jun still didn't respond, allowing himself to internalize everything that was happening. Everything was just a lie. "Sorry for bothering you, Cindy," Jay said, holding onto Jun's wrist. "We're going now." With that, he dragged Jun out of the headquarters and to the underground parking lot. Jun still appeared dazed even as he sat on the front seat. Jay glanced at him worriedly. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "You just bolted back there." Jun nodded, not really in the mood to explain himself. "Everything was a lie," he muttered just as Jay started the engine. "Mr. Klin, did he not exist in the first place? If so, then who was he?" Just then, Jun had a realization. Klin. Was Mr. Klin the missing puzzle in all of this? Jun felt his heart racing as he glanced outside the tinted windows of the car. He saw that they were already near, but he still couldn't help but feel impatient. He needed to try out the new combination. As soon as they arrived at Azure's dorms, Jun bolted out of the car, leaving Jay confused once more. He entered their dorm, ignoring his members as he made his way back to his room. He made sure to lock the door before grabbing the briefcase from underneath his bed. Jun sighed in relief when he saw that the other panels were still glowing green. He just needed the last number, the missing piece. However, as he reached his hand to turn the wheel, he realized that he didn't know what number Mr. Klin was associated with. "Shit," he muttered. He thought he had finally gotten the answer. Jun groaned and laid in his bed, feeling at a loss once more. "It's definitely Mr. Klin," he muttered, closing his eyes in annoyance. "During this time, somebody would have helped me already," he continued. "Fu, where are you when I need you?" he asked, chuckling since he realized that he had missed Fu a lot. "Fu," he muttered once more. "Fu." Then, he shot straight up, his eyes wide when he had another realization. "Fu, is this you?" Jun asked. "Is this your clue?" Jun knew that he looked insane. Fu didn't even appear before him, but for some reason, he felt like he had a connection with Mr. Klin. "Fu has 2 letters, Jun muttered, coming to a conclusion. With that, he reached for the lock once more, preparing himself to input the very last number in the passcode. He closed his eyes just as he turned it to the number 2 spot, not knowing what to expect. After a while, he finally had the courage to open his eyes. At that moment, he only saw the color green. And just like that, a clicking sound was heard in the room. The briefcase was finally open. Number 731. Chapter 731. Someone's back, and better than ever. Jun felt like it was too good to be true. After an entire year of grappling with the briefcase, he finally had it open. Jun sat on the floor with the briefcase in his lap. He held his breath as he slowly opened it, wondering what was to be revealed. Papers. There were a lot of papers inside. Jun frowned when he saw that these papers were arranged in individual folders, each with a label on the front. Azure, Esper, Top Star, Phoenix. There seemed to be a folder for all the big entertainment companies in Korea, ones that monopolized the entire industry. He opened the folder for Esper Entertainment, which contained the company's details, CEOs, and shareholders, Lee Soo-boy and Christy Lee. However, it didn't end with that. Jun didn't know what to expect, but it definitely wasn't this. They weren't lying when they said that the contents of the briefcase would be powerful. It contained information that could potentially burn down the entertainment companies to the ground. Tax evasions, prostitute houses, paper companies, gang involvement, trainee exploitation, low compensation for employees. Jun knew that all companies were unethical in some kind of way. However, Someone actually took the time to compile every single dirt they could find in the people who ran the K-pop industry. This is nuts, Jun muttered, still in disbelief. He quickly opened Azure's folder and saw the crimes surrounding Mr. Ong. It seemed like he had been hiding the real profit of the company's idols to evade some taxes and to have a reason to lower their compensation. Jun clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. He continued to go through the papers, and with each revelation, the objective of the briefcase became more evident. Whoever compiled this just created a ticking time bomb, which meant that the person who had it would be a very powerful being. Jun shook his head in disbelief. I actually have this much power now. He might be dying, but he had some of the most vital information known to man. These pieces of information could potentially change how the entertainment industry works. Better pay, better terms for idols. Overall, better treatment not just for Eve, but for the current and upcoming generations. Jun looked through Phoenix's folder last, and as expected, they had the thickest folder among everyone. It was only after Jun transmigrated to this body that he learned that the White Tiger Gang was also associated Phoenix. So, it wasn't too surprising when he saw that the company had some gang involvement. Moreover, Kim Young-doo's exploitation of trainees was also included in the file, even the one involving Jun. Jun's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who the heck compiled this? He muttered. He knew that it was the old man who was supposedly trusted by all entertainment companies, but how come he did such a thing? Jun continued to browse through Phoenix's papers and saw that there was one paper that didn't have any identity. Head, he muttered. The head of Phoenix. Jun had heard of him once, but he never came around to learning his true identity. It seemed like the wise old man was also unsure of his identity, since he was the only one not included in his exposed list. However, there was one letter written under the name. L. Jun read, his frown deepening. He couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Death note or something? How come this person's so mysterious? Jun went through his net worth, his eyes widening when he saw that it was in the billions, not in the local currency, but with dollars. Phoenix, being a company with plenty of subsidiaries, was definitely the richest company of all. However, seeing L's net worth was particularly shocking. It was almost as if he was the most powerful person on this list. Would I still have the time to get to know who he is? Jun muttered. With that, Jun went through all of the contents of the briefcase. He sat there for a while, not really knowing what to do with such vital information. Then, he looked up at the ceiling, chuckling to himself in disbelief. He shook his head. How is this any different from what I did before? He muttered. Jun closed his eyes, suddenly feeling the burden on his shoulders. But then again, he felt that it was fortunate that he was the one who retrieved the briefcase. If it went into the wrong hands, then it would entail very bad things for the entertainment industry and its stakeholders. Jun let out a deep breath. I transmigrated here to become the top idol. But why does it feel like I have to change the industry instead? Do I have to save the idol industry? Just then, it seemed like something snapped back into place. He felt lighter than usual, and it seemed like his vision became brighter, too. Jun couldn't help but open his eyes and look around the room. What just passed by? He muttered, seeing pink specks in his vision. Jun's frown deepened when he smelled a familiar scent. Roses, he said, tilting his head to the side. Then, his eyes widened further when the pink specks danced in his vision, even making hearts and fireworks with its graphics. It reminded him of the special effects he had when he performed the Little Meow Meow song. Is this the side effect of my illness? Jun asked, feeling like he was going crazy. However, as a familiar notification popped up right above his head, he finally realized the culprit behind such hallucinations. Jun couldn't help but sigh in relief. Congratulations. The host has finally found his origin. He is meant to save the idol industry. You now have the task of changing the idol industry for the better. 1. With your performances, and 2. With the power that you hold. Jun smiled despite feeling burdened. It's been a while, he muttered, the smile not leaving his lips. Foo's back, bitches. Number 732. Chapter 732 The Gift. Potion. It's about damn time, Jun said. With his utterance, a familiar beat played in Jun's head, making him frown. You're capable of doing such things now? He asked in amusement. Fu also had an upgrade. After his month-long hibernation, he has now been rejuvenated and has become a better system. You're also referring to yourself in the third person, Jun remarked. Fu has been scolded by the system committee. They said that Fu should be more professional. Oh, so you weren't supposed to be sentient to begin with, Jun chimed. Fu stayed silent, so Jun already knew the answer before he could even respond. I get it, Jun chuckled. It's good to have you back. The host actually loves me. Jun rolled his eyes, but didn't bother correcting him. He sounded too happy in his head, and he didn't have the heart to burst his bubble. Moreover, it was his first day back, so Jun was cutting him some slack. I really thought you weren't going to have me back. You're back to your unprofessional self, Jun said. Sorry, I can't help it. I'll just accept the scolding for now. I really missed you. Jun shook his head in amusement. So this is my origin? To change the idol industry? Don't tell me you made me into a top idol just for this. I won't say anything then. Jun sighed. What am I supposed to do? I can't just expose all of these CEOs. As much as they're dirty, they're also the reason why the K-pop industry has succeeded until now. That's not my problem. I'm only an idol system. Well, you're supposed to have reached your highest potential, right? What does that even mean? Jun asked. Right. Fu almost forgot. Please head to your boosters and potions. Jun frowned, but followed Fu's instruction nonetheless. He quickly went through his potions and saw that the gift potion was now unlocked. It had been locked for the longest time, so Jun was eager to see what it entailed. Jun pressed on the potion and saw a long description. An idol is known for being perfect. However, more than that, an idol is a giver. With that, you have received the gift potion. This option is only available once the highest potential of the system is reached. The host has now made use of his full potential as an idol, meaning he doesn't need the system to improve anymore. He is the best among his peers. The host is now given the opportunity to gift the system to someone else, a worthy host that would take care of the system as much as the original host did. Jun's brows relaxed as he continued to read the prompt loudly. However, this is not mandatory, Jun muttered. The host can keep the system and continue upgrading his skills, or even make new ones. On the other hand, if the host decides to give it away, then the system will reset to the new host's current skills. Meanwhile, the old host will retain his current skills at their maximum potential. Jun paused for a moment as he finished reading the prompt. Well, it seemed like he was being hit with bombs left and right this afternoon. Another pop-up appeared before him. Gift the system? Yes or no? Deadline, none. Jun was greeted by his members, all seemingly in a good mood. Were you practicing lines yesterday night again? Casper asked, making Jun halt. I heard you talking in your room, he smiled. Jun pursed his lips. I thought the rooms were soundproofed. Oh, they are, Casper said. I was listening through the gap in the door. Jun's eyebrows furrowed. Why the heck would you do that? You seem upset. Casper smiled, changing the topic. So, I made you your favorite drink. Casper handed Jun a sweet strawberry smoothie, making the latter smile. Thanks, I guess, he muttered, sipping on the sweet drink. I need to go, though. There's an important mission in Rising Stars this week, he said. I heard, Jisung exclaimed. You're going to perform with the girls. I am, Jun said. We have to finalize the lyrics of the song today, so I have to be there earlier than usual. Will you be back for our concert practice later? Jaeyoung asked. Jun nodded. I wouldn't miss it. Rin smiled. You're working harder than usual. Make sure you're not overexerting again, okay? Jun hummed. I'm fine. Actually, I feel a lot better, even though I'm physically dying. I'm so excited for the upcoming performances, since they might also be my last. So, I'll see you guys later. Jun exclaimed before leaving the dorm and heading to the van. Jae drove him to the set before he went back home to drive the other members to the practice room. Jun wasted no time in going to their practice room. He was about to enter when he heard a soft, melodic voice coming from the inside. Jun stopped in his tracks and listened through the small gap in the door. Even with her voice alone, Jun already knew that it was Mei. Brother, one I've never seen, she sang under her breath. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise since she surprisingly had a smooth voice. It was still pitchy in some places, but she had improved once more since the last week. Moreover, her lyrics were shocking. It seemed as if she was dedicating them to Jun. No, Mei said, shaking her head and tearing off another piece of paper from her notebook. They're all wrong. They don't match. I hate you, brother, she continued, her voice sounding strong. Jun was once again surprised. Her voice held a lot more power than he had expected. However, as she tried to sing the same line in a higher pitch, her voice broke, making her sigh in frustration. "Why can't I still do this?" she asked, plopping to the ground. Jun smirked. This was the side of May that he was accustomed to seeing, the whiny, strong-willed, and determined one. "I'm practicing so hard, but it's not working out," she continued, breathing heavily on the floor. Then, after a few more seconds, she sat straight and started practicing once more. Jun saw right through her efforts, making him feel unexpectedly warm. Last night, he didn't even think of giving Fu away. However, looking at his sister, he finally realized that she deserved it more than anybody else. Number 733. Chapter 733, You'll Be in My Heart. You're going to let go of me so soon. Jun shook his head and ignored Fu for a second as he made his way inside the room. "Well, you're early," he said, causing May to gasp in surprise. She stopped what she was doing and quickly turned off the music player. "Minter," she greeted and slightly bowed her head. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise. "That's a slightly different greeting. You usually just nod at me." May pursed her lips. "Can't you just accept the bow?" she impatiently asked, causing Jun to chuckle in amusement. Yet, of course, he won't give the system just yet. Not now. He wanted to see the end of this mission before he gave away his precious, not so precious system. Hey. Moreover, it was still the 3rd week of June. There was some time left until he would actually die. Jun was about to tease her more when the other girls made their way inside. Era stopped and looked at them with raised eyebrows. "You guys are early," she remarked. Jun smiled at the girls and slightly bowed. "I just got here." "Oh," Yuri apologetically smiled. "Sorry, Minter. We should have gotten here before you." Jun waved her off. "It's all right. You're right on time. For now, let's sit in a circle so we can discuss what we've written during the night." The girls bit their lips, seemingly nervous about what was going to happen. Jun saw this and assured them it was all right. "I won't judge," Jun said. "I'm also bad at songwriting." Zonia shook her head. "You don't expect us to believe that, don't you, Minter?" she teased. "Almost all of the songs you've co-written turned out to be great hits." "Yeah," Era chimed. "It's not like you were bad, to begin with. You've always been great with words ever since Rising Stars. I bet what I've written would sound silly in your ears." "Well, if it's something you've worked hard on, then there's no reason for me to think that it's silly," he said. "Let's start, shall we?" he said, marking the official start of their training. Yuri raised her hand. "I'll go first," she said, wanting to get it over with. "Well, go, Yuri." Era cutely cheered, causing the older girl to pat her head. "All right, here goes nothing," she said. "You were there before I was. Yet, we both navigated the world for the first time. Oh, the time has gone by so fast. Now, the world is as sour as a lime. Speaking of limes, you're a sour one. So shower once." Jun pursed his lips as Yeri continued her verse. He felt that it sounded amusing. However, she sang it so seriously that Jun didn't have the heart to laugh. Era, on the other hand, wasn't afraid to show her reactions. "What the heck? That's so random," she said after Yeri finished her verse. Yeri scratched the back of her head. "Yeah, it's harder to find rhyming words than I expected. I also don't know what it's like to have a sibling, but I searched some videos on Licklock, and they all described a sibling as an annoyance." Jun smirked. "Well, you're not wrong about that. There are some times when you want to throw your siblings off a cliff." The girls turned to Jun in surprise. "I thought you didn't have any siblings?" May asked. Jun cleared his throat and straightened his posture. "It's also based on my research," he muttered. "Why don't we have the other girls go next?" The other girls took turns roughly singing the lyrics they'd written, and as expected, Jun didn't find anything suited for the song just yet. After Era sang about the pure love between a brother and a sister, Jun couldn't help but shake his head. "I think it sounds too much of a love song," he remarked. "Our song's title is Siblings Love, so I think we should clearly draw the line. You know that a lot of weirdos are out there." Era sheepishly chuckled. "You're right. We don't want any fetishizers making the performance weird." Jun nodded. "Well, we still have one more person. Why don't you sing for us, May?" he asked. May gulped, appearing more nervous than usual. She closed her eyes and shook her hands, garnering worried looks from her teammates. "Are you all right?" Era asked. "Yeah," May said. However, her voice betrayed her as it broke at the end of her statement. "Are you nervous?" Yuri inquired. May, once again, shook her head. She was telling the truth this time. She truly wasn't nervous. However, there it was again, the heavy feeling inside her chest. May had written a short verse after being unable to sleep yesterday night, and for some reason, she wrote it in only a few minutes. She didn't know where she got the inspiration from, but it was definitely strange. How could she write so well about a sibling who didn't even exist? "I'm ready," she said after a while, making the others watch her intently. Jun paid his full attention to his sister, wondering how she interpreted a sibling's love. Jun knew that May didn't know about their past relationship as siblings, but he held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe, just maybe, a part of her knew that she had a brother. Even if that wasn't Jun. "I'm not going to sing," she said. "This is just a poem that I curated yesterday night." They all nodded and waited in anticipation for her to begin. With her first utterance, Jun couldn't help but hold his breath. "You are the person I know the most. A mirror reflecting my soul, yet cast in a different light. We are the same person in different fonts. Parallel lines of thought and heart. They say opposites attract, and with that, I agree. Too similar, we often find ourselves repelling. Yet the magnet of our bond still works. A silent force drawing us back, time and time again. Brother, I don't know where you are, but I hope the world is kind to you. I hope you are happy. Are you happy?" May closed her eyes as the image of a man emerged in her imagination once more. "I miss you," though the words remain unspoken. A quiet ache that lingers in the silence. "I love you, though you don't have to hear it. I hope you don't hear it. I just hope you know it. Please know it. Because the words escape me, lost in the space between us. I don't even know where you are, but in the quiet of my heart, you are always here." Number 734. Chapter 734. Jay finds out. "What the heck? That's so good," Yeri exclaimed, making Jun snap back to reality. The lyrics definitely didn't seem like a coincidence anymore. Did May recall him in any sort? Was it good? May asked. "I wrote it in a few minutes." "Girl, I can never write that even if I was given an entire hour," Hyuna chimed. "You did a great job." "I almost cried," Era exclaimed. "It's a good thing it was only short. If it was longer, then I would have bawled my eyes out." "I liked it a lot," Zonya said. "It's good," Yeri chimed. "Right, mentor?" They all turned to Jun, their eyes widening when they saw his current state. "Mentor Jun," Era skeptically asked, "are you crying?" Jun's eyebrows raised, and he quickly felt his cheek. Just as Era said, he was actually crying. He shook his head and wiped the tears from his eyes. Jun had been feeling more emotional these days. It seemed like dying actually altered his brain chemistry. "I'm fine," he said, looking up at the ceiling to stop his tears from spilling further. Then, when he felt that it was safe, he faced the girls. Once more, who looked more concerned than before. "You actually cried?" May asked. Jun pursed his lips and quickly diverted the topic. "Well, it was a touching poem," he said. "It was almost as if you have a brother." May scratched the back of her neck. "That's what's strange about it. When I wrote this, I actually felt like I had a real brother." She opened up. "Oh," Jun muttered. "Can you recall what he looks like?" May shook her head. "I'm not sure," she muttered. "I can't see his face, but I can feel that he's warm and big and annoying." Her last description made the group burst into chuckles. "Well, you can never take away annoyance when you're talking about siblings," Yeri said. "You're right about that," Era chimed. "I really like May's poem, but I was also highly amused by Yeri's." "It sounds like two different songs," Zonya remarked. "May's poem talks about wishing your siblings well and feeling love for them without them knowing. Yeri, on the other hand, just sounds like a series of roasts," she chuckled. "I think we have to choose one between the two," Hyuna said, making the other girls nod in agreement. Jun, on the other hand, stayed silent, seemingly in the process of thinking. Then, after a few seconds, a wide smile arose from his lips. "What if we don't have to choose between the two?" he asked, causing the girls to turn to him with inquiring eyes. "Are you proposing that we mix the two concepts?" May asked. "Exactly," Jun smirked. "We can't jive them together," Era countered. "It wouldn't be a coherent song, then. It will sound like a love-hate relationship." "Exactly," Jun repeated. With one word, the other girls suddenly came to a realization. Jun's idea was actually good. "We have been given a cute instrumental," Jun continued. "Now, we have Yeri's silly lyrics, which matches the concept of the song well. However, if we make it too humorous, then people would think of it as a parody or a joke song. However, mixing it with May's poem, which talks about the unconditional love of a sibling, we can have a song that perfectly describes the paradoxical love-hate relationship of siblings, he concluded. The other girls stayed silent for a few moments before they turned to each other with wide eyes. Era raised her hand, while Jun gestured for her to continue. Are you sure you don't have a sibling? A brother, perhaps? Jun was confused by her question. Nonetheless, he shook his head. Dang it, Era muttered in disappointment. If I can't have you, I was willing to have your brother instead, or sister. We don't discriminate in this household. Jun couldn't help but smile as he arrived at their dorm. Even with all the shocking revelations, there were still lots of things to smile about. Thank you for your service, Jun happily exclaimed. However, I would appreciate it if you don't vape inside the car. We, singers, need to keep our lungs clean, he continued. The staff member's eyes widened, and his cheeks instantly became red. He was fetched by somebody else since Jay had joined the other members in their practice for the concert. With that, Jun got out of the car and waved goodbye, letting the staff member internalize what had just happened. Normally, Jun would just ignore such actions, especially since they would probably only meet once or twice more. However, with Jun's near end, he decided to just say anything he wanted. What was the worst that could happen when he was going to die in the end? Now, Jun just needed to shower and get changed before Jay fetched him to go to the practice room. He entered the empty dorm and quickly went to the shower. The warm water against his skin felt so nice that he didn't realize he had already spent so much time inside. Jun looked at the time on his phone and saw that it was already past 4 p.m., the time he agreed on with Jay. With that, he quickly dried his hair and wrapped a towel around his waist before heading back to his room to get dressed. However, as he opened the bathroom door, he nearly jumped in surprise when he saw that someone else was already there. Jay, he said. It was a good thing that Jay's back was turned to him, so he wasn't able to see Jun's bare body. However, Jun was confused since Jay continued facing away from him. Usually, he would look at Jun at any given chance. Yet, it seemed like he was frozen in his spot. Tightening the towel around his waist, Jun called his name once more. Jay, he asked. Wait for me outside. I'll just get dressed. But then again, Jay didn't turn around, staying rooted in his spot. Jun's frown deepened. There was definitely something going on. With that, he decided to see what Jay was so preoccupied with. What are you? Jun stopped in his tracks when he saw what was in Jay's hands. Then, some liquid splattered on the paper, making some of the ink smudge. Tears. They were Jay's tears. Then, he slowly lifted his head to look Jun in the eyes. Jay, when were you planning on telling me that you're dying? Number 735. Chapter 735. Jun is anti-fragile. Oops, Jun muttered. He didn't realize that he had stashed it away so carelessly in his drawer. Meanwhile, the contents of the briefcase were hidden in the depths of his closet. Oops, Jay exclaimed. Is that the only thing you could say? Jun sheepishly scratched the back of his head. How did you know how to interpret the results, though? He asked. Those are just laboratory values. I told you, Jay exclaimed. I finished university with honors. Besides, he continued, it's literally written right here. Be careful. Jun could die in June. LOLZ. Jun let out a deep breath and massaged his temples. How can someone like him have a license, much less own a hospital? Jun muttered. Anyway, the cat was out of the bag, so Jun believed there was no use hiding it. It was actually pretty tough keeping it to himself, so this was a good opportunity to have a confidant. Surprise? I'm sick, Jun said. In an unsure tone. Jay's lips quivered as Jun said those words. Then, not even a second later, he started crying hysterically, almost as if he was the one who was dying. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he didn't know what to say or how to comfort him. With that, he patted Jay's shoulder. Hey, it's all right, he chuckled. I'm still here. I'm still alive. If it makes you feel better, I can live up to 3 months. Jun's statement didn't comfort Jay in the slightest. If I get treatment, I could die faster. So, technically, this is much better. Jun awkwardly smiled. That made Jay cry even harder, making Jun scratch the back of his head. So, this was why you asked the question back then? Jay asked, sniffing. Sort of, Jun said. However, it's not set in stone. I feel like I can live a few years more with how I feel. But then again, I'm no doctor. Jay placed the results back in the drawer and held Jun's hand. Are you sure you don't want to get treatment? My aunt's great-grandfather's friend's pet jellyfish sitter's niece had some kind of blood cancer, too, and she got better with spiritual healing and soursop leaves, he said. Jun smiled. I appreciate that. However, Dr. O said that it's too late for natural remedies. I'd rather live the rest of my short life without any worries than to have something to blame if some kind of treatment doesn't work. Jay wanted to cry once more, but seeing Jun's courage made him hold back his tears. Gosh, Jay muttered. What am I going to do now? Nothing, Jun said. There's nothing you can do except to act normally. Jay looked at him incredulously. How could I even act normally after what you've just revealed? I feel like I can't live my life from now on. Should I go with you when the time comes? Jun shook his head. Don't say that, he said. Let's just go, he casually said while placing his bag over his shoulder. I bet the other boys are waiting. Jun didn't allow Jay to respond and went ahead to the car. Jay quickly followed after him, staring at him for a few seconds, causing Jun to sigh. He narrowed his eyes at Jay and pointed at him with his index finger. Remember what I said? Act normally, he warned. Jay pursed his lips, and with that, he drove the car to Azure's practice room. The two of them were silent as they got out, and Jun hoped that Jay would actually listen to his instruction so the other boys wouldn't be suspicious. As much as he wanted to give the boys a heads up, he couldn't help but think that the preparation for the concert would be ruined if they found out he was seriously ill. He opened the door to the practice room and was met with the sight of the boys resting on the floor. They were filled with sweat as they had been practicing since the morning. However, with the sight of Jun, it seemed like they were all energized. Bro, Jisung exclaimed and bounced over to where Jun was, giving him a bro hug. Did you have a good day? Asked. Jun hummed. Us too, Jisung said. We went over the parts of the concert that looked iffy, and we made sure to keep up with your pace so we wouldn't make any mistakes. Jun shook his head. You guys are already at my pace, he said. That's right, Akira boasted with his hands on his waist, showing off his confidence. But can you teach me this high part? I can't seem to get it while dancing so hard, Akira added. The other members shook their heads while Jun gave him some advice. Jay, on the other hand, stood at the corner of the room, his face looking as dark as the Point Nemo in the middle of the night. He looked at the scene before him and covered the bottom half of his face with his hands, feeling tears well up in his eyes. Then, he brought out his phone and started snapping photos of the boys. However, he didn't realize that he had his flash on, so the boys all turned to him. Jae-young frowned in confusion. What was that? For my memory, Jay said in one breath, making them unable to decipher him. What is he on? Jisung muttered. Jun glared at him, causing Jay to swallow the lump in his throat. It's for BTS stuff, he said in a fake cheery voice. Oh, Jisung said. Make sure we look good in it, then. Jay nodded before turning to face the mirror and seeing his red eyes. This is for the better, he dramatically said as snot filled his nose. I shall live with the burden. Jun watched him through his peripheral vision and shook his head. Jay was being dramatic again, just as usual. Jay turned around once more, and at that moment, Jun slipped on the wet floor, causing him to fall to the ground. Akira and Run turned to each other before bursting into laughter. The other members also watched him in amusement. Meanwhile, Jay ran to where he was, almost as if he was in a war zone, and cradled his head like a mom to her child. Are you all right? He frantically asked. Please, be all right. I'm not ready to let you go yet. The boys watched the scene before them with raised eyebrows, weirded out by Jay's actions. Jun, on the other hand, sighed in defeat. Maybe it wasn't better for Jay to know about this. Number 736. Chapter 736, The Briefcase Heir. I swear, if you keep doing this, I'll let you die first, Jun muttered as the two of them got up. Jay's breath got caught in his throat as he internalized what Jun had said. Well, that sounded very threatening, almost as if he really meant it. With that, Jay slowly moved away and sat in the corner to reflect upon his actions. Jun sighed in relief when it seemed like he wasn't going to interrupt them anytime soon. So Jun said, should we practice the last stage? We shall, Akira exclaimed. I'm satisfied with all the performances except for that one. For some reason, it really feels like there's something lacking. It's the line distribution, Jun said. Jae-young scratched the back of his head. That's what I thought so too, he sighed. The line distribution is. Too unfair for it to be called a special song. Sihoon only gets 3 seconds in the song. Our fans also think it's unfair, he said. Jun hummed while nodding. We should just make the line distribution fair then, he said. Jisung chuckled while playing with his shoelaces. If only it was as simple as that, he muttered. It could be as simple as that, Jun chimed. Let's just cut my parts and make it even. Rin frowned. Are you all right with that? Of course, Jun said. I'd be tired at the end of the concert anyway. Lesser lines are better for all of us. That's not really the question we should be asking, Zeth remarked. The real question is, will the company be all right with it? Rin sighed while shaking his head. That's the thing. They are the ones who control the line distribution, so let's just stick to what we're given. Except we don't have to, Jun said, passionately disagreeing with them. Let's do this by ourselves. This is our song, written by Rin. If Jun wants to make the line distribution even, then we should make the line distribution even. Casper smiled, wrapping one arm around Jun. Jun shook his head and pushed him away. Anyway, he said, I've already thought about this after the mini-concert ended, so I'll be sending you guys the new line distribution soon. Jisung chuckled. Well, if it isn't obvious that you're really pushing for this. Sihoon, who had the least lines, was hesitant to speak. Is this really all right? He asked still. Feeling skeptical, they all turned to Jae, who was sitting in a dark corner with hollowed cheeks. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but was holding himself back. You're awfully silent, Akira pointed out. Usually, you would ask to follow what the company says at this time. Jisung chuckled. Well, he's on edge because Mr. Ong has been scolding him left and right these days. Sihoon shook his head. Yeah, I'm also thinking about you, Jae. I'm sure Mr. Ong wouldn't like this. You'll get scolded again. Jae stood and passionately shook his head. This is fine. In fact, you guys should go right ahead with whatever you want, he said, making the members surprised. Are you sure? Sihoon hesitantly asked. 100%. Jae exclaimed. Life is short. You're not harming anybody with what you're doing, so do what makes you happy. This is your concert. This is your time to shine. You are Eve, our ever-shining boy group that will remain as 8 until the end. He ended his speech with his fist in the air, making the boys even more weirded out. Well, if it's all right with Jae, he said. Then, let's go ahead and tweak our final performance. The boys were now back in their dorms, and Jae was still with them. What is he still doing here? Akira muttered. Why Akira? Jae obnoxiously asked. Can't I come here and sleep anymore? Akira scratched the back of his head. Well, not really. You stopped sleeping here after you got that girlfriend that you spent all your money on. That is not my girlfriend. She stopped replying to me, he dejectedly said. And I still have some money, he chuckled. Not a lot, but it's clean money. It's what I scrapped from my daily paycheck. The boys shook their heads in amusement. Anyway, Jae continued. I'm here because I want to sleep with Jun. What? The members said in unison. Casper raised his hand. I want to sleep with Jun too. Zeth listened to their conversation and shook his head. So, this is why shippers exist, he muttered. No, Jae exclaimed. This is my special time with Jun. I want to sleep with him, he said, wrapping his arms around Jun's bicep. Jisung shook his head. You're delusional if you think Jun would agree to your suggestion. Casper sighed and nodded. You're right. I've tried multiple times, and I've failed all those times. Jun clicked his tongue, about to push Jae away when he realized something. Sure, he suddenly said, making them turn to him with wide eyes. Dang, I also believed you wouldn't agree to it, Jae muttered. But I'm not complaining. No takebacks, all right. Yeah, Jun nonchalantly said. Let's sleep in my room together. What the heck? Casper exclaimed, losing his cool. What about me? Jun turned to him with one eyebrow raised. What about you? Can I come with you? Jun looked him dead in the eyes before slowly shaking his head. Nope, he said. Just the two of us. With that, Jun went to his room, with Jae trailing behind. Jae turned around at the still shocked members and stuck his tongue out at them. Casper fell to his knees and placed his fist on his chest. What did I do wrong? Meanwhile, in Jun's room, Jae immediately plopped onto his bed. Jun clicked his tongue and dragged him away, causing him to fall to the floor. You're dirty, he said. You're not going to sleep on my bed. What? Jae exclaimed. But I thought you said we would sleep together like a bunch of good homies? We're not, Jun said. You're going to sleep on the floor. Jae pursed his lips and hesitated to speak. Afterward, he nodded in agreement. That's better than nothing, he muttered. But don't sleep just yet, Jun said, rummaging through his closet to look for something. I have something to show you. With that, Jun brought out a smaller briefcase that contained some information regarding Azure and Phoenix. What is that? Jay asked with furrowed eyebrows. I'm entrusting this to you, Jun said, looking Jay in the eyes. I'll help you while I'm here, but once I'm gone, I want you to use this information to good use. For the betterment of Eve, for the happiness of the boys. Number 737. Chapter 737. You're the next CEO. Is this the briefcase you've been raving about? Jay asked. I know that you're an old soul, but I didn't think you'd be this obsessed with briefcases, too. Although, they are a pretty good collector's item. Jun clicked his tongue. You're really an idiot. Open it, Jun said, raking his fingers through his hair. Oh, Jay said, opening the briefcase like he was in some kind of game show. Make it faster, Jun said, clicking his tongue. That's what she said, Jay said, making Jun roll his eyes. You're insufferable. Jay chuckled loudly, his first genuine laugh of the day. It's so easy messing with you, Jay said, still chuckling as he opened the briefcase. However, as he held the papers in his hands and started reading its contents, all of the humor left his body. Mr. Ong, he muttered, looking through the papers. His eyes widened with every piece he read, making them almost pop out of his head. You understand, right? Jun asked. Jay raised his head and continued looking at Jun with wide eyes. What does this mean? He asked. Exactly what you're reading, Jun answered. These are evidence against Mr. Ong, strong ones that could remove him from his current position. I mean, how do you even have such information? Jun sighed. It's a long story. However, it came right before I knew I was sick. Now it feels like the world is telling me to give you and the boys a good future ahead with this powerful information. How? Jay asked. What the fuck? This is nuts. Do you realize how much power we have in our hands right now? I'm aware, Jun said. People would die just to get this kind of information. However, this could either go good, bad, or worse for us. Jun continued. That's why I'll help you. You're the only person suited for this role. What do you mean? Jay asked. You need to overtake the company. Jun smirked. Have Azure for your own. Jay's eyes widened, and he let go of the papers, making them scatter on the floor. Jun clicked his tongue as he looked at the mess. I swear, he said. Why are you so shocked? I can't believe it, Jay stammered. Me? A CEO? You need to put that degree to better use, Jun remarked. Besides, the boys and the girls need someone good as their CEO. I fully trust you, so that's very telling. The girls? Jay asked. The new girl group, he said. We cannot act hasty about this. I believe that there are still some things we need to consider before revealing all of this information. I shall plan everything for you, Jun said. However, in the event that I die before everything gets executed, then I shall trust in your expertise. Jay shook his head. I honestly don't know what to feel about this. It's overwhelming, Jun said. However, we're already ahead of the enemy. So, just relax and follow everything that I say. Jay scratched the back of his head. Now let's rest. Tomorrow will be another big day, he continued. Do you really think I can do it? Jay suddenly asked, causing Jun to turn to him. What do you mean? Jun asked. Can I become a CEO of a company? You can, Jun said. Obviously, I probably wouldn't live long enough to see how well you will do. However, you're bound to make mistakes. In the event that you make too many mistakes, I shall come and haunt you even on my deathbed. Goodness, Jay said. You must really be ready to die if you're speaking like that. Jun smirked. I've already died once. Jay frowned in confusion. Don't sweat about it, Jun said. Just keep those pieces of information safe. Got it, Jay said, holding on to it for dear life. Good, Jun smiled. Now let's go to sleep. Jun went to his bed and covered his body with the blanket. Meanwhile, Jay stood and watched him. Can I come in? No, Jun deadpanned, causing Jay to nod in defeat. Okay, he muttered. Good night, Jun. Good night. Another day passed, and it was now the day of Jun's performance with the ladies. Almost everyone was looking forward to the performances, even the mentors themselves. The production crew made sure that there wouldn't be any spoilers between the teams, so the other mentors didn't know what was in store for them. They gathered in Jun's waiting room, observing each other's outfits. Lee Sik was dressed in an all-white suit, which was very fitting for the sad ballad that he was going to perform. Meanwhile, Amira was dressed in her usual idol getup, a little bit darker than what she was used to but nonetheless enhancing her beauty. Ji-hyun wore a dramatic red dress, showing everyone that she was the drama herself. Gun, on the other hand, was wearing the typical street-style clothes that you would see in dancing competitions. They conversed among themselves, curious about each other's performances but not wanting to give anything away. So, Ji-hyun started off, clearing her throat. "How did your preparations go?" "It was good," Gun said, a little bit on edge. Lee Sik clicked his tongue. "You guys are acting very strange. Just describe your performance briefly for us. It's not like we're not going to see it in a couple of minutes." Gun scratched the back of his head. "You're right," he said. "Honestly, I think it's already pretty obvious with our outfits. However, the girls are quite excited about this. The win might not mean much to me, but they want the benefit more than anyone. Don't they all?" Amira asked. "Well, you could expect a full package performance from us. Don't even think of them as trainees. They look like real idols." "Whoa, that's a hard vouch," Gun said. "I'm looking forward to it then." "Well," Lee Sik said, clearing his throat. "Does anybody know what kind of song Jun's team is going to show? I feel like they're the most secretive one regarding their concept." Ji-hyun hummed. "Up until now, I don't have the slightest clue of what they're going to do with a song entitled Siblings Love. I fear it's going to sound like a Momasalan song." "Isn't it Coco Lemon?" Lee Sik asked. Ji-hyun shrugged. "I'm not sure. My son watches it every day, though. He's so cute with his overalls and tie." Just then, Jun entered the room, making the other mentors turn toward him. Ji-hyun's eyes widened when she saw what Jun was wearing. "Overalls and a tie," she exclaimed. Number 738. Chapter 738, The Mentor Mission commences. "You look like my son," Ji-hyun exclaimed as soon as she saw Jun. Jun looked down at his outfit and smiled. "Is that so?" he asked. "I'm glad. That was the vibe I was going for." "Well, not really," Ji-hyun said, scratching the back of her head. "You look like a grown-up version of my son, like a high school senior that almost all the girls are crazy about." Jun chuckled in amusement. "I'll still take it, I guess." Amira nodded in agreement. "You look really good. I'll vote for you." Lee Sik shook his head in amusement. "I guess you don't mind losing if it's to Jun," he remarked, causing Amira's face to redden. Just then, two familiar faces were shown on screen, causing Jun to raise his eyebrows in surprise. The girls went crazy as two handsome men appeared on the stage, and the set almost broke with how chaotic they were. "What are they doing here?" Jun muttered. The other mentors turned their attention to the screen and couldn't help but watch the two boys in awe. "Good evening, everyone," Casper greeted, appearing professional, unlike his usual attitude. Jae-young stood by his side, and the two of them created a picturesque view that the audience adored. "Since Jun, our precious member, is going to be performing tonight, we have decided to take over the stage," Casper continued, earning squeals from the crowd. He called Jun a precious member. "Juniper is real. My ship is sailing. And I'm here to keep Casper in check," Jae-young added, making the crowd chuckle and Casper to shake his head. The other mentors, who were watching from the inside, looked at the screen with agape mouths. "Seriously," Ji-hyun muttered. "How good-looking is your group? I feel like you don't have a visual hole." "They definitely don't," Gun said. "Eve was picked from the best of the best." Amira nodded. "It's heartbreaking that they only have 3 years with each other." Lee Sik nudged Amira's shoulder. "Hey, don't say that. It makes me sad, too." "Well, if it makes you feel better, we still have 2 years left in our contract," Jun said, which definitely didn't make the situation better. "Has time flown that much?" Ji-hyun asked, her gaze focused on the ceiling. Jun shook his head. Fortunately, a staff member entered their room, signaling for them to go to the waiting room with the girls. Jun sighed in relief as the conversation was cut short. They arrived at the waiting room, and as expected, the girls erupted into squeals. "Mentor Gun, you're so handsome. Omo, Amira and Ji-hyun are so pretty. Lee Sik Sr. looks legendary. I want to make Jun into a keychain and keep him in my pocket. If I had a stepbrother like Jun, then I would definitely." "Don't finish that statement, please. You'll get canceled before your debut." "How is he so cute? He looks really pale, though. Is he okay?" "Jun's so cute. He's like my little brother." Jun sat next to May, and the latter turned to him with a pursed lip smile. In the past days that they had been practicing together, they have developed a close relationship. Well, Jun could say that he had built a good relationship with all the girls in the team, and he was genuinely rooting for all of them. However, in the process of their practice, he had come to see how hardworking Mei truly was. In the end, his will to give her the system strengthened even further. It was nearing the end of June, so he felt that it was the perfect time to give her the system, right after their performance. Minter Gun's team, please take the stage, the staff member said, making the girls exclaim in excitement. They had already decided their order, and with Jun's main character energy, they were bound to perform last. Well, it was actually Mei's luck. She was the one who randomly picked their order in the first place. Minter Gun's team took the stage, and it was obvious that they had worked hard for their performance. They showed real street dancing along with addictive chanting melodies, making the sound echo in the ears of the audience. The second team to go was Lee Sik's team. After an exciting performance from Gun's team, it was time to take it down a notch with a sad ballad. Lee Sik's voice opened the stage, and it instantly captured the hearts of the audience. The girls, although not as equally skilled as the legendary master, were able to match his emotions perfectly. They talked about the sadness in one's mind and how hard it was to escape such sadness. A lot of people related to their lyrics, so Jun thought that they were the frontrunners in the competition. However, the next stage, which was Ji-hyun's team, changed the mood right away. It seemed like a musical, a theatrical performance about a group of girls taking revenge on a guy who had played them all. They sang in a strong yet alluring way, which, once again, amazed the audience. Amira, not wanting to bring the mood down, also brought some spice into the competition. Their performance, reminiscent of a girl group's powerful debut song, blew away the audience. They seemed like an actual girl group. Being the last one to perform, Jun's team began to feel the pressure of the amazing performances before them. We shouldn't have gone last, Era said, her face red from all the overthinking. Yeri patted her back to comfort her, although she also felt nervous. Jun's team, the staff member said, please head backstage and wait for your turn. Jun pursed his lips and stood from his seat. Although it wasn't obvious, he was also pretty nervous. Not only was this his first performance with a girl group, but it was also his first performance with his sister, possibly even the last one. Let's do this, Jun said, earning cheers from the other girls. He turned around and saw the cheery faces of the contestants, making Jun's heart feel warm. We're excited, Ji-hyun exclaimed from the side. Show us what you got, Jun, Gun exclaimed. Jun nodded and turned to face his teammates. Mei looked into his eyes and also nodded. Let's do this, she said with a small smile. Number 739. Chapter 739 Story of My Life, 1. The audience fell into a hush as the last group went up the stage. They held in their breaths as Jun stood at the very center with a small smile. The audience wanted to scream, but with one action from Jun, his index finger against his lips, they continued to stay silent. The stage was bathed in a gentle glow, the kind of light that promised a fresh start and endless possibilities. A soft, pink hue enveloped the performers, giving the scene a warm, inviting atmosphere. The girls were dressed in adorable, almost schoolgirl-like outfits, plaid skirts, knee-high socks, and white blouses with Peter Pan collars. Their hair was tied up in neat ponytails with bright ribbons that bounced with every movement. Jun, in his crisp polo shirt and Johnny Sailor scarf, looked like the picture of youth. He looked like a reliable older brother to the young girls, which added more to his charm. The entire ensemble exuded an aura of innocence, like the first day of spring. Compared to the other stages, which started with the lights all turned off, this particular stage started with all the lights shining down on the performers, which definitely added to the impact. As the camera focused closer on Jun, the people in the waiting room exclaimed in amazement. His face is really a cheat. Cheat? What the heck is this kind of aura? He's so handsome. I'm going to vote for him just for his face alone. Don't you think he wouldn't like that? Oh, who cares? I like his face. Screw me. I would want him to screw me. Finally, the music began, and a lively, upbeat tune instantly lifted the spirits of everyone in the room. The melody was infectious, with a bubbly energy that made it impossible not to smile. Jia held on to Bora's arm and squeezed for dear life. Cute Jun. Cute Jun. Cute June, she muttered, almost in a daze. Bora, who was equally as crazy as Jia, merely accepted the strength and kept her gaze on the screen. They were really going to have cute June once again after a while. The choreography, though simple, was delightfully synchronized. Each moment was a playful expression, easy to follow and even easier to enjoy. They clapped their hands, spun in circles, and swayed to the rhythm of the cute melody. At 4 years old, our biggest problem was the portion of food. We'd argue and wrestle in a playful, endless feud. You'd steal my fries, I'd take your pie. Mom would laugh, shake her head, and just roll her eyes. June started off the song, which set the standard high. For most of the audience, it was their first time hearing June sing live, and it definitely didn't disappoint. So, this is what the OG Astras are raving about. His live voice is even better than the recording. Everyone wasn't exaggerating when they said that his voice was angelic. I've only ever heard him in recordings. I'm so glad I can actually listen to him in real life. Girls, this is a rare moment. Let's make the most of it. You're acting as if this is the last time you'll ever hear him live. With the bloodbath that is their concert ticketing, I'm confident that this might just be the last. The mentors backstage, already aware of June's raw talents, focused on the lyrics instead. They knew June as being the master of concepts, and it seemed like he had outdone himself once again. Right off the bat, Lee Sik's attention was captured. This kid is really meant to be a star, he muttered. June transformed such a weird title into something that would equate to a masterpiece. For the first verse, the girls and June mimed squabbles over imaginary portions of food, their faces scrunched up in exaggerated displeasure. They tugged on invisible plates, pretending to count and compare, their playful bickering drawing laughter from the audience, especially those who had siblings. The segment was filled with light-hearted teasing and innocent disputes, perfectly capturing the trivial worries of early childhood. At 5, I went to school. You cried, you said you stubbed your toe. But we both knew the truth, though neither would show. You missed your partner in crime, your playmate in disguise. I promised to come back with stories to surprise. Yeri sang the next verse, showing the complex between a brother and a sister, where one would miss the other but would rather hide it than say it out loud. Again, the audience members could relate to the performance, and it made them pay even more attention to it. As the music transitioned, so did the storyline. The cheerful notes turned slightly more complex, mirroring the changes in the siblings' lives. The playful atmosphere took on a sadder tone. At 8, Mom and Dad separated, our worlds torn in two. But we found strength in each other like siblings often do. We'd whisper in the dark, sharing dreams and fears, finding comfort in our bond, silently wiping away the tears. Gun's eyes narrowed as he felt tears brimming in his eyes. His parents had separated when he was younger, so he could deeply relate to what they were trying to portray. The performers now depicted the separation of their parents through expressive, heartfelt movements. They reached out to each other, hands grasping but never quite reaching. Their faces reflected the confusion and sadness of children trying to understand a fractured family. The choreography remained simple yet profound, each gesture resonating with the audience. Dang, Bora muttered. Is this song about me or what? You don't have a sibling, Jia deadpanned. But my parents are divorced, she exclaimed. Who the heck wrote this? She muttered. June. It was none other than June. The other girls helped, too, but he curated the progressing storyline. However, if you asked him, then he would say that it wasn't a hard task. Why? Because this wasn't just a song. It was the story of his life. Number 740. Chapter 740 Story of My Life, 2. Well, of course, it wasn't the exact storyline of his life. Their parents never separated. They just died. However, that would sound very morbid in a very cute song. So June decided to mask their deaths with divorce instead. It was still a sensitive topic, especially for those who had experienced it, so June also wanted to shed light on it. With the sad revelation, the people quickly realized that this wasn't the cute performance that they signed up for. Oh no, Jae-young said, looking up at the ceiling and fanning his face. Don't tell me. Goodness, you're already crying, Casper said, massaging his temples. I thought you were over this. I thought so too, Jae-young exclaimed. But June just makes me cry so bad, man. I don't know what to do. Casper clicked his tongue before shaking his head. You know, I would usually call you a crybaby at this point. But it's June, so I understand, he sighed. Jae-young, despite his tears, shook his head and said, Simp. Next came the chorus, which would serve as the foundation of the song. At 12, I hated you. It would have been better if you didn't exist. I would have had a better life if you were seized. You'd slam the door, I'd shout some more. Our bond strained, but never fully tore. It was represented by a faster, more intense rhythm. Their interactions became more dynamic, filled with fiery and dramatic exchanges. They portrayed heated arguments and half-hearted reconciliations. Their faces were animated with anger, frustration, and occasional bursts of laughter, which captured the roller coaster of teenage emotions. While the first part showed innocence, the chorus vividly portrayed the love-hate relationship typical of adolescent siblings. Casper shook his head in amusement. Does June really not have a sibling? He asked. Not that I know of, Jae-young answered. Why? Casper smirked. He's got it perfectly. This is how I feel about my sisters. The next verses showed the other milestones that the siblings had reached. The people were more enamored than ever, and they were curious how the story was going to end. The mentors watching from the waiting room didn't feel like they were in a competition anymore. Instead, it was as if they were watching a show, a very interesting one. At 16, boys stood next to you, and I saw you anew. No longer my little sister, but a young woman who grew. You talked of crushes and dates, secrets you'd confide. I stood by, protective, with a brother's pride. For some reason, May got emotional during this verse. She knew that she couldn't relate, yet somehow she felt like she had experienced such things firsthand, yet forgot about how it truly felt. At 17, you wanted a field trip, but money was tight. We stayed home, had our own fun, and danced through the night. We planned our future travels, dreams we'd soon pursue. With laughter and hope, creating memories anew. The mood turned bittersweet. However, it leaned more toward a bitter taste once the second chorus hit. At 18, I still hate you, I'd say, with bitterness and spite. Our arguments were explosive, lasting into the night. We'd fight over nothing, yet everything too. The tension between us painfully grew. As the song progressed, the people were increasingly becoming more invested in the story of the siblings, and they couldn't help but root for a happy ending for them. Yet, June already knew how it ended. He looked at their expectant faces and subtly shook his head. They didn't know what was going to hit them. It was now May's turn to sing, and June paid more attention than usual. For the past few days that they had been practicing with each other, June made it a pact to become May's personal vocal mentor. Although her parts in the song were quite small, June believed that she had the greatest part of all, the bridge. It was the part that June usually had, but he wanted May to sing it, because he knew that she was the perfect person to portray its emotions. Then, as the music swelled, the performance took a serious turn. May stood at the center, the music stopping for a second as the realization dawned that despite the fights and misunderstandings, the siblings could not live without each other. Those behind her moved closer. They performed lifts and supportive holds, symbolizing the strength and support that siblings provide each other. At 19, I realized that life was finite, fleeting, and true. The thought of losing you, a shadow that grew. Suddenly, every moment with you became dear. The fights and the laughter, every smile, every tear. Her rendition left everybody speechless. The girl who always sang with a shaky voice sang those 4 lines with certainty, with a sureness that couldn't be shaken. She meant every line, and it manifested in how she portrayed it. Then, June stood beside her, the spotlight shining between the two of them. The people couldn't help but gasp as they saw their faces on the 2 varying wide screens. At that moment, it seemed like their resemblance became even more obvious, like they were the siblings in the story themselves. Eyes glistening with tears that didn't want to be shed, the final words were then said. At 28, I have a lot of regrets. The things I've never said, all of the secrets. Lying on the ground, with no chance of goodbye. I wonder if this is all there is to life. Will we meet again? For a second time? I hoped and prayed until it became mine. Then, one day, you'll walk down the street. And you'll smile, but you wouldn't realize it was me. The lyrics of the song, although pretty confusing, still struck a chord in the heart of the audience. Or maybe it was just June. June already knew that the lyrics were something that only he would understand. However, he still wanted to include it to serve as closure between him and May. It just seemed like they weren't meant to remain as siblings in every life. I can't breathe, Jae-young said, hard snot filling his nose. Then, just when the atmosphere seemed almost too heavy, they shifted the gears once again. The music picked up, returning to the playful, energetic theme that had started the show. I hate you more than anyone in the world. But if the world turned upside down, I'd still choose you. Number 741. Chapter 741, World's Best Idol. The audience erupted into a loud round of applause as Jun's team went down the stage. Jae-young and Casper were already supposed to go up, but Jae-young looked like a mess, so Casper had to fix him up before they went. Jun passed by them as he walked down, making him shake his head. Casper smiled at him and teasingly pointed at Jae-young. Jun clicked his tongue, already aware of the effect he had on Jae-young. He just didn't know why he was acting as such when Jun recalled that Jae-young had a great relationship with his siblings. The staff urged the two hosts to go up the stage, so Casper had no choice but to face the audience with his swollen eyes. The fans in the audience weren't surprised. They already knew that Jae-young was the biggest crybaby in Eve. However, that didn't stop them from teasing the big guy. Well, as you can see, Jae-young liked the performance very much, Casper said, earning another round of chuckles in the audience. Jae-young sniffed before speaking into the microphone. Those were very beautiful performances, he remarked. I was trying really hard not to cry at all of them, but you all know that Jun just gets me like that. Oh, we all know, Casper said. Anyway, enough about me, Jae-young said, quickly diverting the topic. Now, you will all be voting for your favorite teams. Remember what Jun said? Casper quickly added. Don't vote for the person, but for the performance. In that way, the win would be justifiable. The audience nodded in response, seemingly obedient. You will be given 5 minutes to vote, Casper continued. The results will then be revealed to the teams, but will not be revealed to you until the episode airs this Friday. Disappointed sighs were heard all around, but they already knew that they couldn't do anything about the situation. With that, Casper and Jae-young went down the stage while the audience voted among themselves. Meanwhile, Jun's team was greeted with cheers as soon as they entered the waiting room. Jun couldn't help but laugh when he saw that the other girls had mascara running down their faces. Gun, too, had a runny nose, while Ji-hyun was on a phone call with someone, seemingly her kids. The two of you should love each other, she said in a motherly tone. I know that you hate your brother, but you are birds of a feather. Meanwhile, the other girls still couldn't stop talking about Jun's team's performance. I hate to say this, but I miss my brother. I always fight with my sister because she always uses my clothes. But I'd rather have her use all of my clothes than not have her at all. Their performance made me realize so much. As they sat in their seats, the girls on Jun's team knowingly looked at each other before nodding. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise when a paper bag was placed on his lap. What's this? He asked, inspecting the bag. Mei sighed impatiently. Open it. Jun shook his head and opened the paper bag, only to be met with a mug, one that had the world's greatest idol written on it. A mug, really? Jun asked with a small smile. Mei clicked her tongue. If you don't like it, then we can take it back. Era shook her head in amusement and tapped Mei's shoulder. Mei's acting like this, but she was the one who decided that we should give you a gift, Era chimed. Jun raised one of his eyebrows and looked at Mei with inquiring eyes. It's only because you helped a lot with my vocal training, Mei said, not wanting to meet his eyes. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Jun shook his head. Well, it seemed like she still didn't want to acknowledge that she appreciated Jun. Thanks, Jun said, smiling at all 5 of them. I appreciate it really. I would love to know why you had this printed out though. It's obvious, though, Mei muttered, causing Jun to turn to her. Please enlighten me of the reason, he said. Mei clicked her tongue and spoke as she played with her fingers. That's because you're the world's best idol, she said. You're the best among everybody else. You worked hard to get to where you are. There's a certainty to your identity, almost as if you were born to be an idol. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise, wondering why she suddenly thought so highly of him. He was about to pry further when Casper and Jae-young went through the door, eliciting screams from the girls. They're here. They're actually here. What the heck? They're even more handsome up close. What is Azure feeding these boys? Mistreatment and a whole lot of useless brand deals. Dang, I need me some of that. Well, if we debut, we might end up looking poreless like them. Casper and Jaeyoung went up the stage and nodded at each other before speaking. The results are in, they simultaneously said, causing the girls to stop gushing over the handsome pair and focus on the results. Jun stood with his teammates and lined up in front of their placards. The mentors were at the front while the girls were behind them. Casper and Jaeyoung took the advice Jun had given them on how to make the show more thrilling. At that moment, Jun regretted telling them such things. They were taking it too far. It had already been 5 minutes since they'd spoken back and forth. All right, I think that's enough. Jaeyoung chuckled as he felt Jun's glare. Our kitty is already mad, Casper remarked, turning to Jun with a wide smile. Some of the girls, who were also Junper shippers, covered their mouths to keep their squeals to themselves. We won't be announcing the latter places since none of you honestly deserve the last rank, Casper said. Instead, we shall announce the top 2 teams with the highest amounts of votes. The first team is a sad Sonata, Jaeyoung announced, making Lee Sik sigh in relief. The girls behind him covered their mouths and turned to each other in surprise. And the second candidate is, Casper started off. Siblings love. Jun heard squeals behind him while he closed his eyes and nodded. He was very proud of the performance, so he wouldn't have minded not placing at all. However, he knew that the girls would love to take the benefit, so he prayed that they took the first place. The other teams clapped for them, not feeling bitter despite their loss. Jaeyoung cleared his throat, letting out a deep breath as he prepared himself for the last announcement. And the winner for the mentor mission is number 742. Chapter 742 Gift System. Siblings Love. Casper announced, appearing like he was happier than the contestants themselves. Jun smiled to himself, feeling an indescribable happiness go through his veins. At that point, he had been used to victories. However, this particular one was special because he won it with his sister. Not only that, but he felt that it served as a great closure for what they had, although Mei was still not aware of their real relationship. Mentor Jun, Jaeyoung said, also looking proud. Do you have some words to say to everybody in the room? Jun smiled and took the microphone from the stand before facing everybody. He felt fulfilled since it didn't appear that they were questioning the result. There was some disappointment on their faces, but that was normal. Jun was just very thankful that they won, not because of his popularity, but because of the performance they had. First of all, I want to say thanks to the girls on my team, he said, causing their smiles to widen. I know firsthand how hard they've tried, and I'm also deeply rooting for all of them. However, I'm also proud of all of you. From the auditions and now to the near end, I feel like you guys are finally ready to become idols. You have been an integral part of my journey, he smiled. All of you. This will be an experience that I will take with me until the day I die, he said, earning ahs from the listeners. You're going to be immortal, Jun, a girl exclaimed, making the room burst into chuckles. That would be too lonely, Jun said. I wish I would live a normal, peaceful life up until my 70s, he continued. But that wasn't the case for everybody. Anyway, he continued, this is your last mission. The next one, you would be in front of thousands of people, your future fans. I hope that all of you don't lose hope and continue striving until the very end of the competition. Not only that, but I also hope you continue striving even if you didn't fulfill your goals for this show. Thank you. With that, he placed the microphone back on the stand while they clapped for his glorious speech. Thank you for that, Casper chimed. Jaeyoung nearly cried again. He added, making the girls chuckle at the cute idol. Well, we will conclude tonight's filming with the benefits that Jun's team will receive, Jaeyoung said with a stuffy nose. Each girl will be given 100,000 stars added to their votes. This is a very great prize as it may change the course of the game, he continued. The girls started discussing among themselves, feeling the gravity of the situation since the finale was coming in the following week. This has been Casper, and this has been Jaeyoung. See you in the live finale next week, they said in unison, signaling the end of the filming. With that, the different teams dispersed, being comforted by their respective mentors. Jun, on the other hand, celebrated with his team, even ordering them some food. The other girls went back to get dressed, but Jun held onto Mei's wrist, making her halt. She turned around with a frown. She was about to speak, but Jun placed his index finger against his lips and shushed her. Follow me, he mouthed. Mei was surprised, but nonetheless, she followed Jun, feeling like she couldn't miss out on the interaction. They arrived at the back of the staircase, a place where cameras weren't found. May frowned as they arrived at the dark area. What the heck, she muttered. I'm not into older dudes, just so you know. Jun frowned and stepped away from him. Don't get the wrong idea, Jun said. You shouldn't be liking anybody at this point. May rolled her eyes. Why? Did you pull me to the side then? Jun pursed his lips. I have something to give you. May frowned and held out her hand. What is it, she asked. Make it fast. The food is going to arrive soon. It's not a material thing, Jun vaguely answered. May's frown deepened. What do you mean? Don't tell me bullcrap and say that it's your love or something like that. No, Jun exclaimed. It's something supernatural. May sighed and shook her head. You're not making sense. Just tell me that you won't get weirded out, he warned. May clicked her tongue. I'm already weirded out. Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. All right, I understand. Then, just tell me that you're not going to freak out. Depends on what it is, May said with narrowed eyes. Promise me, Jun urged, making May feel like Jun was being very serious. All right, she finally said. I won't freak out. Okay, Jun said. Okay, he repeated. He went through his potions and looked at the gift button. At that moment, he suddenly felt emotional. So this is it, huh? This is it, Jun muttered, not bothering to hide it from May. May frowned. What the heck? You're speaking to yourself now. Shoo, Jun said. Don't interrupt me. Just give me a moment. May rolled her eyes, but nonetheless followed Jun's instruction. It really did seem like he was unusually emotional. I'm going to miss you. Don't give me that sappy shit. Jun said those words, but he felt tears brimming in his eyes. You were the best host I could have wished for. And you could have been a much, much better system, Jun deadpanned. Fu ignored him and continued saying emotional stuff. We've come a long way. You could barely dance when I first met you, and now you can fly through the roof with your dance moves. Jun chuckled and shook his head. I'm very proud of you, darling. Darling, Jun muttered. You might think that you didn't arrive at your current level with your own effort, but I want to tell you that it was only possible to have come this far because it was you. Jun, you were meant to be a top idol, and now you are one. I've served you well, and I'll serve your sister well. Treat her well, Jun said, feeling tears brim in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he was feeling emotional from a crazy system. I'm ready. Jun pursed his lips and nodded, finally saying the words he had long kept. Gift system. Number 743. Chapter 743 Better Life. May stood there for a second, feeling like she was in some kind of simulation. Then, she shook her head as she looked at Jun's teary eyes. Why are you getting so emotional? She muttered, finding the situation weird. It's fine to get emotional. We're suffering a loss here. Her eyes instantly widened, and she looked around the place, wondering where she heard such a voice. I'm here. May darted her eyes all around, making her feel like she was going crazy. She let out a small chuckle. All right, I think I need to head back. I'm feeling pretty tired, she said, a bit absent-minded. She was about to leave when the same voice spoke once more. You're taking this surprisingly better than your bro, than Jun. He fainted and injured his face when he first heard my voice. Are you hearing him now? Jun asked, wiping his eyes and looking intently at May. May's mind was in a constant state of distress as she tried to comprehend everything that was happening. Yes, listen to Jun before I make a formal introduction. What the fuck is happening? May asked, not able to control her voice. Her voice echoed through the walls, making Jun cover her mouth with his hand. They'll hear you, he shouted. May looked at Jun, still appearing shocked. Jun sighed. You promised me that you wouldn't freak out. May removed Jun's hand from her mouth and sighed, trying to calm down her mind. How could I calm down when I have this flamboyant-ass voice speaking in my head? She shouted back. Oh, I never thought of it that way, Jun chuckled. But Fu is pretty flamboyant. Just because I'm fabulous does not mean that I'm flamboyant. See, it's speaking again, May exclaimed. Jun sighed and massaged his temples. I know you must be in shock, he said. But it's really not that bad. What the heck is this? How do you even know that there's someone speaking in my head? May asked. Because that came from me. Jun smiled. Good evening, host. I am Fu, your idol system. Goal. Become a top idol, or your brother dies. Your current stats are vocals, B, dance, C+, visuals, S, rap, F. May's eyebrows raised in surprise. She knew she needed a lot of work done, but having her stats laid out for her was quite humbling. That didn't take up much of her thoughts, though, since Fu's previous statement caught her off the most. Brother? She muttered. Huh? Jun asked as soon as she said the word. Mei looked at Jun before shaking her head. What the heck is he talking about? She asked. Oh, he says a lot of useless stuff, Jun said. Don't listen to him all of the time. He throws curveballs that would stray you away from your original path. I wish I knew that sooner. However, he's not bad at all. The missions he gives are still ridiculous, and some are borderline illegal, but they seem to happen for a reason. Mei closed her eyes to absorb everything Jun was telling her. Is this really happening? She asked, still unable to believe it. Jun sighed and turned even more serious. It's what I've been meaning to give you since last week, Jun said. Mei chuckled. Like it's just some kind of gift? What the heck? What even is this? It already told you, Jun said. It's a system, an idol system that helps you upgrade your skills. Mei frowned, and then she pointed at Jun. All along, you had this kind of system with you? Jun pursed his lips before nodding. And that's why you were able to improve so fast? Jun continued nodding. I guess you could. Say that, he said. Although, in my defense, it wasn't easy getting to where I am today. I'm not sure whether it's easier or more difficult compared to other trainees, but I know that I don't have any regrets. Mei scoffed, about to tell him off for having a cheat sheet, when Fu spoke once again. The skills reflected in the system are due to the host's hard work. Fu is not a cheat sheet. Fu is just a helper to the deserving ones. That instantly had Mei quieting down. She was still in disbelief at what was happening, yet somehow, she felt that it made a lot of sense. Mei was a very huge fan of such books, so she wasn't unfamiliar with such concepts. However, even then, being the subject of such concepts was still pretty shocking. And why me? Mei asked, her voice holding a sense of acceptance. That caused Jun to smile. Because it's you, Jun vaguely answered, causing Mei to impatiently sigh. Just tell me the reason, Mei deadpanned. Jun shrugged. Honestly, there's no set reason. You're my sister. You just seem to be the most hard-working out of everyone in the entire show. Of course, she has been a hard worker ever since we were younger. I could tell that you like this job a lot. You really want to become an idol. That still shocks me to this day. Honestly, you're way better than me since I was given the system not out of my own will, but randomly by the universe. And now, I'm choosing you. So, I wanted to change things and give it to someone who has wanted it from the start. And that's you. So, take this gift of mine, and I hope you fulfill your dreams with it. Fulfill your goals, too, he continued. I might not be there to see it happen, but I'll still be watching from afar. You'll have a hard time adjusting at first, but I hope you take it one step at a time. You got this, Jun said, patting her back. Somehow, Jun's words and actions ignited something in Mei's heart, something that she felt she had experienced before. Then, before she knew it, a tear fell out of her eye. Jun was surprised, while Mei shook her head and aggressively rubbed her eyes until they were red. I don't get it, Mei muttered. Why do I want to cry every time you're near now? Jun smiled at the ground. Mei may not know, but she must have felt it deep inside. Jun didn't say anything and started walking away from Mei, hoping she would continue to feel their connection without the explicit use of words. Before Jun came Mei. So, Jun wanted to give Mei everything he had before he left. Mei, he said just as he left, causing the girl to look at him with teary eyes. I'm your brother. I hope you live a better life this time. Number 744. Chapter 744, A Better Azure. With that, Jun went back to his waiting room, leaving Mei to ponder upon everything that had happened. He opened the door and saw Jay pacing back and forth. Jun, Jay exclaimed as soon as he saw him. Where have you been? I just talked to someone, Jun said with a small smile. You didn't wait that long, did you? I didn't, Jay said, massaging the bridge of his nose. But, you should have told me. They're also waiting. Hey, just because I'm dying, you don't have to be so concerned. I'm still in pretty good shape, you know? Jay's eyes widened comically. Then, he pursed his lips and gestured for Jun to cut it off, making the latter even more confused. You are dying? Just then, Jun realized why Jay was acting as such. Jun's eyes mirrored Jay's as he slowly turned around to meet the gazes of Casper and Jae-young. Jay cleared his throat and walked next to him before whispering in his ears. That's what I've been meaning to tell you. Casper and Jae-young are waiting with me. Oh, Jun said, pursing his lips. Hi guys. Casper continued to frown while Jae-young was in a state of confusion. Dying. Casper repeated his question. What are you talking about? Jae scratched the back of his head and tried to come up with an excuse. His grandma is dying, he chuckled. Did I tell you that already? She's very sick in the hospital and looks like she's going to pass soon. Jun glared at Jae while the other two didn't look convinced. No, Jae-young stubbornly said. I heard you say that you were dying, not anyone else. Jae chuckled once more. Forget about what I said about Grandma. Jun just meant that he was dying from laughter because I'm such a funny joker. You didn't even make a joke, Casper deadpanned. Jun sighed. I'm sick, he finally revealed, making Casper's and Jae-young's expressions soften. It seemed like they couldn't believe what Jun was saying and that they couldn't find the right words to say. Like a flu? Jae-young asked, almost in denial. Jun pursed his lips before shaking his head. Very sick, he vaguely said, making the two instantly feel emotional. Casper went to his side and held onto his body, inspecting his arms, chest, and face. Jun sighed and let him be, knowing just how much Casper loved him as a friend. How sick? Shouldn't you be at the hospital then? Yeah, Jae-young urged, already on the verge of tears. Jun chuckled and hit Jae-young's chest. Stop crying now. The performances are long over. Stop joking, Jae-young muttered. You should listen to what Casper had said. I already went to the doctor. Jun sighed. They told me that it's too late. I don't have much time. Casper and Jae-young still appeared lost. Jun understood them very well. He would react the same way if one of his members had also gone through such a thing. I know that it's hard to process, but we can't do anything right now. We can just accept it and move on. I've been doing my best to give you guys the best while I'm still here, and I'll make sure that you keep receiving the best even when I'm gone. You don't have to worry. Jun didn't get to finish his statement since he felt the air get knocked out of his lungs. His eyebrows raised when he felt two bear-like figures by his side, hugging him like he was there. Long-lost child. Then, his eyebrows relaxed when he felt a wet sensation on his shoulders. He patted their backs, comforting them. It's all right, he said. It's going to be okay. Casper raised his head, tears on his eyes and cheeks. How can it be okay when we're just finding out that you're dying? He exclaimed. Jae-young also turned to Jae with narrowed eyes. You betrayed us. You should have told everyone. Jae pursed his lips, also feeling emotional. Jun didn't want me to tell you guys. Jun nodded. Don't blame Jae. He's been helping me a lot. I still stand by what I said that the other members shouldn't know. But why not? Jae-young exclaimed. Don't they deserve to know it, too? Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. Think about Jisung, Jun muttered. Think about how much he'll cry. He won't even function, he said, smiling as he remembered their youngest member. The other two turned to each other and suddenly understood. There's no reason to hide it from you guys since you've already found out, Jun continued. But I hope that you keep it to yourselves. That's just one of my wishes. Casper, despite being against it, nodded in agreement. I'll do whatever you say, he muttered. Jae shook his head as he wiped his unshed tears. Gosh, you're still a simp even until now. One of your wishes? Jae-young suddenly asked, changing the topic. Do you have other ones? Yes. Jun smirked, suddenly appearing evil. Jae scooted closer to Casper. Somehow, I'm not worried when he looks this evil. Why does it feel like he's going to be better in no time? He looks hot, Casper whispered back, making Jae recoil back. Jae already knows of the plan, Jun continued. Jae snapped back to reality as he stood next to Jun. You're going to tell them? The more trusted hands I have, the better, Jun said. Jae-young frowned despite his tears. What's happening? He asked. Jun's smirk widened as he continued explaining the plan. I have some vital information against Mr. Ong, he said. Casper and Jae-young finally realized the gravity of the situation. So, they let go of their sad emotions for a moment and intently listened to Jun. One that could cause him to get kicked out of the company. We're going to be revealing it after the last episode of Rising Stars airs, on July 6th, he continued. Now, I'm unsure if I'll be able to make it until then, but I've already talked to news outlets, and they know we have a blind item coming. This is courtesy of Mr. Choi Pablo, he said. However, only Jae and I know of such information as of the moment. Well, us too, right? Casper asked. Jun shook his head. You'll know once it's out. What I need you guys to do is to push Jae to be the new CEO. The guy's eyes raised in surprise. Jae, too, pursed his lips. I still can't believe it, Jae said. But Jun made a pretty reasonable point. Jay is already part of the board of committee as our manager. Eve is currently the biggest artist in the company, even more than those actors they have. With this in mind, Jay is a great candidate for the CEO, one that wouldn't mistreat you or the new girl group from Rising Stars. And with your guys' cooperation, Jay should have a stronger chance to be nominated. Then, we'll witness the fall of Mr. Ong and the birth of a new Azure. Number 745. Chapter 745, The Last To-Do List. Casper hugged Jun while the rest of the members stared at them. Did the shipping finally get to them? Akira whispered to Jae-young. Jae-young pursed his lips before shaking his head. Then, his eyes got teary as he stared at the two of them, making Akira frown. What the heck, he muttered. Why are you two acting so strange these days? Anyway, he said, turning to Jisung instead. Are they finally canon? He asked, causing the other members to frown. Canon? Sehun asked. Like the camera brand? Oh, Sehun, Rin said, chuckling to himself. You're a lost cause. It means those things that people use during wars. Akira and Jisung turned to each other and shook their heads. What are we going to do with you guys? Akira asked. It means that they're finally together. Oh, they're together? Zeph asked. No, Jisung exclaimed. They can't be together. Jun does not like anyone romantically like that. Casper, I don't know. He just seems like an alien. But why is Jun not rejecting his affection? See, Akira exclaimed. Jun's even letting Casper talk while he's cooking. He usually makes him go. Away. Jay sighed as he munched on a piece of celery. Just let him be, he said. They're having a moment. If I were you, I would hug Jun too. Jisung perked up. Can I really do that? Meanwhile, Akira frowned. Wait a minute. I just realized. Why are you always here now? You've been here the entire week. Jay clicked his tongue. Stop that. I'll be your boss soon, he proudly said. Akira scoffed. As if, he exclaimed. Azure would have to go bankrupt for that to happen. That can't be, Jay said. Azure needs to thrive, he said, laughing manically while standing. The members didn't even pay attention to him, already used to his delusions. Breakfast is ready, Jun exclaimed from the kitchen. The members boisterously went to the dining area, already excited for their meal. They sat in their usual spots, an instinct that they hadn't realized. Then, they started eating the food that Jun had prepared. What's with all of this? Rin asked with bright eyes. Why? Jun asked. Is the food not to your liking? It is, Rin exclaimed. It's just too extravagant. Can we eat this much food for breakfast? Jun smirked and placed another dish in front of them. Just enjoy it, he said. Don't forget about the taste. With his statement, the three boys who knew about his illness started tearing up. Akira turned to them and shook his head. Weird-ass people, he muttered. Jisung whispered next to him. You're the weirdest here. Anyway, he said, turning to Jun. Thank you. For this, Jun. You should eat with us, too. Jun said, going to his seat. The atmosphere was loud and warm, as usual. He was usually annoyed because of the chaos, but Jun merely closed his eyes and enjoyed everything happening around him. He ate as normal, and he got up to wash the dishes. Let me do it, bro, Jisung said. But Jun shook his head and ruffled Jisung's hair, making the latter lean toward him like a kitty. I'll do it, Jun said. Just enjoy this day. I will, Jisung said. We need to rest today because we have a lot to do tomorrow. That's right, Jun said as he continued washing the dishes. I'll go and watch a drama with Akira then, he said, skipping happily to the living room. Meanwhile, Jun had time to reflect as he continued washing the dishes. After that, he went to his room. He had lots of things to do today, so he quickly got dressed and grabbed the briefcase from his closet before placing it in his big, black bag. He went out of his room, capturing the attention of his members. Where are you going? Casper asked. To greet some people, Jun said. His members frowned. Should you be doing that when we have something important to do tomorrow? Akira asked. You should just rest and watch this drama with us. Jun shook his head. I'll be back before it gets dark. Still, Jae-young said, turning to Jay for help, knowing that their manager would also reprimand Jun for wandering around. However, much to their surprise, Jay just nodded. Okay, he said. Just make sure to be back before dark. I will, Jun said, waving his hand goodbye before leaving their dorm. Then, once he was out, the members of Eve all turned to Jay with questioning stares. Why did you allow him to just leave? Jae-young asked. Let him be, Jay said, looking down at his hands with a small smile. It's what makes him happy. I don't want to regret anything, he muttered. Meanwhile, Jun pulled out a note from his pocket and smirked as he read at his checklist. Things to do before July. 1. Visit Grandma and peel her some apples. 2. Go to Minjun's school with ice cream from that one store and give it to everyone in his class, give anonymously. 3. Donate 16 million won to an orphanage. 4. Have a nude photo shoot with Choi Pablo, upper body only. 5. Leave Jenny some pocket money. 6. Give Jia and her friends gift cards for Eve merch. 7. Gift Chaos and Octa shirts with my face on them. 8. Bury it. Jun moved at a fast pace to get everything done. All in all, it took him until afternoon to accomplish his to-do list. Only one thing left, he muttered, feeling a bit exhausted. He had an ice cream cone in one hand and his favorite bag in the other. Jun stood outside a familiar apartment, one he considered his home for most of his stay in Korea. Leave? We're making renovations, so I'm not looking for any tenants at the moment, he heard an old woman scream. My workers need to have their snacks now. So shoo and skedaddle. He hid behind the wall and shook his head when he realized who it was. Monster landlady, he muttered. Then, sensing that she wasn't there anymore, Jun slowly moved away from the wall and walked to where the renovations were happening. It seemed like the landlady was finally getting the building fixed. It was overdue since the location was considered prime, being near the city. It had been demolished, and the foundation was being replaced. There was a huge hole, and it was slowly getting filled with cement from the mixer. Jun smirked. Then, without any hesitation, he threw the bag into the hole and watched as the cement covered it. Good luck finding it now, he muttered. Number 746. Chapter 746, June 30th. The last day of June. June 30th, 2024. The boys were getting ready backstage, appearing more organized than the first mini-concert that they had. It seemed like the company actually put a lot of effort into their concert this time. They were performing in a venue that was significantly larger than the first one, so it still felt nerve-wracking despite the better preparations. What's the capacity of this concert hall again? Akira asked, his palms sweaty from nervousness. Around 16,000, Jun answered. But I think they decided to sell the blocked view seats, so there's roughly around 18,000 attendees in the concert. Damn, Jisung said. I knew we were popular, but we're that popular, huh? Jay shook his head. This is no match to your guys' popularity. The company should have rented out a stadium instead, one with over a 60,000 person capacity. Rin smiled as he imagined such a grand concert. Well, one can dream, he said. Maybe on our official first tour, he asked. Yes, Jisung said. We can start in Korea, then we can also travel the world. I've always wanted to perform on Madison Square Garden. You'll achieve that soon, Jay said. Then, he glanced at Jun, who was still smiling despite his circumstances. I just wish that all of you would be there, he whispered. What was that? Rin asked, not hearing Jay's last statement. Nothing, Jay said. Get yourselves pretty, then come backstage. You'll see how the audience looks like before heading to the stage in order to take away some of the nerves. Then, after half an hour, the concert will officially start. Having Jay lay out what they needed to do made the boys even more nervous. As Jay left the makeup room, Jae-young gathered his teammates. He was already teary-eyed when the concert hadn't started yet, so Akira teased him. What happened with you, he asked. You're like a pipe these days. You just keep squirting whenever you have the chance. I don't think that's appropriate to say, Sehun remarked, but Akira and Jae-young paid him no attention. Just let me have my moment, Jae-young said. I'm considering this as our first and last concert, so I'm feeling emotional, he continued. Casper pursed his lips and looked down at the ground. Meanwhile, Jun looked the same. What do you mean by last? Jisung chuckled, nudging their leader's shoulder. This is just the first of many, he exclaimed. We'll still perform in those big stadiums that we're dreaming of. Right, Jun? He asked, turning to his bro. Jun smiled and nodded. Right, he said. I think we need to go now, though. The staff is already signaling us to proceed backstage. The members of Eve nodded and went backstage, where they were met with Jay's excited smile. Take a look, he said, gesturing to a large monitor beside him. The boys looked at the monitor with wide eyes, observing the pink sea of lights that adorned the dome. Every seat was filled, and it was surreal to think that so many people had come to support them as a team. These are our fans. Akira asked in disbelief. Jay nodded with a proud smile. You guys have come a long way, Jay said. I still remember when I used to stand on stage with you, and we would perform in front of what we thought was already a large crowd. However, here you guys are, he continued, suddenly feeling emotional. I hope that you've enjoyed every single moment. His gaze was directed to Jun as he said that. Jun chuckled and shook his head. It would be a lie if I said that I enjoyed it all. Honestly, I underestimated just how tough the preparations an idol needs to do, he said, making his teammates empathize with his words. So, there are a lot of moments when I felt like giving up, when I felt that it wasn't worth it anymore, he continued. But then again, I don't have any regrets, Jun concluded. The only regret I have is not being able to be an idol for longer. So, with that, let's enter the stage with the same mindset, he said, looking at his teammates. We're idols. We're performers, so that's exactly what we're going to give to the audience, a show they will never forget. With determined nods, the members of Eve took their positions under the stage, where they would be slowly launched up. The lights inside the concert hall finally dimmed, and the audience burst into loud cheers. The members of Eve were surrounded by darkness, yet it didn't hide that they were shining brightly from within. Smoke filled the stage as a banging sound was heard all over the venue, causing the crowd to go silent. 1 minute, the performance director screamed, causing the other staff members to prepare themselves. The members of Eve glanced at each other one last time, smiles adorning their faces. Then, the platforms slowly rose, and the once darkness was now replaced with shining bright lights. The pink sea of lights that they saw through the monitors materialized in front of their eyes, and they couldn't help but smile at the sight. Then, as the first note of their opening song was heard through the stage, they snapped to their performer selves and got ready to give a show that everyone would enjoy. Jun stood at the very center of it all, his handheld mic against his lips. The mere appearance of his face on the large screens was enough to cause chaos in the venue. His eyes appeared like shining stars under the shiny lights, and the people couldn't help but marvel at his beauty as the wind swept through his hair. He looked around and savored the moment, knowing that this might just be his last. So, as they waited for the intro to finish, Jun decided to do some ad-libs and hype the crowd up. Astras, are you ready? He screamed, eliciting louder cheers from the audience. The members were surprised, but they were more pumped up after Jun had said such words. Eve on top, he continued in a loud, booming voice, sending goosebumps through the audience's and members' bodies. Let's fucking party like it's the end of the world. Number 747. Chapter 747, That Boy's a Liar. Although the concert hadn't ended yet, fans had already started posting the clips they had filmed while it was still ongoing. The most iconic moment was, no doubt, the ad-libs that Jun had done before the start of the show. It's over. He cursed at all of us. Jun has always been unfiltered. However, it seems like he laid low after he officially debuted. I'm glad to see him loosening up again. You can see on the boys' faces that they're really enjoying what they're doing. Even their sexy songs are making me cry. Is that normal? I just feel so proud of them. I had been here since the very beginning, and it wasn't an easy journey. I'm so happy to be able to see them on such a big stage. I hope to see them in even bigger stages in the future. I can't party like it's the end of the world, Jun. I still want to see all of you. I wasn't fortunate enough to get a ticket this time. Next time, I want to be able to watch all of you guys on the stage. For sure, next time. Are you guys enjoying the show? Jun asked as they prepared themselves for the next stage. A resounding agreement was heard in the venue, which boosted the boys' energy. Although they were physically tired, the boys felt like they could continue performing for hours more. What's your favorite part of the entire concert? Akira asked. Those watching at their homes from an illegal livestream proudly shared their thoughts. I love all of it. Please don't die. I will love you for a very long time. I love the part where you guys sang and danced. Can you believe that Eve is not even a 1-year-old group? How many groups do you see being this successful so early in their careers? No one. That's why Eve is the best group ever. I know that you guys might not like this, Jisung chimed. But the next stage will be our last song for the night. However, for now, let's listen to our members' last minutes. Disappointment exclamations were heard all throughout the concert hall. I know, Jun said. You guys don't want it to end yet, but some things just need to come to an end, right? Jisung shook his head. Not us though, he said. We'll stay with you guys forever. Today will just be a pause, but it won't be the end. Right, guys? Right. Jae-young chimed. However, he wasn't able to hold in his emotions as he stared up at the ceiling. The cameraman focused on him, and the audience suddenly realized that the concert was really coming to an end. Sorry, Jae-young said, his tears now freely flowing from his eyes. Don't cry, don't cry, the audience chanted. However, they, themselves, were already on the verge of tears. Jun shook his head and stood next to their leader. The other boys, too, sensing Jae-young's vulnerability, went next to him. Group hug, Akira exclaimed. The boys all went in to hug Jae-young, and it created a beautiful picture for everyone in the audience. Jia pursed her lips to prevent herself from crying. Then, she brought out her camera and snapped pictures of the boys before uploading them on Naval. Not even seconds later, the post had already garnered more than 1,000 likes. After their group hug, Jae-young continued with his mint, his mind filled with thoughts of Jun. He didn't give anything away, but Jun knew that his speech was dedicated to him, which also made him emotional. After that, the other boys started saying their last speeches one by one. Casper, who was known to not cry, even shed a tear, which led the audience to crumble. What the heck? Bora exclaimed, fanning her eyes to stop her tears from falling. Why is that bastard crying? Wei nodded in agreement. He's too much for my heart, he said. He has never cried until now. That's all, Casper said. I really want to spend more time with you guys in the future. I hope we can make it happen. With that, Casper passed the mic on to Jun, which instantly elicited reactions from the audience. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise as protests were heard in the venue. What? He asked. You guys don't want me to speak anymore? I'm holding in my tears. I'm sure I would burst into tears after Jun is finished with his mint. Tell me about it. It was already bad enough when he was in Rising Stars. His speeches had me weak. Let's get ready for another monumental speech. My tissues are ready. Akira chuckled as he gauged the audience's reactions. I think they don't want to cry, Jun, Akira chimed. Jun chuckled loudly. Don't worry, he said. I won't make you guys cry. It'll just be a usual speech. Oh no, I already have a bad feeling about this. Don't lie to us, Jun. If I cry, you have to marry me. Delusional. He's already married to me. I want to start things off by saying that tonight has been unforgettable, and standing here, I'm carrying every moment we've shared. Jun smiled before continuing his speech. You know, I used to think that forever was just a word, something abstract and unattainable. I mean, how could something last for a lifetime? But the guys, they keep saying we're going to perform forever, be with you guys forever. And now, maybe, I think they're right. The crowd awed after Jun said those words. Jun, you liar, Jia said, already feeling the waterworks coming. Perhaps forever isn't about time, but the connections we make and the memories we cherish. Even if we find ourselves distant or far apart, if the love is still there, then maybe forever does exist. It's not about always being together in person. This stage, this music, and your support have allowed me to do what I love the most. I never knew that happiness could be so simple until you told me how happy you were, because of me, because of us. That made me believe that happiness is truly within reach. I want to be better for all of you, to give you the best of me. But if there comes a time when I can't, I hope you'll continue to love us as you do now. Love the boys and take care of them. They need your support, your cheers, and your love. Thank you for listening to me sing, for letting me dream, and for being my strength. Remember, no matter where we go or what happens, our hearts are forever connected. And finally, always keep a place for us in your hearts because you will always have a place in ours, in mine. Number 748. Chapter 748, No Goodbyes. Jun, you're such a liar, Jisung said, sniffing after Jun said those words. Jun had been in a daze during his speech, so he didn't realize that the venue was already filled with tears after he said his last words. What did I do? He innocently asked. You made all of us cry, Casper said, standing next to him and leaning against his head. Their height difference was just perfect for him to do that, and for a second, the fans stopped crying to fangirl. I can't with all of these emotions. Do you want me to cry or feel giddy? Eve, please make up your mind. I'm crying because of Jun's speech, and now, I'm crying even more because my favorite ship is coming to life. Jun should go down in history as one of the greatest speechmakers of all time. That's enough, Jun said. I didn't say all of that just to make you cry. In fact, I wanted all of you to smile, because you're surely going to cry with our last song. The audience protested once more as the members went to their positions for the final stage. This is entitled, No Goodbyes, Jae-young said just as the music started. The lights dimmed out, casting the dome in complete darkness. The hum of anticipation was heard in the air, and for a moment, it felt as though time stood still. Then, one by one, thousands of tiny lights began to flicker in existence, shimmering like a constellation of dragonflies. The boys looked around as the makeshift lights surrounded them. Jun smiled in satisfaction. It seemed like the company actually listened to their suggestions for once. Or maybe it was just Jay all along. Nonetheless, the effect was natural and surreal, a perfect reflection of the bittersweet parting of their final stage. The boys of Eve stood in a line, each at their mic stand. The simplicity of the setup amplified the emotions even more. There was no choreography, no flashy movements, just them, their voices, and their emotions embedded within the song. The opening chorus of their final song, No Goodbyes, echoed through the venue, and the crowd erupted into cheers. The boys took a collective breath before Akira began to sing, his voice melding into harmony with Jisung, one that spoke of their friendship and hard work. We've climbed the highest mountains, we've walked the longest roads, through the nights and through the shadows, with the dreams we've carried close. Remember where we started, the laughter and the tears, every step that brought us closer, every hope and every fear. The song continued, and the audience realized that the line distribution was different this time around. It was as if the boys all had equal lines, which made the performance even more emotional. Sehun has lines now. I'm so happy. I was a bit disappointed during the mini-concert because of the line distribution. It would have been a perfect concert otherwise. However, now, it seems like they've fixed it. I'm really so happy. This is already a perfect concert. I really wish I was there. No goodbyes, Eve. No goodbyes. No goodbyes. Just see you later. We'll meet again somewhere, somehow. Hold these moments like a treasure. We're forever, here and now. As the first chorus faded, the boys' voices gave way to the instrumental interlude. They glanced at each other, smiling as they enjoyed the moment. This was not just a song, but a culmination of their shared experiences, triumphs, and struggles. The rappers sang during the second part of the song, which highlighted their vocal ability despite their main role in the team. From the shadows of the alleys to the brightest of the lights, we held on to each other through the darkest of the nights. Every friend we made along the way, every heart that shared our song, we carry you within us. You have made us strong. No goodbyes, just see you later. We'll meet again somewhere, somehow. Hold these moments like a treasure. We're forever, here and now. As the song moved into the emotional bridge, the lights on the stage began to dim once more. Jun stepped forward, his heart pounding as he prepared to deliver his lines. But just as he opened his mouth to sing, a flash of light behind them caught his attention. He hesitated, thinking it was a technical mistake, but then familiar voices were heard over the sound system. Shoot to the top. Hi guys, we're Level Up. And this week's winner is Eve. Jae-young, Jisung, Casper, Zeth, Run, Sehun, Akira, and Jun, the legendary rookies that are creating a new wave. The boys turned around, puzzled, as the large screen behind them lit up with a montage of their achievements for the past months. Then, after that, a compilation of unaired scenes from their journey that were delightfully edited followed. Clips of late-night rehearsals, candid moments of laughter, and emotional highs and lows filled the screen. The audience gasped and then fell silent, captivated by the intimate glimpse into the boys' lives. Jun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he watched, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He glanced to his right, where he saw Jay waving. At that moment, Jun knew that he was the one who organized the surprise, which strengthened his belief that Jay needed to be the new CEO of Azure. The bridge of the song began, and he found his voice again, stronger than ever. In every heart, in every moment, this is forever. This is our home. Through every storm, we'll keep on going. Together, we'll never be alone. As the montage faded and the song swelled back into the chorus, The boys turned back to their microphones, their expressions a blend of joy and nostalgia. They sang the last chorus together. No goodbyes, just see you later, we're forever, here and now. And as the final notes of the song lingered in the air, they sang the last line, their voices united in a beautiful conclusion. No goodbyes. Number 749. Chapter 749 in Heaven. It was cold. The kind of cold that penetrated deep within the bones. Jun couldn't open his eyes. However, he could hear a beautiful melody from far away. His eyebrows furrowed in his sleep. Did I actually die? He muttered. The singing continued, and the cold intensified. It's cold, he whispered. It seems like I'm in heaven, he smiled. Despite all of the sins he had committed, the deities actually allowed him a chance to go to heaven. Now, it didn't seem like dying was too bad. He sniffed the air and smelled a delicious scent, one of fresh pie in the oven. A small smile appeared on his lips. Pie, he muttered. It had been a while since he ate the baked good. June, a woman's voice said. June's eyebrows furrowed. God, he asked. He must be out of his mind, she muttered, making June even more confused. So, God was actually a woman, huh? Wake up, idiot. With closed eyes, June's eyebrows raised in surprise. It also seemed like God was an avid cursor. Was that the reason why he was accepted into heaven? Just then, he felt a strong force on his forehead, making him gasp loudly and sit straight. What the heck? He exclaimed, holding onto his forehead. June finally opened his eyes, only to see Jenny, his beloved cousin, looking down at him with a disgusted expression. What the heck? She repeated back. It's already brunch time. How come you're not up yet? I know that you had a concert yesterday night, but that isn't an excuse to be lazy. June frowned in confusion. Why? Are you here? He trailed off. Did you die too? Jenny slapped the back of his head once more. Die, my ass. Do you want me to kill you? She asked. June was dumbfounded. Her hits definitely hurt, even more than the gangsters he used to work with when he was in his old body. So, that could only mean one thing. He was actually alive. Anyway, Jenny sighed. I came here because Jae-young asked me to come. Something about coming to get you or something. But I didn't expect you to wake up so late, she continued. I already baked a pie and all, but you're still not awake. Heck, your members are already practicing a song. You should join them, she said. And what's with your room? Why the heck is it so hot? I turned up the air conditioning all the way up because it feels like a safari in here. June scratched the back of his head. So, that explained the sensations he felt a while ago. Strange, he said. Jenny clicked his tongue. What's even more strange is that you're still not getting up. Hurry up. The pie is being cut right now. June, despite finding the situation strange, got out of bed and followed after his cousin. Well, Dr. O did say that I may have more time, he smiled. Let's enjoy it for a moment. With that, June went out of his room. The first person to greet him was Casper, who was already standing outside of his door. His face was pale, and it seemed like he was dreading June's awakening. When Casper saw June, his face became even more pale, almost as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. You're still alive, Casper loudly said, making Jenny turn around. She giggled loudly and giddily slapped Casper's arm. Oh, come on now, she said in a flirty tone. June rolled his eyes. His cousin was insufferable, as usual. I'm not that violent, she continued. I won't kill him just for that. I also don't want to be martyred by his fans. Even as Jenny ranted, Casper continued staring at June. June left him all alone and went to the kitchen. The first thing he noticed was Jae and Jae-young, who had their faces on the table. He's finally awake, Jenny announced, making the two of them lift their heads. Then, their eyes widened as soon as they saw June. You, Jae exclaimed. However, June glared at him before he could finish his statement, making him zip his mouth shut. Jae-young, too, appeared like he had seen a ghost, unable to say anything with his agape mouth. Oh, sit down, bro, Jae-sung said, pointing to June's seat. Jenny made us blueberry pie. It's really good, he added. Jenny smiled widely before patting Jae-sung's head. You're really such a good boy, she said, making Jae-sung beam. Oh, please, Akira said. Don't feed him compliments. His head is going to get bigger. Jae-sung shook his head and continued to gesture for June to come closer. You know what would be better, though? Akira asked. We should eat this pie while watching the new drama on TV. Jae-sung's spine straightened in excitement. Yeah, we should do that. But Jae-young doesn't want us eating in the living room, he muttered. It's all right, Jae-young said, disbelief still evident on his face. Yay! Akira and Jisung exclaimed, quickly standing from their seats and coaxing the others to join them in the living room. Zeth got up and patted Jun's back. Last night was really good, he said. Our group name trended all night long because of your speech. Sehun, too, smiled at him. Thank you for redistributing the lines of the last song, he said. Jun absent-mindedly nodded, still finding the situation surreal. Jun, come on, Rin exclaimed. Jun nodded and followed after them, sitting on the couch. He observed his body and didn't find anything wrong. Then, a small smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was actually okay. I still have some days, Jun muttered, feeling happy about his extended time. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned it on. He had turned it off in preparation for his death, but it seemed like he still had some time. As the home screen appeared, his smile fell when he saw that he received multiple texts from an unknown number. The first text read, "Today's the deadline." Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he clicked on the message. Then, the other messages appeared. Unknown, I will give you until midnight. Unknown, you will regret it if you don't answer. Unknown, I know you have it. I know where it is. Unknown, I am giving you a chance to give it to me before I do something worse. Much, much worse. Unknown, last chance. That was the last text that Jun had received, making him shake his head. Why is it taking so long to air? Akira exclaimed. It's supposed to be out by now. Breaking news. What is that? Sehun asked. Jun snapped his gaze away from his phone as soon as Sehun saw those words. We have an active shooter in a hospital in Seoul. Number 750. Chapter 750 Savior Complex. The members of Eve were sprawled comfortably across the plush couches in their shared living room when the shocking news broke out. They all turned silent when a sharp tone and a bold, breaking news banner flashed across the screen. They focused their attention on the screen as the anchor, a woman with a composed yet urgent demeanor, appeared. We interrupt the usual program to bring you an urgent update, she started off. Isn't that the hospital? Jay asked, breaking the silence. Jun's frown deepened as he recognized the familiar background. Indeed, it was none other than the hospital that Dr. O owned, sprawled across the television in all of its transparent glory. We have just received reports of a gunman on the loose at Seoul Hospital. Shit, Akira couldn't help but curse. It's really in the hospital near here. Some of the boys glanced at Jun, knowing that he was a frequent visitor of the hospital. The individual is believed to be a psychiatric patient and is currently armed and dangerous. Some clips from outside of the hospital were shown, appearing blurry to the naked eye. The camera could only capture their silhouettes through the transparent windows of the first floor. However, even then, it was obvious that there was chaos going on inside. Seoul Hospital has now issued a code black, and patients are being transferred out of the hospital for their safety. However, not everyone can be escorted out due to fear of being gunned down. The gunman is reportedly in the indoor garden where patients and some of their families were gathered. One person has been wounded, while others are hiding. The hospital staff and the police are on the scene, paying attention to handling the situation, but the gunman appears to be extremely agitated and unpredictable. It's only the start of July, yet it has already come to this, Jenny muttered. I sure hope that none of them are harmed. The members of Eve exchanged worried glances, their previous laughter now replaced with tense silence. Then, the scene cut to a shaky live feed from a bystander's phone. On the screen is footage from one of the people inside. Despite violations against various media policies, it has not been taken down for surveillance of the situation going on inside. The police are also monitoring the footage. Jun's frown deepened as the footage shown was chaotic, capturing screams, muffled cries, and a frantic crowd trying to find safety. The image then panned to show an old woman being held at gunpoint, her skinny face pale with fear. Oh my gosh, Jisung whispered as the familiar woman was shown on the screen. Jun felt like his heart had stopped beating as Grandma appeared, looking more fearful and anxious than ever. The members all turned to Jun, concern evident in their gazes. Jun, Jay said, reaching out to him. However, Jun couldn't see or hear anything else. All he could focus on was the woman on the screen. However, before he could continue dwelling on the fact that his grandma was currently being held hostage, the shaky camera shifted up, showing the dreaded gunman that everyone was talking about. At that moment, a gasp escaped from everybody's lips, and they stared at the screen with eyes filled with disbelief. Is that? Casper wasn't even able to finish his statement since he felt lightheaded. Meanwhile, Jun shook his head before facing the ceiling. Chul, he muttered. A bitter smile appeared on his lips as he internalized the situation. Just then, the text he received from Lauhu flashed in his mind. And at that moment, he knew. This was not a mere coincidence. It was, most definitely, planned. Then, the scene cut back to the news anchor, now appearing more worried than before. Just in, she said in a frantic voice. The gunman is now holding an innocent old woman hostage. The scene inside is now more chaotic than ever, and the police are trying to negotiate with the gunman for him to release the civilian. Please stay tuned to the updates. With that, the screen turned black before going back to the station's usual commercials. Go to the news channel, quick, Jay urged. Akira, forgetting about his current favorite drama, did as Jay had told him so. However, at that moment, Jun stood abruptly, the intensity in his eyes cutting through the room's tension like a knife. The other members looked up at him, confused. Jun? Where are you going? Jae-young asked, concern heard in his voice. Jun didn't respond immediately. He grabbed the van's keys from the table and darted toward the door with determined strides. Jun, wait. You can't just... Jay started, but Jun cut him off. I have to go, Jun said, his voice resolute. I can't just sit here and do nothing. The room erupted in protests, but Jun's mind was made up. Let me come with you, Jay said, but Jun didn't bother waiting for him. He didn't want to place any of them at harm, so he used his speed to lose Jay and his members. Jun, he heard from afar, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he quickly went inside the van and started the engine. He could see the boys going after him, trying to stop him, but he didn't pay them any attention. With that, he sped through the streets, his heart pounding in his chest. The city blurred past him as he pushed the car to its limits, memories of his past life flashing through his mind. The chaotic fights, nights of strategizing, and finding ways to survive. Those instincts kicked in, pushing aside any hesitation. As he neared the hospital, the flashing lights of police cars and ambulances came into view. The area was cordoned off, and officers were trying to keep the growing crowd at bay. No one may come in. I repeat, no one may come inside. The officer screamed through his megaphone. Please, my son is inside. A woman pleaded, but the police officers didn't want to take their chances. Rest assured, we will try our best to handle the situation, the officer responded. Jun parked a few blocks away and approached the scene on foot, his mind focused on one thing and one thing only. Saving those people. Number 751. Chapter 751. Jun, the gangster. He was dressed in all black like he always did whenever he went out. That seemed to have helped a lot as he slipped through the chaos, making his way to a side entrance that not many people knew of. The hospital's indoor garden was just beyond it. He looked around and saw a couple of police officers roaming around, so he quickly blended into the shadows. Jun's heart raced as he slipped past the police, his instincts guiding him like they had during his days in the gang. He knew that the chaos unfolding inside the hospital wasn't random. It had the hallmarks of a desperate man and innocent civilians that would put him on leverage. Jun knew that Chul was just a pawn in a larger game, and Jun could sense there was more at play. His mind raced back to the days when he dealt with similar situations. Hostage situations usually happen for two reasons. Either the perpetrator had nothing to lose, or they had something crucial to gain. In Chul's case, it was likely both. Slipping through the caution tape, Jun moved unnoticed, his years of evading authorities serving him well. He approached two guards stationed at an entrance, his movements precise. A quick press to a pressure point on the first guard's neck rendered him unconscious, distracting the other guard and allowing Jun to slip inside. Inside, the hospital was eerily quiet, with patients and staff hiding in fear. On the first floor, he found people lying on the ground, their eyes wide with terror. Now, you might be wondering why Jun was acting so rashly. Normally, he would have done this behind the scenes, not allowing himself to be put under the spotlight due to the nature of his job. However, he was living on the edge, on the brink of death, so, if this was the last day he would live, then he would go out fighting for what mattered. He strode toward the garden, the patients and staff watching him in fear. Even the police outside, who were watching through their binoculars, seemed stunned as they saw a figure walking toward the gunman. "What is he doing?" the police muttered. "He needs to stop. We don't want a casualty." "Give me that," another police officer said, grabbing the megaphone from his co-worker. To all the people inside, "Please stay calm," he subtly said, not wanting to hint anything to the gunman. Although Jun had heard the policeman, he didn't heed his words. The civilian who was live-streaming the entire thing was also shocked as she panned the camera toward the walking civilian. Jun smirked. It was time to give them a good show. Then, without any hesitation, he removed his mask, exposing his face to everyone in the room. Small gasps were heard in the hospital as a handsome presence graced them. Even amidst the chaos, they could instantly recognize Jun's handsomeness. "Who is that?" an officer muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Another officer took out her binoculars, gasping when she recognized who it was. "It's Jun, from Eve," she replied, just as stunned. Ignoring the murmurs, Jun pushed through, confidently walking to the scene. The livestream shook, making many people complain. "Who is that? Someone's walking toward the scene. What the heck is happening? Please steady your hands. Girl, the woman is traumatized. Let her be. The guy looks handsome. What the hell are you guys on about? He's literally in 144p on a shaky phone camera. He just removed his mask. That looked so cool. It was almost like an action film. This is better than modern action films. Please stop romanticizing real-life crime." Just then, the camera woman held onto her hand, which allowed for more stable filming. Then, like the deities had answered the viewers' prayers, the internet connection seemed to be boosted inside the hospital as the resolution became clearer. With that, chaos ensued. "That's Jun. Omo. It really is Jun. What is he doing there? Rumor has it that his grandma is staying at that hospital. Then, does that mean? I don't want to assume, but then again, Jun wouldn't go to the hospital just to save a random woman. Frick. It's so cool of him, but I'm so concerned. I can't help but think that he's going to get hurt. Jun, please allow other people to do that." Just then, chaos also ensued outside of the hospital. The members of Eve, along with their manager and guards, stood among the concerned citizens. Casper was the first one to the scene. "Let us in," he said. However, the police officers subdued them, reinforcing the barricades. Meanwhile, those waiting outside couldn't help but feel enamored by the handsome idol group. A little birdie said that Eve is also there. "Dang, I should have gone. Please have some respect. There are lives at risk here. I just want everyone to stay safe, please. I can't afford to lose anyone from Eve. Bro, Jun looks like he's about to die. He's going against an armed man." As Jun got closer and closer to the scene, Chul turned around, instantly recognizing him. The sight of Jun's familiar face seemed to jolt him into an even wilder frenzy. "You," Chul muttered, remembering how Jun had ruined his life. With that, he tightened his hold around the old woman's neck, making her choke. "Don't come closer," Chul screamed, his voice high with panic, as he pointed the gun directly at Jun. Jun stopped in his tracks, his eyes locking onto Chul's. Everything else faded away. The noise, the chaos, the fear, it all dissolved into a single, intense focus. He was used to situations like this. He had faced down more menacing foes in his past life, and he knew that fear could be both a weapon and a weakness. "Chul," Jun called out. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to talk." "Talk," Chul spat, his grip on the gun tightening. "What's there to talk about?" Jun took a cautious step forward, his hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. "I know that we don't have a good past, but let's put it all behind us. You don't want to hurt innocent civilians like this." "Shut up," Chul's voice wavered, but his resolve seemed to be weakening. "You don't know anything." Jun pursed his lips, losing patience. He was just using the very first tactic in his books, bargaining. Approaching such situations with calmness was usually the best way to go, but Jun could see how his grandma was starting to lose oxygen, which made him feel angry rather than calm. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Jay, standing at the front of the police line, looked ready to burst with a mix of anger and helplessness. "Jun, get back here. This is too dangerous." Jun ignored his manager's plea, and his focus was solely on Chul. For a moment, it seemed like Jun's words were getting through. Chul's eyes softened, and his grip on the gun loosened slightly. But then, in a split second, a flicker of madness returned, and he raised the gun higher, aiming it directly at Jun's chest. "You don't get it," Chul yelled. "There's no way out for me." In that instant, Jun saw red. "That's right," he spat. "You're fucking done for." Number 752. Chapter 752, All is Lost. Chul's eyebrows raised in surprise, and at that moment, it felt like he was going to lose his head. However, knowing that he had a gun, Chul's courage was reinstated. Jun took a deep breath, focusing on Chul. His years as a gangster had taught him how to deal with volatile situations, and now those skills were his beast weapon. He needed to disarm Chul swiftly and safely, ensuring no one got hurt. The live stream continued bustling with wild comments, most of them still in disbelief that the nation's current most popular idol was at a crime scene. Meanwhile, Jun decided to break out his three-step rule in case bargaining didn't work. Step 1. Distraction. Jun's eyes darted around the room, quickly assessing his surroundings. He noticed a stack of medical trays on a nearby cart. With a swift motion, he kicked the cart, sending the trays to the ground. The bystanders screamed in shock. Meanwhile, the police officers outside sensed the chaos, and they didn't know what to do. "Do something," Casper exclaimed. Zeth held him back and patted his shoulder. "We need to act rationally, boy," the chief of police said. "We don't want to harm any other civilians." Casper turned to Zeth with pleading eyes. "He can't die," he muttered. "He really can't." Zeth sighed and continued patting Casper's back, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream doubled, and it seemed like almost half of the nation was tuning in on the show. Even those in Jun's province watched what was happening with bated breaths. Shit just got real. "I think Jun's got this." "What? Go Jun. The people who are acting like this is some kind of match are sick in the head." Jun let out a deep breath before proceeding to the second step. Step 2. Disarm. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jun moved with lightning speed. He closed the distance between himself and Chul in a single heartbeat. With a practiced maneuver, he grabbed Chul's wrist, twisting it with just the right amount of force. Holy moly. The action is insane. I can't believe Jun is doing this right now. Is it bad to say that I've become a fan now? Goodness, people are really so insensitive. I think we're forgetting that Jun is quite skilled in martial arts. Remember that loser who tried to stab him? Didn't he also put up a good show back then? Yeah, but he also ended up getting stabbed. At least he's alive now, isn't he? With Jun's fast actions, the gun slipped from Chul's grasp, flying through the air. And then, it was time for the final step. Step 3. Neutralize. Before Chul could react, Jun delivered a swift, precise kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. He followed up with a controlled strike to Chul's shoulder, ensuring he stayed down. The entire sequence of moves was executed with the skill of a trained fighter, a proof of Jun's past life. The gun skidded across the floor, coming to a stop near a nurse Jun recognized. Without hesitation, he kicked the gun towards her. "Hide it," he commanded. The nurse, eyes wide with shock and understanding, quickly grabbed the gun and concealed it. The police, alerted by the commotion, quickly rushed in and subdued Chul, pulling him to his feet and securing him in handcuffs. That ended so quickly. The police couldn't even do that? Dang. My respect just went to greater heights. What can't Jun do? He's f***ing amazing. He just outdid the SWAT team. Imagine being that talented. Jun is truly a hero. No. Let go. I need to finish that bitch. Chul screamed, but the police officers had him properly subdued. Those waiting outside booed at Chul as he emerged, which added to his rage even more. Lao, who was watching from his home, couldn't help but stand, finding the situation unreal. Lin Ji, who was right by his side, also showed his disappointment. They can't do anything right. Lao screamed, sending his mug flying into the air before landing on the wall and breaking into a million pieces. Meanwhile, as the situation sunk in, the room erupted into chaos. Reporters pushed forward, cameras flashed, and people began to cheer. They called Jun a hero, their voices adding to the volume of the chaos. Meanwhile, the members of Eve pushed through the crowd, trying to look for their center. However, they were quickly surrounded by fans, which made it a difficult task. Jun barely heard the chaos. His focus was entirely on his grandmother. He knelt beside her with a small smile, gently cradling her frail body in his arms. "Grandma, it's over. You're safe now," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Grandma, Grandma." He called her twice, but she still wasn't responding. Something was wrong. Her eyes were closed, and her body felt unusually still. Panic gripped his heart as he continued calling out to her. "Grandma? Grandma? Wake up!" The surrounding chaos faded into the background as a cold dread settled over him. The police continued to manage the scene. The crowd's cheers rang out, but Jun's world narrowed down to the still figure in his arms. "Why isn't she moving?" he muttered, his voice barely audible. His hands shook as he checked for a pulse, but he couldn't find one. "No, no, no," he whispered, his heart breaking. Just then, the members of Eve arrived where Jun was, their faces filled with concern. However, they showed relief when they saw that Jun was okay. Yet, that relief quickly faded with Jun's next words. "She's not breathing," he muttered. A paramedic rushed over, gently taking his grandmother from his arms and beginning to perform CPR. Jun watched, his vision blurring with tears. He had saved everyone else, but now he felt utterly helpless. Then, he felt his vision slowly going black. Jun. The world became nothing but a haze. Was this it? Was it finally his time? However, as he saw his grandma being pumped back to life, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Because even when he had saved everybody else, he couldn't save his grandma. Number 753. Chapter 753, The End of Time. Jun woke up to the sound of beeping machines. He opened his eyes and saw familiar surroundings. He also saw that he was connected to a heart monitor and in 4, making him frown. There was a person beside him, one who he instantly recognized as Casper. With the sound of rustling clothes, Casper woke up, quickly assuming a fighting stance. Jun would have laughed if this had been any other situation. However, he couldn't even bring himself to smile. "I'm not dead," Jun said, making Casper snap back to reality. He quickly sat on the bed next to Jun. "You're not," Casper affirmed. "Are you okay?" Jun weakly nodded. "And Grandma?" he asked. The question threw Casper off, so Jun instantly caught that something was wrong. "Casper," Jun said in a serious tone. "Where's Grandma?" Casper pursed his lips before directing his gaze to the lap. Jun's jaw clenched as his patience ran thin. "Answer me," he urged. With that, Casper let out a deep breath and looked into Jun's eyes. Then, he shook his head, making Jun feel like his entire world just crumbled. Casper didn't even have to do anything for him to understand. Jun stood from his bed, removing the cardiac monitor's probes and his 4, making some of the blood spill onto his clothes. "Wait, Jun. You need that. Don't do this," Casper said, trying to stop him. However, Jun could hear nothing but the sound of his own heart beating. Then, he stormed out of the room with Casper hot on his tracks. "Jun, wait, please. You're still not better," he urged. But once again, Jun ignored him. As he went out of the door, he was met with his members, who all had tired and swollen eyes. They stood as soon as they saw Jun, and with the looks on their faces, Jun felt like his suspicions had all been confirmed. "No," he whispered before, breaking into a sprint. His members were shocked to the core, unable to move. "Jun, wait," Casper exclaimed, continuing to run after him. With that, the members snapped out of their dazes and also followed after Jun. However, Jun kept running. He didn't even know where he was running to. However, deep inside his heart, he knew that he was running to his grandma. Then, as he got to the end of the hall, he saw a familiar figure, much smaller than how he had last seen him. Min-jun, appearing like a vulnerable little child, turned his head toward Jun. Then, as he got to the end of the hall, he saw a familiar figure, much smaller than how he had last seen him. Min-jun, appearing like a vulnerable little child, turned his head toward Jun. "Big bro," he called out in such a sad voice that Jun could hear his heart breaking into 2. Jun wanted to comfort him, to hold him, but he stayed rooted in his spot as he read the letters above the room he was in front of. Purgatory. With that, Jun shook his head, feeling in denial. "No," he muttered. Just then, Dr. O came out of the room with a weary expression, making Jun turn to him with hope. Maybe, just maybe, he was mistaken. "I'm sorry," Dr. O said in an equally broken voice. He had also thought of Grandma as someone precious, so he truly felt sad for Jun and Min-jun. "I couldn't save her." "No," Jun denied in a loud voice, shocking all of them. With that, he marched toward the room, only to be met with a small figure covered in white cloth. At that moment, there was still no tears in his eyes. However, As he went to the figure and slowly removed the white cloth, the tears freely flowed. He felt Dr. O's presence behind him, with his hand on top of his shoulder. "June, let's go," he said, also on the verge of tears. June couldn't find it in himself to move. He continued looking at the old woman on the table, once so full of life. "It's unfair," he muttered, tears still streaming down his cheeks. He had lost everyone. His mom, his dad, and now his grandma. Why was the world so fucking unfair? As the world carried on with its usual routine, inside the quiet room, everything came to a standstill. The hum of the clock on the wall was the only sound, each tick a cruel reminder that time, for everyone else, was still moving. But for her, time had stopped. The old woman, who had once been his pillar, now lay motionless. His heart felt like it was being torn from his chest. The memories flooded back. He saw her in the kitchen, cooking meals that always tasted of home. He remembered her stories, the way her eyes would light up with each detail. He recalled the nights she stayed up just to watch him on the television and bragged to her friends afterward. "July 1st would be a nice day to die. I'll destroy my friends in Mahjong once I get better. Make sure to come back, okay?" Even her words rang inside his mind, reminding him that only one of those things had been fulfilled, the one thing he dreaded the most. Then, before June knew it, Dr. O had covered his grandma once again. Dr. O held on to June's hand and led him out of the room, where he was met with his members, who were also crying after seeing their strongest member in such a vulnerable state. June stood there, feeling numb, when he felt Minjun go up to him for a hug. "June," Minjun sobbed, his body shaking from the sadness. June pursed his lips as the tears continued to flow. Then, everything snapped back to reality. His grandma was gone now. This was the reality. With that, he returned Minjun's hug, empathizing with the little kid who had even more memories with grandma, the one who was hurting the most. I'm sorry, June continuously muttered. Those were the only words he could bring himself to say. "I'm sorry." Dr. O looked up at the ceiling to stop himself from crying. Meanwhile, the members of Eve turned to each other for support as they also felt the loss of a great loved one. At that moment, only silent sobs were heard in the hallway. As the hours passed and dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, June whispered his final goodbyes. "Goodbye, Grandma." Number 754. Chapter 754. Arium, beautiful. The day was uncharacteristically bright, as if the universe was teasing those who were mourning Grandma's death. The sun bathed the funeral house in a soft, warm glow, illuminating the numerous white lilies and chrysanthemums that adorned the room. Friends and family filled the space, each person holding on to Grandma's final request: no one should cry today. June stood at the very back, greeting attendees with a forced but respectful smile. Meanwhile, the other members of Eve, along with Jay, were at the ritual table, helping themselves with the food that Grandma's friends had prepared. He couldn't help but smile as the old ladies gushed at them for appreciating the food. They had been June's confidants since the day of her death, to which he was grateful. It had only been 2 days since Grandma had died, yet she was already being buried. It was once again one of her wishes, to not prolong her stay on Earth any longer. It seemed like she was thoroughly prepared for her death, as she had quite a lot of wishes to be fulfilled. Minjun stood at the entrance with his mom and dad, who took some time off from their jobs to join the funeral, much to the young man's surprise. Minjun clung to his parents' hands, his eyes red-rimmed but dry as they greeted guests at the entrance door. The murmurs of conversation were low, filled with shared memories and expressions of condolence. June moved through the crowd, acknowledging each sorrowful smile. His heart ached, but he held his composure, honoring Grandma's wishes. Finally, it was time for the service to begin. The room fell silent as June took his place at the front. He looked out at the sea of faces, familiar and otherwise, and took a deep breath. Lena looked at him but quickly looked away, almost as if she couldn't honor one of Grandma's wishes. "Thank you all for being here today," he began. Grandma would have been so pleased to see so many of her loved ones gathered here. Nods passed through the crowd. June paused, collecting his thoughts, and then continued. "Hello, everyone. For those who may not know me, I'm June, Grandma's not-so-grandson," he began, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. "We weren't related by blood, but she accepted me wholeheartedly into her life, and for that, I am eternally grateful. He glanced around the room, noting the nods of understanding from the attendees. Grandma knew that today would be difficult for all of us, and she made it clear that she didn't want us to cry, though she probably knew it would be impossible to follow that rule when her next wish was to have me say the speech during the service. The attendees chuckled, and the members, with food still filled with their cheeks, smiled in amusement since they were familiar with Jun's touching speeches. However, before I say what's on my mind, allow me to read something. Jun paused, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of paper. Grandma left something for me to read today, a message she entrusted to Dr. O to give to me, he said, still remembering how the doctor gave it to him after he had cried his eyes out in the hospital. I haven't read it yet, so this is a surprise for all of us, he continued. Lena's eyebrows furrowed. She wasn't aware of this, and to have Grandma entrust an important letter to Jun must mean that he was very important in her life. Unfolding the paper, Jun began to read aloud. To my neighbors, he read, a chuckle escaping his lips. You wouldn't taste my cooking anymore and would stick to your plain cooking. The room filled with soft laughter, a gentle easing of the tension that had gripped them all. To my friends, Jun continued, you're glad that you'll be able to win in Mahjong now. More chuckles, accompanied by nods and knowing smiles. To my son-in-law, he read, you don't have to give me allowance now, though I never really needed it. The humor in her words brought warmth to the room, reminding them of her playful nature. To my daughter, Jun's voice softened. You don't have to come back just for me anymore. This would be the last time. You were rarely there, so I hope you would be with Minjun more often. A somber silence settled. To my grandsons, Jun read, his voice breaking slightly. I would love you no matter what. He paused for a moment before cracking a joke. Well, there seems to be a bias there, he added with a soft smile. He continued, his voice filled with affection. Jun, I hope you take care of yourself. And Minjun, don't be naughty now. Your grandma's not there to scold you anymore. Taking a deep breath, Jun read the final lines, his eyes glistening. And lastly, don't resent me. I am in a better place. Folding the paper carefully, Jun looked up at the assembled faces. Grandma wanted us to remember her with joy and love, not with tears and sorrow. She wanted us to celebrate her life, not mourn her passing. He paused, gathering his thoughts. Grandma was a remarkable woman who touched so many lives. Her wisdom, her kindness, and her love will stay with us forever. She believed that death was not an end, but a new beginning. Today, we honor her wishes by celebrating the life she lived, not the one she lost. With those final words, Jun stepped back, allowing the funeral director to take over. The pallbearers, including Minjun, moved to the casket. As they lifted it, Jun felt a deep pang of sorrow, but he held his head high. They proceeded outside, where the casket was gently lowered into the ground. Jun stood by Minjun's side, holding his hand tightly. However, Lena gently tugged Minjun away from Jun. Then, she glared at the idol, which made Jun even more confused. Jun snapped back to reality when her tombstone was raised, allowing him to see such a beautiful name. Ariamna. Then, he broke one of Grandma's rules. A lone tear fell from his eyes. It was the first time he had known her name, and it happened when she was gone. Number 755. Chapter 755. Oopsie, I made a little mistake. Jun stood outside of the funeral home, where the free land was. The people inside were busy eating the ritual food and interacting with each other, but Jun couldn't bring himself to do so. Sorry, Grandma, he muttered. I knew you wanted this to be a happy moment, but I can't bring myself to smile with genuineness. Then, he stared up at the sky, which was still glaringly bright. Would it be better if I joined you there? He whispered. However, he quickly shook the thought away. He was already being granted extra time, so Jun didn't want to take it for granted. He stood there for a few moments, just observing the bright skies, when he felt a presence near him. Jun frowned and turned his head to the side, only to be met with Dr. O, who appeared like he had a lot on his mind. There you are, Dr. O sighed. I was wondering where you went. Jun pursed his lips. I was just here. Dr. O nodded. I'm glad, he said. After that, they were silent for a few minutes before Jun decided to break it. Come on, he said. Just say what you want to say. The doctor scratched the back of his neck. How do you even know that I want to say something? Because you came here, Jun deadpanned. You wouldn't come here if you didn't have anything to say. Dr. O pursed his lips. Well, you're right, he sighed. Jun hummed. Then say it. The crazy doctor sheepishly looked at him, causing Jun to frown. Why was he acting so strange? Are you sure? Dr. O asked. Yes, Jun deadpanned. Nothing will shock me more than what happened to Grandma. Dr. O awkwardly chuckled. You're right about that, he said. I could have stopped it, Jun continued, his gaze straying far away. Maybe if I had been there before the heart attack happened, then everything would have been fine. She would still be receiving treatment until now. Jun redirected his gaze to Dr. O once more, and he found the doctor sweating profusely. Yeah, he said, his throat drying up. However, Dr. O quickly added, I don't think you should blame yourself. There's no one else to blame, Jun said. Chul, Dr. O said. He's the one to blame. Anyway, he continued, slapping his cheeks in the process. I'm straying away from my main objective. What I truly want to say is that you shouldn't blame yourself because it is already written in stone, Dr. O revealed. What is written in stone? Jun asked with a frown. Dr. O sighed. I've been meaning to tell you since the other day, but I fear that you weren't going to take it well. You're dilly-dallying, Jun deadpanned. Just tell me. Don't resent me for this, he said while awkwardly chuckling. Jun frowned. He already knew that Dr. O was going to say something important. He was acting the same when he revealed Jun's sickness. Your grandma's death may not just be attributed to the fact that she had a heart attack, Dr. O continued. Instead, it seems like her body was leading up to her death. You're still speaking in riddles, Jun said, feeling impatient. Dr. O sighed. Your grandmother was dying, Jun, he revealed. It seems like she didn't have a lot of time left despite the treatment. In fact, the treatment had made her even weaker. But she was fine, Jun exclaimed. Her last test results revealed that she only had anemia and a mild infection. She was going to be okay. That was what I thought, too, Dr. O muttered. I should have known that there was something wrong when there had been such a massive improvement in her health only after a week. But I was wrong. The test results were wrong. And for that, I'm very sorry. You're not making any sense, Jun said, almost screaming. How could the test results be wrong? Dr. O pursed his lips, waiting for Jun to calm down, before looking straight into his eyes. Because the test result wasn't hers, he revealed, causing Jun to halt. A moment of silence passed through. The test results were yours. Jun felt like he was being transported to another dimension. What did you just say? Jun asked in disbelief. Dr. O sighed before running his fingers through his hair, making his white hair messy. You see, we check Grandma's blood work every week, and she had been showing signs of deterioration. So, I decided to conduct a deeper, more comprehensive test the week after. Similar to the one you've done, Dr. O continued. We gathered her samples the same day as you, and we also sent in your names to the special laboratory in Germany on the same day. They have cutting-edge technology that is truly like no other. However, it seems like their service fucking sucks, and they mixed your names up. Jun felt like he was being pranked. Where's the hidden camera? Jun asked, looking around. You know, this is not a good joke, Dr. O, he said. This is not a joke, Dr. O seriously said. I wish it was. Wait, I actually don't wish that. It's great that your results have been mixed up. Wait, no? It would have been better if your results didn't get mixed up in the first place and you knew that Grandma Ariam was going to die soon. That sounds wrong, he muttered. Anyway, he loudly exclaimed. That was what happened. Then, on the night of Grandma's death, I received an email from the German laboratory about their mistake. I didn't know what to do since you looked so dejected, so I kept it to myself until now. That laboratory, I tell you, I'll really sue them. They can't even do simple labeling right, he ranted. However, Jun didn't pay attention to him and continued analyzing the implications of the switch-up. So, this means that Grandma was the one with the limited time, the one who was most likely to die by the end of June, Dr. O revealed. And you, Jun, he said, placing his hand on Jun's shoulder, are not going to die anytime soon. Number 756. Chapter 756 Complicated. Jun sat in his bed, trying to think about everything that had happened in the past few days. He looked absent-minded, borderline crazy, with a blank look in his eyes. It was a good thing that the finale for Rising Stars has been rescheduled because of what happened. Otherwise, Jun would have really gone crazy. Then, without any warning, a few chuckles escaped his lips. After a few seconds, the chuckles turned into full-blown laughter, even escaping through the soundproof walls. The members, who were outside of Jun's room, turned to each other with wide eyes. "Should we go in?" Jisung asked in a worried tone. Casper held on to Jun's door and shook his head. "Let him be," he said. "We need to give him some privacy." Jun's laughing session lasted for a while. He didn't know if he was going insane. He might as well be with all the revelations that had emerged. "I'm not dying," Jun muttered. "I just have fucking anemia." Then, he fell to his bed, scratching his head in frustration. "I swear, I could kill Dr. O at this moment," he grumbled. Jun had already done everything he could because he knew he was going to die. He already gave his system away. He had indirectly said goodbye to his friends and fans. He had buried the fucking briefcase in his old apartment's foundation to prevent it from being exploited. Jun finally stopped laughing as reality hit him. However, even then, there were some things he wouldn't have done if he didn't know that he was dying. Jun would not have enough courage to speak up against their CEO regarding their unfair treatment. He also wouldn't have been able to stop Chol as the gunman since he would have acted with hesitation. And lastly, he wouldn't have been able to realize just how precious life was if he hadn't come close to losing it. "It's not that bad," Jun said, almost as if he was trying to reassure himself. Then, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "It's not that bad," he repeated in a more resolute voice this time. Then, when he opened his eyes, a murderous look appeared. It seemed like he had more time to save the idol industry. Jun knew that it was far from saving, but with the new chance he was granted, he also knew that he could make a difference. He shook his head as his mind was filled with 1,000 ideas. "Since when did I get so ambitious?" he muttered in disbelief. However, even then, he couldn't shake a certain thought away. Revenge. Then, his glare intensified as he looked at himself in the mirror. Jun knew that Grandma's death was inevitable. However, even then, he knew that Laohu and Lin Ji took a huge part in taking away her life. Moreover, Jun was done playing nice. It was time to bring out some of his old traits. "You want to play dirty, huh?" Jun and the other members of Eve were being scolded for missing their prior appointments because they decided to accompany Jun to Grandma Ariam's burial. Jay sighed in frustration. "I've already got it handled," he said to Mr. Ong. "Those affected have been informed." Mr. Ong's eyebrows raised in surprise. "I see," he said. "So, you have some time to inform our stakeholders, but not me." "Because like I said, I've got it covered, sir," Jay said with conviction. Jun smirked. That was also one thing that had changed after Jay discovered Jun's supposed illness. He had gotten more courage to stand up to his higher-ups rather than kissing their asses. Mr. Ong frowned. "There's something in the way you're talking that I don't like," he remarked. With that, Mr. Ong stood, which was not much of a surprise to the boys anymore. After Eve started acting out, he had been getting angrier than usual. "Anyway, how can you say you've got it covered when you don't even watch your kids well?" Mr. Ong exclaimed. "I still can't forgive how Jun decided to intercept a possible national emergency." Casper scratched the back of his head. "It was pretty cool, though." "Yeah," Rin smirked. "He didn't even get harmed." Mr. Ong's face looked like it was about to explode. "All actions by Eve shall be reported to me prior to its accomplishment. Even your social media posts." "What?" the members of Eve exclaimed, feeling that it was unfair. Mr. Ong smirked. "You guys are under a contract. One breach of it, and I am not afraid to negotiate the terms with the company lawyers. At the end of the day, you guys are under my supervision. So, with that, your every move, every word, or even your every intention shall be passed on to me for approval." Then, he sat back down, now with a calm smile. "You got that?" he said with a smirk. Jay was supposed to oppose him, but the CEO glared at him. "Don't forget that you are under our contract, too," Mr. Ong said. "Do you want to continue speaking, or do you want to be transferred to another department?" The members of Eve turned to Jay with concerned looks. Then, Jay shook his head before standing from his seat. The boys quickly followed. Jay bowed for a brief second before leading the boys out of Mr. Ong's office. As soon as they got out, he burst into anger. "I can't believe that man. He's built like a teapot, yet he's so full of fucking hate." Rin nudged his shoulder, causing Jay to glare at him. "What?" he snapped. Rin pointed inside the CEO's office. "He could still hear you," he said. Jay turned his head to the side and saw that Mr. Ong was, indeed, glaring at him through the transparent glass wall. Jay pursed his lips and bolted to the elevator while the boys followed with amused smiles. They entered the elevator but still couldn't shake away Mr. Ong's words. Is everything he said even legal? Akira asked. About us reporting our every move? Technically it is. We signed a contract, so even our social media presence can be controlled by them. Jun responded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. But just because it's legal does not mean it's good. Right? Jay said. If I become the CEO, I would never do that to my artists. Akira looked at Jay with pity as he patted his back. You can keep on dreaming, bro. Jay smirked as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Oh, brother, he smiled. You have no idea how much power I have in my hands right now, he exclaimed before laughing like a villain. Jun turned to him before shaking his head. Their plan needed to be more complicated now. Hey, Jay, Jun said, causing him to halt his laughter. Come with me after you bring the boys back to the dorm. Jay's eyes widened. I'm down. You guys don't have any schedules for today anyway. Can I come? Casper asked with bright eyes. No, Jun deadpanned. Number 757. Chapter 757. You fooled me. Bye, boys. Jay excitedly waved his hands as the members of Eve got out of the car. He was excited about his friendly date with Jun, which Casper was definitely not happy about. Can I really come? Casper asked. Jun shook his head. The less people who knew about Jun's plan, the better. Nope, he said. See you later. With that, Casper grumbled before shutting the car door close. So where to? Jay asked as soon as they were gone. Jun brought out his phone and showed him a location. Jay's eyes brightened. Ooh, fancy, he exclaimed. We're going to Gangnam. Yes, Jun said. I have to meet someone there. Okie dokie, Jay chimed. Jay started driving, so Jun decided to open up a conversation. The plan that we have, Jun started off, making Jay raise his eyebrows. I think we need to add in a few extra steps, Jun said. Jay's eyebrows immediately furrowed. What, he asked. I thought you were in a rush because you never know when your illness is going to kill you. Jun hummed. I'm not sick anymore, though. Don't step on the brakes, he added, already aware of Jay's habit when he was shocked. Good save, Jay muttered. Then, he turned to Jun with wide eyes. What do you mean you aren't sick anymore? Well, technically, I was never even that sick in the first place. I was just anemic, Jun responded. Backtrack a bit, Jay said. You're making my head hurt. Dr. O switched my hospital results with grandma's, and they were mistaken about my diagnosis. It's that simple. Oh, we're here, Jun said, pointing at the modern-looking building that was owned by his friend. Meanwhile, Jay absent-mindedly parked the car in front of the building. Jun got out of the car as if he didn't just reveal such an important piece of information. Then, inside the car, Jay let out a chuckle. I'm going crazy. Jun clicked his tongue, opened Jay's car door, and pulled him out of the car. Don't think too hard about it, he said. Just think that nothing of that sort happened in the first place. Jay let out a chuckle once more. I've been acting so courageous, he muttered. I've broken so many rules, too. And you're telling me that it was for nothing? He exclaimed, holding onto Jun's shoulders. Jun smirked and removed his grip from his shoulders. It's for the better. Come on, he said, about to pull Jay inside when they suddenly saw a number of men in black suits going inside the building. They were all well-built, which caused Jay's eyes to sparkle back to life. Ooh, handsome men, he said. What work does your friend do? Meanwhile, Jun frowned, feeling even more suspicious. I see, he muttered after a while. The yummy guys. Just don't stop, Jay continued. He had always been weak against tall, muscular men. Jun turned to him with one eyebrow raised. You were weak against Jang Moon, too, Jun remarked. Have you considered that, maybe, the reason why you can't hold on to your relationships is because you actually like, Jay said, not even listening to him. It's over. Jun clicked his tongue before shaking his head. Well, I guess I'll support you with whatever makes you happy. With that, he gestured for Jay to come in, who looked even more excited. However, as they entered through the doors, the group of muscular men were nowhere to be found. Instead, there was one huge man in the middle of the room, one that Jun recognized. Marcus appeared surprised when he saw Jun, and he quickly stood to bow to them. Master Jun, he greeted. Jay's eyes widened. You've got such buff men calling you master? Jun ignored his manager. Good afternoon, Marcus, Jun said. I've already told you. You don't have to call me master. Marcus nodded before lifting his head. Yes, he said. Are you here to see Mr. Haruto? Yes, Jun said. Is he in? Marcus nodded once more. He's in his office. You can stay here for a couple of moments so that I can inform him of your presence. Thank you, Jun said, sitting on the expensive-looking couch situated in the middle of the restaurant. Dang, Jay said right by his side. You have a friend this rich, and you didn't even bother telling me. Jun continued to ignore Jay as he looked around Haruto's restaurant. When he first came by, Haruto had claimed that he closed the entire restaurant. However, the restaurant looked empty today, too, which Jun found strange. Before he could ponder upon it even more, Marcus came out from the back, bowed at them, and pointed to the direction where he came from. I shall lead you to Master Haruto's office now, he said. Jun nodded before turning to Jay. Stay here with Marcus. Jay, surprisingly, took it very well and nodded excitedly. With that, Jun followed Marcus to an office behind the kitchen. There were some workers whipping something up, which was once again strange since they didn't have any customers. Here, Jun, Marcus said, opening the door. Jun smiled and entered inside the room, finding his friend behind his table with a wide smile. Jun looked around the office, a small frown emerging from his face. The more he stayed here, the more his suspicions were being confirmed. You visited? Haruto excitedly exclaimed. You should have told me beforehand. Jun smiled. I'm sure that would be more convenient, he muttered. What was that? Haruto asked. Jun shook his head and walked to the seat in front of him. It's been a while, Jun greeted. It has, Haruto said. Your life is never boring, isn't it? You just saved the city from a gunman emergency. Jun muttered. A silent moment passed before they simultaneously spoke. I didn't come here without a reason, Jun said. I'm sure you didn't come here for nothing, Haruto also said. The two of them chuckled after their statements. Then, Jun's face hardened before looking up to meet Haruto's eyes. I need your help, he said. Haruto's eyebrows furrowed, sensing the urgency of the situation. Sure, he responded. Just as long as it won't be out of my expertise. Jun smirked. It won't be. In fact, it would be right up your alley. Haruto tilted his head to the side. Something about the way Jun said those words confused him. What do you mean? Haruto asked, his tone softening. Jun's smirk widened as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned back against his seat. Great job hiding your den as a restaurant, Haruto. You almost fooled me. Number 758. Chapter 758. You're not him. A den? Haruto asked after a while, his face red from the accusation. What are you talking about? Haruto continued to feign innocence, but Jun wouldn't be fooled. He already had a hunch that his childhood friend didn't have such an innocent business. He was way too rich and had way too many connections for someone who was just a producer and a restaurant owner. You had me fooled there for a moment, Jun said. But I know better than anybody else. Haruto smirked. And what is it that you know? This restaurant is just a facade, Jun claimed. You don't have any customers despite it being a bustling Saturday afternoon. Haruto leaned against the back of his wheelchair. What if we were just closed? That still doesn't explain why you don't have an open sign at the front. You claim to have closed it off when we met, but I beg to differ. This place is not a restaurant. It's a meeting place. Jun looked around the room and saw that there were many loopholes, secret entrances. It resembled the offices that Lahu had, so Jun knew that there was something more than what meets the eye. And the biggest giveaway, Jun said, bringing out his phone and pulling up Marcus' picture. With the help of Bo 1, he was able to discover Haruto's butler's real identity. He's a hitman, Jun deadpanned, making Haruto surprised. When we first came here, a bunch of men also entered. I knew, right off the bat, that they weren't any normal men. They wore the same uniform as Marcus. Haruto was still at a loss for words, so Jun continued speaking. You could continue denying it, but there's no use, he smirked. I also know that the guards you provided for Minjun weren't any ordinary men. You, my friend, are involved in something darker than what your family knows. Haruto pursed his lips and kept his gaze on Jun's phone. Meanwhile, Jun continued smirking, waiting for his friend's revelation. After a while, Haruto finally smiled, causing Jun's smirk to widen. You got me, Haruto said, leaning his elbows against his table. It seems like you also have good connections on your side, he continued, gesturing to Marcus' information on his phone. You should refer this guy to me. I'm sure he'll be a great addition to our team, Haruto said. Jun chuckled. He's not interested in the industry anymore. Besides, he exclusively works for me, he boasted. Haruto shook his head in amusement. So what is it that you think I do? He asked, curious about Jun's response. Based on the information I have, I would say that you run a gang, Jun said. Haruto's face twisted into a grimace. Oh hell no, Haruto said, causing Jun to chuckle. We're not a gang, he denied. We are so much more than a gang. Haruto crossed his arms in front of his chest. In fact, we're even against them, Haruto continued. Jun smirked as he finally got it. You run a group of hitmen? Jun concluded. Haruto mirrored Jun's smirk. Bingo, Haruto said. I'm only telling this to you because I fully trust you. But we're unlike any other group of hitmen you've seen before. After I jumped off of the building and lived, I felt like I was granted a brand new chance. I must have hit my head pretty hard since I wanted to do something other than being an idol. Instead, I wanted to bring justice to everyone who has been oppressed like us, he continued. So, I designed this group when I met Marcus in Japan. I had been making decent money from being a shadow producer while recovering, so I helped him out. Turns out, there are a lot of people who are good at targeting other people. Then, I created this organization with the sole purpose of eliminating those who had wronged society but have not been apprehended because of the rotten laws that govern the land, he said with a frown. Why haven't you sniped Kim Young-do just yet, then? Jun asked. Because he has someone backing him up, Haruto said. Someone more powerful than I am. We're still a new organization, you see. But hey, this industry actually pays well. Jun looked around his office once more. I can see that, he muttered. We call each other the Robin Hood. By the way, Haruto proudly smiled. You know? Because we do bad for the sake of good. It's honestly really fun. Jun pursed his lips. What a creative name, he sarcastically said, but Haruto took it as a compliment. So, that's how it is, Haruto chimed. I'm surprised that you're taking this really well. Most people who know about this nearly passed out when I told them. Who else knows? Jun asked with a frown. Haruki, he said. Honestly, he was the only one I told this information to. You, on the other hand, guessed it, which is still really surprising. Jun chuckled. I thought Haruki was supposed to be cold. That's just a facade, Haruto chimed. He's one big baby in the end. Anyway, Haruto said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Now that I have shared my side of the story, I think it's time that you share yours, he continued, looking at Jun with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Jun frowned at the sudden shift in his tone and disposition. What do you mean? Jun asked. It was now the time for Haruto to smirk. I'm not the only one who has been keeping secrets, Haruto started off. I have been observing you since we met, Jun, and I find something really, really strange. You say that you have lost your memories, and I nearly believed you. However, no matter how I look at it, there's something that's out of place. Jun froze as Haruto moved his wheelchair and went closer to him. Then, his jaw hardened as Haruto narrowed his eyes at him. Almost like you're a completely different person, Haruto whispered. Jun's breath got caught in the back of his throat. After that, Haruto smirked, leaning closer to Jun. You're not really Jun, are you? Number 759. Chapter 759 Low Blow. Haruto burst into laughter as he observed Jun's shocked face. Of course, Jun was shocked. Nobody had noticed until now, so he thought he was doing pretty well. Thinking that he could still fool Haruto, he quickly shifted back to a neutral expression. However, it seemed like it was too late. You may have fooled your members. You might have even fooled your relatives. But you can't fool me, Haruto smiled. I was your best friend for the entirety of our trainee years. There's no way that you're the same person. Jun remained nonchalant as he asked a new question. And what made you say this? It's just too much of a drastic change, Haruto started off. You claim to have lost your memories, but you remember the important events of the past. Jun Hao is definitely not as strong-minded as you, and last but not least, your improvement in performing had increased too drastically for it to be realistic. No offense, but we really didn't have much potential back then, he chuckled. You're way too good now. However, aside from that, I just felt it. For all the times I've spent with you, I could tell that you weren't the same person. Jun pursed his lips. Why do you trust me then, he asked. If you knew that I was a different person, then why are you still trusting me until now? Haruto smiled as he wheeled himself back behind his table. That's because you're still Jun, he responded. I couldn't bring myself to resent you even after everything we've gone through, because I knew you always did what was best for me. Even if it's up to your expense, he softly said. So, whoever you may be, I believe that you're still a good person. Because I believe that the universe will not make Jun into a bad person. He'll still be good in every dimension. Haruto's statement somehow comforted Jun. However, at the same time, he thought that he was wrong. I'm not a good person, Jun muttered. Haruto smirked. Are you confirming that you're not Jun? Jun sighed, feeling defeated. Yet, he also knew that he could trust Haruto. You're also taking this surprisingly well, Jun remarked. Other people would have passed out now. Haruto shrugged with a fond smile. These things aren't new. I actually find them interesting, he continued. Now he said, leaning against his table. You must have been placed in Junho's body to achieve his dreams. However, I think you went beyond that. If Jun could see himself now, then he would be beyond proud. We only dreamed of becoming idols. Yet here you are now, being the best in the industry, the top idol. Jun shook his head in amusement. However, I'm also assuming that being an idol is not your only purpose in this world, Haruto added. Jun pursed his lips before nodding. Haruto's smile widened as he opened his arms, offering himself. Well, you're in luck. Jun Ho has such a powerful friend. So, tell me what you need, and I'll do it to the best of my capacity, Haruto said. Jun also leaned against his seat, his face turning serious. I came here with a bigger purpose, Jun said. I already have a plan, so I need your help executing it. I'm going to change the idol industry, Jun said with determination. I'm down, Haruto said. That's also what I've been planning to do in the first place. What's our first action? He asked. Before all of that, I need you to help eliminate the people from my past that keep haunting my present. Haruto raised one of his eyebrows. Eliminate as in kill, Jun said without any remorse, making Haruto smirk. That's more like it, he said. Jun nodded and presented a name. Chul, he said. I need him gone. I believe this will be a good way to intimidate the opponent. Haruto's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, making Jun confused. What? He asked. I've also looked into it, Haruto said. I was afraid that he was going to be let off because of his psychological instability. So, I took it upon myself to look into his whereabouts after everything that had happened. However, it seems like another person has beat me to it. Jun's frown deepened. What do you mean? He asked. Chul is dead, Haruto revealed. Jun's world paused for a moment. However, after that, he realized that it didn't sound too surprising. Chul was just a pawn in their game, so the fact that he failed to do his task meant that he had a high chance of dying. We tried looking into the killers, but it seems like they are also skilled, Haruto continued. Jun shook his head. I know them, he said. Haruto was taken aback. Are they the people in your past? Jun nodded. It's no surprise that they're not the ones acting upon their plans. From the very start, they had used lowlives to execute their dirty work. However, it's time for that to stop. So, instead of Chul, I have another person for you. He smirked, taking the pen from Haruto's table and grabbing a folder from Haruto's stack of files. He wrote down the name before passing it back to Haruto. Haruto's eyebrows furrowed as he silently read the name. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this? Jun nodded before Haruto could even finish his statement. Can you do this for me? He asked. Haruto's eyebrows furrowed as he nodded with determination. I will do my very best, he said. Give me a week. I shall grant you protection, too, Haruto added. It's the least I could do for being your only friend in the past. Jun smirked as he leaned against his chair. Once they go low, I can get lower, Jun remarked, causing a shiver to run down Haruto's spine. At that moment, he felt like he was in the presence of quite an amazing man. Just then, Jun's alarm rang, making Haruto jump in his wheelchair. Jun quickly retrieved his phone to turn it off. Sorry for that, he said. I need to head back now. I have to sleep early because I have a brand shoot tomorrow. Haruto shook his head in amusement at the sudden shift in his attitude. What kind of shoot? Haruto asked. Oh, for a toilet cleaner. Number 760. Chapter 760 Sexy Sanapu. Mr. Ong is actually happy for once, Jay said as he led Jun and Jisung to the set. That's surprising, Jisung said. He has been so grumpy the last couple of weeks. I wonder who made him into such a grumpy mess. Jay and Jun turned to each other, but said nothing. Jay then cleared his throat. Well, like I said, He's happy that a very popular brand has reached out to you. Jae smiled. Although Jun is really the reason behind why you guys were chosen in the first place. Jisung chuckled. Oh, I know. I think it's been long overdue. With that, they made their way inside the set, and they were greeted enthusiastically by the staff. Jun and Jisung smiled at them, bowing in respect as they came across the people they would be working with. Then, they were met by the creative director, who felt instantly rejuvenated when he saw the two handsome boys before him. Omo, he exclaimed. Jun pursed his lips since he already felt like the guy acted way too familiar. I can't believe I'm working with such big idols, he said, circling around them while giggling. You guys have the smallest faces I have ever seen in my life. Jun tilted his head to the side, wondering if that was a compliment. However, Jisung smiled with glee. Thank you, sir, he said. If I could just gobble you guys right up, I would do so, he added, making Jun softly sigh. It was confirmed. This guy acted a lot like Choi Pablo. However, I am a professional, he smiled. So, I won't be doing that. Well, where are my manners? He suddenly chuckled. I haven't introduced myself yet. Good morning, he said. My name is Juan, and I shall be the photographer and the creative director of the shoot. Jun and Jisung bowed once more. After you're done with hair and makeup, you can come back here, and we can start. You guys are shooting with an unconventional product, so it would be a bit of a challenge. However, do not fret. I shall guide you until the end of the shoot. Now, chop chop and get to hair and makeup, he exclaimed. Jun and Jisung obeyed and went to the makeup area. The two of them got their makeup done at the same time. While that was happening, Jae gossiped with the people on the set, causing Jun and Jisung to shake their heads in amusement. Anyway, Jisung said, Casper's been talking about you nonstop these days, saying that we should value you more and that we should be thankful that you have graced the world and its mere earthlings with your ethereal presence. Jun clicked his tongue. Jae must have told him that he wasn't sick anymore. Don't listen to him, Jun said. You already know that he's a little bit special. Jisung beamed with joy. I agree with him, though. You are a national treasure that needs to be protected. You are Eve's baby boy, one that we cannot live without. Jun narrowed his eyes at him. You're younger than me. I don't care, Jisung said with a teasing smile. You're done, sir, the makeup artist shyly said to Jisung. Oh, Jisung chimed. I should head out first then, he said. Join me after? Jun hummed and slightly waved his hand. With that, Jisung went to the set to start getting his photos taken. Meanwhile, Jun yawned as the makeup artist continued doing his makeup. You don't mind if I sleep for a bit, do you? Jun asked. The makeup artist's cheeks reddened before she nodded. Thanks, Jun muttered before closing his eyes. It didn't take long before he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the makeup artist spoke in hushed tones as Jun continued to nap. What's taking you so long? Jisung's makeup artist asked. You usually finish before me. The other makeup artist scratched the back of her neck. I know, she muttered. But look at his face, she exclaimed, gesturing to Jun. Jisung's makeup artist was dazed for a second as she gazed at Jun's sleeping face. He's so beautiful that I feel like makeup would taint his face. Sir Jun. Jun opened his eyes as soon as he heard his name. The makeup artist, still with red cheeks, looked anywhere but Jun's eyes. Your makeup is done, sir, she said. I think Jisung is done too. Jun, still feeling a bit sleepy, nodded and got up from the chair. Thanks for your hard work, he said just as he left to go to the set. Juan's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Jun. Perfect timing, he exclaimed. Jisung had just finished. It's your turn now. Honestly, I don't know why your company accepted this deal. One started off as the other staff arranged the set. I was the one who pushed for it, Jun said. Juan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Really, he muttered. How so? I use this brand a lot, he said, pointing to the popular and expensive brand of toilet cleaner on the table. They promised a lifetime supply in the contract, so I told my manager to accept it right away. The company agreed, so we're here. Oh, one said. That's surprising. Other idols are ambassadors for Lousy Vuitton, Prabra, Faker Gamo, or Ralph Lauren. Yet you're an ambassador of Sanapu. Jun shrugged. It's fine with me, Jun said. One smiled to himself. Jun was just becoming more and more charming in his eyes. Now he knew why Choi Pablo made him his muse. All right, one said, giddily giggling. Let's start then. Jun nodded, and with that, he sat on the chair and held the Sanapu bottle in his hand. He yawned, still feeling a bit sleepy. Although he had gotten home early tomorrow, he arranged a lot of things with Haruto on the phone, leaving him to sleep pretty late. Jisung went with a cuter vibe, Won explained. Maybe we can try that, too. However, as Jun placed the bottle next to his face and looked into the camera with his sleepy, bedroom eyes, Won was rendered speechless. Like his body was in auto mode. He clicked on the capture button. The photo immediately appeared on the monitoring screen, making the staff members gasp in surprise. They were silent for a few moments, just staring at the masterpiece that was Jun's face. Has toilet cleaner always been this sexy? Number 761. Chapter 761 Crash Landing on Won. The set was filled with sounds that resembled a cheap drive-by hotel as Jun continued working his magic. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, he's so handsome. You're doing great. Won exclaimed as Jun posed for the camera. That's right. Make love to the camera, he nearly screamed in excitement. Jun was a bit weirded out by Won's commentary, but he just continued with what he was doing to get it over with. He was in dire need of a nap, so he acted like the toilet cleaner was a pillow and leaned even closer to it. In that particular action, his lips were dangerously close to the bottle, creating chaos in the set. Can I be reincarnated into a toilet cleaner? I think you'd be reincarnated into a toilet instead. I can't believe Jun kissed a toilet cleaner bottle before me. Honestly, I wouldn't kiss you first, too. Goodness. My self-esteem is getting murdered today. Won's eyes lit up as he continued taking shots of Jun. It's going to be hit. This product is going to be a great hit, he whispered. I should ask the corporation to release this sooner since I can't wait for the public to see it, he continued. Meanwhile, the staff members continued gushing about Jun at the monitoring screen. Just then, they heard a soft and handsome voice behind them. He's doing great, right? Jisung cheerily asked. The staff members turned around, feeling like they were hit by a ray of sunshine. Seeing such handsome men in real life made them wonder if they had saved the world in their past lives. You did great, too, one of them absent-mindedly said, feeling bad for not gushing about Jisung as much as they did for Jun. Thanks. Jisung shyly smiled, making their motherly nature come out. Then, Jisung turned his attention to the screen. But Jun is really a masterpiece, he said. I've always thought that he was handsome. I think people are going to like the advertisement. They nodded enthusiastically, agreeing with everything that Jisung was saying. One of them turned to their workmates and whispered, It's not just Junper. There's also Jun-sung. The photo shoot continued, and it went better than expected. Jisung and Jun joined each other by the end, and with their contrasting visuals, a soft boy with a sexy look and a handsome boy who had a cute charm, the staff members believed that they were going to reach 1 million sales for the toilet cleaner. After it was over, they were called over by Won, who now appeared more enthusiastic despite the exhausting shoot. Good job, guys, he smiled. I really thought this would be harder than usual, but you proved me wrong. You did such a fantastic job. Jun and Jisung bowed at the photographer. My assistant has talked with the admins of the product, and they are working on releasing it within the month after showing the teaser tomorrow, he continued. Jisung's eyebrows raised in surprise. It's going to be released that soon? Well, you know, Won smirked. I believe this project does not need much thought. It can already be released as it is. Jisung chuckled in amusement. Thank you for your hard work. No, I should thank you, Won said, throwing kisses at the two of them. With that, Jun and Jisung bid farewell to Won and the other staff members. However, before Jun could leave, Won held onto his wrist and gave him his personal calling card. What's this? Jun asked. When you want to have your photos taken, just call me. He smirked. I know that you've worked with Choi Pablo plenty of times before, but maybe you want to give one a chance, he said, pertaining to himself in the third person. Jun pursed his lips before reluctantly nodding. Well, it looked like he had gotten himself another fan. Choi Pablo was going to have a field day once he heard about it. With that, Jun finally left to follow after Jae and Jisung. It was already late at night since one had a lot of ideas that he wanted to execute for the shoot. Moreover, he treated the entire crew to an expensive meal since he was so satisfied with the photos he took. The three of them made their way to the van, where Jisung quickly turned on the radio and heard one of their songs playing. It was a normal occurrence now. Eve had practically become a resident in the local radios in Seoul. Let's go home, Jae said. Yes, please, Jun muttered. I need a nap. If Jun wants a nap, then Jun gets a nap. Jay exclaimed just as he had turned on the car engine. Jun closed his eyes and let himself get lulled by the sound of their song when he suddenly heard his ringtone, making him click his tongue. He frowned when he saw that it was none other than Choi Pablo. Jun sighed deeply before answering the call. What? Jun snapped. You got your photos taken by Juan? He exclaimed. Jun clicked his tongue. It's for a brand shoot, he said. Even if, Pablo exclaimed. You could have your pictures taken by everyone except him. It's not like I can do anything about it, Jun remarked. Besides, how do you even know? The brand hasn't come out with our photos just yet. Pablo groaned in frustration. That bastard sent me a photo of you practically making love with a toilet cleaner. That should have been me. Not that Pablo wannabe. That bastard even named himself Juan because he also wanted a Spanish-inspired name. Jun sighed. What do you want me to do? Pablo was silent for a moment before speaking in a cheeky voice. Actually, nothing, he chuckled. I've got it all covered. Meanwhile, Jay and Jisung were bickering over the radio station. Let's listen to music, Jisung exclaimed, pressing on one of the channels. No, Jay exclaimed. Too much music rots your brain. We should listen to the radio news instead. It's what feeds our heart and soul. Bullshit, Jisung cursed, making Jay gasp. You don't even watch the news. You just get it from gossiping. People can change, Jay chimed. Besides, did you know? Radio stations are the very first to capture the news. Marcus told me. Ah, that buff security guy you had been talking about all day long. Well, of course. Just because a man with a good build told you to do so, then you just instantly want to listen to him. You have a muscle fetish, Jisung concluded. That's not true, Jay exclaimed. It is, Jisung threw back. It's not. Jun clicked his tongue. Why are you even arguing about this? It's true, Jisung continued. It's not. It is. It's not. Jun's eyes widened as the two of them continued bickering. Watch out. Then, a large crashing sound was heard. Number 762. Chapter 762, Jay's Muscle. Fetish. Smoke filled the scene as three cars were caught in a collision. It was silent for a few moments before the sounds of sirens were heard. Then, breaking through the silence inside the car was the sound of the radio host speaking in an urgent tone. Justin, there has been a collision at Rainbow Street in Seoul. A black SUV, a white sedan, and a dump truck had been the affected vehicles. While the dump truck and SUV appear fine, the white sedan had been crushed between the truck and a post. The nearby police are on the scene, checking dash cams and nearby cameras, while medical help is still on their way. The identity of the sedan driver has yet to be recognized, but the owner of the black SUV and the driver of the dump truck had been apprehended for further questioning. Well, I guess you're right. Radio stations are hella quick. The crash just happened, Jisung said as soon as the report was finished. Jay was still wide-eyed, appearing in disbelief at what had happened. Your brakes have really saved us this time, Jisung continued. I really thought we were going to be caught up in the crash. Jay finally broke out of his trance and smiled. I told you that these abrupt braking would pay off in the future. Meanwhile, Jun focused his gaze on the scene where people had gathered. It doesn't seem like any ordinary car crash, he muttered. What was that, bro? Jisung asked. Jun didn't answer his question and continued looking at the SUV, finding it familiar. Then, despite his awful vision, he saw the man standing next to the police cars. His suspicions were confirmed when Jay gasped loudly. Omo, he exclaimed. Is that Marcus? Jun's frown deepened. It was, indeed, Marcus. Dang, that's Marcus? Jisung asked, squinting his eyes to get a better look at the buff man. He's hot. See? Jay exclaimed. Now, I get why you want to follow everything he says. Jay proudly smiled. However, his face twisted into that of concern when Marcus was led inside the police car with handcuffs on. What are they doing? Jay exclaimed. They're probably going to interrogate him, Jisung chimed. Oh no, Jay said, his voice filled with concern. He's alone, isn't he? He needs a friend like me. Jay was about to leave the car when he realized that he still had the two boys with him. Right, he muttered. I can't expose you two. Jun nodded. As much as he had a lot of questions, he also didn't want to involve himself in a public accident. With that, Jay started the engine and drove away from the scene. I'm going to drop you guys off and follow him to the police station, Jay said, determined to go back to Marcus. Meanwhile, Jisung shook his head. And he says that he doesn't have a muscle fetish, he muttered. With Jae's speedy yet safe driving, Jun and Jisung had arrived at their dorm. Jae merely dropped them off at the parking lot before speeding back to the police station so he could help Marcus. "Let's go," Jisung asked. Jun hummed. Before they made their way inside the dorm. As they opened the door, Jun found the dorm much quieter than usual. It was still pretty early in the evening, so the dorm would usually be filled with chaos during these times. So, Jun found it strange how only the sound of the news rang through the walls. Jisung and Jun made their way to the living room, where they saw the members watching the news. Jisung cleared his throat, causing them to turn around. A collective sigh of relief was heard when they saw them. "Goodness," Akira exclaimed. "I felt like I just recovered from a heart attack." Jun frowned. "What happened?" Jae-young scratched the back of his head. "Well, Casper said that he saw the van on the news for a split second, so we've been watching here thinking if it was really you. But you're here." "Oh, we were there," Jisung nonchalantly chimed, making the others surprised. "It must have been the van that Casper saw. Although, it really is strange since we were parked away from the scene. But then again, I don't want to question how Casper's mind works. We witnessed the car accident," Jisung continued. "It was a close call, but Jae was able to stop the car before we got entangled in the mess." "It was a massive wreck," Rin said, still appearing concerned. "That white sedan was crushed. However, don't you think it's strange how it was the only car out of lane?" Sehun asked. "It is pretty strange," Zeth said. "I hope they reveal more on the news." "Speaking of Jae, where is he?" Rin asked. Jisung shrugged and sat on the couch with them. Jun also sat next on the edge of the couch, his eyes focused on the unfolding news. "He's with his boyfriend," Jisung responded. The guys hummed, not even surprised about it. They had all been the subject of his rants about Marcus for the past day. "Ooh, they're showing the footage," Akira said, making them focus once more. "The CCTV footage has been revealed. It seems like the white sedan was traveling at high speed behind a black SUV, attempting to overtake it. However, as the sedan maneuvered into the opposite lane, it failed to notice a large dump truck that had come to a sudden stop due to the obstruction. The dump truck, attempting to avoid a collision with the sedan, swerved abruptly to the side, crushing the sedan against a nearby roadside post. The impact was severe, causing extensive damage to the sedan and tragically resulting in the death of its driver. The boys grimaced as the crash was shown on the television. Although the driver had become unrecognizable due to injuries, with bloodwork and fingerprints, he had been identified as Lin Ji-hong, a past contestant of Rising Stars and an aspiring actor. Number 763. Chapter 763. Their real relationship. The boys were all shocked, filling the room with nothing but silence. The news had transitioned onto its commercials, but they still couldn't stop thinking about what was previously shown. "Lin Ji-hong," Zeth muttered. "That's Lin Ji, right? The Lin Ji that was a trainee along with us?" he exclaimed. "It was his photo," Sehun muttered, also unable to believe the turn of events. "He's dead?" Jisung asked, his gaze focused on a faraway object. "I can't believe this," Akira said. "He was just my age. What the heck even happened?" Jae-young asked with furrowed eyebrows. Jun also couldn't believe what he just saw. With that, he stood from the couch and went to his room, locking it as he waited for Haruto to answer the phone. Indeed, he had asked Haruto to eliminate Lin Ji. However, Haruto said that he was going to execute it within 7 to 14 days. So, why is it that Lin Ji was now dead? At first, he didn't want to kill Lin Ji since he knew that he could be the loophole in Laohu's plans. However, Jun's mind changed after Grandma's death. At that point, he realized that Lin Ji was even more desperate than Laohu. So, he decided to get rid of him. Moreover, Jun believed that Lin Ji and Laohu had a deeper relationship than what he knew from the surface. His early promotion in the gang and the fact that Laohu had kept him for the longest time was a testament to that. So, he knew that Laohu was going to be devastated once Lin Ji dropped dead. It was a bargain. A loved one against a loved one. "Hello." Haruto finally answered the phone. "Haruto," Jun said in a meaningful tone. Yes, I'm in the police station." "Wait a second," he said before some scuffling sounds were heard over the phone. Then, after a few seconds, Haruto's voice became clearer. "I can talk now," Haruto said. "You're with Marcus?" Jun asked. Haruto hummed. "Your manager is also with us," he added. "Gay was it?" he asked. It's Jay, Jun deadpanned. Oh, Haruto said. Well, he burst into here and demanded a lawyer for Marcus. Jun sighed and massaged his temples. Ignore him. He seems to be infatuated with your guard. I can see that, Haruto said. Well, I'm assuming that you're here to ask about Linji. Yes, Jun said. Is it your doing? Haruto was silent for a few moments. No, he finally answered, confusing Jun. Who did it then, he asked. No one, Haruto sighed. It was truly an accident. Marcus has been trailing him for the past day. We usually gather our target's usual whereabouts, hobbies, and other details to make the elimination as quick and discreet as possible. That was why I asked you to wait for 7 to 14 days, he explained. It seems like Linji is keener than we had anticipated, though, as he noticed Marcus' presence right away. However, Marcus continued his job, being extra careful to avoid getting caught. He followed Linji to a bar, and he got wasted. Then, unluckily, Marcus ran into him in the bathroom, and Linji recognized him despite his drunk stupor. Jun's frown deepened as he continued listening to Haruto's story. Marcus didn't want to make a scene, so he swiftly escaped. However, again, Linji seems to really know a lot as he trailed after him. Linji chased Marcus on the highway. The black SUV, Jun muttered. Yes, Haruto confirmed. Then, he overtook Marcus using the other lane, causing him to get crushed by that dump truck. A small smirk arose on Jun's lips. It seemed like his luck was finally working. Or maybe it was just karma finally showing its course. They didn't even have to lift their fingers to eliminate Linji. Instead, he was the one who caused his own downfall. Thanks, Haruto, Jun said. He finally got what he deserved. While our conscience remains clear, a big-built man wandered around his penthouse, appearing to have seen a ghost. No, this can't be, he muttered repeatedly, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He reeked of cigarettes and alcohol, while a news clip played over and over again on his TV. He paused for a while, wiping his snot with the back of his hand before turning to the television. Lin Ji-hong, the driver of the white sedan, is still waiting to be claimed by his relatives? No, he screamed, grabbing the vase from the table and throwing it to the TV, causing it to turn black and shatter into a million pieces. Without the sound of the television, only angry sobs filled the dark room. This can't be. It really can't be. Lahu was in denial, so he went to his phone to look for something. Anything that would show that Lin Ji wasn't dead. However, as he scrolled through the posts of the accidents, he didn't find anyone talking about his brother, not even a hashtag that hoped for his peaceful rest. Instead, the cruel human world was talking about the handsome man who was involved in the accident. I don't mind getting crushed by him. Please, we're all going to hell. He's so handsome. Lin Ji was a whack job. I heard that the alcohol in his blood was very high, too. He could have caused a major accident. I'm so glad that Mr. Handsome is okay. Wait, is that Jay with them? The picture is blurry, but I think it's really Jay. Lahu felt his heart stop after he read those comments. Then, he clicked on the photos and zoomed into them one by one. Then, his phone fell to the floor before his body followed. A small chuckle bubbled from his chest before it turned into full-blown laughter. It's him, he said, his expression hardening. It must be him. Lahu glanced to the side and saw a photo of Jun, one that had numerous pin and knife marks. It was something that Lin Ji used when he wanted to blow off some steam. Then, right by its side, was a picture frame, quite an old one that showed two teens standing side by side. Written at the bottom were their names, Lin Ji and Jilei. My brother, Lahu muttered. They have started a war. Number 764. Chapter 760, For the Nation's Boyfriend. A week had passed, and it went by very silently. Too silently if you asked Jun. However, he might just be used to the chaos that surrounded him throughout his life. Now that Lin Ji was dead, he was preparing himself for the worst. However, it seemed like Lahu still hadn't struck. With that, Jun decided to enjoy his peace, since he knew that it was temporary. Casper's convulsing. Akira's voice rang through the walls of the house, causing Jun's smile to fall. Oh my gosh, he really is malfunctioning. Let's call 911. Sehun exclaimed. Then, loud laughter cut through the noise, making Jun's frown deepen. Jisung is having a breakdown, too. I don't know what to do anymore, Jae-young said, almost in distress. I'm as handsome as him, right? Zeth asked amidst all the chaos. Right, guys? Please give me some validation. Jun covered his ears with his pillows, but it was no use. He could still hear the sound of his members' voices despite his soundproof walls. Azure really needed to invest in a better home for them. With the unrelenting noise, Jun finally stood from his bed, appearing annoyed. Well, it seems like I have spoken too soon, he muttered. It actually wasn't peaceful at all. Jun left his room and was met with a messy situation. Casper looked dead on the ground while Akira tried to perform CPR on him. Meanwhile, Jisung was giggling to himself in the corner of the room. "We're so handsome," he said while giggling. On the other hand, Ren laughed at a crying Zeth, who was staring intently at his phone. Sehun and Jaeyoung became the mediator of it all. However, it didn't seem like they were helping at all. "What are you guys doing?" Jun asked, his voice breaking through the chaos. Like his presence was some kind of magical antidote, Casper was brought back to life. "Oh dang," Akira said. "I feel like Casper will outlive us all as long as he could feel Jun." Jun sighed as he looked at all of them. "It's so early in the morning," he remarked. "You guys are going to be the death of me." "Nah," Akira exclaimed. "You're going to be the cause of death of other people. How can you look that good for a toilet cleaner shoot?" Jun tilted his head to the side in confusion. "What the heck?" he muttered. "It's out already?" "Yes," Jaeyoung smiled. "And people are going crazy over it. Jisung has been acting giddy since morning, saying that the two of you looked good together," Sehun sighed. "Meanwhile, Zeth has been going crazy, claiming that you look too handsome to have come from a human's vagina. He is claiming that you are an alien who came from the heavens and is now in denial," Jaeyoung added. Jun shook his head. "And this guy?" he asked, gesturing to Casper. "He hasn't spoken nor moved since he saw the photo posted by Juan." Jun frowned. "What photo?" he asked. Ren smirked as he turned to Jun for a second. "See for yourself," he said. Jun clicked his tongue before going to navel. Indeed, he saw that his name was trending worldwide. The first thing he saw was the advertisement for Sanapu itself. It was a photo of their toilet cleaner with Jun's and Jisung's face all plastered over it. Their contrasting visuals were very pleasing to the eye, and they made the plastic bottle of the toilet cleaner appear like a luxury item. Moreover, Jun and Jisung picked their signature scents, which were going to be used for the scent of the cleaner itself. They also revealed that a photo card would be given to 1,000 random buyers, increasing its engagement even more. How did they even produce this so fast? Jun asked. Akira chuckled. Well, it looks like anything can happen with the power of handsome men. Jun shook his head and went through the comments. Great. Now, every time I poop, I can think of Jun and Jisung. Watch me use this on my blankets instead. It would feel like a nice, warm hug from them. My parents failed. I should have been born as a toilet cleaner bottle. Now, my mom can't say that I'm spending her money on stupid shit. I'm spending it on toilet cleaner, Mom. Is this why all of the Sanapus are out of stock? Please, just let me have one Sanapu. You can have my photo card if I get one, but please. This brand is the only one I use. I can't believe we've sold out a toilet cleaner. My shit always smells like a nuclear explosion. This is the only thing that eradicates the scent. Please let me have one too. Is it already sold out? The collaboration was only released this morning. Others, begging for one bottle. Me, sitting with 50 bottles of Sanapu in my room. Girlies, the limited edition bottles aren't even out yet. Y'all are just buying the regular Sanapu. Jun shook his head, a little bit amused. A small smile appeared on his face as he scrolled through the posts. However, he suddenly saw a photo of him kissing Casper on the cheeks. What the fuck, he exclaimed. However, it didn't get better than that. As he scrolled further, he saw that he had almost kissed everyone on the cheek. Even fans bravely showed their faces just so they could reveal that Jun had kissed them. With one more scroll, Jun finally saw the culprit. It was Juan, the photographer and creative director of the entire shoot. Sanapu? More like Sonicus, Jun read out loud. The same members laughed out loud when Jun finally saw the reason why he was trending. One posted one of the photos in which Jun appeared to be kissing the toilet cleaner bottle. However, one had edited out the bottle and only posted Jun in the kissing pose. Aside from that, he also posted some exclusive pictures that Sanapu didn't post, creating a delusion among fans and non-fans alike. Congratulations, bro, Akira said, leaving Jisung to wrap one arm around Jun's shoulder. You've just become the nation's boyfriend. Number 765. Chapter 765, A Wild Wise Casper appears. 765. A wild wise Casper appears. In the span of one day, Jun had gained the nickname nation's boyfriend across the entire country. Moreover, Sanapa toilet cleaners had sold out in most cities. Tomorrow was going to be the finale of Rising Stars, and the boys were busy practicing for a special surprise performance. It was a song that the public wouldn't expect, so the boys were working very hard on it. As they continued practicing, they couldn't help but converse about their future endeavors. Our first-year anniversary is coming up, Jae-young said, making the boys turn to him in surprise. No, it's not, Akira deadpanned. We technically debuted in November, so there's still plenty of time. Jae-young chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Is that right? He muttered. The real question we should be asking is, when is our next comeback? Seth chimed. True, Rin said. Well, it hasn't been that long since we released an album. It was in May, was it? I don't even think we had any time to rest for the year, Sehun said. That's also true, Rin remarked. I do want our next comeback to be special, though. I hope they would give us more freedom now that they know that we have the capability to create a hit song. Right, Jisung excitedly said. Luster did wonders compared to the other songs they've produced. Although getting help from other producers isn't bad, I do believe that we should have more creative freedom as artists and not just mere performers. Casper sighed before nodding. I think a lot of idols also want something like that. Some companies are more lenient when it comes to creative freedom, while Azure is an absolute menace. Nonetheless, I think this is something that the industry really lacks freedom. We aren't free to love who we want to love. We're not free to do what normal people do. We're not free to make the mistakes that are expected from humans. We do not even have the freedom to create what we are good at, music. So, in that sense, I really do hope that once we start getting more creative freedom as Eve, other companies will see that it actually pays well. That has already happened with Luster. More K-pop idols are coming out with self-written songs on their albums because of it. I hope we can continue to help other artists. They all turned silent after Casper's mini-speech. Akira narrowed his eyes at him. You've been observing Jun too much. You're also getting great at speeches. Casper chuckled in amusement. I've always been pretty smart. You guys just don't see it. Pretty crazy, you mean? Zeth muttered. However, I do agree with what Casper had said. Once the discussion of our comeback starts, let's bring it up with the company. Rin sighed and shook his head. I've already lost hope in Azure. I'm just glad that they're still giving us exposure, he muttered. Now let's go. We don't have any time to waste. We have a huge crowd to impress tomorrow. The members of Eve continued practicing even though the sun had set. They felt rushed since they were informed that they needed to prepare a performance quite late. However, they weren't the only people who were feeling agitated that night. In a large, white office in Itaewon, two people, a man and a woman, were seen in contrasting moods. Let's go home, Jenny exclaimed. I'm not getting paid for my extra hours. Pablo clicked his tongue and continued scrolling through the edits of Jun kissing other people's cheeks and lips and other body parts that are not appropriate on navel. Juan, you bastard, he muttered. What did you do to my muse? Pablo, Jenny complained, bouncing up and down. Please, let's go. I'm craving ramyun. I'm afraid I'll die if I don't eat it soon. We have ramyun there, Pablo said, pointing at the snacks table while his eyes were still focused on his phone. Those are cup noodles, she said, clicking her tongue. I want the one cooked on the pot. You won't die if you don't eat it for one night, Pablo argued. Just help me out here. Jenny groaned and begrudgingly sat next to her. What do you want me to do? Jenny incredulously asked. You have been like this since morning. What's so bad about one posting Jun's pictures? It's for a brand shoot. Sanapoo should have called me, Pablo commented. Well, they didn't, Jenny deadpanned. Besides, Jenny continued. The photos turned out pretty well. A lot of people like it very much. The cheek kiss edits are the testament to that. Pablo turned to glare at his assistant. Don't say that, he exclaimed. I'm just telling the truth, Jenny defended. Pablo groaned and leaned against his chair. This bastard has been my rival ever since he came to the photography scene. He keeps trying to copy my style, but he always fails to do so. He even copied my name. Jenny clicked her tongue and joined Pablo as he continued scrolling through countless posts that praised Jun for their Sanapoo photo shoot. Well, it seems like the public disagrees, Jenny said, pointing to one particular comment. Pablo straightened his posture and read the comment that Jenny was referring to. Juan is the best person who had captured Jun. It feels raw, almost as if I'm there with junk. Kudos to Juan. Please keep taking photos of Jun in the future. Pablo's eyes twitched as he slowly placed his phone on the table. Jenny noticed this and felt a shiver run down her spine. Oh, she muttered. Maybe she shouldn't have pointed out the comment after all. Jenny, he said in an eerily calm voice, making Jenny gulp. Bring out the photos, he instructed, causing Jenny to gasp out loud. The photos? She shakily asked. Do I need to repeat myself? He menacingly asked. Jenny pursed his lips. Are you sure? Wouldn't Jun get mad? Pablo smirked as he stared into the distance. Jenny followed his gaze and frowned. What is he even looking at? She whispered. He told me that it was a gift, Pablo said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. I was thinking of keeping it to myself, but then again, it was a present. I could do anything with the present he has given. So bring out TIIE photos. What photos? Percent I? 66. Sandcastle. Number 766. Chapter 766 The Fight of the Century, Pablo vs. Juan. 766 The Fight of the Century, Pablo vs. Juan. The members of Eve had practiced until midnight yesterday, so they were still in bed although it was already late in the morning. It was a good thing that the live show wasn't until the early evening, so they still had some time to rest. Jun woke up as usual to prepare some breakfast for the members. I'll hum the song they were going to perform while he cooked homemade hash browns and sunny side-ups for the boys. Then, one by one, the members of Eve woke up as they smelled the nice aroma of Jun's cooking. Good morning, Akira exclaimed as he sat on the chair. Ooh, you already prepared our drinks. Jun clicked his tongue. As they had been living with each other for a decent amount of time, Jun had come to memorize the drinks that the members of FVF usually drank. Iced Americano for Zeth, hot chocolate for Rin, jasmine tea for Jaeyoung, cinnamon latte for Shun, pure milk for Jisung, a mixture of grape juice and apple juice for Akira, and plain water for Casper. It somehow spoke of their own little quirks, and before Jun realized it, he had started preparing it for them whenever he was the one cooking breakfast. You know us so well. Akira smiled as he drank his sweet concoction. The other members joined in, too, thanking Jun for preparing them a hearty meal. This will take less than a minute, Jun said. Go ahead, Jaeyoung said. The boys are still busy scrolling through their phones. Jun chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Just then, as he flipped the last batch of hash browns, a commotion was heard from the table. Casper's convulsing again, Akira exclaimed. Jun turned around and saw that Casper was, indeed, shaking in his seat, some water spilling from his lips. Ew, Jisung said. However, as he gazed at what Casper was looking at a while ago, he also couldn't help but freeze. Then, he fell to the ground. What the heck is going on? Zeth asked, trying to see what was such a big deal. Then, he gazed at Casper's phone, too, before he froze in his spot, almost as if he had just looked into Medusa's eyes. Akira clicked his tongue. What's the big deal? The other members also walked to where Akira was to look at Casper's phone. Jun was expecting them to have a different reaction since they were one of the sane ones. Although, it was pretty difficult to comprehend how Akira ended up as a sane member of the group. What are you guys doing now? Jun sighed, turning off the stove to see what the big deal was. Dang, Akira said as Jun opened Casper's phone. I didn't know you had this side of you, Jun, he said, patting Jun's back. Jun frowned, and then his eyes immediately went wide when he saw what was causing chaos among their members. He looked at the uploader and groaned in annoyance. Choi Pablo, he muttered angrily. It was part of his bucket list before he died to make Choi Pablo happy since he had contributed a lot to his popularity and helped with their music video shoots. However, he now regretted including him on his bucket list. Who knew that you would actually do a nude photo shoot? Shun asked. The chaos in Eve's dorm was no match for the chaos that erupted within the Astra community. Jia, wake up! Bora exclaimed, her morning breath wafting through Jia's senses. Jia snapped her eyes awake, feeling like she was hit by something. What the heck? She asked, covering her nose. It's so freaking early. Get away from me. You don't want to miss this, Bora said, appearing like she had seen an angel in real life, and maybe she did. Jia clicked her tongue and focused her gaze on Bora's phone. She felt like she was hit by a shockwave with what she was seeing. Jia stared at it intensely, with Bora anticipating her reaction. Well, Bora asked, That's Al, Jia deadpanned, causing Bora to scratch her head. It's not, she exclaimed. It was taken by none other than Choi Pablo. It seems like it's a shade. To Juan, too, saying that this is how a muse should be photographed. Jia couldn't even internalize what Bora was saying. She was too busy looking at Jun on the screen. Yeah, yummy, she muttered as Bora continued yapping. Wait, what? Bora asked. However, Jia continued to ignore her. Instead, she zoomed in on the photo and couldn't help but sigh in enjoyment. A literal angel, she muttered. Jun was, indeed, a literal angel in the shoot. He wasn't fully nude, just his upper body. He looked very toned, almost like a swimmer, and his skin was white as snow. It also didn't appear like he had any makeup. However, he looked like he always did on the screen. Choi Pablo had insisted on a fallen angel theme, so Jun was wearing wings and was surrounded by falling feathers. Ely's face showed sadness and acceptance all at the same time, which only added to his beauty. Well, it was a photo taken when he thought he was going to die, so it was an absolutely legendary facial expression. I can't believe someone like him has graced the land that we walk on, Jia said. The majority seemed to agree. Mimi, who was preparing breakfast for her boyfriend, dropped everything when she saw the photos. Babe, what's for breakfast? Nico asked as he went out of the bathroom. Then, his eyes widened when he smelled the scent of burning food. Babe? He exclaimed just as the smoke detectors went off. He quickly turned the stove off before looking for Mimi in the smoke. As the smoke cleared, he saw his girlfriend sitting on the countertop while staring at her phone. With a dazed look, Nico smirked. She must be staring at my photos, he muttered. With that, Nico went behind Mimi, only to freeze when he saw what she was really staring at. For a moment, he was also dazed, wondering if a long-lost angel had been found by scientists. However, as he looked closely and saw that it was Jun, he immediately frowned. Babe, he said, trying to capture Mimi's attention. However, it was no use. At that point, Nico knew that he had lost to Jun once again. With that, he plopped to the floor, his knees taking the impact. I hate you, Jun, he shouted. Into oblivion. 66. Imagine Taeyong's Shalalala half-naked concept photos. Search it up. Sandcastle. Number 767. Chapter 767 Rising Stars 5 Finale 1. 767 Rising Stars 5 Finale 1. Today was the day. The sun had set behind the towering venue that would hold the finale of Rising Stars Season 5. However, even then, the fans waiting outside couldn't help but talk about another topic. A lot of you guys seen Jun's picture? It was so freaking mesmerizing. I think I can run for 5 miles now. It wasn't really special. What are you talking about? Because I see it almost every night. We have the same illness. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, the excitement inside the arena burned hotter than ever. Banners fluttered with the names of hopefuls, their dreams pinned to the outcome of this night. The air was thick with the sense of popcorn, hot dogs, and nervousness. Outside, a sea of fans lined up cagily. Within moments, the crowd surged in, finding their scats amidst the excited murmurs and hurried exchanges. They burst into chatters, with most of them still talking about Jun and his godly body. However, they halted when the LED screen burst into life, displaying the logo of Rising Stars. Then, before they knew it, the main character of their stories appeared before them in real life. The LED screens split open, revealing a figure bathed in spotlight. Jun, now the nation's boyfriend, strode in sync with the rhythm of the music. His presence alone ignited a wildfire among the audience, and they cheered like their life depended on it, echoing off the walls and onto the nearby traffic. The stage seemed to tremble as the screams became even louder as Jun took his place in the center. The camera focused on him, and just when he thought that the crowd couldn't get any louder, they did. What is this beauty? I can't believe I was born in the same century as him. If I looked like this, I would simply stand there and allow my looks to speak for itself. But the thing is, Jun isn't just a pretty face. He's really talented, too. Overrated. I still feel bitter that I can't have any Sanapo because of his fans. Guys, stop focusing on Jun for a second and go vote for your favorite ladies. The members and mentors watching backstage couldn't help but marvel at Jun's popularity. They seem louder than usual today, Gunn said. It must be because of that half-naked angel picture that was revealed this morning. Lee Sik chuckled. With the mention of the half-naked picture, Casper's eyes started twitching, and he leaned onto Jae-young for support. Casper, Ji-hyun exclaimed in a worried tone. What's wrong with him? Akira shook his head and slapped Casper's cheek loudly, making the mentors shocked. Don't mind him, Akira chuckled. Just please don't mention the half-naked picture anymore. The boys, especially Casper, are very sensitive about it. Although the mentors were confused, they nodded in compliance. Good evening, everyone. Jun's voice boomed over the crowd, amplified by the quality sound system. Tonight marks the beginning of an incredible journey. The audience hung on his every word, captivated by the anticipation of what was to come. It's time for the grand finale, where we will witness the birth of the new girl group of the century. Jun continued. From 100 talented young women, only 5 will emerge victorious tonight. Let us welcome our top 25 contestants. As Jun spoke, the audience roared once more. On cue, the top 25 ladies came from the LED walls and to the seats on the stage. Mei took her seat and watched Jun through the small screen in front of them. My previous host is so handsome. Right? He's so handsome, right? Jun is so handsome and cute and talented. I miss him. Is this what it feels like to have an ex? Can you shut up? Mei whispered. Era turned to her with wide eyes. What was that? Mei turned to her and quickly shook her head. It's nothing, she said, clearing her throat and murdering Fu inside her mind. Jun paused as he waited for the crowd to settle down. Then, when they were finally quiet, he continued with his announcement. The lines are still not closed, so make sure to vote for the person whom you think deserves to be in the top 5. For now, he started off. Let us have a look at the current situation of the votes. Please reveal the trainee who is currently in 6th place. The crowd held their breaths as they waited for the trainee in 6th place to appear on the screen. The trainees were all nervous, and Jun, too, surprisingly found himself looking forward to the results. Now that he had given his system to Mei, he wanted to see her sister fulfill her dreams. So, when Mei's face appeared on screen, he couldn't help but feel bittersweet. The audience exclaimed as soon as she was shown, however. It was attributed more to the fact that she looked very pretty. I swear, Jun and Mei look so alike that it's scary. They don't look the same. That's because they're the opposite gender. Obviously, Mei would look more feminine and delicate. However, if you look at them closely, their features are actually very similar. True. I've been saying it since the beginning of the show. I think Mei fits well on the team. So, keep voting for her. I just hope that she shows something explosive tonight. A good final performance is all she needs to be able to debut tonight. We have the trainee, Mei, in 6th place, Jun announced. Will she maintain her rank, or will she sneak herself into the debut lineup by the end of the night? He asked. We will only find out the answer to that question later. For now, let us witness a special performance from our unexpected special guests, Jun said, a small smirk playing on his lips since he knew what was about to come. The audience started discussing who it could be, some of them even placing bets. However, when Jun didn't leave the stage, they felt their hearts jump to their throats. No way, Jiang muttered. Is it Eve? Number 768. Chapter 768 Rising Stars 5 Finale 2. Chapter 768 Rising Stars 5 Finale 2. I think we're getting an Eve performance, ladies. Dang it. I should have bought tickets for this show. Did you even tune into the show? I didn't. I want to watch Eve, though. I'm so glad that Eve didn't announce their appearance then. I'm inside the venue, and I really do think that Eve is going to pop out somewhere. Suddenly, Jun's voice cut through the air, capturing everyone's attention. His voice, stripped of any backing vocals, was rich and warm, like honey lemon tea on a cold day. I thought I was a shining star. From where I stood, my light felt strong. But looking down from the heavens, I saw the Earth's perspective, a sea of stars, each one glowing, each one claiming their own space. It wrapped around the audience, drawing them in and leaving them enchanted. It was a voice that seemed out of this world. At that moment, Jun proved that he was the fallen angel that Choi Pablo captured in a beautiful photo. The top 25 girls turned to each other with wide eyes, realizing what song was singing. It's our theme song, Era muttered. I almost didn't recognize it at first, Jimin said with a touched smile. He made it sound so sad, yet so beautiful. Mei gazed at Jun's back, feeling amazed at his talent. Somehow, it made her think that his talent wasn't just because of his system, but because he truly loved singing. Right? So, stop speaking bad about my Jun. He has done his best to get to where he is now. I didn't ask for your opinion, Mei grumbled. As the final note of Jun's introduction hung in the air, the LED doors at the back of the stage swung open. Out stepped the other members of Eve. The sight of them sent a fresh wave of screams rippling through the crowd, the noise nearly deafening. It really is Eve. The people there are so lucky. Do they know how hard it is to see Eve these days? Hey guys, isn't this so touching? Last year, they were the ones who were waiting for their names to be called. Now, they're singing another song not as trainees, but as successful idols. The deafening screams died down as the familiar intro began to play. Indeed, it was the theme song of Rising Stars Season 5, The Brightest Star Is Me. The audience was used to hearing the song performed by the female contestants, their high voices delivering a sweet, uplifting rendition. But this time, Eve took the stage, their manly voices infusing the song with a different kind of emotion. Among this multitude, I wondered, am I just one among many? Do my dreams matter, my hopes, my light, in a sky filled with countless beams? The crowd was instantly captivated by the transformation. The strong, melodious voices of Eve filled the stadium, harmonizing perfectly and giving the song a deeper resonance. Their movements were fluid and graceful, a contrast to the typical masculinity expected in male group performances. The choreography was the same as the girls, but Eve's execution added a unique elegance. It showed their versatility and dedication to their craft. It was one of the things that Eve paid great attention to. They had watched boy group's Murder Girl group song because they added way too much masculinity to it. With that, the members of Eve decided to keep the same elegance of the song because it wouldn't hurt to show that men could dance in a delicate way. This is why Eve is the most popular boy group of the generation. They look so beautiful. How can they pull off any type of concept? Overrated. I swear, this guy keeps commenting overrated, but he also keeps on watching. Make up your mind. Are you a fan or a hater? Yet even in this crowded sky, I felt my essence, my spark. I am still a star, still glowing. A part of this wondrous night. As they sang and danced, the crowd watched in awe. For many, this was a full circle moment. They remembered Eve's humble beginnings on Rising Stars Season 4, their struggles and triumphs, and the journey that had led them to this very stage. Now, here they were, not just as performers, but as inspirations to the new batch of hopefuls. The audience couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, their eyes misting with tears at the sight of Eve's growth and success. Now, I know what mothers feel, Jia said, wiping the tears on the corner of her eyes. I'm so proud of my babies, she muttered. The performance continued, and at that moment, Eve felt like they were transported back to the time when they were still aspiring idols. With my fellow stars, I journey. Together, we form constellations, stories buried in the night's embrace. Sometimes, log covers my brightness. Clouds obscure my shining heart. But deep within, I know my fire. Unseen, yet burning. The lyrics resonated with what they were feeling, and through this particular performance, they wanted to show the aspiring girls that they could achieve their dreams, too. The mentors, who were still watching backstage, couldn't help but tear up. It feels like yesterday when we were scolding them for being such noobs, Gun said. That was just you. Bone chimed, tears also brimming in his eyes. Ji-hyun smiled as the camera panned to the smiling faces of Eve. They had really come so far, she muttered. They deserve it so much. Amira couldn't help but nod in agreement. As a fellow idol, she knew that Eve was a special group, one that arose once every century. They were a team filled with idols who were born for that sole purpose. I may be one in a billion lights, but I still have my place. I am the brightest in my own right. Through trials and doubts, I hold on to the truth that lies within. The members of Eve sang together most of the time, which was similar to the original recording. None of them shined the brightest. Instead, they shined bright in their own light. With that, Jun looked up at the sky, staring at the stars that lit up the darkness. Like destiny, there were plenty of stars that dotted the sky, making Jun smile. So when you look up at the sky, remember, Among the many there is a star that shines the brightest. A light that is uniquely mine. 66. This performance is inspired by Sudden Shower by Eclipse. It's from the drama, Lovely Runner. Give the song a listen since that's the vibe that I imagine for this song. Number 769. Chapter 769 Rising Stars 5 Finale 3. Chapter 769 Rising Stars 5 Finale 3. Their performance ended, yet it still lingered in the air. The boys of Eve, standing under the stars, created a beautiful and meaningful picture, one that nobody could replace. Nobody could replace Eve in my heart. True, I tuned into this season, and it just didn't feel the same. Although I love the girls, I can't help but compare them to Eve. All of them are born to be idols. Eve is going to go down history, I'm telling you. Overrated. Jun smiled as the camera panned back to him. He stood at the center of the stage, ready to host the show once again after their performance. Ely's hair got messed up from the performance. However, it only made him look even cuter. Omo. A cute kitty with hair standing in all directions. Kaya. Jun is so fucking cute. I want him to foo. Stop right there. I want him to fulfill his dreams and always be happy. What are you thinking about? That was Eve with The Brightest Star Is Me, otherwise known as the theme song of this year's Rising Stars, he exclaimed, and the crowd erupted into cheers once more. The girls, too, gave the boys standing ovations, knowing that they owned the song that was originally theirs. Now, it's the girls' time to show their talents, Jun continued. The girls prepared a performance with all of them, and after their performance, the voting shall close. The girls stood from their seats and went backstage, preparing for their performance. May let out a deep breath and positioned herself in the middle. Good luck, May, Eris said. May pursed her lips and nodded. Good luck, too. Jun waited for the cue from the staff before he continued. Once everything was set, the director spoke through his in-ear monitors. Go. With a brand new song, Tire and Water, let us all welcome the top 25. Jun exclaimed. With that, the girls walked out from backstage, eliciting screams from the audience. It wasn't as loud as that of Eve's, but it was loud nonetheless. The girls took their positions, and since it was dark, the audience couldn't see their current formation. Jun, who joined the mentors and the members of EVF, on the seats in front of the stage, watched the girls intently. It hadn't been that long since he had given his system to May, so he wondered how her skills had changed since then. Just then, the lights burst into brilliance, illuminating the stage with an orange hue. The top 25 girls stood in a striking pyramid formation, with May positioned at the center. Jun's heart felt like it stopped beating for a second. She's the center? He muttered. It seemed like he wasn't the only one confused, too. May as the center? Really now? So many people are still so bitter. May has improved so much in the course of the show. You're just letting your miserable selves show by calling her untalented all of the time. As much as I didn't like May during the first half of the show, it also can't be denied that she has really improved. Her performance with Jun was iconic. It was one of the best vocal performances of the show. May, despite feeling nervous, lifted her head and stared right into the camera. Like perfect timing, the camera zoomed in on her, earning cheers as loud as the one that Eve got. The other girls were confused as to the sudden increase in the volume of their voices. However, seeing May on the small screen before them made them realize the reason behind it. Jimin shook her head. She, too, wanted to become the center for the last stage, but somehow, she also knew that May deserved it. She showed it during the choosing of the center role. May killed it. As the elemental music of Fire and Water filled their air, reminiscent of the final countdown, their schoolgirl scarves fluttered, one side orange, the other blue, symbolizing their unity amidst diversity. May hasn't sung yet, but I already believe she deserves the center position. A face like hers only arises once in a century. We're so lucky we have two of them in this lifetime, though. May and Jun. May and Jun. Hey, that's actually pretty cute. Their ship name could be #months. STFU. You're a mistake. Your mother should have swallowed you instead. Don't ship Jun with a random-ass girl. Jun is for everyone. He can't date anyone. Amidst the arguments happening online, the performance continued. It started with a dynamic dance break, their movements synchronized to near perfection. Jun raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. His gaze was directed to one person only, May. Eiler dancing had drastically improved since they performed together. A small smile appeared on his lips as he continued observing May. That didn't go past the people watching in the front, as some of them filmed Jun and quickly posted it on Naval. It was captioned, "You won't believe who Jun is looking at." It looked like a relatively normal video, with Jun having an attentive look in his eyes like a lover would do. Then, it panned to May at the very end, eliciting unwanted comments from Astras and normies alike. Something's definitely going on with them. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who noticed. They're too close to just be friends. Jun is just mentoring her. You guys can't be normal for once. A guy and a girl can't be just friends. I'm letting you go, Jun. Bitch, he never even held on to you in the first place. The girls continued dancing before staying still for a second. Then, May stepped forward, her voice carrying the weight of their journey. Water and fire, never meant to blend. But it's what I've got, my path to the end. Enduring the burn, feeling the chill. Reaching for dreams, bending my will. Just when Jun thought that May's dancing was surprising, her singing had surpassed his expectations 100-fold. The audience couldn't help but gasp as they heard May's voice. Even Lee Sik had to pinch himself awake to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Dang, Junk muttered. Fu is putting in some work. Number 770. Chapter 770 Rising Stars 5 Finale 4. Chapter 770 Rising Stars 5 Finale 4. Although May's voice wasn't at the level of real idols just yet, the audience still found it impressive how she had improved drastically over the course of 2 weeks. Now, they couldn't really call her tone-deaf or untalented. As the performance ended, it was apparent that May truly deserved the center spot. However, Jun feared that it was too late. As he made his way back to the stage, a countdown of 1 minute was shown on the screen. After the minute is over, the voting will officially close, Jun said. The people, both on-site and online, scrambled to get their votes in at the very last minute. For some, their minds have changed because of the final performance, while some wanted to spend more money on people who didn't even know they existed. Vote for May, Jia said, urging her friends to use their remaining stars for May. Bora chuckled in amusement. Aren't you jealous of her? Jia looked at her with furrowed eyebrows. Why would I be? Because she's being linked with Jun. Jia clicked her tongue. That's a ridiculous way of thinking. I don't think they have anything going on. Instead, I feel like they have a very special bond. However, in the event that they're really dating, then I don't have any say in that. I'm just a fan, she said. You're more than a fan, though. Jun knows you quite well, Wei said. Jia chuckled in amusement. That doesn't change a thing. I am still a fan. I should know my place. If my idol dates and it's not harming anyone, then it shouldn't affect my life drastically. Sure, I could be sad about it, but at the end of the day, I'm happy that my idol is happy. Besides, just because my idol dates someone doesn't mean that my chances of being with him decreases. The chance was never there in the first place, she muttered. 3, 2, 1. The voting link is finally closed, Jun exclaimed, causing Jia to glare at her friends. Dang, you chatted me up, so we missed the chance to give our stars. Bora scratched the back of her head. I don't have any stars anymore. I still have some, Jia muttered, disappointed. Sumin apologetically looked at her. Sorry, Jia. Jia sighed. It's fine, she said. However, it quickly turned into a glare, causing shivers to run down their spines. But if May doesn't make it, then I'll hold it up against you for 3 generations, she warned. The girls gulped in nervousness, now praying that May would be able to make it into the final lineup. Now, Jun said, his voice filled with more depth. The lights dimmed, and at that moment, the audience knew that the announcement of the final members was finally going to take place. Yena and Yejin signaled for Jun to go backstage as the music intensified further. I feel like I'm going to shit myself. I do not miss this feeling. Truly, Rising Stars has a talent for making people feel queasy. I still don't know who's going to make it. Aside from Jimin, I can't predict which other girls will make it in. It sucks that the group will only have 5 members, too. Jun was handed the envelope backstage, finding himself more breathless than usual. This is it, Yena said. Start with the 4th place, then to the 1st. Yejin nudged Yena's shoulder. Jun knows. He has been through this before. Jun chuckled and nodded. Yeah, I got it. I still have some advice from Miho about how to build suspense. Yena and Yejin burst into laughter. The audience is going to mauled again, Yejin muttered. Well, you've got this, Yena said. You're finally going to have a junior group. Jun couldn't help but smile. Yeah, he muttered. With that, he went back to the stage, and the drums of the music became even louder. The audience couldn't help but hold their breaths as they waited for the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, Jun started off, his soft and charismatic voice filling the arena. In my hands are the names of the debuting members, 5 girls who will be a part of Azure's first girl group in years. However, before I get to the debuting members, let me first reveal the name of the group. Omo, this is what I've been waiting for. Did you guys send in your name ideas? I did. I hope it gets picked. What did you send? Twinks. It's like the Winx Club and a Twix bar at the same time. Ugly-ass name. I sent an S-ass. It's short for S-classed assassins. I don't think that's any better. Oh, shut up. Let's see how you did. What did you send? Mine's awesome. It's Queen of Fairies, otherwise known as Queef. We're fucked, are we? And the name of the 5-member girl group would be. Jun started off, turning back to the screen. Finally, the letters appeared after a few animations. Lunaire, Jun exclaimed. Instead of cheers, there was a collective sigh of relief in the crowd. Thank goodness, it actually sounds nice, Boris said. Lunaire, standing for the moon. They are a girl group who has appeared once in a blue moon, a very rare group that is to be treasured, Jun said, reading the short description. With that, let us dive straight into the 4th place, Jun said, and the intense music came back. Once again, the audience held their breaths as Jun said a short, not so short, description of the debuting member. As per Miho, he also added a lot of silence, which added to the tension and impatience of the audience. We have none other than Yeri. Yeri's eyes widened in surprise while the crowd cheered. She felt tears brimming in her eyes since she didn't expect it. Yeri was quite an unexpected pick. She had never been the most popular trainee in the show, but nobody could argue with the fact that she was competent. Despite her lack of solo stands, she was a favorite of many, which allowed her a spot in the debut lineup. In the 3rd place, Jun continued as Yeri tearfully took a seat at the 4th prestigious chair. Is Era? Era covered her mouth as soon as her name was called. May, despite her heart beating out of her chest, turned to her friend and gave her a small hug. You deserve it, she whispered. Era nodded and went to her seat as well. Now, we have the top 2 contestants of the show, Jun said, building even more tension. One of them was already obvious, so Jun called her first. Jimin, you are a center candidate, Jun exclaimed. The second candidate, on the other hand, was hard to predict. Aside from Jimin, nobody had a consistent rank throughout the show, so it could be anyone. Jun raised his head for a moment to look at his sister. Al knew that she was also a popular candidate, and he wondered if she could also unexpectedly take the center spot like him. And the other center candidate is number 771. Chapter 771, I practically raised her. 771, I practically raised her. Jun opened the envelope and pursed his lips as soon as he read the name inside. Then, he brought the microphone to his lips. Mina, he announced. Mina's eyes widened while May clapped for her. Jun expected it to be May, but he also wasn't mad that Mina had become a center candidate. Undoubtedly, she was the trainee with the most training time and had a lot of talent. Yes, Mina. I would have rioted if she wasn't in the lineup. The 4 girls already looked promising. I wouldn't be mad if anyone joined them at this point. Gosh darn, this is a good lineup. Truly, Azure needs to take care of them well. Zeth and Run, who were from the same company, stood and showed happy smiles to the camera. Jimin and Mina, on the other hand, held each other's hands as they waited for Jun to announce the center of the debut team. Jun was silent for a few moments, building the tension before he finally announced the results. And the center of Lanier is Jimin, he exclaimed. The crowd burst into congratulatory cheers. It was quite expected. In the entire season, she had been voted as the first-ranked trainee every round. She was somehow the Zeth of the season. However, there wasn't a twist. She managed to keep her rank until the end. The 2 of them shared their speeches before making their way up to the seats. As the bright music faded, the arena was once again filled with nervousness and intensity as Jun held the last envelope in his hands. May, he whispered as he held on to it, manifesting for his sister to somehow make it in. You know, if you don't debut here, your brother might die. May sighed as her pesky system appeared before her right again. I don't. Even have a brother, she thought. All right, whatever you say. Anyway, you really have to debut here. If you don't, I won't be able to see Jun often. Is that why you want me to debut under Azure? Duh. Why else would I want you to debut in Azure aside from Jun? That company is shit. Well then, you wouldn't mind if I failed here. Don't say that. Then, that would mean that I also failed as a system. I can't fail. I've never failed. Or maybe it's just because Jun is my host. I love Jun a lot. Have I told you that? May, shut up, she exclaimed, louder than usual, making the other aspirants turn to her with wide eyes. At that moment, May realized that almost all of the people were looking her way, even the audience. She was confused, looking at the camera with wide eyes. It seems like she's still in shock, Jun said, chuckling in amusement. May turned to Jun, and she saw him smiling with twinkling sights. Get up there, Zonyo exclaimed, making May even more shocked. Then, she pointed to herself in disbelief, earning chuckles from the crowd. Yes, May, Jun said. You're part of the debut lineup. May still couldn't believe it, but her legs started moving toward the stage, almost as if she were in auto mode. At that moment, it felt like everything had faded. All she could see was the stage and the path leading to victory. However, from her peripheral vision was Jun, and at that very second, she felt tears brimming in her eyes. On the other side of the stage were her old parents, who had come all the way from China. Although they were originally opposed to her dream, they were gazing at her with teary eyes that were filled with pride. May felt her heart race as she stopped in the very middle. Jun smiled at her, his mind suddenly flashing to the times when May was still young. She was very cute, then very hard-headed and stubborn. However, that was one of her charms. May was one of the strongest people that Jun knew. However, in his presence, he also saw May's vulnerabilities. They grew up together without their parents, and seeing May on the big stage made Jun emotional. He felt tears brimming in his eyes, but he subtly blinked them away to avoid any suspicion. I practically raised her, he muttered. May stepped up to grab the microphone and cleared her throat. May is in the lineup. The girl group is now complete. I can't believe that all of my picks made it in. EW. Why did someone like her make it in? Now, the lineup is ruined. That's true. Although she had improved, she is inherently not as good as the other girls. She'll just fail to keep up with them. I don't care what anybody has to say. I'll just think that all of you are coming from a bad place. I pity you for projecting your misery onto a talented person. May is very good, and she will keep the balance in the team. The crowd quieted down as May let out a heavy sigh. This is something I didn't expect, she smiled. I know that I have placed high in the past rankings, but I am also aware of my shortcomings as a trainee. In no way am I complete. However, I want to say that I will work my hardest to get closer to that completion. To my parents, she said, turning to the old couple on the side of the stage. They were shown on the big screen with teary eyes, and the crowd couldn't help but awe at the happenings. She switched to her mother tongue, so Jun still managed to understand her. I know that you were against this dream in the beginning. I know that it's hard, but it would be harder if I'm not able to do it. I won't regret ever taking this path, and I would also do my best so you won't regret supporting me. To the girls who didn't make it, she said, switching back to Korean. Thank you for being patient with me. I want to say that this is just the beginning for all of us. It won't be the last time that we will see each other. To our mentors, she continued, glancing at them. The mentors did a thumbs up, all seemingly satisfied with the lineup. Thank you for guiding me in this journey. I would have never gotten it far if it weren't for you. Jun was expecting May to end the speech right there. However, he was surprised when she suddenly called his name. And for Mentor Jun, number 772. Chapter 772 presenting to you Lunaire. 772 presenting to you Lunaire. Jun's sick brows raised in surprise. He definitely wasn't expecting his name to be called since May had already thanked the mentors. Akira sighed as he watched May look at Jun with sparkling eyes. There goes my ideal type, Akira said. I lost another one to Jun. At this point, we'll lose everyone to Jun, Jisung said. But I don't mind. Casper, on the other hand, minded very much. Zeth shrugged. I don't know. I'm not feeling romantic vibes from them, he chimed. May cleared her throat once more before saying what was on her mind. When we first met, I have to admit, I didn't like you, she started off, earning gasps of shock from the audience. She chuckled at their reactions. It's not that I hated Mentor Jun, she clarified. It seemed like I had just some kind of prejudice since he was a big idol. How can she even say that? Era chuckled in amusement. Mina, too, shook her head in disbelief. It looks like we'll have a sharpshooter in our team. We just seemed so different, May continued. I couldn't see past our differences. However, as time went on, you showed me who you truly are, a kind-hearted, compassionate, and genuine person. You broke down the walls I had built and brought out the best in me. You've supported me in ways I never imagined possible, she chuckled, pertaining to Fu. So, for all of Minner Jun's fans out there, I just want to say that you're a fan of a great man. I know that he has been through a lot during the show, so I just wanted to tell everyone to give Jun lots of love. He deserves it, she muttered. Jun placed his hand over his chest. I almost wanted to cry. That was the sweetest thing that his sister had ever told him. She usually cursed at him when he was still in his old body. Her speech was well received by the audience. However, it also fueled their dating rumors even more. Ah, that's so sweet. She's like a little sister. That ain't no little sister. They're definitely dating. Tell me you've never had genuine relationships without telling me. They're definitely dating. Do you see how they look at each other? They're looking at each other normally. You're the one who's abnormal. The Astras in the comments are in denial. Your idol is dating a trainee. Once again, thank you, May said, smiling at the camera, her eyes now void of any tears. I promise not to let you down. With that, she placed the microphone back on the stand and made her way to the 5th spot at the bottom of the pyramid. Well, it's not the first place like June, but I'll take it. Congratulations, host. May held in the urge to roll her eyes as Fu appeared once again. As she made her way to her seat, the members welcomed her with open arms, and she accepted them with wide smiles. Jun smiled as he observed the excited team, their juniors. There you go, folks, he exclaimed, getting ready to close the show. It has been a long journey, but we finally have the 5 girls in our midst. Everyone, I want to introduce Lanier. We finally have a junior group. Can you guys believe it? Jisung asked as soon as they made their way to the dorm. Well, yes. Sehun responded. We literally just finished attending their final show. Jisung clicked his tongue. You sure are a joy to talk to, he sarcastically said. Do we have a schedule tomorrow morning? Casper asked as he placed his coat on the hanger. Jay smirked before shaking his head. You guys are free once again. However, we have a meeting with Mr. Ong in the afternoon. The group groaned as soon as Jay mentioned the meeting. Oh, come on. It wouldn't be too bad, Jay said. However, it almost sounded like he was convincing himself. Not that bad. Akira exclaimed. I get diarrhea every time I go to his office. There's something about his vibe that makes me want to shit. It's because he shit himself, Jaseong said, making the other members surprised. They looked at their leader with wide eyes. Jaeyoung raised his eyebrows. Why, he asked. It's surprising that you just said that, Rin said. I thought you were a Mr. Ong simp. Jaeyoung sighed and shook his head. I'm the leader. I need to maintain a neutral position most of the time. However, that doesn't mean that I can't speak about the injustices I feel. I have a lot of their faults listed down, and I've tried bringing it up with him. However, he has. Jun clicked his tongue. Well, they've always claimed to be doing the best for us. Yet, their planning style is quite old-fashioned. It wouldn't work in this modern world. We're still successful, though, Zeth chimed. But then again, that's because of my handsome looks, he said, bringing out his pocket-sized mirror and swooning when he saw his reflection. Then, his gaze strayed to his members, who were looking at him with near disgust. Well, I guess you guys are handsome, too, he added, clearing his throat. Rin shook his head. I swear, you never change, he muttered. Anyway, Rin said, I think we should sleep. It's pretty late, and we need all the energy we can get if we're going to speak with Mr. Ong tomorrow. The other members nodded in agreement. However, Jay spoke, causing them to halt. That could be, Jay said. Or, you guys could stay here and have some fun. The boys turned to catch other with furrowed eyebrows. Have fun? Jun asked. Yeah, Jay exclaimed before bringing out something from his bag, a huge box that clinked. When he placed it on the table, Ilo, did that even fit in his bag? Akira muttered. Is he Mary Poppins or something? What's that? Jisung asked. Jay smirked as he walked to the box, revealing the content to the boys. The members were surprised as soon as they saw what was inside. Jay's smirk widened as he observed their shocked expressions. He excitedly opened his arms after he brought out the 5 fancy bottles and placed them on the table. Let's get hammered tonight, boys. Are you guys ready for Drunk Eve? 66. Sandcastle. Number 773. Chapter 773 Drunk Habits. 773 Drunk Habits. The boys were silent for a second as they looked at the 5 huge bottles of alcohol on their table. It was different. Kinds wine, whiskey, vodka, rum, and gin. Just looking at the array already felt like a health hazard. Oh, hell yeah, Zeth exclaimed, already running to the kitchen to get some glasses. It's been forever since I've drank, he called from the kitchen. Those are the expensive kinds, too, right? Jay proudly smiled. How did you know? He asked. Meanwhile, Jae-young scratched the back of his neck. Is this really okay? He asked. We have to talk with the CEO tomorrow. That's still tomorrow afternoon, Rin said, sitting on the ground. It's also been a while since I've drank. I miss it, honestly. Si-hoon looked at the bottles and sighed. Are you really our manager? He asked. How can you ask us to drink? Jay innocently smiled. Well, we've been feeling quite stressed these past couple of weeks, right? He asked. It's time we relax. Besides, this is what Marcus recommended in the grocery store. Ah, the members collectively exclaimed, finally realizing why Jay asked them to drink in the first place. But really, Jay added, I think we all deserve this. Alcohol isn't bad if it's drank in moderation. Si-hoon sighed and joined Rin on the floor. Fine, he said. I need to release some tension, too. Akira smiled, also planting his butt on the floor. Heck yeah, let's get hammered, he exclaimed. Zeth came back with the glasses and placed them on the table. Meanwhile, Casper, June, and Jisung continued standing, with their youngest member appearing hesitant. I don't know, he said. I've never drank before. Dang, you really are a baby chick, Rin said. Don't worry, we won't let you get drunk. Jisung pursed his lips. I still don't know. Casper, too, bit his lip in hesitation. I have a really bad habit when I'm drunk, he said. We all have bad habits, Akira said. I kiss everything. The boys looked at him with disgusted expressions. Zeth shook his head, wanting to forget about Akira's habit. I have one too. I tend to love myself. A lot when I'm drunk. Akira placed his hand over his mouth. But you already love yourself a lot. That's freaking scary. Zeth chuckled before turning to Jaseong. What about you? He asked. Jaseong pursed his lips and shook his head, not wanting to reveal it. I don't have plans on getting hammered tonight anyway, he said. So I won't tell you. Boring, Akira called out before turning back to Casper. What's your habit, Casper? He asked. I'm overly honest, Casper said. Oh, that's not too bad, Shun said. Yeah, that's very normal, Jisung chimed. Casper shook his head. You don't understand, he said. I'm very, very honest. I don't even know my drunk habit, Jisung muttered. It doesn't matter, Zeth exclaimed. Just join us. It won't be fun if it's just us. June looked at the bottles and found them all familiar. As someone who frequented bars and had to drink alcohol with clients and enemies alike, June knew them like the back of his hand. He still thought that it was a bad idea since alcohol usually made people too fearless. However, thinking that it was a rare moment, he sat on the floor. Fine, he caved in. With one word, Jisung and Casper also sat on the floor. I'm down, Casper said, clearing his throat. There's always a first time for everything, right? Let's see what my drunk habit is. Jisung exclaimed. The members shook their heads in amusement. Simps, Akira exclaimed. With that, Jay opened the first bottle and poured it into the 9 glasses. Then, the members took the glasses and raised them high in the air. You guys have been so busy for the last couple of months. You've barely gotten a break since your debut, so we didn't even have any time to celebrate. So, before anything else, I just want to say that I'm proud of you guys. You're the biggest idols in South Korea, and I'll witness you taking over the entire world. The members chuckled at the cheesy speech before clinking their glasses. They downed the alcohol, finding the beverage quite sweet. Illy, Jisung smiled with bright eyes before looking at the label of the bottle. This is actually pretty good, he said. Marcus did a great job choosing them. Jay squared his shoulders with pride. Of course, Marcus always does a great job. These are all pretty sweet, June said, looking at the bottles. The members turned to him with surprise. How do you know? Akira asked. June smirked as he downed another glass. You would like to know, would you? He grabbed one of the bottles and showed it to his members. This one is the Quinta de Cerrado Reserva, originating from Portugal. This red wine is cracked in the heart of the Dow region. Jun opened it, and the members intently watched him. It felt as if they were watching a real connoisseur in a vineyard, when, in reality, they were in a messy dorm. However, Jun truly looked like a masterpiece. On the nose, you'll encounter dark cherries, plums, and a hint of violets. Along with that are subtle notes of vanilla and spices from the oak aging process. As it graces the palate, you'll be delighted by its rich and velvety texture, revealing layers of blackberries, cassis, and a touch of tobacco. The tannins are well structured, which leads to the elegant finish, he said, ending his description by opening the wine and making the others taste it. Dang, Zeth exclaimed as soon as the wine hit its palate. Where did you learn all of that? At this point, I don't even want to ask, Akira said. This guy can do anything. I won't be surprised if he can shoot guns, too. True, Jisung exclaimed. I think you might have been a prince in your past life. Should I post that on my navel? Jun is a prince? Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? The members were surprised when Jisung suddenly took out his phone. Fortunately, Rin snatched it away from him and placed it under the table. Oh goodness, Jay said. I think Jisung's drunk. What the heck? Akira asked. He only had 2 glasses. This kid is such a lightweight. We've also figured out his drunk habit, too, Zeth chimed. He's reckless. So let's watch him at all costs. Jun hummed, pouring himself another glass. As Jun continued telling them about the different drinks, the boys drank with gusto. It was an enjoyable night. However, it was also a night that they would never forget, because it was a night when all of their drunk habits came through. 66. This is inspired by K-pop idols doing their drunk lives. Hongbin, a member of VXX, even ended up in a scandal because he held a drunk live stream and started bashing other idols. This particular live is inspired by Shun and Chanacol, though. It's fun. You can watch an edit on YT for a spoiler. Sandcastle. Number 774. Chapter 774, Don't Get Drunk Kids, 1. 774, Don't Get Drunk Kids, 1. Akira, stop kissing my foot. Seth exclaimed. I know that I'm very handsome, even my feet. But that doesn't mean that I want you to kiss it. Onions, Akira said as he snuggled closer to Zeth's foot. I remember my mom's cooking. She should cut this right up so I can eat now. Si-hoon, whose face was red but was seemingly normal, glanced at Jay before gasping loudly. Guys, Jay's not breathing, he exclaimed. Al's dead. Let's call for an ambulance. Rin clicked his tongue and poked Jay. He's fine, he deadpanned. He's even snoring. I swear you're so dramatic. Well, Si-hoon's been dramatic ever since. We just don't see it much since he keeps to himself. I think he secretly hates us, Casper calmly said. Jun shook his head. You weak links, he exclaimed. You can't even handle this much alcohol. Jae-young sniffed as Jun said those words. I can, he said, wiping his tears away. I really can. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Casper chuckled. Such a crybaby. That's usually a sign that you were repressed as a kid. You didn't have the opportunity to show your feelings, so they're hard to control now that you're an adult. You're so noisy, Rin said. I'm bored. Let's play something. Meanwhile, Jisung giggled as he watched his members bicker. This is such a happy time, he muttered. I'm always happy when I'm with you guys. Where's my phone? I need to share this happiness with our fans. With that, Jisung started crawling on the floor. Jun shook his head as he watched Jisung. He's like a baby chick. I would love to have a baby brother like him. I should have asked my parents to make another boy when they were still alive. Now, they can't reproduce because they're buried 6 feet under the ground. For a moment, it seemed like the boys became sober. Dang, that's dark, Rin said. The members of Eve continued to create chaos in their dorm. In short, all of them were drunk out of their asses. Jay was passed out on the floor, unable to control his children. Fortunately, aside from their drunk habits, none of them had slurred speeches, and they still understood each other pretty well. I found it, Jisung exclaimed when he saw his phone under the table. I have to share this with Astras, he said in a sing-song voice before going to his naval account. What are you doing? Jun asked, his eyes fluttering. Jisung responded by speaking in a cheery voice instead. Hi, guys, he exclaimed, extending the hand that was holding his phone while waving the other. How have you guys been? Jisung had, indeed, Turn on the live option on Naval. Jisung. Hi there. Jisung's face is red. So cute. Why did you go live this late in the night, baby? You seem so happy. Did something happen? I am happy. Jisung responded with a smile that made his eyes crinkle. That made the audience crazy, and before he knew it, the number of people in the live stream reached 100,000. Goodness. It's 1 a.m. What is everyone doing so late? It's never too late for Jisung. I have a special notification when the members of Eve go live. My body automatically got up as soon as I heard it. Jisung giggled. You guys should sleep if you want to. I'm just very happy, so I went here. Then, he panned his phone to his members, who were doing all sorts of things. What are they doing? Is Akira on the floor resting his head on Zeth's foot, while Zeth's talking to himself in the mirror? What's Rin doing? He's speaking to himself. Wait, why is Jaeyoung crying with Sihoon? Did something happen? And whose body is that on the floor? Guys, are you drinking? That's not possible. Why would an idol group go live when they're drunk? Casper sat closer to him and bowed. Oh, Astras, he asked. It's me, Casper. We're drinking right now. That's why the members are like this. Dash, they are drinking. Keek, I can't take this. They're the only group who has the courage to do this. Hey, won't they get into trouble? Who cares? They look very cute right now. Let us see June, please. Ah, June. Casper exclaimed when he saw his name in the comment section. With that, he pulled June closer to the camera, revealing his red face and messy hair. Nonetheless, he looked very handsome, and he shot arrows in the hearts of the fans. Yeah? June is still so handsome. They all look handsome. When I drink with my friends, I look like a bloated pufferfish. A pufferfish is already puffy, though. Exactly. That's how bad I look. Hi, guys, June said, waving his hand. June is so handsome, right? Casper asked. He deserves his popularity so much. Jisung nodded in agreement. He's the best big brother in the entire world. June shook his head in amusement. Anyway, do you guys want to hear a story? He suddenly asked. The members of Eve, who were at the back, also paid attention to June. Yes, please. We would love to hear your stories, June. You could talk about dog poop, and I'd still listen to you. What is it, our lovely June? I haven't told anyone this before, he giggled, leaning closer to the camera. The angle was quite weird, but since it was June, he still looked great. I'm not from this world, he whispered. Despite his soft voice, the other members still heard him. They all turned silent, trying to internalize June's words. The comment section had become awfully slow, too, almost as if they were also processing June's story. I came here after I was shot, he continued. Then, before I knew it, I was in this body. I'm a tough guy? I'm part of a gang, he exclaimed. Just then, the room was filled with laughter, making June frown. The comments, too, went unbelievably fast. June is so freaking cute. Have you been reading scary stories? Omo, what should we do with June? He's so precious. I want to squish his face. If June says he's a tough guy, then he's a tough guy. No, he's my Pookie. Meanwhile, his members' laughter became even louder, making him frown. I'm telling the truth. Number 775. Chapter 775 Don't Get Drunk, Kids 2. 775 Don't Get Drunk, Kids 2. Even though June was being completely honest, his members and the Astras in the live stream didn't seem to believe him. Now, the members were singing an ABBA song, harmonizing even though they were drunk. June, who was still feeling pretty upset, diverted his emotions to the song. The winner takes it all, he sang in falsetto, his angelic voice filling the room. We're getting a concert for free. Honestly, this is so good. I can't believe they're drunk while singing this good. Stan Talent. Stan Eve. I stumbled upon this live on accident. I think I'm a fan now. Yay. Welcome to the club. There's no way out. Ah, that was a great one, Jisung said. Our boys are so talented, right? You want us to sing more? Jisung asked. We've already sung a lot, though. My members look pretty tired. Why don't you send us some questions instead? Won't the other tenants complain about the noise? Tenants? Jisung asked. They're asking if the other tenants are going to complain. Zeth put down his mirror and grabbed Jisung's phone. Currently, there's no one on this floor except for us. This is where Azure artists usually stay, with idols being at the topmost floor. The actors are on the floors below us, so I doubt they'll be able to hear us. Yeah, Akira chimed. Linaire hasn't moved in yet. However, that wouldn't be a problem. The walls are soundproof here, so they won't hear us. Casper nodded. That's one of the good things about the dorm. However, there are also lots of deficits. The shower heater doesn't work at times, and our stove frequently gets broken. Oh, the paint is also chipping. What the heck? You guys are making so much money, but don't you have a nice house? Azure should treat you guys well. You're the biggest moneymaker in their entertainment company. Guys and girls, we have a mission. Now that Eve is being honest with us, let's ask them questions about how the company treats them. Yeah, it's scary here sometimes, Jisung muttered. But it's all right. At least we have somewhere to sleep in, right? Why don't you tell us about your upcoming album? Upcoming album? Jisung repeated. Jaseong will answer that question. Jaeyoung, who was still teary-eyed, sniffed as he was handed the phone. We still don't have an idea. I think it's still too early. We do want to release an album, too, but that's not just unto us, he said. We'll make sure to put out great music once the time comes. Casper once again took the phone from their leader to add to his statement. We want the next album to be filled with songs that came from us, he started off. The songs from the last album were curated by the in-house producers. We had to fight for Luster to make it in. However, it turned out to be the biggest hit. Oh, did you guys also know? Luster is about my cat, Luther. Guys, it's working. Ask more questions. Let's expose Azure. Meanwhile, Jay, who was snoring on the floor, had a pretty bad dream. No, we didn't mean to, he muttered in his sleep. I have another question here. Jisung said. What do you think about your CEO? Is he kind to you guys? He asked. Jisung frowned after he read the question. I don't want to answer the question, he said, handing the phone to Jun. Jun clicked his tongue as he spoke about their CEO. Let's see, he said. He's always on his chair, and he always commands us to do things we don't agree with. He has a high-pitched voice, too, so it's hard to listen to him sometimes. Seth chuckled loudly. His wig flies away, too, when he opens the windows. It's hard to hold in my laughter whenever that happens. Oh, and his office. Smells strangely of cheese. Rin chimed. Not mozzarella or Gouda. The blue cheese kind. They're destroying their CEO. He deserves it. This is so funny, really. I'm quite scared, though. I really feel like they're going to get into trouble because of this. Don't worry. We'll protect them. Casper, who had shown his drunk habit plenty of times, decided to conclude their answers with a bang. Realistically speaking, he's not the worst CEO, he said, almost in a news anchor voice. Here we go. We get the hottest tea from Casper. I love this very much. I'm seated for the tea. Wait, why are there 200,000 viewers now? Who are these people? This is on Entertainal. I'm a fan of Another Around, but I love this. I stand for Comment Clanders. I might stand Eve just for this one. They've got balls. I'm scared. Why does Casper sound so smart? However, there are areas where I believe improvements could be made, particularly regarding our freedom and how it impacts our performance and morale. As an idol, I understand that certain controls and restrictions are part of the job. We've all accepted that. However, sometimes these limitations feel excessive. For instance, our musical freedom is quite restricted. Many of us have creative ideas and a strong desire to contribute more to our music, but we often find ourselves unable to express these ideas fully. Similarly, our social media presence is tightly controlled. While I understand the need to maintain a certain image, a bit,